I'm calling to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council and Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Tuesday, July 29th, 2025. The time is 10:40 in the morning. I apologize to folks that we're starting late. This hearing concerns Bill 26-288 entitled the Robert F. Kennedy Campus Redevelopment Act of 2025. This hearing is being held in the Council Chambers, Room 500 of the Johnny Wilson Building. If there's an overflow of folks, I don't know if there is, we sometimes have them down in 412 where they can watch the hearing and then come up as seats become available. I appreciate that there are so many folks who are interested in this hearing. And in fact, we have the witnesses closed a couple of days ago, and we have 503 folks who registered to testify. This is the first of two hearings on Bill 26-288. The second hearing is tomorrow, July 30th, where we will hear from the mayor as well as representatives of the Commanders football team. The stated purpose of Bill 26-288 is to authorize bond issuances, establish special funds, and authorize the mayor to enter into lease agreements, a development and financing agreement, and other related agreements to facilitate redevelopment and management of the approximately 180 acres of waterfront property located at the former RFK Memorial Stadium site. The bill, Bill 26-288, is substantively identical to what was Subtitle R of Title II of the introduced version of the Fiscal Year 2026 Budget Support Act, which was or is Bill 26-265. The council yesterday approved on final reading Bill 26-265, but without this subtitle because it's now this separate bill, Bill 26-288. Among other things, Bill 26-288 authorizes the mayor to lease 3 parcels and sell stadium seat rights to the Washington Commanders football team without further council review, as well as to issue bonds in the total principal amount not to exceed $759 million for payment of the horizontal infrastructure costs of the RFK Campus Infrastructure Project. Also to introduce, or rather to issue bonds in the total principal amount not to exceed $210 million for payment of the costs of the RFK Campus Parking Facilities Project no earlier than October 2031. So that's 2 borrowing issuances totaling $969 million. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive testimony from public witnesses, the Commanders Organization, that will be tomorrow, and the executive, that will be tomorrow, on the merits of the overall proposal to redevelop the RFK Stadium campus that was formally announced. This is to develop it as was formally announced and memorialized in an executed term sheet dated April 28, 2025. The record for this hearing, that is those who wish to submit statements who aren't doing so today or wish to clarify any statements to give today, or anybody who's not testifying but wants to submit statements, the record will be open for 2 weeks. When so I'm going to put this in slightly different language. When the mayor submitted the legislation to the council, and I should note that the council did have a hearing on the Budget Support Act, Bill 26-265 on June 18th. So there's already been one hearing where members of the public were able to address this legislation. The proposal was basically a subsidy of $500 million for the construction of a stadium, an additional $181 million for construction of a parking garage, another $175 million for the construction of a second parking garage, one of which to be paid for by Events DC and the other to be paid for by the city through these bond issuances in 2031 or thereabouts. As submitted to the council, the legislation would have abated, that is relieved any parking sales tax. Also would have directed that any other taxes or sales taxes would be going to a RFK reinvestment fund rather than to the city's general fund. What I had announced last week and what the council will be considering later this week are some changes that total about $729 million, where some parking revenues will be coming to the general fund. Parking taxes will not be abated and will come to the general fund. And about almost $300 million in sales taxes on general merchandise, food and beverage would be coming to the general fund. Those are 30-year figures. It's a total of $674 million that would be coming to the general fund, plus a $50 million community benefits agreement, plus in what we adopted yesterday with the Budget Support Act was a restructuring of the financing, which will save taxpayers approximately $55 million. Those three figures, 674 million plus 50 million plus 55 million, total $779 million in improvement to the proposal. When this legislation was introduced, a majority of members indicated to me, if not to the public, that they would like to get to yes with regard to voting on this legislation, but they wanted to see improvements. And what I announced last week that the team had agreed to is a roughly $780 million improvement to the deal, along with some other issues that the team has agreed to. So that's a brief summary of where we are with all this. I'm going to turn to colleagues. This is a joint hearing. I should have indicated that earlier. And it's being jointly conducted with the Committee on Business and Economic Development, which committee is chaired by Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie. So I'm going to turn to my co-chair now, Mr. McDuffie.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, colleagues, and to everybody who's joined us at the council today. I'm at-large Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie and Chair of the Council's Committee on Business and Economic Development. I'm thrilled to be co-chairing this historic hearing today, and thrilled to speak in support of, I think, what is going to be a transformational project at RFK, but to hear from all the folks who have taken the time out of their busy schedules to come down to the council and voice their positions on this bill. Over the last few months, my team and I have heard directly from residents across the city about what this project means to them. We've participated in community town halls and engaged with residents at meetings at places like the Strand on 90 Helen Barrows Avenue in Ward 7, conversations at St. Coletta of Greater Washington as well in Ward 7, listening to the voices of neighbors, small business owners, and long-term residents who want to see this site restored in some form or fashion and reimagined for the people of the District of Columbia. As a proud native Washingtonian and lifelong sports fan, as well as a policymaker here at the council, I see this moment as much more than simply building a stadium. I see it as an opportunity to build up people in a community and a once-in-a-generation opportunity to restore a beloved institution to the heart of our city and to unlock the transformational economic and community development and benefits for our residents, especially those residing in Ward 7. With a 65,000-seat doomed arena, the stadium will serve as a year-round hub for various concerts, cultural events, and national showcases, from things like the Super Bowl to things like Beyonce concerts or Final Fours, showcasing local talent from various industries during community festivals. Importantly, this multi-billion-dollar investment from the Commanders, the largest in the district's history, will create thousands of new jobs across a wide range of industries. We're talking about construction workers, electricians, engineers, and laborers who will build this world-class facility. Once open, the stadium will support hundreds of jobs in operations, hospitality, maintenance, security. And throughout this process, in fact, for years, I've tirelessly advocated to bring the team back. But I've advocated that it be done in a way that is meaningful for district residents, in a way that they have a seat at the table to ensure that the stadium redevelopment delivers tangible benefits for the people most directly impacted. From day one, my focus has been on uplifting those voices in and around the stadium area in Ward 7, and people living in adjacent communities, and those who have waited for far too long to see intentional and inclusive investment at this site. That's why I strongly support a robust and enforceable community benefits agreement, one that is developed and guided by the people and for the people. This agreement must go beyond the promises and prioritize local residents, prioritize sustained investments in public spaces, prioritize high-quality youth programming, and a lasting commitment to opportunity and affordability in the surrounding development. In addition, I believe our certified business enterprises, our CBEs, deserve to be front and center, not as an afterthought, but as a driving force in the construction and in the post-construction operation and eventual long-term success of this project. This redevelopment will create opportunities for small local business vendors, tech and audiovisual professionals, and entrepreneurs seeking to serve a high-foot traffic and vibrant destination. It can serve as a pipeline for apprenticeship programs and on-the-job training that help young people build lasting careers in the trades and events. The redevelopment of RFK must not only bring back the Washington Commanders football to the city, but also bring opportunity, bring jobs, and bring dignity to the residents and businesses that call Washington, D.C. their home. If done right, this project is going to transform a part of our city that's largely laid dormant for too long. We're going to see, as the chairman talked about, based on feedback from council members and negotiations that have taken place since we received the bill from the mayor, additional revenues to the tune of approximately $779 million to the District of Columbia's bottom line over the coming decades, and a $50 million community benefits agreement, a transformative investment in our city's future. However, this opportunity must work for the people who call the District of Columbia their home and who've located and run their businesses right here in our city. That means union jobs, it means a project labor agreement, it means apprenticeship programs that bring real careers to DC residents. I've heard from countless residents who say, bring the team home. That's exactly what this project does. It brings the Washington Commanders back to Washington, D.C., right where they belong, back to their winning ways, and with them, it brings hope. It brings historic investment, and it brings generational opportunity. Let's not miss this moment. Let's not fumble the ball. Let's make this vision real and ensure that the RFK redevelopment uplifts every corner of our great city and prioritizing Ward 7 first, starting with the communities who've waited the longest. Thank you, and I look forward to hearing from you all throughout the course of the day.
Thank you, Co-Chair McDuffie. Councilmember Robert White.
Thank you, Chairman. Before we begin, I want to sincerely thank the more than 500 residents who signed up to testify today and the nearly 400 who've already submitted written testimony. My team and I have reviewed every single one of them. Your voices matter deeply, and your investment of time, energy, and passion speaks volumes about your commitment to our city. Let me be very clear about why I'm here today. I'm here to listen. I have not decided how I will vote on this deal on Friday. This is not a formality. This is the largest public-private partnership and land transfer our city has considered in decades, and it deserves real scrutiny, not just celebration. I've heard from many residents who feel the outcome is already decided and that this process is rushing toward a predetermined result. Let me be clear. My vote is not guaranteed. I don't make decisions based on pressure or timelines. I make decisions based on what's right for DC residents, especially those who are too often promised everything and deliver too little. I've heard from many residents, we've done stadium deals before. We've heard the promises before, and yet decades later, we're still talking about underfunded schools. We're still talking about displaced families, and DC is still in a deficit. So no, a stadium and projected revenue alone are not enough. I need to see real, tangible benefits for our residents, especially longtime Washingtonians, working families, and young people. It matters if residents near the stadium get priced out because of the stadium. It matters if our housing market is collapsing in front of us right now. It matters that we're willing to leave billions of dollars on the table, but we were counting pennies 9 months ago when we said we couldn't afford $14 million to help Talbot Street homeowners who lost their homes due to the city's negligence. The city has to come first. As a fifth-generation Washingtonian and lifelong Commanders fan, I understand the nostalgia, but I'm not here today as a fan. I'm here as a representative of the people. And I want a deal that reflects the full value of this land, not just to the team or to developers, but to the residents who have carried the city for generations. This is a moment where accountability matters more than acceleration, a moment to set a new standard and not just repeat the same mistakes of the past. Thank you again for showing up, for speaking out, for demanding that your voices be heard. That's what this city deserves, and I'm here to listen as I work to still decide what to do on Friday. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman?
Thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, Chairman McDuffie. I'll be very brief. I think this is going to be a long day. I'm really looking forward to hearing from the witnesses. I personally will be in and out during the course of the day. My staff will be watching. This is a giant deal for the city. I do think it is critically important that we get it right. And I'll be looking for suggestions from people testifying today about what kinds of things we need to be doing if we're to get this right. So with that, I think I'll get out of the way and let's get on with the show.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Allen?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and Mr. McDuffie, for co-chairing the hearing. I want to start with my appreciation to the over 500 people that have signed up to testify. I know I heard from a lot of folks that felt like with this rush to get to a vote on Friday, somehow people's voices won't matter or won't be counted. I want to guarantee you it certainly matters to me. And so I hope that you come with that energy throughout the day. I can go ahead and guarantee a couple of things. One, it's going to be a late night and early morning hours. Another thing I can guarantee, we are going to hear some incredibly strained sports metaphors throughout the day. And that is going to be equal opportunity because I'm sure we're going to do the exact same thing up here. And the third thing I guarantee is we're going to hear a lot of passion. Passion around a very significant and big project in our city. And I know I will challenge myself, and I encourage all of us to understand where that passion comes from, no matter whether you agree with that passion or not, to understand what people are bringing and the energy they bring to this conversation and this debate. I've been very clear for more than a decade. Putting a massive public subsidy into an NFL stadium, I don't think is the right choice. By no means does that mean anyone argues for the status quo of what we have. And as somebody who has not been afraid to put public funding into sports, the distinction I draw is that an arena, for example, is active almost every day out of the year. An NFL stadium will sit dark more than 90% of the year. So if I'm trying to figure out where do I put my precious and limited tax dollars, an NFL stadium isn't my biggest bang for a buck and return on that investment. But the deal we have in front of us is one I now have to consider and figure out where are we going to land on this. And I've tried to be very consistent and very clear from the very beginning about the shortcomings that I have seen in this proposal. And to be fair, to outline exactly what I think has to change if I'm going to be able to get to a yes. And it is a high bar. Right now, the deal in front of us has no environmental protections. By the time a new stadium opens, more than a decade will have passed since Mercedes-Benz Stadium opened in Atlanta, which was a LEED Platinum stadium. Why in the world would we settle for anything less than something that was done more than a decade ago? The Anacostia River is a selling point of why this is such a great idea. Where are the protections on something that is sitting right next to the Anacostia River on the shores? Another item that I have been very vocal about is that any deal that moves forward needs to have less parking and more metro. Building 8,000 parking spots is only going to make congestion in that area even worse than it already is. It's also proven we don't have to build 8,000 parking spots for stadiums to be successful. Think about our own Nats ballpark, where we do have parking. I'm not saying we're not going to have some parking, but 8,000 is just a number that boggles the mind and makes no sense when I don't see the investment in Metro. Every decision we make should be about what our city looks like 50 years from now, not just looking back, but looking forward. And if we're going to build a stadium for 65,000 fans to come in and potentially 20,000 new residents, that should be something where we focus on transit and how we move people in and out, not thinking how we're going to have people drive their cars and lock up the congestion all around there. The neighbors that I know around that space who still have the signs hanging on their streets that talk about parking on event days and game days are incredibly nervous about what this transportation is going to look like if we're telling people, don't take Metro, just come on and drive down here because it's going to lock up everything. We should be investing in Metro. I don't see the guarantees on affordable housing. We know the revenue generated from the stadium is not going to cover the subsidy that we'd be putting into this. Potentially, though, the growth of 20,000 new residents and the scale, frankly, of a small city could be an economic generator. But what I don't want is promises made of building out housing, much needed affordable housing, and then, conditions are just such, we can't do that this year. Or gosh, we just couldn't get around to that this year. Because the first thing to go will be the affordable housing that has to happen on the site. It's got to be guaranteed, locked in with penalties to make sure that that actually gets built and gets delivered on. I also think we've got to have a better deal on the subsidy. Why would we be leaving millions of dollars on the table? One example is personal seat licenses, which is a wonky way to talk about how you build a stadium by making fans be able to pay for a personal seat license. But why would we exempt sales tax from that when we could use that revenue to reinvest back into our city and deliver what our city needs? I also want to see protections for workers. I know we've talked about PLAs. I want to make sure that this is something that really builds something that has quality, guaranteed protections for our workers and for working men and women all throughout our city. To extend my strained sports metaphor for the day, I've heard people say this deal was brought to the council and was sitting on the 1 yard line, and we just got to get over in the end zone. So far, it feels like this has been put together with the commanders been calling all the plays. And if we're going to do this, DC has to make the decisions. DC has to call the plays. And that's what I have not seen done yet. So I look forward to hearing the feedback, the recommendations, what people want to see. This is going to go long into the night, into the early morning hours. I'm really grateful for my colleagues that are going to be here. And I know that we're all going to be taking turns throughout the day being here. But I really want to thank everybody to make sure your voice is going to be heard. And now till Friday is an eternity. We got a lot of time, actually, to make this. If this is something that's going to pass, it's got to get a heck of a lot better. And I think that the input and the feedback you provide today is going to help lead the way. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Allen. Councilmember Pinto?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, both Mr. Chairmans, for holding this hearing today. And I'm really excited to be here today. Today is really about the public. Today is about the future of our city, a future city that I am really proud to be a part of. And I hope you all are proud of how much progress you have been a part of making when it comes to this deal. This deal has been a part of really every month since I've been in office for the last 5 years. It comes up at community meetings in all 8 wards where people have asked me what my position is on the commanders coming home and what we can do to make sure that this is an opportunity that everybody in the community can benefit from. I've heard from residents who've asked for years, can we still make sure that there's housing delivered if the team comes home? And I'm proud that this deal has 6,000 units of new housing, a third of which will be affordable. This deal also includes penalties if those units are not built. I heard from residents who said we need to make sure that our families have access to the fields at RFK during the entirety of construction. That has been included in this deal. That was one of the first things I talked to the commanders about in January, that was because of your voice to make sure that that happened. The feedback I've heard from residents about making sure we have more revenue generating opportunities from the parking. That's included in this deal. That was your great idea. Concerns of residents to make sure that there's a PLA on this project so that we can have great paying jobs as part of this deal. That's included in the deal. Ideas I've heard from folks who are serving sentences at the DC jail or who have returned from serving sentences, wanting opportunities to be a part of this stadium, not just the construction jobs, but the jobs that are going to be provided throughout the hospitality sector here with concessions and sales and management. We're working on delivering a first of its kind job training opportunity through the team at our DC jail that I'm really excited about. So this has been a process that the public has been a part of for years, a big part, to make sure that it's not just a vision that is unrealized when we talk about bringing the team home, but doing so in a way that can deliver a full mixed-use development opportunity with housing, with retail, with hotels, with jobs. And it's also not ending once the deal is hopefully approved and finalized. I use Capital One Arena as an example. We worked with Monumental Sports on the financing structure for that renovation project, but once the council approved that deal, the partnership did not end. I continue to work with Monumental Sports on a regular basis to address ideas and challenges that the surrounding neighborhood has, whether that was noise from possible practice facilities that we got the team to change their plan on, whether that was concern about lighting going into adjacent units for the construction project. All of that continued collaboration is an important part of any deal that we move forward. When you partner with the district with this massive public-private partnership, it is a continued partnership, and that is my expectation, and that is how we continue to move forward to make sure that district residents get the best deal possible. I know that the most important thing here is that district residents are part of this process and that we get the best deal for our city, not just today, but for the future. And so I'm really excited to hear from folks today. I'm excited to keep ensuring that your ideas are a part of this, which have been every step of the way. And I really believe that this is a once in a generation opportunity for our city. And if there's ever a time to remember that we are on the same team, I think now is the time. We are on the same team. We can get this deal accomplished, and we can do so in a way that delivers on the promises that we all have and the values that we hold dear. So thank you for being part of this, and I look forward to hearing your testimony today.
Thank you, Councilmember Pinto. Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and Chairman McDuffie. It's a pleasure to be here, and good morning, everyone, particularly those who are in the chamber with us. Thank you so very much for coming down and providing your input on this very important economic development opportunity for our city. I grew up in the District of Columbia, and I grew up in that neighborhood of Washington, D.C. And I can tell you, I'm really over the top at the thought that we will have that part of our city developed so that we can see economic benefits in the form of many jobs, opportunities for our labor community, opportunities for our young people, young families, and especially for our seniors. When I say seniors, I think about Oklahoma Avenue and the many households there that I'm somewhat familiar with. I mention that because this is a project that's going to affect that neighborhood dearly. While it's now a part of Ward 7 where I grew up, I heard my colleagues speak from representing Ward 6. And I know there are many, cross-boundary people who are here with us today. And I mention that because I know there's been some tension about who's on first and who's on second as it relates to this very important project. Well, we all know that RFK Campus belongs to all of us, whether you live in Ward 4 or 3 or 2, and that's why we all are very concerned about this. This is a citywide opportunity, and it shall be treated as such. We've heard comments from many people, but this is a great opportunity to get your comments in writing before the council and those of us who have to vote on this project. I come to the table today to ask that you tell us how you really feel. That's really important. And that should be based on your analysis of what you've seen in the way of growth and development across this city. If you have lived here a few years, you know that Navy Yard, you remember what it was once like before we had Nat Stadium. You can relate to that, I do believe. And that's how I am relating to this project. This project gives us a tremendous opportunity, almost a lifetime opportunity, to really see development in a part of the city where it doesn't come easy. We've been trying for eons to get a grocery store. Where I live now, I've got 5 choices. But where I grew up, I don't have any choices. And so I'm just saying, let's be honest, let's be forthright. That's what I'm looking for. Yes, we're going to be here all day, but being here all day is very important because we must hear from you. And I commit to making the very best decision that I can from all that I hear from you, from all that people have said to me since May when we first were talking about this, whether it was at church or in community and passing by. This is a very important project. And let's not take it lightly. Let's not take it lightly. And let's not think that this is something that people who are doing well just want to have a seat at a game. This is about economic growth, benefits for all of us who live in this city. And you and I know we have benefited from Nat Stadium. We continue to benefit from it. The development of the wharf, that's where our dollars come from, so that we can do affordable housing, so that we can do all these things that we say make a quality community. So I just want to put that on the table. And again, thank my colleagues for giving me a moment to speak with you. And I look forward to hearing you. I'll be here as much as I can and into the night. Remember, I'm one of those who was here a few years ago till 4:30 in the morning. I can hang, and I can hang with you, most definitely. And I appreciate you so very, very much for coming down, sincerely. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, council colleagues and public witnesses. I'm excited about today. It is without question that I stand in support of the redevelopment of the RFK site, not just as a citywide opportunity, but as a long overdue investment in the future of Ward 7. For far too long, Ward 7 has watched its other parts of the city grow, prosper, and receive their fair share of public and private investment. Meanwhile, our community, while rich in culture, talent, and potential, has remained on the sidelines. That changes now. It is Ward 7's time, bringing the Washington Commanders back to the district and back to the RFK site will do more than restore a piece of our city's sports legacy. It will serve as a powerful economic engine for the ward, driving job creation, expanding small business opportunities, generating housing, and providing Ward 7 with the economic engine our community has needed for decades. The redevelopment is not just about football, it's about equity, it's about a community overlooked, finally getting the investment to thrive. I'm committed to ensuring that as this project moves forward, Ward 7 residents are not just bystanders, we're builders, workers, entrepreneurs, and stakeholders in the transformation of their own, within their own backyards. And that's why my team has conducted a robust community engagement process to draft our community benefits agreement. We've conducted 3 town hall meetings ranging between 300 to 500 community members throughout the ward. We've administered an online survey where we had over 850 responses. We've conducted 6 ward-wide listening sessions. We wanted to make sure that Ward 7 neighbors drove the community benefits agreement process. So Ward 7 is ready, Ward 7 is deserving, and Ward 7 will deliver. I look forward to hearing from public witnesses, and thank you all again for being here.
Thank you. We're going to turn now to witnesses. We have been doing our hearings hybrid, which means some witnesses are virtual and some are in person. We have 4 seats. So I'm going to call folks. When we get 4 seats, I'll sort of stop unless the next few witnesses are virtual. I'm relying on staff to tell me if they're virtual. We're not going to be going back. So if somebody misses their turn, they miss their turn. So Ebony Payne, Commissioner, ANC Commissioner Ward, ANC 7D05. Dean Hunter. Adam Prinzo, who's a commissioner with ANC 3C02. Robert Vincent Branham, President Emeritus, DC Federation of Civic Associations. Meredith Holmgren. Sam Epps, who's President of Metropolitan Washington Council, AFL-CIO. Linda Martin, who's listed as President of Unite HRE Local 25. Danielle Whitaker. Is Ronisha Martin? Kevin Vaughn on the list. All right, we're going to stop there. Commissioner Payne, you're first, and good morning. Hit the button.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman Mendelson and members of the DC Council. My name is Ebony Payne, and I am the Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner for the historic Kingman Park community in Ward 7. I was born and raised in DC, and my home in Kingman Park has been in my family since 1974. I'm a proud native Washingtonian and a lifelong fan of the Commanders. But I am here today to represent the community and the residents who are most impacted by this proposal. I'm not here to block the team from coming home, but I am asking for your help in blocking the team from constructing 2 massive parking garages in our community. We are fighting so that Kingman Park does not become Kingman Parking Lot. The proposal would direct over 5,000 cars directly to our neighborhood, and it would destroy our quality of life. They are unnecessary, and DC taxpayers should not be paying for them, especially if we're only going to be splitting the revenue on game days. We should be splitting that revenue on all of the events. At a time when the council has just cut healthcare and emergency rental assistance from DC residents, I do not see how you can justify charging a multi-billion-dollar NFL team $1 in rent per year. The team should be paying at a minimum $7.2 million per year, and it should be going to the DC General Fund. If poor and middle-class DC residents have to pay their rent and property taxes, so too should the team. There's a lack of a spending cap. So the amount that DC taxpayers could be spending on this project is astronomical when you account for inflation. There's no clear legally binding community benefits agreement or housing plan that accounts for the fact that it is federally owned land and there's not homeownership opportunities on the. And we need written protections for the fields at RFK, for the skate park, for the DC pole vault. And we have 10,000 people who play on these fields every single week. We have families that rely on access to the fields. And while we appreciate the verbal commitments from the team, we need to see these commitments in writing in the term sheet before any vote is approved. Hope that's my time. Oh, okay. Since I have extra time, I want to highlight more about Go Play. I'm on the board of Go Play, and we help maintain the fields. We are not a DPR-run facility, and it's a partnership that has been working for the community. We would like to see that partnership continue on into the future. Because it's not publicly budgeted, we are able to keep the fields open 24/7. And make sure that it is accessible to residents all year round without budget constraints. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm going to cut people off at 3 minutes. Dean Hunter, I believe, is not here. Adam Prinzo is online.
Can you hear me?
Please proceed.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Adam Prinzo, and I am the Commissioner for ANC 3CO2, Vice Chair of ANC 3C, and testifying today on behalf of ANC 3C authorized by a letter approved at our July 21st, 2025 meeting. I'm here today to voice support for the redevelopment of the RFK Stadium campus. This project has enormous potential, not just to bring the Washington Commanders home, but to deliver real, lasting benefits to district residents. For decades, RFK has stood as a historic and cultural landmark, but since the stadium's closure, the campus has remained dormant, representing an enormous opportunity for housing, economic development, job creation, and recreational investment, particularly for Ward 7 and nearby communities. We've seen how anchor developments like Nationals Park, Audi Field, and the Wharf can serve as a transformation for neighborhoods. The RFK site offers even more greater promise given its location and its symbolic importance. ANC 3C submitted comments in support of bringing the Washington Commanders back to their historic home at RFK as part of a broader community-centered redevelopment project. We urge the council to ensure that any final agreement includes the following. At least 30% of new housing is affordable with a clear timeline to ensure delivery of said housing with accountability. The fields at RFK and access to the Anacostia River are protected and enhanced for long-term public use. Transit access is prioritized by investing in metro, buses, bike share, and future infrastructure, not just additional parking. Retail space supports local needs with the opportunity and space for grocery stores and small minority-owned businesses. District residents, especially those from Ward 7 and 8, benefit first from job opportunities, apprenticeships, and small business contracting. Finally, ANC 3C strongly agrees with the Robert Bob Group's recommendation to re-examine the terms of the public investment with over $850 million in public funds proposed for the stadium, infrastructure, and parking. The district must ensure a real return on investment. This includes considering parking payments, ground lease, or rental payments. This is a once in a generation opportunity, for the redevelopment of RFK to serve as a national model for equitable growth and local win for the communities that have waited long for meaningful investment. We are coming far afield representing Ward 3 and acknowledge that fact. We do love Ward 7 and we cannot wait to visit more often. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Branham. You're using your time.
Can you start at 3 minutes, please?
Nope.
Thank you. Okay. I am here at a disadvantage, a heavy heart, and diminished eloquence. However, I will do my best. I testify in support of welcoming back the commanders, not the former racist named team. Let's be accurate. Residents are, as evidenced by the many online statements, care about healthcare, affordable housing, education, transportation, parks, environment, public safety, faith, and truth, support a new stadium. The public should not be bullied, distracted by a racist president. I am pleased the council has worked to make the stadium deal better, to make it bring needed revenues to the district. Yet there is work for the commanders to do, to show genuine minority commitment outreach, community outreach. Now is the time for the commanders not only to host luncheons for council members, now is the time for the commanders, nationals, wizards, mystics, spirit, capitals, DC United, defenders to sponsor luncheons for the DC Federation of Civic Associations, Esther Productions, and Ward 5 Leadership Council. Take the lead, Mr. Josh Harris and Mr. Mark Ian. Now is the time for progressive political determination to support minority economic opportunities in Ward 5, 7, and 8, with equal resolve to promoting downtown DC, the waterfront, U Street, and Navy Yard. Now is the time. Council members, now I must take time to close with personal comments directed to women of age in and outside this chamber. Ladies, now is the time to get your medical checkups, touch your bodies, don't just clutch your pearls. Fight, choose life. Those of us who love you, your sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, friends, co-workers, husbands, want you here for your todays and for your tomorrows under God's heaven. Ring the bell. Your name may not be Eve, Sarah, Rebecca, Leah, Rachel, Miriam, Ruth, Esther, Mary, Elizabeth, Martha, or Ananda. Your name could be Christina, Brooke, Janice, Anita, Breon, Muriel, Ebony, Lindsay, Pamela, Cora, Felicia, Sharita, or Sheila. You are worth saving, loving. You help change lives. As I close, I continue to love, defend, and support DC statehood. Bring the commanders home. Fight the demon of cancer. God is good all the time. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Branham. Meredith Holmgren, who's online.
Hello, council members. My name is Meredith Holmgren, and I live in the Kingman Park neighborhood of Ward 7. I represent one of 8 community members who lead the Kingman Park, Not Kingman Parking campaign for sustainable transportation at the RFK site. We oppose the transportation plan that's outlined in the term sheet because it overemphasizes vehicles, underinvests in mass transit, and overspends DC tax dollars, all while creating new barriers and health risks for surrounding communities like Kingman Park. The term sheet calls for 8,000 parking spaces to be built at the stadium, housed by 3 gigantic parking garages. These garages will represent the first, second, and third largest parking garages ever built in DC history, bigger than the garage serving Union Station or those on the National Mall. These parking garages are projected to be filled to capacity only 10 to 20 times per year, making them an extremely unproductive use of land. In fact, the DC Council's own budget office agrees that these garages are a drain on DC's investment. Their report shows that dedicating large amounts of land to parking is extremely unproductive when compared to other potential uses like housing or mixed-use development. The Kingman Park district, where the bulk of these garages are slated to go, is perhaps the most housing-ready parcel at RFK. It abuts an already established community with neighborhood resources, nearby utilities, and transit. Wasting this valuable land on parking gives taxpayers a poor return on their investment, contradicts DC's climate goals, and hurts surrounding neighborhoods by limiting access to amenities. So my ask today is simple. 1, reduce the number of parking spaces in the deal from 8,000 to no more than 2,000. 2, relocate all on-site parking to areas south of the stadium, to places like Lot 8 or the DC Jail, which currently serve as surface parking lots. 3, critically, we must invest in a new Metro infill station at Benning and Oklahoma Avenue Northeast. Metro can move around 20,000 people in and out of the site per hour, making it extremely efficient. This station is needed to supplement Stadium Armory in providing a level of service that's commensurate with other world-class facilities. And unlike parking garages, which may be filled only 10 to 20 times per year, Metro can be used year-round by both residents and visitors, which promotes DC's broader growth agenda and makes it a far better investment for DC taxpayers. Metro is also part of our parking strategy, as WMATA has approximately 13,000 parking spaces already built within a 15-minute Metro ride of RFK site. Our campaign has gathered more than 300 petition signatures from neighbors who support this vision. 2/3 of them are Ward 7 residents. Additionally, we've had more than 130 people write 5,500 emails to DC decision makers supporting this platform, urging you all to amend the term sheet to reduce and relocate parking and add a Metro infill station. Please join us in slowing down the negotiation period so we can work through these details and ultimately make a better deal for DC residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holmgren. Sam Epps?
Thank you, Council Chair Mendelson and Committee Chair McDuffie and members of the council for this opportunity to testify on B 26288. My name is Sam Epps and I'm the president of the Metropolitan Washington Council, AFL-CIO, which represents 150 affiliate unions representing 150,000 workers in the District of Columbia and the 5 surrounding Maryland counties. The Metropolitan Washington Council supports the council's decision to remove the redevelopment of RFK Campus from the BSA and treat it as a separate piece of legislation. We also appreciate the improvements that the council chair has been able to negotiate with the commander's ownership team. And we are grateful to the council members who spoke up for even a better deal for the district and working people. But we do feel this deal needs further improvement as well. And specifically, the deal before the council still does not include construction and post-construction labor agreements for the commercial parcels described in the term sheet. Those parcels that will be leased to commanders are to be developed at $1 per year. They are slated to include mixed use, office, retail, a possible entertainment venue and housing. And at this moment, there has been no labor agreements for those commercial parcels negotiated with the commander's ownership. And with, as we say, however you look at it, time is running out. Some say it's a long time to Friday. For this reason, we think the best course of action is to amend this piece of legislation to require construction and post-construction labor agreements covering the build-out of the commercial parcels. Without construction and post-construction labor agreements and strong public commitment to create high-paying permanent jobs, the jobs created on the commercial development parcel will not deliver quality employment opportunities for DC residents. We need to ensure that those who build and will work at these properties have decent wages, health insurance, and a pension. It makes no sense with the revenue that the city is foregoing, especially in this budget cycle, where cuts will disproportionately impact working people. The commander's team's valuations will increase after this deal, and district residents' opportunity to good jobs should increase as well, and having good benefits and not poverty wages from this catalytic development. And we are happy to work with you on this amendment, and thank you for the opportunity to testify on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Epps. And if you could share a copy of your testimony.
I sent my testimony this morning at 6:30 a.m.
Okay, we'll look for it. You are,
Danielle Whitaker.
please proceed.
Good morning, Councilman. My name is Danielle Whitaker. I am a Ward 7 resident and proud member of United Here, Local 25. We represent thousands of hotel workers in DC. Having a union job at a hotel allows me to raise my children with dignity. The difference between a union hotel job and a non-union hotel job is DC is dramatic, sometimes almost $10 an hour. the difference between poverty and path to the middle class, sometimes the difference between cleaning 14 rooms or 30 rooms. I don't think anyone in this room wants to or could clean 30 rooms. It's disrespectful to the community that there is no strong public commitment for high-quality jobs at the hotel that may get built at RFK. It's disrespectful and an embarrassment given how many big deals in DC did better by workers. To name a few, the Marriott Marquise, City Central Conrad Hotel, Convention Center, Nats Park, and Audi Field. Development in Maryland does better. Even development deals in Virginia do better. Council needs to do right by DC workers. We love football, but we love paying rent and putting food on the table more. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Whitaker. And Linda Martin, Ronisha Martin, and Kevin Vaughn, I believe, are not here. All right, I called you earlier. I'll call you in a minute. So I'm going to turn to members if they have questions, if any. 3 minutes. We're at 3-minute round. Councilmember, or excuse me, Co-Chair McDuffie, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, right?
Councilmember White?
But I want to thank the witnesses for their testimony. Appreciate the input. And if you haven't already
Right in.
submitted it, love to get it in writing.
No, I'm going to try to keep my question to a minimum so everybody can be heard. Thank you for these witnesses.
Thank you. Councilmember Pinto? Councilmember Bonds?
Thank you, Chairman, but no, I'm appreciative of the comments that you've given us today. Thank you very much.
And Councilmember Felder?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, public witnesses. Just one question from Commissioner Payne. Thank you for being here. Commissioner Payne, I know you attended one of the community benefits listening sessions. Could you speak to some of the benefits that came out of the listening session that you attended from neighbors?
Are you asking what community benefits the community is looking for?
No, I'm asking what benefits in terms of absent of the, or as it relates to the development of the site, what was some of the things that you've heard from neighbors, the excitement that could possibly benefit the community or the surrounding communities?
Well, the community is eager to see the parking garages moved. In fact, there was a lot of disappointment that they remain on the site plan. So they are looking for those garages to be moved out of the site plan. The youth sports, particularly around indoor and outdoor track and Olympic-sized swimming pool, commitments for our skate park and the pole vaulting facility, and an expansion of the fields at RFK, which the community was expecting prior to this deal being presented. So the community is really looking for a direct investment in not just the sportsplex, but also in the sports facilities on the campus for seniors as well. And I mean, it runs the gamut. They're looking for commitments like a bid, something to address the trash that we expect from event days. Our parking signs need to be updated. We've had no parking enforcement on game or festival days, particularly on Sundays. When it's free to park in the neighborhood. So we have a lot of out-of-state tags that can just park all day. And my residents have to sometimes park in other neighborhoods and walk. So there's a lot that the community is looking for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to each of you, especially the witnesses in person. We love that, and the others online. You all are excused. Let me go to the next group.
Before you do, Chairman Mendelson, can I just chime in?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Councilmember.
It's all good. We do want to move it along. I also want to thank the witnesses for their testimony and also thank Commissioner Payne for hosting me and Councilmember White at a community meeting recently. But thank you all very much.
Thank you. You all are excused. Ronisha Martin. Karen Todd. Sharita Whiting. Josh Armstead. who's also with Unite HRE. Is Dion Bussey Reader? How about Reginald Mathis? Dion Bussey Reader. Reginald Mathis. Conchita May. I'm going to stop there. Ms. Martin, you will be first.
Good morning, Councilman. How are you? My name is Ronisha Martin, and I live in Ward 5. I'm here to talk about how important it is to have union jobs and affordable housing in this plan. I was able to move out of Ward 8 and move to Ward 5 after waiting 2.5 years on the inclusionary zoning wait list. It is hard to find affordable housing here in DC. And having this stadium come, I am hoping that it will definitely give better paying jobs so people can afford to live in DC and stay in DC. Ward 5 is going to dramatically change by the RFK Stadium development. If the hotel jobs that are created are good, decent paying jobs, it will give people in the community to pay their bills, spend money in the neighborhood, stabilize families, allow parents to only work one job, not 2 or 3. Spend time with their kids, do after school activities, get home in time to cook dinner, help with homework, and not have to run to a second shift. If the hospitality jobs that are created are low wage paying jobs, then the stadium development will only do harm to our community. There will be more fancy luxury condos for people who don't look like me. More people who live in our neighborhood now have to work multiple jobs just to afford to live in Ward 5 to make it ends meet. And no one is watching kids. Kids are not able to spend time with parents. As much as I love sports and as much as I love my team, I love my city, I do believe that if we don't get this right, our community is going to be sold out. So I'm hoping it makes a difference.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Sharita Whiting.
Good morning, Chairman and other council members here. I am a native Washingtonian. I attended the games at the old RFK. My mother used to take me as a little girl. I went there when I was pregnant with my son. I took my son when he was born. And I would like to be able to take my son back now as an adult, us attending the games together. I am in support of this stadium. This vote needs to support bringing the stadium back. I'm hearing a lot of people talking about parking. We had more parking at the old RFK with less infrastructure. I don't even know if we had Metro over there back then, okay? But it was a gathering. We started fun in the parking lots before we even got into the game. Families together, people meeting and walking in together. And I think we all know that we need some togetherness in this city because we have people up on the hill already trying to divide us. It's a lot of council members who aren't even from here. And you mean to tell me that they're going to vote on something that I can't have with my taxpaying dollars? I don't think so. I think we really need to stop trying to play these games of what is right and what is wrong. Nobody's going to get what they want, 100%. But I think we need to get what makes sense. Okay? Who else is waiting to buy this property over here? Nobody. So if nobody is waiting to buy it, what is going to be developed over there? Nothing. At least we have somebody who's willing to buy it. Let's work together and make it happen so that it works out for everybody. 10 games, yes, but we can have so much more other things. Boxing matches, concerts, conventions, revenue.
Everybody knows that word, right? We need some revenue in this city. We need young people to have jobs that are paying them a salary that they can take care of their families. People want to talk about crime. Let's do something that's going to help try to curb the crime. Give opportunities to people who want them. Okay, but making this about Josh Harris being a billionaire, good for him. Okay, but I don't count other people's money. I count my own. But I really would like to see my team back here so I can continue to support my team in my city where I was born and raised and where I grew up. Now, I don't know how much more time I have, but let me say it again. I'm in favor of the stadium being brought back here.
Thank you, Ms. Whiting. Thank you, Ms. Whiting. Josh Armstead?
Good morning to the Honorable Chairman Mendelson, Committee Chairman McDuffie, Council members of the District of Columbia. My name is Joshua Armstead. I'm a Ward 6 resident, lifelong Washingtonian, and in my professional capacity serve as the Vice President of Unite Here Local 23, a labor union of food service and hospitality workers, which boasts over 5,000 members in the DMV, the majority being here in the District of Columbia. Cashiers, cooks, parking attendants, servers, bartenders, suite and catering attendants, dishwashers, food service workers, in places from the Smithsonian institutions, prominent universities such as Howard and Georgetown, serving the federal workforce, or venues such as Nats Ballpark, Capital One Arena, and the Washington Convention Center. You all on the council have most likely interacted with my members, knowingly or unknowingly, as they have been a part of your experience in the name of hospitality and service. The city will be contributing $1 billion in public investment, and for such a sum, there is a duty that the jobs created are beneficial for not just the sake of revenue, profit, or some accountant's number graph, but are pathways for the DC residents who will be working there to take care of their families and to thrive. Jobs that offer health care, jobs that offer good pay and benefits, jobs that are fulfilling. We achieve this by making sure that our investment of $1 billion follows the same formula that created the venues at the Washington Convention Center, Nationals Ballpark, Audi Field, Capital One Arena, among others, and has allowed for hundreds of DC residents to move forward, not just in construction, but long-term employment of those venues. Ensuring this deal has an LPA, a labor peace agreement, and a PLA, a project labor agreement, are the answers and the ways that we move this forward. When workers come together collectively and organize, they can democratically make decisions that benefit themselves, their futures, and speak to their employers as equals and with shared respect to solve problems. Unite Here Local 23 and its members have seen the results where workers make a minimum of over $20 an hour, have some form of health insurance, benefits, and a process to resolve issues with a collective bargaining agreement. The council needs to ensure that any employer, subcontractor, vendor, business, and corporation that seeks to share in the bounty of our investment understands that the District of Columbia supports its workers, has standards and expectations that aren't compromised, and the relationship isn't merely one of extraction. On behalf of myself and Unite Here Local 23, this is our position, and thank you for your attention to this matter. I'm here to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armstead. Dion Bussey Reader is online.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Co-Chair McDuffie. I appreciate the opportunity to testify, as well as good morning to all of the rest of the council members. My name is Dion Bussey Reader, and I proudly serve as the Chief Executive Officer of the Far Southeast Family Strengthening Collaborative. I'm also a small business owner in Ward 8 and a resident of Ward 7. I'm here today to offer my full support, as I have in my previous testimony, for the redevelopment of this site. At the Collaborative, we work with families every single day, families who are fighting to move from crisis to stability to a thriving life. But to get there, they need more than hope. They need jobs, they need skills, they need access, and the RFK development can offer all three. As you all know, this is backed by $500 million in infrastructure funding. This is a project for more than just a conversation. It's not just about the stadium. It's about an engine for job creation and career advancement. It's an opportunity to train and employ residents from marginalized communities, offer career pathways, and build and grow small businesses who are led by residents in our community, giving us an opportunity to economic prosperity. Is it possible? It's possible that this is the most significant development in Ward 7 history and represents once in a generation opportunity to bring meaningful, lasting change to a community that has waited far too long. We are facing a new crisis. New federal mandates have created a budget shortfall that threatens to strip away long-standing support systems for our most vulnerable population. I know this because I work in this space. Without a stronger economic system that provides families with real opportunities to work and support themselves, we will face a devastating backlash, increased crime, increased violence, and more Black and brown families pushed into dismal situations. Chairman Mendelson, now is the time to act. The RFK redevelopment can be a major tool in eliminating poverty, the root of crime, violence, and trauma. And if done with the community at the center, as Councilmember Felder has done, it can be a national blueprint for inclusive, community-driven development. Councilmember Felder got it right. He brought together residents and experts in workforce development, trauma-informed care, social services, education, public space planning. He listened, he engaged, and he worked tirelessly to create a draft community benefit that will serve Ward 7, not just today, but for decades to come. This is how we build long-lasting change, making sure that the people who live here are a part of the process. In closing, Councilmember Mendelson, the time is now. We must come together as one city, speak with one voice, and act with one purpose. The RFK development is not about choosing sides, it's about choosing our future. I urge this council to adopt and approve the RFK development agenda, not only for what it will build, but what will it unlock in the lives of families across the city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Ms. Bussey Reader. I think that concludes the testimony for all of this group. So let me turn to colleagues to see if they have any questions. 3-minute round. Co-Chair McDuffie.
No questions, but I again want to thank all the witnesses for taking the time to provide their testimony today. Really appreciate your input, feedback. Thank you.
Councilmember White.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to ask one question. Ms. Whiting, you mentioned something in your testimony that I've heard a number of people say, which is that there's no one in the waiting. The concern I have with that notion is that we haven't pursued anyone else. So if we said to the nation, we're willing to put $1.5 billion on the table and 172 acres of waterfront land, give us your best ideas. Do you think nobody would come back with some pretty profound ideas?
What I'll say to that, Councilmember White, is it's been sitting for decades.
Because we had control of it.
Well, we didn't have control of it, but we didn't try to get control of it because we didn't have nobody asking us to get control of it. So we have control of it now. I've ridden past RFK looking like it's you know, we all know what it looks like.
Yeah.
But on the bottom line is, we didn't have control, we got control. We didn't have anybody jumping in front of Charles Harris to take it. He wants it. Let's go with it.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fruman, do you have any questions? He may have stepped off. Councilmember Pinto? Do you have any questions? And Councilmember Bonds?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to ask Mr. Armstead a little bit about your analogy where you say for all of these jobs, the 16,000 estimated jobs, we're doing our $1 billion investment. Is that not what you mentioned to us?
I did mention $1 billion investment. I'm not sure about 16,000.
Yeah, you didn't say 16,000. You said for the jobs,
Yes.
There's this investment. Okay, I wanted to, Sam Epps, who is with the same union, when he was on, he mentioned the concern about union being a part of construction jobs as well as post-construction jobs. Can you help me understand exactly what that means?
So the difference between a construction job is what is commonly referred to as, well, at least in parlance, a project labor agreement. You would think of these as like welders, plumbers, etc., building
trades,
stadium, the
yes.
trades, correct. A post-construction job is hospitality, food service, security guards, parking attendants. So from Unite Here's point end, we are that post-construction. And so at all the other venues that I listed, all the other classifications, cooks, bartenders, etc., those are the post-construction jobs, which are DC residents. And those DC residents make, if I can tout my union's horn, excuse my language, damn good money, right? Compared to what's happening.
Yeah.
And so it is a matter of making sure that these post-construction jobs are not left out of the discussion, especially in a city where the majority of our workforce is service and hospitality related, right? These jobs have to be good jobs. And we have the formula at NATS, we have the formula at Audi, we have the formula at Cap One Convention Center, where my union has contracts with various subcontractors. Let's make sure that it happens here if we're going to build RFK.
All right, well, coming from a union family, I can say that I appreciate the union movement 100%. But do you see any room for non-union workers in this scenario? Because you've explained very succinctly about the union movement, and I'm just wondering about those that are not in a union and whether or not they should have opportunities in this deal as well.
Absolutely. I will say this. The good news about the union movement, and you coming from a union family, you might also understand this, is that when people rise up, the tide lifts all boats. So not everyone's going to be in a union, but people who aren't still benefit from the gains that happen, right? Even non-union hotel workers don't have to clean so many rooms a day. Even like cooks and bartenders in non-union restaurants still benefit from the industry standards that are set.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much.
Thank you,
Chairman.
Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Felder?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of the panelists this round. My question is for Dion Reeder. Dion, I appreciate your willingness to volunteer to serve on the Community Benefits Agreement Task Force. Since the official document has been released, could you speak to some of the feedback you've heard from stakeholders about the document? Were folks excited? Were they displeased?
No, they extremely are excited, and thank you, Councilmember Felder, for just the opportunity to participate. Not only are people excited about this opportunity, they see themselves in the plan. They see all the things that we've asked for, and that's what we're proposing. I think for the most part, as I stated in my testimony, if we follow your plan, this will be groundbreaking, not just for the city, but as a blueprint. So how do you create a community benefits agreement with an entity of this size that will truly have long-lasting impact on the families that live in this community and those who visit. So no, not only are the residents excited about it, they see themselves in it.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. Councilmember McDuffie?
Just really quick, I agree with you, Josh Armstead, that that should be on the table, and I can assure you that it's already been discussed in my conversations that I've had with the team, that is on the table and that they are talking to your union about those post-stadium construction union jobs.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you to each of you. I appreciate, especially those of you who are in person. You all are excused. Let me call the next group. Reginald Mathis. Conchita Mays. Kiana Jones. Bernadette James. Sir, you are.
Okay, I'll see you guys.
JP Simkowitz, who's an ANC commissioner. Dwight Reds. Greg Ackerman, Patrice Bowman. You are. I think I said Patrice Bowman. Ronald Drake. Harold Red. Stephanie Campbell. Yvette Alexander. Nikosi Bradley. Karen Wooten. Cora Masters Berry. LeGreg Harrison. Is right there. Yeah. Okay. She's gonna be standing at the table. Okay. I think I'll leave it there.
Hello?
I'll give just a moment, Ms. Berry.
Hello?
Just a moment. So we
Hello,
have,
I'm here.
I think you can't hear me. We have at the table Reginald Mathis, JP
Hello?
Simkowitz, Greg Ackerman, and Karen Wooten. And we have online Bernadette James, Cora Masters Berry, and LeGreg Harrison. And I think Ms. Berry cannot hear us, which is a challenge. Mr. Mathis, 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council Chair Middleton and members of the council. My name is Reginald Mathis. I'm a native Washingtonian and a small business owner, and someone who spent years advocating to reduce gun violence in our city. I named my company More Than One Way because I believe deeply that there's more than one way to fix what's broken in our community. But almost all of that starts with opportunity. That's why I fully support the redevelopment of the RFK Stadium site. I see this budget not just as a plan for infrastructure, but as a strategy for prevention. We can't police our way to safer communities. We need to build them. The investment in the RFK campus, coupled with vision for mixed development and return our city's football team, is more than nostalgia. It's about civic pride. It's about jobs. It's about creating a destination where families from every ward can gather, work, play, and heal. I envision an urban sports oasis, a place where a young person can train in state-of-the-art facilities during the day and walk past retail shops, restaurants, and parks at night. Where a returning citizen can find a job on a construction crew or as a vendor, where generations of Washingtonians can come together, not in grief, but in celebration. If we want to reduce violence, we have to reduce hopelessness. This budget invests in hope. It puts our people to work. It gives our kids a place to go and something to believe in. And it reminds us that Washington, D.C. is a city worth fighting for and a team worth cheering for. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mathis. I believe Conchita Mays, Kiona Jones are not here. Bernadette James, who's online.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Bernadette James. I am a native Washingtonian. I live in Ward 7, where I'm proud to be a part of Impact Ward 7, a collective of residents who care deeply about the community's future. I come before you today in full support of the RFK redevelopment project because this is the kind of project that Ward 7 needs. For too long, communities like ours have been overlooked when it comes to economic opportunities and cultural investment. But this project tells a different story. With over $700 million in public infrastructure investment on RFK campus, including $500 million for horizontal development, this budget brings real potential for good paying jobs, construction contracts for small and local businesses, and permanent retail opportunities. These are the kinds of investments that can break cycles of poverty and put families like mine on a path to economic stability. Beyond job creation, I'm excited about what this budget says about our youth. The proposed 89 million sportsplex at RFK will give our young people a world-class facility to train, play, and build confidence. And with 377 million allocated to modernize our public schools, including Beers, Burville, Drew, Nellie, and Thomas elementary schools, we're finally prioritizing learning environments that affirm our children's brilliance. When I think about what civic pride really means, it's this: investing in our people, our culture, and our future. That's what the RFK redevelopment project does. And I urge this council to support it without delay. Ward 7 is ready to grow, and we're ready to lead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. James. Commissioner Simkowitz? Microphone.
Thank you, Chairperson Mendelson and members of the council. My name is JP Simkowitz. I'm serving in my fourth term as ANC Commissioner for Single Member District 3D07, which includes the Foxhall neighborhood in DC. I'm a fifth generation DC resident. My grandparents grew up around the RFK site. I speak in support of Mayor Bowser's plan for the RFK Stadium site. Over the past few years, my wife and I have been on a tour of all 60 Major League Baseball and NFL stadiums. So we've seen what's worked and what hasn't worked. What's hasn't worked is stadiums where you go and there you go in, you park, and there's nothing to do except go inside and drive out. What does work are stadiums with close proximity to a downtown area, a vibrant community outside the stadium walls, and good options for food and beverages both inside and outside of the stadium. RFK Stadium's been a part of my family's history since it opened in the 1960s. Before that, of course, my family went to Griffith Stadium. In 1966, my mom went to see the Beatles at RFK. My dad enjoyed seeing the Senators play there, and when I was little, we used to go to NFL games as well as professional soccer games at the Washington Diplomats. I can't tell you the number of concerts I've been at RFK: Michael Jackson, U2, Madonna, Paul McCartney, Destiny's Child, including Beyonce. I attended the last game of the Redskins at RFK against the hated Dallas Cowboys. And when we moved over to FedEx Field, I walked into the stadium on the first day and I said, "This place is terrible. There's nothing to do there." This is not going to be the situation when Mayor Bowser's plan goes through. We're going to have a vibrant community over there, and it's something that I strongly suggest that the council support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dwight Reds, I believe, is not here. Greg Ackerman?
Thank you, Council Chair Mendelson and Committee Chair McDuffie, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Greg Ackerman. I'm the president of the Baltimore DC Building Trades. Our affiliates represent more than 30,000 construction workers across Maryland, Virginia, and the District of Columbia. The Building Trades supports the council's decision to remove the redevelopment of the RFK campus from the BSA and treat it as a separate piece of legislation. We also appreciate the improvements to the deal that Council Chairman Phil Mendelson has been able to negotiate with the Commander's ownership team. However, we feel the deal needs some further improvements building on top of what Chairman Mendelson has negotiated. Specifically, the deal before the council still does not include construction and post-construction labor agreements specifically for the 2 commercial parcels described in the term sheet. These 2 parcels will be leased to the commanders to develop at $1 per year. They're slated to include a mix of hospitality, office, retail, and housing. To date, the commanders ownership team led by Josh Harris has not signed any labor agreements for the commercial parcels. And given the structure, we believe that the district has proprietary interest over these parcels. In contrast, the Philadelphia 76ers ownership team, also led by Josh Harris, reached agreements covering ancillary parcels for their 76th Place Arena project. Why are we being treated differently in the District of Columbia? Don't the residents of the district deserve the same labor standards and worker protections that sports teams are willing to negotiate in Philadelphia? The answer is yes. With the first vote scheduled for this Friday, time is running out for negotiations with the team. And for this reason, we think the best course of action is to amend the legislation to require construction and post-construction labor agreements covering the build-out of the commercial parcels. Labor agreements will ensure that the commercial parcels produce quality, family-sustaining jobs and prevent wage theft and other forms of worker exploitation. The RFK campus is now owned by the district. Even with the revenue streams that Chairman Mendelson negotiated, the amount of income that the city is foregoing is significant. In return for these subsidies, residents deserve labor agreements and worker protections on the commercial parcels. We are happy to work with you on amendments, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Ackerman. I believe Patrice Bowman is not here. Ronald Drake, Harold Red, Stephanie Campbell. I'm pausing to see if they're online. Cora Masters Berry was here, but she seems to have dropped off. Greg Harrison. Mr. Harrison, you're on.
Yes, I'm here.
Please proceed, Mr. Harris.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of council. My name is Greg Harrison, and I am a proud resident of Ward 8, local business owner with roots in Ward 8, Ward 7, and Ward 5. And let me be clear, an unapologetic sports fan, especially Washington Commanders and all of our local sports teams. I'm here today to express my wholehearted support to the RFK Stadium Redevelopment Project. This initiative, to me, is more than just revitalization effort. It's a vital opportunity to ignite economic growth. To also foster community pride and create a legacy that benefits, a lot of people in our city. On the economic side, I just think that if this project is done right, it has potential to generate thousands of jobs during games and outside of games in certain trades like hospitality, retail, and stadium staffing. These opportunities, I feel like, are crucial for our community as it provides pathways to employment for residents of Ward 7, 8, 5, and all across the district. Local business opportunities, I believe that this redevelopment definitely gives opportunities for local entrepreneurs and small businesses to occupy those retail spaces and the surrounding areas around that complex. This will ensure economic benefits are rooted in our community, and it continues to empower local business owners like myself to continue to foster that vibrant and diverse commercial ecosystem that's much needed in our city. When you talk about community and inclusion, I think this project definitely has to be inclusive. The ground should be accessible to everybody, residents, youth, community groups. Just like I heard someone in the testimony say before, just public programming, community events, and affordable recreation activities that can be done. In terms of community activation and partnerships, my business, the Museum DC, has collaborated with the Washington Commanders on community activations, initiatives promoting art, fashion, culinary, and retail vitalization. And we had to do this in Maryland with DC artists when it should be right here, home base. Okay. Additionally, I want to highlight to you before I go that if you attended a Commanders game before, you won't see a Nike swoosh or an Adidas swoosh on the sleeves of the hundreds of staff members in polos. Instead, you'll see the Museum DC logo. Now, I'm a fifth generation Washingtonian, and this is a powerful example of how supporting local brands can create visibility visibility and recognition for local businesses and opportunities that can expand and be prioritized within the stadium and those related venues.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison.
Thank you.
We're trying again with Cora Masters-Berry. We don't see her in the waiting room. Mr. Ackerman, have you submitted a copy of your statement?
Yes, I believe I have, but I can make sure I do.
All right, we'll look for it. Thank you. Co-Chair McDuffie?
I want to thank all the witnesses for their testimony. I really appreciate the advocacy around youth sports. I'm a big proponent of it. And this council has done a lot that I've led on and supported to really expand opportunities for youth sports. It is something that we've talked directly with the commanders. I've talked directly with the commanders about, and they have a deep interest in doing a number of things, innovative ideas around youth sports engagement and not just football. Right? I don't have any kids who play football. I'm a girl dad. But they have talked about, not just flag football, they've talked about flag football, which is a growing sport popularity around the country and in the District of Columbia. DC Public Schools, DCIA, DC State Athletic Association has done a number of things to expand opportunities for youth for flag football, but also the business of sports, right? Perhaps they want to be a coach or trainer or a sports psychologist, or perhaps they want to understand what ownership looks like and maybe how to invest when they're adults in sports. There are a host of things that I think are benefits as a part of the sports industry that don't require a kid to play football. And those are things that I've discussed with them. They have demonstrated an interest in supporting as well across the city. And so I wanted to mention that. And then I also want to mention to Greg Harrison, I've seen and really appreciated the engagement of our professional teams that have demonstrated a commitment in working with small businesses like yours. As you mentioned, you are a native Washingtonian. You all have a great business. And it is, I think, incumbent upon organizations like the Commanders to do the outreach and engage. And they've already demonstrated that commitment in the past. Have you had any recent conversations with them about expanding those opportunities that you've already established with them?
Well, yes, they would like for us to have our artists in residence programming be done with them ongoing. And so we're ushering in more local DC retail businesses to come into the stadium and participate in artists in residence programming.
That's excellent. And as chair of the Committee on Business and Economic Development here at the council, I mentioned in my open statement, that is also something that I'm prioritizing. Engagement with our local small businesses like the Museum DC. You all have been around for how long now?
We'll be 10 years next year.
There you go. What a better way to celebrate your 10-year anniversary than really expanded commitments and opportunities that are part of this deal. So thank you for your testimony.
Sure.
Thank each of the witnesses for their testimony. I know, Greg, we talked extensively when it came to the monumental deal. I appreciate where we landed there. I've talked to you, I think it was last week we chatted, and I appreciate all the hard work that you're currently doing and the conversations I know you're having, and obviously want to make sure that we continue that engagement so that we can support what you're pushing for organized labor. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I overlooked Ms. Wooten, who's at the table. So why don't you proceed? Microphone.
Thank you. Hello, my name is my name is Dr. Karen Wooten, MD, and I live in Ward 6. I used to work as a psychiatrist on an inpatient psych unit in a local hospital. And I'd like to tell you a story about one of my patients in order to explain my objection to bringing the RFK bringing the football team here and expanding the RFK project. My patient, who I'm going to call Malik, he was a big guy with crouched over posture, sad eyes, and a plan to kill himself. He was always getting angry at himself because he'd go off on yelling sprees to his loved ones, and then he would feel totally awful afterwards. He had memory problems. He had trouble following through. He couldn't hold a job. He just felt completely helpless. Psychiatrically, he had every diagnosis from ADHD to schizophrenia. But none of these diagnoses seemed to fit exactly. And more than that, he just wasn't responding to the treatments. So I asked him if he had played football. Yeah, he said, I played football from the time he was a little kid until he was into high school. I asked if he was hit in the head. Of course, he was hit in the head. He even had 2 concussions. He was seen at National Hospital, gotten brain scans, but he forgot to follow up in the concussion clinic. Turns out that Malik did not have ADHD or schizophrenia. Malik had symptoms from brain injuries that were caused by playing football. It is no secret that football causes brain injuries. Most people know that football includes head collisions and that head collisions can cause concussions. But what people sometimes don't know is that even if a player never gets concussions, or even if a kid who wants to be an NFL player never gets concussions, the repeated hits to the head over and over and over cause damage to the brain tissue. So when we watch football, we are literally watching people give each other brain damage. Watching people give each other brain damage is not okay. It is not okay to profit from watching people give each other brain damage. It is not okay to subsidize giving people brain injury. And this is why I'm opposed to the stadium. I believe it is not okay to support a sport that gives people brain damage. I want you to think about Malik. I know that you're hearing a lot of things about jobs and amazing arguments about that are important to people's lives. But I want you to think about brain damage. That kid was only 19 years old, and he has an entire life ahead of him dealing with this disability. He has to deal with brain damage every single day from a game, from this game, from football. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Wooten. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Mr. Ackerman, have you been in discussions with the team?
Yes. We've passed some drafts back and forth. We still don't have anything that's agreeable to us. Not even a real commitment to have an agreement.
I'm sorry, not even a what?
Not any kind of meaningful commitment to have an agreement on any of the portions of the commercial parcels.
Okay, and the issue is the commercial parcels, not the stadium itself.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Again, let me just check. Oh, Councilmember Allen, did you have any questions?
Just very briefly follow up on that. I think in your testimony, you had talked about that the district has a proprietary interest on the commercial properties. Can you maybe expand what you mean on that?
Yes. So, and I apologize, I'm not a lawyer, but I think the underlying concept is that because the district owns the land, it has an interest in how it would be developed, and so it would be germane and legal to do an amendment that would require a project labor agreement on this commercial parcel.
Got it. And at least my recollection is on several other projects where the district owned and then partnered with development, we required either PLAs or labor peace on commercial development.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. That was the one that I caught. I was in another meeting, so I apologize. I appreciate everybody else's testimony, and we'll make sure I catch up on the rest of your testimony too. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you again, each of you. We're going to go to the next group of witnesses.
Thanks.
I'm going to call a couple of repeats. Former Councilmember Yvette Alexander, Nikosi Bradley, Cora Masters Berry, Sharon Lockridge, Thomas Gore, Stephanie Fu, Alexis Fu, I believe is online, Delonte Powell, Jonathan Glass, Carlos Reyes, Nick Cementelli, Ed Lazier, who's in person, Catherine Lanfield, is in person, Denise Artemel, Denise Artemel, Ebenezer Thompson, Ramona Barber, Aquio Baker, Andrew Colbert or Colbert, Marlon Brooks, David Roundtree, La Walker, Derek Bullock, Hallam Flowers, Barbara Thompson, Michael McIntosh Kanoya, I believe is online, Egypt Mims, Roberta Mims, Ambert Mims, Ava Barber, Gerald Conahia, Amber Baker, Teresa Smith, and Florestine Jones. Sir, you are. All right, I have starting with witness 30, I just went through witnesses 30 through 57, starting with witness 30, Stephanie Fu, who's online.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Stephanie Fu. I'm a Ward 8 resident, born and raised here east of the river. I'm a proud educator. I work at Cedar Tree Academy, which is a public charter, and I'm a mother of 2 boys. I'm also the co-owner of Armstrong Custom Signs, which is a small Ward 8-based CBE business that's been serving the city for over 40 years. I'm here in support of the RFK Campus Redevelopment legislation, specifically because of the private sector leadership embedded in this deal. The Washington Commanders' decision to commit $2.5 billion to the stadium and surrounding mixed-use development is more than a headline. It's a demonstration of real investment in the city's future. It is rare to see private partners carry such a significant portion of the cost, nearly 3/4 of the $3.65 billion total, in an era where cities across America are being asked to subsidize stadiums with public dollars. DC is doing something different. The Commanders are investing their own capital in a project that would not only benefit their team, but also spark broader economic development. The level of commitment gives me, as a business owner, confidence in the long-term viability of this project. It tells me that the Commanders aren't just planning for a stadium, they're planning for a destination. And they're not waiting for the city to carry the weight of making that happen. With public funds spared from stadium construction, the city has greater freedom to direct dollars towards vendor support programs, infrastructure, and access. That's how you create opportunities for businesses like mine to engage, compete, and win. I urge you to pass this legislation and support this rare alignment of private capital and public benefit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fu. Alexis Fu, I'm told will not accept. Jonathan Glass. Mr. Glass, please proceed.
Yes, greetings. Dear Chairman Mendenhall and the members of the council, I want to thank you for the time and effort that you've been putting in to assure that this process is done fair for the citizens of the community in an equitable manner. My name is Jonathan Glass, and I am the owner of Dream Health Group, a small business on 700 Pennsylvania Avenue that is dedicated to the wellness and community health right here in Washington, D.C. I write today in strong support of the RFK redevelopment and the return of the Washington Commanders to the district. This project is about more than just football. It's about the future of Washington, D.C. The proposed plan includes a world-class community sportsplex, thousands of affordable housing units, and a commitment to year-round activation of the RFK campus. That means new public space, programming for families and youth, access to health and recreation facilities, and revitalization of a key part of the city. We can't just ignore what we've seen happen at the wharf. I know firsthand, as someone who worked on First and M Street for close to 2 decades in the CIA Black site. There was no grocery stores, there were no restaurants, there were no place for kids to be active, and there was no growth in the city. The redevelopment will help stimulate inclusive economic growth, spark new community partnerships, and draw long-term investments into areas that have long been underserved. The Sportsplex in particular can become a family development for the youth, mentorship, and health education, offering young people a safe and positive environment to grow and thrive. In addition to the return of the Commanders, this will boost local tourism and economic activity throughout the year, not just on game days. I urge the council to support this transformative project. Let's move forward with a plan that builds equity, supports community wellness, and creates a more vibrant and united Washington, D.C. I thank you for your time. I thank you for your effort, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Glass. Alexis Fu?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of issues with my service. Give me 1 second. All right, good afternoon, council members. My name is Alexis Fu, and I'm a Ward 8 resident. And I'm currently, I'm a parent of 2 athletes, one in kindergarten, multi-sports athlete in football, basketball, swimming, and I have a 1-year-old aquatic star in the making, who my wife and I dream of one day, in addition to high educational attainment, playing at the college level and maybe even beyond. I support Mayor Bowser's Grow DC budget because it puts forward real solutions for families like mine. The planned sportsplex at RFK is not just an amenity, it's a game changer. It gives our kids access to top tier facilities without having to leave their community. It creates a space where they can compete, be seen, and be supported. But what I love even more is what the project means off the field. It's about economic equity and job creation. I'm talking about construction jobs for returning citizens, contracts for Black-owned businesses, career pipelines for our young people. This is the development that can employ a generation, not just to entertain them. Too often, Ward 8 is talked about in terms of what it lacks. This budget says we are worthy of investment. We are ready. I urge the council to support the Grow DC budget and let us continue building pride, opportunity, and economic power east of the river. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fu.
You're welcome.
Carlos Reyes, who's online.
Hello and good evening, everyone, or good afternoon, actually. So I am Carlos Reyes. I am the CEO of Smart Settlements. I'm a locally owned real estate company and settlement service. I proudly serve DC it's been 2 decades. I'm here to voice a strong support for the RFK redevelopment. It's a vital impact, and its vital impact it'll have on our city, on our economy, on our businesses, on all of our communities, really. The RFK site represents an untapped opportunity to re-energize a key part of the city. As someone who works here every single day to help families achieve their dream of home ownership, I know how critical it is to align infrastructure and economic development with housing and community needs. The RFK redevelopment has the potential to do that, bringing much needed investment, job creation, and commercial activity to the district. This project will also support small businesses across multiple sectors, from the real estate to construction to food services, retail. That'll increase foot traffic, attracting visitors, creating new local partnerships. This ripple will be beneficial, not just to one neighborhood, but the entire city. Most importantly, the RFK redevelopment gives us a chance to be intentional about equity by incorporating community space, housing, and opportunities for local vendors and contractors. This project can help ensure longtime residents and business owners are included in the city's growth, not just displaced by it. I urge the council to support the RFK redevelopment and help move DC forward with a project that honors our past while building, more importantly, an inclusive and prosperous future. I thank all of you for the opportunity to speak, and I am for this redevelopment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Nick Cementelli, who I believe is online.
Yes, thank you so much, Chair and Council. I want Nick Cementelli, Ward 5 resident here. Sorry I couldn't be with you in person today. I want to focus on the development because we all agree that's where all the real money for the city is. And I want to start with a story. In 2004, the New Jersey Nets moved to Brooklyn, New York. New York City leaders saw this as a transformational moment to bring a professional team back to the borough, which had been without one for 55 years since the Dodgers left. Along with a brand new arena, city officials saw the opportunity to revitalize the neighborhood with new housing, office, retail, a whole mixed-use neighborhood. Sound familiar? That was 21 years ago. What happened since? The arena got built. The housing is still not finished. A second story. 2013, District of Columbia signs a deal with DC United for a new soccer stadium. Included in the deal is free land that we give the team for the parcel immediately next to the stadium called Parcel B. It's the green lot to the east. It's supposed to be developed into mixed use with affordable housing. But when the papers are signed, DC United doesn't start developing the lot. They wait. They build the stadium first in 2018, and then in 2019, they finally sell the rights to Parcel B to a normal developer. But importantly, they do not appear to have passed on the subsidy, the $1 a year rent that we gave so that they could pay for the affordable housing. They seem to have pocketed that. The new developer they sold it to went back to the city to ask for additional money to pay for the affordable housing that we were supposed to have subsidized in the first place. And that still wasn't enough. The developer still hasn't been able to get financing for the market rate, and so the lot is still empty. The supposed anchor effect has been the opposite. We're still waiting on the mixed use to come in around Audi Field 7 years later. What's the common thread? Sports teams are not housing developers. Regular developers invest money in a project and they don't get a return until it's done. They have to pay taxes on the land every year. They have lenders demanding their money back. They have the right financial incentives to get it all done. If the housing is the city's priority, we just can't hope the commanders will get it done because it lines up for them. And penalties and clawbacks really aren't enough. Once you sign that check, the money is gone. You have two real options. One, you can copy our neighbors in Virginia. Set up your subsidies as reimbursements after the team delivers the goals. Once the housing is built, or every quarter of the housing, they can get reimbursed for the construction costs of the city's covering, or then they can get the tax dollars from the ticket tax. If they're serious about their commitment, this should be no problem. Number two, the better solution, just cut out the middleman. The stadium will have the same impact on development, whether the commanders are the developer or not. The city is already going to control the development on Kingman Park parcel next door. Just extend that to the whole site. Let the commanders focus on their priority, which is the stadium, and let the district find real developers who will make the housing their own priority. Related to this, you really have to strike the interim parking agreement in the term sheet that lets the team use the mixed-use site as parking as well. That's a really bad incentive that's going to let them focus on bringing more cars and getting revenue from it, even without housing. Second, the parking garages are really killing this deal. According to the council budget office, each garage cost the city almost $700 million in lost tax revenue over 30 years.
Mr.
Lastly,
Cementelli, I'm going to have to cut you off.
Oh, please. Thank you.
Thank you. And of course, you can submit your statement in writing. Next is Mr. Lazier.
Right. Chairman Mendelson, Chairman McDuffie, I'm Ed Lazier, and I'm on the executive committee of the No Billionaires Playground Coalition. It's unfortunate that something so positive for so many residents, the commanders returning to the district, is entwined with an enormous corporate subsidy. No level of excitement justifies $8 billion in subsidies, which, by the way, is 4 times larger than any other stadium subsidy in U.S. history. And especially when the Council Budget Office has found that a stadium generates worse economic development than alternatives. We appreciate the steps that you have taken to shift some revenues from the team to the district, but so much more is needed. The Mayor's Stadium deal would cost the district $8.4 billion over 30 years, and Chairman Mendelson's plan is just 12% better, $7.4 billion. As we adjust the deal, we must remember that RFK is our land, the team badly wants to be here, and they don't have any other good options for relocation. That means we have not only the right to ask for a better deal, but the leverage to do so. We ask you to look at this as you would at any other development deal and get us a better deal. You just heard from Nick Cementelli about the importance of getting it right for the parcels beyond the stadium. I'm going to talk about the financing within the stadium. We ask you first to reduce the direct subsidies. The $856 million in direct subsidies is by itself the second highest in U.S. history. You could reduce that in half and direct the savings to make the Community Benefit Fund $500 million instead of $50 million so that it could provide real community benefits. Second, we would ask you to apply the sales tax to all stadium activity, including personal seat licenses, and make sure that all sales tax revenue goes to the general fund. Third, you must charge a real stadium rent, not $1 a year. We suggest $7 million based on the per acre rent currently paid for Audi Field and Nats Park. Fourth, it's important to protect the district from cost overruns and future costs. That means capping whatever we invest for the infrastructure, the $202 million, requiring the team to pay anything above that. And we also want to clarify that the team is responsible for future maintenance, capital repairs, not us. And we need to contractually require that they cannot ask the district to bail them out in the future so that we avoid the problem that we had at Capital One Arena where we had to pay $515 million because we really had no other option. And finally, we should reduce parking that will relieve neighbors and, as Nick just said, allow us to build more housing, which is the key to better economic outcomes. I want to point out that this better economic development deal saves the city money and still brings every other benefit that you've heard people talk about. The excitement of having a stadium in DC, the Commanders here, youth sports, opportunities for small businesses, jobs, all of those things that you're hearing people are excited about. We get all of that and more if we have a better deal where we also keep more of the revenue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lazier. Ms. Lanfield.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and Chairman McDuffie. My name is Catherine Lamfield, and I'm a lead advocate at Fair Budget Coalition and an executive member of the No Billionaires Playground Coalition. We oppose both public funding for the stadium and the massive real estate deal accompanying it. The opportunity costs to DC of this stadium and real estate giveaway far outweigh the benefits to the people of DC as the deal stands now. When Fair Budget Coalition first became active opposing an NFL stadium at the RFK site about 2 years ago, we had no way of knowing how spectacularly large the mayor's public giveaway would be in this deal with a private for-profit billion-dollar franchise. Setting aside the luxurious initial subsidies on the stadium itself, the terms of a 90-year deal for the development of the lands adjacent to the stadium shocked us, with only $1 in annual rent for almost 30 years, parking garages paid by DC, and full capture of all the profits of the development. This means that the most profitable part of the deal for the Commanders will belong to the team even long after the team next moves to its new stadium. Recall that this team has chosen to leave twice in my lifetime, first out of DC and now out of Maryland. Council needs to step back from the excitement of welcoming the team home with approximately $7.4 billion in direct subsidies, tax breaks, and land subsidies. Its work is to tend to the people of DC and responsibly steward DC's finances, not to grow the profits for billionaires. Incidentally, on the rhetoric of coming home, would you actually give your child a welcome home party if they moved from Landover to DC? Yesterday, the council passed a budget that was mercilessly balanced on the backs of poor and working class DC residents, with deep cuts to the safety net and essential programs that help families make ends meet. It's completely unacceptable that communities beg for basic resources while the team walks off with the equivalent of almost 4% of the total operating DC budget in capital subsidies. While Chairman Mendelson improved upon the deal cut by the mayor, it is only marginally better at this point. The deal must return more revenue to DC and directly benefit residents living near the stadium and east of the river, not to mention repair our safety net. This can only happen if DC actually collects sales taxes on all transactions and directs the revenue to the general fund, as well as collects fair market rent on its land. As well, a community benefits agreement is an inadequate vehicle for community investment, as big public deals have a way of not delivering on promised benefits. We need significant direct investments spelled out in the term sheet and legally enforceable. This includes ensuring affordable housing and good jobs. Please change the deal between the first and second readings. Do not close this deal on the losing end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lanfield. Ramona Barber. And I'm going to step out and Co-Chair McDuffie is going to continue. Thank you.
Sorry. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Ramona Barber, and I am a proud fifth-generation Ward 8 resident. I have deep roots in this city, and I can still remember the days when the DC Inter-High Football Championship games were held at the RFK. Those games brought the entire city together, families, neighbors, alumni, all united in pride for our schools and our community. That spirit of togetherness and celebration is something I've never forgotten. Today, I stand in strong support of the RFK Campus Redevelopment because I know what this space can mean to our city once again, if we get it right. The project is not just about sports. It's about building affordable housing that allows families to stay in the neighborhoods they've called home for generations. It's about creating culture spaces where our stories are told, our talents are showcased, and our communities feel seen. It's also about boosting the local economy, creating jobs, driving revenue, and giving residents more options for safe, year-round entertainment right here in DC. We deserve that. Ward 7 and 8 deserve that. RFK has always had the power to bring people together. With this redevelopment, we have chance to bring the power back in a way which benefits everyone. Please vote in favor of the RFK campus redevelopment. Let's honor our history while building a future rooted in equity, opportunity, and community. It's now or never. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your testimony. Next, Gerald.
Good afternoon, Chairman McDuffie and members of the council. My name is Gerald Conahia, and I have the honor of serving as the Chief Executive Officer of Community College Preparatory Academy, the first adult public charter school east of the Anacostia River dedicated to preparing adult learners, many of whom were underserved by the traditional K-12 system, for entry into career pathways that lead to sustainable, independent lives. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today on the critical nexus between our workforce training efforts and the significant short and long-term economic revitalization stimulated by Bill 26-288, the RFK Campus Redevelopment Act of 2025, and the potential return of an NFL franchise to our city. At CC Prep, we help adults acquire certifications, digital skills, and soft skills required to access lifestyle-sustaining careers and jobs that allow them to leave behind unstable work and begin contributing meaningfully to the city's tax base, public life, and intergenerational prosperity. We've seen the impact. A former CC Prep student earning $14 an hour now working as a union-certified facilities technician, making over $30 an hour. That kind of economic mobility stabilizes families, reduces public dependency, and expands the middle class, all of which are critical to a thriving DC. The stadium redevelopment undertaking represents far more than the return of a major sports franchise or a new entertainment venue. Its capacity to shift the trajectory of underserved families, particularly those living in wards 5, 7, and 8, by creating long-term, well-paying employment cannot be underemphasized. Our graduates have already demonstrated that when residents are equipped with market-relevant skills, local hiring rates improve, unemployment and underemployment are reduced. As the RFK's development impact accelerates, we stand ready to scale our offerings to meet the growing demand. In closing, we urge the council to approve CB 26-288 and support the stadium redevelopment project for its impact on the space and ensure transformational benefits and opportunities for residents and workforce, residents and the workforce of wards 5, 7, and 8. Thank you for your time and your commitment to inclusive economic growth. I look forward to working alongside the council and community partners to make this vision a reality. Thank you.
And thank you so much for your testimony. Our final witness on this panel is somebody who I'm delighted to see, Ava Barber. I'm glad you can make it down to make your voice a part of this hearing. Look forward to hearing your testimony. You can begin.
My name is Ava Barber. I am a local artist and incoming freshman at Tulane University and a proud resident of Ward 8. I'm here today to voice my strong support for the redevelopment of the RFK Stadium site. As a young person growing up in Southeast DC, I've seen both the challenges and the promise of our communities. I've seen how lack of investment can leave neighborhoods behind, but I've also seen how thoughtful community-centered development can uplift and inspire, especially for young people like me who are striving to create, lead, and give back. As an artist, I believe deeply in the power of space. Space to grow, space to connect, space to be seen and heard. The RFK redevelopment has the potential to create just that, a space for opportunity, for jobs, for economic growth, and for cultural expression. It could become a place where youth can gather safely, where artists can showcase their work, and where small businesses can thrive. The Grow DC budget and the vision for RFK represent a commitment to equity, progress, and inclusion. For young Washingtonians preparing to go out into the world, it sends a clear message. You belong here, and we're building a city that is ready to receive your talents when you come back. I urge the council to support the FY26 Grow DC budget and the RFK redevelopment. Let's invest in our youth, our artists, our businesses, and the communities that have always been the heart of the city. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
And thank you for your testimony. Really appreciate it. Thank you each for your testimony here this afternoon. Ava, if I recall correctly, at the ribbon cutting, your art was featured or is featured in Cedar Hill. Is that correct? Tell me a little bit about that.
I was granted the opportunity to commission a painting for the Cedar Hill Regional Health Medical Center, new in Ward 8, which is like walkable distance from my house now. And it was really a great opportunity to be a part of that historical moment and also, you know, branch more into professional life now that I finally graduated high school.
I love that you're graduating to professional life after graduating high school. I really appreciate that. And I think it's just an example of how things can be done when the engagement is at a level where it should be, so that we're engaging people across generations in the District of Columbia. I appreciate all the testimony pointing out ways that we might be able to improve the deal that is being negotiated. But we certainly want to make sure that young folks have the opportunity to be included, whether they're artists, whether they're looking for jobs, and whether there's some other opportunity amongst the myriad of economic opportunities that should be associated with a deal of this magnitude. So thank you each for your testimony. Really appreciate you joining us too, Ava. I'll tell Casey you said hello. All right, we're going to turn to our next witnesses. Let's start with Amber Baker, Teresa Smith, Florestine Jones, Carmen McCall. Let me know if you're here. Carolyn Crank. It's here. Carolyn Crank, Alistair Sutton, Lorenzo Sanders. No Lorenzo Sanders. Diana Hibbs. Do not see Diana Hibbs. Sadie Prue. Sadie Prue, do not see. Quentin Milner. No Quentin Milner. Jimmy Jenkins. Do not see Jimmy. Rod Thomas. Don't see Rod Thomas. Oh, ma'am. You are, ma'am. Ma'am, you are. Okay, if y'all can just let us know if you're here and come up as Ms. Hibbs did and take a seat. We appreciate it. Thanks for joining us. We'll be with you in just a moment. Left off at Rodriguez Norman. Rodriguez Norman. Kunta Bedney, I did see earlier. I do not see now. Not sure if he's in the hallway. Kunta Bedney. Marquise Johnson King. Mike Dempsey. Mike Dempsey. Kenneth Brown. don't know if this is Sadie or Shade Perry. I see Kunta Bettany is here. Shade Perry. Kenneth White. Kenneth White. Eric Jones. Eric Jones is joining us online. Caitlin Peter. Do not see in chambers. Is she online? No? Okay. Andre Lee was here earlier. Oh, he's here right here. We got room for one more in person. Rayon Howell. Rayon Howell. Maria Patricia Corrales. Perfect. All right. What's that? Okay, and I'll call Don Cook, who's joining us virtually. And that'll be the witnesses for our fifth panel. And good afternoon to you all. Thank you for joining us here at the John A. Wilson Building in person. We're going to begin with Diana Hibbs and go down the line. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. You press the button at the base of your mic, you see a red light come on.
Okay. Honorable council members, thank you for the opportunity to testify on a subject of great importance to me personally. My name is Diana Hibbs, and I'm a longtime resident of Kingman Park, the community that will be most negatively affected by the current plans for a stadium on the RFK campus. As proposed by Mayor Bowser, 2 gigantic above-ground parking structures housing over 5,000 vehicles will replace our community's green space that is situated along Oklahoma Avenue and which has insulated our community for years from the current stadium surface parking lots. This green space was a concession to our community when the original stadium was built in 1961. For years now, the city has worked to get drivers out of their cars and onto mass transit, bikes, and scooters. Investing millions in bike lanes, parking spaces have been removed, and streets narrowed, just like the protected bike lanes on C Street Northeast leading to RFK, and the 19th Street bike lane, which runs parallel to the RFK campus. Throughout the city, flexi posts have been taken away, perfectly functioning parking spaces. So why now is it a deal breaker if the city doesn't agree to give the NFL owners over 4 times more parking per seat than currently exists at Nats Park? If we must build a stadium, then make it a stadium that represents the future. The future is mass transit. Invest in a new metro infill station that will serve the Kingman Park and surrounding communities 365 days a year. Connect east of the river to RFK by extending the streetcar that currently runs from Union Station and ends at the RFK campus. The residents of Kingman Park don't deserve to bear the burden of 5,000 parking spaces in gigantic garages that will be an eyesore, take away the green space, create a concrete barrier to the Anacostia waterfront, and sit unused most of the year, not to mention the traffic, trash, and pollution that will follow. The football team says RFK is their spiritual home. They can prove it by spiritually connecting in good faith with the Kingman Park community and come up with a more sustainable and alternate plan for their parking garages. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Next.
Good afternoon, Councilmember McDuffie and members of the council. My name is Kunta Bettany. I'm a representative the Eastern Atlantic States Region Council of Carpenters. I'm not just here as a labor representative. I'm here as a son of Washington, D.C. I grew up in this city. I know firsthand what it feels like to be overlooked, to be told the opportunities aren't there for you. But I also know what it feels like to be given a shot through the trades. Joining the Carpenters Union gave me a career, a pathway to stabilize myself, my family, and the tools to build a future, not just for myself. I'm now standing here representing thousands who are ready to do the same. That makes the Washington Commanders Stadium project so important. The $3.7 billion investment isn't just about a team coming home. It's about using this once-in-a-generation development to create real, lasting opportunity for DC residents. With a strong project labor agreement in place, we can ensure that opportunity is built into every beam and every brick. The Robert Bob report, commissioned by the leaders of the City Council, made it extremely clear that a project labor agreement is necessarily to control costs. On page 11 of the report, it states that the Allegheny Stadium project in Las Vegas, a project labor agreement and locked-in pricing via a early construction management helped cap public exposure despite an aggressive build time line. Remember, PLAs on the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge project where our union carpenters helped to ensure that the project was finished early, under budget, with a local hiring number of 43%. Our union was proud to recruit and train 22 DC residents on the St. Elizabeth Project Hospital. Imagine what the official partnership with union labor can do with $3.7 billion investment. PLAs ensure responsible contractors are hired, residents are prioritized, and apprenticeships are expanded. With the right framework in place, our union can train more than 1,000 DC residents before the first shovel hits the ground. These are good paying careers with benefits, pensions, and a future not just a temporary job. Imagine a young person in Ward 8 walking into the stadium site knowing that they are part of something bigger, that they are not just working, they're building a legacy the same way I was able to. The power of this moment. We are committed to training DC residents who want to learn. We are
Mr.
ready
Bettany?
to build people.
Mr. Bettany, I'm going to have to cut you off and turn to Eric Jones, who is joining us virtually. You got to turn on your maybe you're not on the right microphone. We can't hear you, Eric. Looks like you're not muted, but I'm not sure why we're not picking you up. We're gonna give you a moment to work on that, and I'm gonna turn, while you work on that, to Andre Lee, who's joining us in person. It's great to see you.
Good afternoon, Co-Chair, Councilmember McDuffie, and all other council members up. My name is Andre Lee. I'm a native Washingtonian living here all of my 68 years. I come in front of you today as president representing the Senator Satchel Paige Little League Baseball, testifying in support of the Robert F. Kennedy Campus Redevelopment Act of 2025 proposal to fund the critical infrastructure necessary to bring the Washington Commanders back home to the RFK site. I've been president of this community-based organization since 1996, and we would like to see the team come back to RFK first because of the economic and job creation it could bring to this much-needed area and city, providing residents an honest and meaningful chance for a living wage. We strongly support the mayor's commitment and the council's commitment to living wage jobs, local hiring guarantees in this development of Ward 7, and especially in this city. My understanding is this stadium deal is significant for its location at RFK Stadium site and the redevelopment of the area. In April 2025, a poll was conducted and 54% of DC residents supported the stadium deal to bring the Commanders back to RFK, and I'm one of the 54%. The Senator Satchel Paige are based out of Ward 4, Bryce Harper Fields, located in Tacoma, and Ward 5, Fort Lincoln Fields, located Fort Lincoln Drive. The plans for the new stadium and new recreation facility proposed will help fellow Ward 7 and east of the river youth build stronger and healthier relationships in their community. Chairman, I'll end with this. We, the Senator Satchel Paige, believe that there's a lot of good things that come with this deal and arguably bad things with this deal, which we don't agree with. But we do think the good outweigh the bad. That's why we strongly support bringing the Commanders home. I'm gonna use one of the metaphors. We're at the 1-yard line, too close not to score a victory for our city. Bring the Washington Commanders back to the RFK Stadium site.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lee. We're going to turn and try again with Eric Jones, who's joining us virtually. You can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Good afternoon, Councilman McDuffie and members of the council. My name is Eric Jones. I'm here today as a fourth-generation Washingtonian, Ward 4 resident, who has the honor of serving as the Vice President of Government Affairs for the Apartment and Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. Additionally, I'm a founding member of DC's Youth Apprenticeship Advisory Council, upcoming member of the Apprenticeship Council here in the District of Columbia, as well as a member of the DC Sustainable Energy Utility Advisory Board. Lastly, I'm also the Vice Chair of the Board of the Academy of Hope Adult Public Charter School, which is the second largest adult public charter school here in the District of Columbia. Throughout my career, I spent a lot of my time working in workforce development. I am here today to provide testimony to this committee in support of the Robert F. Kennedy Campus Redevelopment Act of 2025. As AOBA, we have several concerns as it relates to this development. While we are in favor, we know that this must be done in an equitable and successful way, but it must be done in a way that makes sense for all. While our members have regional and national footprints, they all share a strong attachment to the district, including a commitment to supporting efforts that ensure district residents work on local projects, receive fair wages, and that projects are built with quality and the best value. This is how they run their businesses, and they expect our government to do the same, which is placing many of them responsible for funding this project. Unfortunately, this body has chosen again to use a project labor agreement as the method to meet local hiring goals, despite repeated evidence that they're ineffective. From the Frederick Douglass Bridge to Benjamin Franklin High School to Audi Field to National Stadium to the Washington Air Washington Convention Center. None of these PLA projects fully met targets for local hiring goals, apprenticeship hours, and came in on time and on budget. What they accuse that PLAs will do every time. We've seen over and over again that they don't work completely, and the best project in DC history was the Marriott Marquis, the project that did not have a PLA. So really quickly, I'll mention three things. One of the things we talk about very often is hiring goals. On the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, DC's Department of Transportation highlighted the fact in their report that it did not meet the local hiring or apprenticeship requirements. At the time when asked in the report they submitted to the government, they specifically stated the reason that they were unable to meet the local hiring goals was the project labor agreement. Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to belittle it. I know a lot of your colleagues, and you and I've had these conversations, are going to do what's politically expedient because they're looking for endorsements and support from folks who are supporting the PLA. It's time to work for the best interest of DC residents, you, I, and everybody else who's called this her place home for not just now, for multiple generations. The best value, the best quality, and honest commitment is what we need. And if our council won't hold the labor unions accountable for failing over and over again, it's time for us to do it. Thank you very much. I'm able to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for your testimony, Eric Jones. Next is Maria Patricia Corrales. Good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us in person. You begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Co-Chair McDuffie and esteemed members of the council. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Maria Patricia Corrales, and I'm the founder and co-owner of Capital Construction, a Latina-owned DC-based general contractor firm for more than 30 years legacy of serving our great city. I'm here to express my strong support for the rehabilitation of the RFK Stadium site and to urge the council to allocate full funding and clear terms for the project in the fiscal year 2026 budget. As a seasoned contractor, I can attest that this project is crucial for the economic growth and development of our city. Capital Construction has deep roots in the community, and we have taken pride of our commitment to train, hiring, and promoting local residents, including returning citizens, veterans, and young people entering in the trades. Our company has had the privilege of contributing to the development of schools, housing, and municipal facilities across all 8 wards. The rehabilitation of RFK site will generate union construction jobs, minority contracting opportunities, small business growth, a long-term tax revenue, and it will also enhance recreation amenities and revitalize a dormant stretch of the Anacostia River. However, to bring this vision to life, we need the council partnership. Starting this year's budget, I urge you to allocate at least $450 million in capital funding over the next 3 fiscal years for the site preparation, infrastructure, and vertical construction of the RFK campus. Second, include a language in the Budget Support Act to commit to a minimum of 40% certified businesses participation of the RFK, prioritizing DC-based women and minority businesses, establish a labor agreement to ensure fair wages and enforce development opportunities for DC residents. The investment is not just about concrete steel, it's about empowering DC businesses and the communities. We cannot afford to delay. The time is to act now. The future of RFK is a reflection of our city values and the type of growth we chose to support. I appreciate your leadership and the opportunity to contribute to the critical number in the District of Columbia. Thank you so much.
And thank you for your testimony. Our final witness on this panel is joining us virtually, Don Cook. You can unmute yourself and begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Dawn Cook, and I'm the commissioner of 7E01 and president of the Benning Ridge Civic Association. ANC 7E supports the redevelopment of RFK Stadium. The commission believes the redevelopment of RFK Stadium site presents a significant opportunity for community revitalization, economic growth, and enhanced quality of life for district residents and Ward 7. Therefore, ANC supports the redevelopment of the RFK Stadium site with the following conditions to be considered and implemented for the quality of life for residents of the ward and the district. 1, inclusion of retail and restaurant spaces. The development must allocate a minimum of 25% of commercial space for locally owned businesses and affordable retail options for Ward 7 residents and the district. Moreover, priority leasing opportunities shall be given to district-based entrepreneurs. Number 2, creation of public spaces. The plan must incorporate accessible and well-maintained public spaces, including parks, playgrounds, walking trails, and community gathering areas east and west of the Anacostia River. Public spaces should be designed with input from residents in 7E and throughout the Ward 7 community through community engagement processes. Number 3, affordability and equity provisions. 25% of retail and restaurant spaces must be reserved for affordable leasing rates to ensure small businesses can thrive. The development must include a community benefits agreement with enforceable commitments to local hiring, workforce development, construction, and contracting. Moreover, allocate $150,000 over 10 years for grants and programming for nonprofits in Ward 7. Number 4, transparency and engagement. All planning and zoning decisions must involve robust community input, including public hearings and ANC neighborhood commissions. Number 5, the development must adhere to sustainable building practices, including green spaces, stormwater management, and energy efficient design. Infrastructure improvements in transit, pedestrian access, and bike lanes must be included. ANC of 7E urges the district government and private developers to adhere to these principles and ensure that the RFK redevelopment serves as a model for equitable, inclusive, and community-driven growth. I thank you in advance, and 7E, the Commission of 7E, thanks you in advance for your consideration, and let's bring the commanders back to DC.
And thank you so much for your testimony, Commissioner. It's great to see you. I'm glad you could make time to provide the testimony to the council. I want to thank all the witnesses on this panel for the testimony. I'm going to acknowledge that we've been joined by at-large Councilmember Christina Henderson, who's going to take things over shortly, but I want to turn to Councilmember Felder first to see if he has any questions of this panel.
Thank you, Chairman McDuffie. Thank you, panelists. I appreciate everyone taking their time, effort, and energy to be here today. I do have a couple questions. Andre, I'll start off with you. Could you speak to how redeveloping the RFK campus and bringing the commanders home, what would that do to the city?
First, it would bring jobs, meaningful jobs that these youth that I serve every day as the community engagement director at Brooklyn Manor would be able to come and get meaningful jobs. Now, let's go with the sports part of it. I deal with the youth with the Senator Satchel Paige Little League, and they can enjoy the new recreation facility over at RFK, and that would be able to get the city to know other parts of the city. We don't do that anymore. When I was growing up, I could go anywhere in the city I wanted to because we had engagement in other parts of the city. This stadium deal will make so much better for the whole city, not just Ward 7. And I know you mean a lot to that in Ward 7, but bringing that there will bring a lot of inclusiveness.
Thank you. Kunta, how you doing?
Good morning, council member.
Good. I know you've participated in a number of town hall meetings as well as community benefits listening sessions. Could you speak to some of the benefits that came out of those sessions?
Yeah, so you're right. I attended quite a few of them, and what I most enjoy about going to them sessions were just people coming together for the better part, the good of the city, to try to get the most positive impact from this development for the city. I like the fact that the concerns for the residents was talked about, not just bringing something without engaging the community. And it was a nice process. All the sessions you had, all the engagement you had, I really enjoyed being a part of it. And I hope that we could get this across the finish line with a good, strong PLA so that we could make sure we prioritize our district residents with good jobs, and not just good jobs, but strong careers in the construction industry, because the opportunity is there. With college being a push for the last 30 years, the trades have a nice opportunity with this development to get people to work, especially in the underserved communities and in the wards that is really needed.
I appreciate that. And Ms. Commissioner Cook, are you still?
Council member.
Uh, 30 more seconds.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Commissioner Cook, are you still online? Okay. Uh,
Oh, perfect.
thank-
I'm muted. Yes,
Thank
I'm
you.
here.
Thank
Yes.
you, Councilwoman Henderson. Commissioner Cook, as an ANC commissioner, could you speak to how you think redeveloping RFK will benefit Ward 7 in its entirety?
I think what it will do is it will provide equitable opportunities east and west of the ward. As you all know, I'm an educator, one. So I think that what it will do is provide opportunities for in having the multiple sports complex and opportunities for residents. It will provide our youth with an opportunity to be in have recreation opportunities that will keep them engaged, but also out of trouble. I also think that, as you all know, we have a park and we have Fort DuPont Park, but I think that what it will do is it will provide 7 with a face. I mean, I think sometimes a lot of Ward 7 folks patronize Fort DuPont Park and all of its entirety. But I think that district wide, many people don't know of all of the benefits of Ward 7. Not only that, but from an economic development lens, we have a lot of real estate development, but sadly we struggle with grocery stores, restaurants, and we have a lot of wonderful entrepreneurs that are willing to have to basically open up those things. But sadly, we just don't have the economic development, I would say, that actually is reaching not just east of the river, it's always east, but east of the river and also west of the river here in the Benning Heights area. I think it will be wonderful as far as health and wellness for our elder residents. I think that we have opportunities for them to engage in the recreation centers, but it will provide more opportunities if we have those facilities of parks and recs areas within the stadium to actually allow those residents to actually engage outside of the community and within that RFK Stadium facility.
Thank you, Commissioner Cook.
Thank you. Thank you to this panel of witnesses. We're going to go on to the next panel. All right. I'm given my instructions, so I'm just going to call until I have a full table. Jimmy Jenkins. Okay. Shirley Hopkinson. Okay. Pernell Howell. Is that online? Okay. Karen Christensen, or Christian, excuse me. Karen. Okay. Lonzo Brown. Okay. Brian Alcorn, Commissioner Alcorn. Okay. Ashley Sheptill. I apologize, Commissioner, for if I'm getting your name incorrect. Kelly Latskaso. Okay. Lou Turner. All right. Elijah Crawford. Terry Goings. Anthony Barnes. Allison Schwartz. Patricia Stamper. Let's see, Commissioner. Okay, I got one more. Lionel Edwards. Romeo Morgan. Matthew Ruist, or maybe Rust, if I'm saying that incorrect. Okay. Dottie Love Wade. All right, I got my fourth person.
Okay. Mr. Jenkins, when you're ready. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Jimmy Jenkins. I was born and raised in Southeast Washington, D.C. I am a growing entrepreneur here in Washington, D.C. I have a few businesses here. One of my main businesses I want to bring to the forefront is my CDC, my community development. We have a AAU program called the District Sports. We've been existed in Southeast since 2019. We have over 100 families involved with the District Sports program. I'm here to support the RFK here in Washington, D.C. I think this is a great move for our city. I'm also a young man who grew up, played sports all my life, went off to school, graduated with a degree for free playing basketball. I'm also in my college Hall of Fame for athletics. Basketball is my thing, and youth development is as well. Here in Washington, D.C., I do a lot of pre-apprenticeship work over at D.C. Jail and also in the community. I think we at a time where people who have grown up in these conditions that Black young people suffer from is because of the lack of economic opportunities. And here we have a chance where sports and economic opportunities meets with this RFK project. And I think this is something good for east of the river. I think the city should support it. More importantly, prepare young people who may be 15 to 16 to be a part of this opportunity. You're talking about 5 years, having careers, having homes. I think that's kind of been my focus, is talking to young people about getting to some of these fields where these opportunities exist. I know for me, being born and raised in Southeast, I changed my conditions and my family's conditions through a trade, and that's through my paint company. And so for me, I think with all that's coming with that development, we talk about violence a lot, and we try to find all these solutions. I think the number one solution is changing Black conditions in the city, and you do that through economic opportunities. I'm a prime example. I was a little late today because one of my close friends was actually my co-defendant at 18 years old. He was 16. He just came home, and I picked him up. He did 17 years. And so I want us to also have opportunities for our returning citizens on a project like this. And I want to know what that looks like. But I am, and the people that I'm around every day, and the young people around every day, are in full support of this project. If we want natives to stay here in the city, I think this is a great opportunity for young people and natives to be a part of on all sides, from homes, projects with jobs. And the last piece is the sports complex. I think we really need to take that. We travel all over the metropolitan area for our kids to go play with facilities to that magnitude. So I'm in full support.
Thank you. Ashley? It's online. You're on mute, Ashley.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon. Thank you to the council for the opportunity to testify. It's good to see Councilmember Felder here today. As one of Hill East representatives on ANC Commission 7D, I'm eager to share our community's perspective on the agreement to redevelop RFK and bring the commanders back to Washington. Before I begin, I will say that my district is home to a range of views about the agreement and stadium in particular. Some neighbors are strongly supportive, some neighbors are strongly opposed, but the vast majority of neighbors do not want the site to continue to languish for decades. The decaying stadium and acres upon acres of empty surface level parking lots are an eyesore that do not serve the community. Development at the adjacent Reservation 13 has been painfully slow. In the decade I have lived in Hill East, just 2 apartment buildings, the Ethel and Park Kennedy, have been built. We are simply not building at the pace needed to meet the district's needs and provide the range of amenities neighbors want. Many neighbors could take or leave the stadium, frankly, but they want housing, they want retail, they want improved recreational options and green space. They want to continue to grow our vibrant and incredible community in Hill East. And they rightfully, in my view, do not believe that any of those things will be possible in anything resembling a reasonable amount of time without moving forward on this agreement with the commanders. That being said, there are many commitments residents want and improvements they want to see. As mentioned at the top, my community is home to a range of opinions, so I've tried to synthesize our asks into 3 main buckets. First and foremost, neighbors are adamant that the district and team put forward a real proposal to prevent event parking from spilling into residential neighborhoods. Enforcement during the various festivals that occur on the campus now is poor, with residential blocks full of out-of-district cars all day and night. Neighbors call the hotline set up with minimal response. Neighbors want designated parking permits for residents for game days, a strict no parking regime for those without residential permits, and real enforcement of the rules. Related to parking enforcement, neighbors want to see traffic, including from Uber and Lyft drop-offs and pickups, kept off residential streets to the greatest extent possible. We believe that will take significant redesign of the roads given what is experienced during festivals and the general gridlock around 295. Second, neighbors would like to see improvements to the Stadium Army Metro Station to ensure it is able to accommodate large crowds. While we understand the potential for a new station and general metro readiness is going to be studied as part of this process, the neighborhood would support it to relieve some of the pressure from Stadium Armory. And third, neighbors want the agreement's finances significantly improved from the original term sheet released by Mayor Bowser, including more tax revenue for the district. More of the tax revenue generated by the project should fund critical services for DC residents, particularly given the strain on local finances given federal layoffs and spending cuts. The revised agreement described by Chair Mendelson appears to make significant progress in that direction, but we want to hear more details. Thank you to the council, and I will submit more fulsome testimony for the record that includes some additional comments from my neighbors. Thank you all.
Thank you. Mr. Turner. Yeah, yeah. There you go.
Good afternoon. This is Coach Lou. I just wanted to talk to the undecided from Alabama, Detroit, Chicago, and New York. The council, they know who they are. That's where they from. My name is Coach Lou. I'm a proud uptown Washingtonian. I'm here today to voice my support and fight for the return of our Washington Redskins Commanders to the city they belong in, back home to RFK Stadium over 30 years. I'm writing to express my strong support for bringing the Washington Commanders back home to DC. This is a move more than sports decision, it's a community investment. The return of the team includes plans for a state-of-the-art youth sports complex facility, which will serve not only football, but a wide range of other sports programs. From baseball, soccer, to track and fields, the facility can be a game changer for young people in our city. We are tired of standing on the corner begging for money to go down to Florida or go to all these other cities for basketball, football, whatever. Yeah. In addition to providing a safe, positive space for the youth, the complex will help generate substantial revenue through the sports event, tournaments, and tourism. While creating jobs and supporting local business, this is a real opportunity to strengthen our community from the grounds up, and I urge you to stand behind it. Reason why I'm speaking about this here, because I come out of the boys club, and I've been coaching DPR sports for over 20-some years. I see the vision. I know the vision. I hear it. I hear it from the youth. I'm in Ward 4 up there with Janice, Councilman Janice Lewis. She hear it from us. She undecided, but I ain't got to talk about her because you know why? She already hear it. This brings here, and when we left here, when the Redskins left here, we left here on a good note. People don't know is the stadium closed down in 1996. We whooped the Dallas Cowboys 37-10. And right there, we left on the start. Bring our boys back home, and we can start right there. It's gonna bring, it ain't nothing but revenue and economics. That's all it is. It's gonna bring jobs, it's gonna bring everything. So let's stop the politics and bring the Commanders back home. Thank you.
Thank you, Coach Turner. Mr. Goins. Terry, you're on mute. There you go.
Okay, there you go. Good evening, everybody. I'm just calling. I'm here in support of the stadium redevelopment. I was looking at the people that was in opposition, and I mean, they have their rights too, but it's not going to be no perfect deal, okay, when you're talking about building this stadium. But we need to take the opportunity now and redevelop that property while we have the opportunity. Look how long it took us just to get that property from the federal government. Now we're dealing with a government okay, that's not so friendly to us. So we better take our chances right now and not try to wait. Okay, one thing in 1971, when the senators left, that was devastating to our community. Look how long it took us to get baseball back again. We finally got baseball back, and look what National Stadium did for Southwest. If you go down to Baltimore, and their two stadiums, look what their stadiums did for the Baltimore Harbor. We come from D.C. to go to Baltimore, and I know the same thing can happen if we develop that area with amenities and restaurants, not just in Southwest, but now we got them same amenities in Ward 7 and Ward 8 and those areas of Benner Road that never had these amenities before. So we need not pass on this opportunity. It's not going to be no perfect deal. So we need to take the deal at hand. And one thing I know about Councilmember Middleton, Chairman Middleton, and the deal that he's going to probably present, he did the best he can. I know he's going to do the best he can for the community. I have been on both sides of Middleton. Deals that he made and deals that were against what I believe. But I know that he will have the community in hand and trying to get the best deal that we have. We're getting a lot of pressure from the federal government. And we don't need to let them jump in and tell us what we want. Because I believe if we let them jump in with the Congress that we have now, we won't have nothing. So we need to take advantage of it right now and get this deal done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Stamper.
Good morning. Good afternoon, actually. My name is Patricia Stamper. I'm a Ward 7 resident, mother, educator, and advisory neighborhood commissioner representing Deanwood and Burville. I'm deeply committed to equitable development and ensuring that Ward 7 is not left behind. Before I begin, I want to sincerely thank Councilmember Wendell Felder and Chairman Middleton's team for coming out to Just Street to support our neighbors who have been living without gas since Memorial Day weekend. I also wanted to thank, along with Councilmember Felder again, and Councilmember McDuffie, Councilmember Bonds, and your office, Councilmember Henderson, for joining me for a safety walk along J Street to address the rise in car break-ins. Your presence matters, and I appreciate your responsiveness to our community's calls for help. Now, I want to underscore the urgent need for a robust and enforceable community benefits agreement tied to the RFK development, one created by and for the people of Ward 7. Let me repeat that again. We need a strong, enforceable CBA that puts Ward 7 residents first in every single decision. If the commanders are receiving this land rent-free for 30 years, then Ward 7 deserves more than just $50 million in community benefits agreements. I urge the DC Council to demand at least $400 million. I believe that's truly transformational. I believe then we could freeze the property taxes in the close adjoining area. We can then freeze the property taxes throughout the ward. I have my cousins and family back in Compton and Carson and Inglewood, California, that are right now being priced out of their homes because of the current stadiums that were developed in their neighborhoods, such for the Clippers and for the Rams, now the LA Rams. I don't want that to be Ward 7. My goal is to become a homeowner in Burville and Deanwood. I want to pay into the property tax code. I also want it to benefit me and my neighbors. Councilmember Felder, I'm very proud of your work. I'm proud of the work you put into that community benefits agreement. I want it to be enforceable. I want it to have teeth. I want everything that every resident asked for in that 23-page document that I read about 5 times to be enforced, because we spoke and you listened. I represent 2,300. You represent 86,000 residents. With that being said, we can't be silenced. We have to get this to be enforceable. Every dollar must be tied to an amendment. Every time something's not used, it has to be tracked. Daily, quarterly updates to the community. Also, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Thank you, Coach Turner. My kid's a DPR kid too. I hope you find the dyslexia reading for teachers so we can actually teach the science of reading and use that to teach our kids here in DC so they then can get these jobs at RFK.
Thank you. Ms. Love Wade, excuse me. You're gonna have to lean into the mic or pull it closer to you. There you go.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. I am Dottie Love Wade. I am a proud lifelong resident of Ward 1 and 8 generations strong. I'm also a 24-year retired ANC1 commissioner. So I have served my community for many years, and I try to keep my finger on the pulse of my community. I know by now you may be weary of hearing the same testimony. So I'm excited to bring my personal twist to my testimony. As a native Washingtonian, I can definitely remember when George Preston Marshall brought the Washington Redskins to DC. It immediately created a sports town. Team spirit soared, and Redskins gear was proudly worn and displayed by all. All over the city, residents were chanting Redskins, Redskins, Redskins. It created such an exciting spirit of camaraderie that spanned DC and the surrounding suburbs of Maryland and Virginia. And don't forget the fans from the Carolinas, Georgia, and Florida, who would proudly wear Redskins and would drive or fly to attend our games. I can remember my husband Keith and I going to our first game and sorrowfully our last game at RFK, although we beat the Cowboys. I remember rocking the balcony as we cheered our home team and booed our rivals and camping out in line for tickets to playoff games. There was no thrill to compare with it. Sadly, we did not enjoy our experience in Maryland. It was cold and drab, and they were still maintaining our Washington name. That spirit is one left when our team left. But it is evident that we have embraced our returning team, the Commanders, and the unrivaled Washington team spirit is heading back to DC. We're so excited that the ownership of the Commanders know how much we want them back and that they want to come back. I strongly support the redevelopment of the RFK site, and I am confident that the mayor and the DC City Council will negotiate the best deal on behalf of the residents and taxpayers and do all they can to bring the Commanders back to Washington, DC. We can't quit. We won't quit. We never quit. Go Commanders.
Thank you. And thank you to this panel of witnesses. I'm going to be brief. I didn't get a chance to do an opening statement, so this is the first opportunity that I'm having to speak to everyone. And it is good to hear the feedback. It was good to hear the feedback of everyone who's been emailing and the conversations that we've been having with the neighbors and so on and so forth. But also the excitement and the memories that individuals have had about the good old days in terms of what was happening down at RFK. I think this is an interesting opportunity. I've said before, I'm not interested in us debating for the next 25 years what we do with the property. We've been there and done that with other parcels of land. But also, as Ms. Lovewade said, we want to make sure that we're getting the best possible deal on behalf of district residents. I want to take, oh, I thought you put me on a timer. Oh. Yeah, I want to practice what I'm doing here. I'm just going to be really brief then. I want to give an opportunity for Mr. Jenkins and Coach Turner to talk a little bit more about the Sportsplex, because I don't feel like that's really been covered a lot in terms of this additional piece. The stadium is only but one part of a 190-acre parcel. I don't know if you all wanted to add any additional testimony on that front, the Sportsplex front.
Thank you, Councilmember. I was trying to rumble everything in, but yeah, I think that's important, right? I think so many of young people, including myself, we grew up in a city where sports was driven early on, and so that inspired a lot of us to stick with it. And we had more opportunities. You had more boys and girls clubs. You had more recreation centers, and now we have the lenses and the social media era for sports, where we're spending a lot of money to go play in all these other major cities. And we're not making enough money to fund what we're doing because we don't have a facility to that magnitude, right? We got to go to St. James like 3-4 times a month to play in a nice tournament, right?
Expensive though.
Yeah.
It's nice.
But we have the money, right? And so I think we have a lot of issues with our youth. And some of them we have issues with when they 16, 17. But if you look 4 years ago, they were your premier top student athletes. The lack of opportunities and the lack of facilities kind of causes young people to turn to other things. And so I think if we invest into our youth sports early on and have more spaces such as a sportsplex, and I'm not just talking about the fields, right? I think that's great, but all our kids don't play soccer, right? In full transparency, we hope that basketball and football is available with this sportsplex. And I'm here to say that, and I'm here to fight for that because we have young people who are paying in Power 4, Power 5 schools who play football and basketball. And so those positive images that could come back and be the faces and jerseys up in that sports complex. And so I hope we really make a firm investment in that sportsplex because our youth need a facility to that magnitude.
My last 27 seconds.
Yeah, piggyback off what he was saying was, y'all just don't know how much money that we spend going out of town. We spend a lot of money. I'm talking about
Give it like an estimate. How much are we talking about?
millions. You talking about cheering, dance, cheerleaders, these planes, these hotels, these fields. We there for 3 and 4 days for over a week. That's why you see teams out there begging for money. I'm not begging for no money. If we have a state-of-art thing here, you talking about revenue, economic, bring it here. Bring it here, and then all them teams down in Florida, all that money down there, and that's coming here. So that's where you're going to see your money at. You see in youth sports, it's a lot of money in youth sports, but DC is taking their money to town. We need to bring this money back home, like this team. Bring that team back home, then you'll see your money and your revenue will spend it.
Thank you. Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Councilwoman Henderson. Thank everyone for participating in this panels. Coaches, I appreciate the work that you guys are doing. Councilwoman Henderson asks my question as it relates to you two. Commissioner Stamper, I'll kick off with you. You mentioned that you want to see a community benefits agreement that has teeth. I wholeheartedly agree with you. And that's why in Section 10 of our community benefits agreement titled Implementation, Accountability, and Transparency, we have a section 10.1 that talks about a community benefits oversight committee, which makes sure that the community benefits agreement has teeth. Could you talk to any other ways you think we could do as a council to ensure that the community benefits agreement has teeth?
I want to ensure that it's enforceable. Okay. So if anything that you guys that you didn't ask for is not done on time, that you then hold back dollars or delay construction or delay things until your, as a council, is met. Whatever enforceable things. Also, I like that the coaches mentions football and football, soccer and basketball, but what about wrestling? What about rugby? What about lacrosse? I want to see the non-traditional sports for our Black boys and girls, such as wrestling, lacrosse, and rugby. Nice. We have Washington Rugby program ran by Marcus Wood, right in Deanwood. Oh. We have DC Takedown Wrestling. That could be in the RFK Sportsplex as well. So I just want us to not forget about those non-traditional sport pathways for our youth.
I appreciate you, Commissioner. Ms. Wade, you're an 8th generation Washingtonian. I love your energy. Have experiencing the commanders before they left, and now hearing that there's a possibility for them to come back. Could you express the pride that gives you?
Oh, of course, we are so excited. I am telling you, everyone I talk to, that team spirit is already back. I mean, it was coming back with our last season, but just the fact that they'll be back home, they will be the real Washington Commanders, not the Maryland Commanders, not the Virginia Commanders, not the DMV Commanders, but the Washington Commanders, our own home team that was so beloved throughout the world. I don't know what's going on.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So, yes, I just really want to express the love we have for our team and for our city.
Yes, ma'am.
And we really love and respect our city council and our mayor. We know you guys are doing a perfect job for us.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
It's okay.
Anthony of all people.
I appreciate
See you on TV.
And my last question, Commissioner Shapiro. You talked about how Hill East has that development has stalled. Could you speak to how redevelopment RFK could possibly impact the Hill East development in the Hill East community?
Yeah, of course. Well, as you know, our Hill East residential neighborhood is very residential. There are 2 restaurants that recently opened on Reservation 13, but the neighbors are just clamoring for more amenities, whether that's restaurants, an additional grocery store, additional recreation options, and they all think that this is the best path to get those amenities in a reasonable time frame. And so that's something that neighbors are really excited about. You know, I don't think there's anyone who loves every single aspect of this proposal, but they really want additional amenities in our neighborhood. And given how slow the Reservation 13 development has gone, they are really excited about the prospect that the commander's agreement will speed things along.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Henderson.
Thank you all to this panel. And if you haven't submitted your written testimony for the record, please go ahead and upload that. Okay. We're almost to the 100s. Let's go. I don't know how the rest of my colleagues are going to chair, but I like to honor the people who are here in person, who, you know, rearrange their schedule. So Mike Dempsey, I think, was called already. Okay. And Lonzo Brown, who, you know, left work in his uniform to come. All right. Elvis Murillo. All right. Jeremiah Steele. Okay. Caleb Clark. Jare Montgomery. Apologies if I'm saying that incorrectly. This person online? No. Xavier Fowler. Messiah Gibson. Okay. Jaden Massenberg. Janelle Armstrong. Okay. No. Marcus Gordon. Marion Calhoun. Online. Okay. Jakai Crawley. All right. Robert Dockery. Joseph Macria. Okay. Ethan Lane. Kawhi Harvey. John Nesbitt. Ronnie Acker. Mark Fleischecker. Chico Horton. Shira Markov. All right, got one. Need one more. All right, Madison Crum. Oh, all right. Okay, great. Okay, Mr. Dempsey, when you're ready.
My name is Mike Dempsey with Carpenter Contractor Trust. We are almost there with supporting this project, but we are not there yet. We need a fully signed agreement on the project labor agreement that will ensure this project is built without tremendous exemptions. Exemptions that remove the possibility of connecting DC residents to registered apprenticeship programs. The reality is that when a project labor agreement has too many exemptions, it's like giving somebody a car without a steering wheel. Too often, a project labor agreement that has too many exemptions allows for contractors to split up drywall, interior systems, basic trades packages that would otherwise have labor standards, apprenticeship requirements, and local hiring demands, and instead gives it to a company that has no intention of putting DC residents to work. We are almost there, and we cannot wait to get started on this project, but we need to make sure that this PLA is the strongest it can possibly be so that at the next hearing, we have the opportunity to actually show numbers of DC residents that are in our apprenticeship programs. With a project of this size, an apprentice that comes into this stadium redevelopment project has the opportunity to work their entire 4-year apprenticeship on this one job and graduate to become a journey person. If this PLA has too many loopholes and exemptions, we are not going to be able to give DC residents a chance to work with a contractor that is actually committed to their education, health, and welfare. Now is the chance to negotiate the strongest possible project labor agreement so that we can deliver this project to the highest standards with the highest union participation rate in the country. DC can lead the way on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Hello, City Council. Hello, my Washington natives. My name is Lonzo Brown. I write to you as a lifelong Washingtonian raised in Southeast DC and later Northeast. Growing up, I would often pass by a deterioration structure that once held the soul of this city, RFK Stadium. As a child, I didn't fully understand the history of the building, but over time, I came to realize that it was far more than concrete and steel. It was home to the Washington Redskins, and for many families like mine, a place of pride, tradition, and unity. My grandmother, Yvonne Brown, raised us in a Redskins household. The passion she passed down wasn't just always about football, it was about community. While I wasn't always a Commanders fan, I supported the Colts in my early years. But that changed since I moved to Houston for college. Living away from home helped me realize the deep pride that comes from representing your city. My roots pull me back. I come from humble beginnings. My mother lived in Potomac Gardens for 23 years, a public housing complex in Southeast DC. I left her care at 7 years old after the tragic passing of my sister and father. I moved in the Brooklyn neighborhood with my grandmother in Northeast DC, and it was her love and support that changed the trajectory of my life. I attended Friendship schools from elementary through high school, graduating from Friendship Collegiate Academy. During those years, I became a basketball manager and a co-captain of a robotics team. I played basketball at Turkey Thicket with the team called the Running Rebels, where I first learned about brotherhood, character, and humility, especially after losing one game by 78 points. That team included a close friend of mine, Javon Kinlaw. Even then, Javon stood out. Though he struggled with his own family hardships, he kept a strong spirit and focused work ethic. After eventually moving down south to live with his father, he transformed himself, switching from basketball to football and chasing a dream. That dream became a reality when he was drafted the first round of the 2020 NFL draft by the 49ers. Despite our distance, we stayed close. And while the 49ers was in the Super Bowl, I rooted for my brother every day. Still, I returned to DC to watch Javon play in the Super Bowl. Though the 49ers were lost, I was overwhelmed with pride watching someone I grew up with compete at the highest level. That time in March 2024, after the Super Bowl, forced me to reflect and realign. I decided to join the DC Department of Public Works as a sanitation worker. Then in March 2025, a full circle moment happened. Javon Kinlaw signed a 3-year deal with the Commanders, bringing his talents, his story home. I apologize. 2 kids from the same community, both battling through adversity, now contributing in different ways to the city we love. I now also assist in private transportation, offering luxury rides and Rolls Royces, Aston Martins, and Sprinters for Commanders games. I know you guys are wondering, how does this tie into everything? But my friend Javon Kinlaw is from Washington, D.C., and he's now a player for the Commanders. His number is number 52. And, you know, it's a full circle moment. We want to change the city and bring back charities to the city and help the city in any ways we can. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Mr. Murillo. Who's joining us online. Sorry.
Good afternoon, council members. Sorry about the glasses. I have an eye injury right now, but my name is Elvis Murillo. And as a lifelong Washington Redskins Commanders fan, born and raised in Ward 4, Washington, D.C., I strongly support the team's return to its rightful home at RFK Stadium in the heart of Washington, D.C. This move isn't just about football. It's about restoring a vital part of our city's identity, culture, and economy. For decades, the Commanders were synonymous with DC. RFK was more than just a stadium. It was a symbol of unity, energy, and pride for Washingtonians. The game day atmosphere radiated beyond the stadium walls, fueling local businesses, supporting jobs, and bringing thousands of fans together across the region. Since then, connection has been lost in DC, and with it, the steady flow of economic activity that once supported the surrounding community. Currently, the RFK area sits underutilized, lacking a clear anchor to drive development and sustain traffic. Bringing the Commanders back would immediately reinvigorate the neighborhood. On game days alone, the influx of fans would provide a major boost to restaurants, bars, hotels, rideshare services, and retail outlets. Year-round, the areas could thrive with new infrastructure, jobs, and tourism that only a professional football franchise can generate. The time cannot be better. The Commanders are on the rise, now considered one of the top 5 teams in the league. With Jaden Daniels leading the team, a new era is underway, one filled with playoff potential and a legitimate shot at a championship. Imagine the momentum that a title run will bring not just to the franchise, but to the entire city. A Super Bowl victory would drive record economic activity and civic pride in D.C., and that success belongs here in the nation's capital, not elsewhere. Bringing the team back to RFK is more than symbolic, it's strategic. It's about bringing business, community, and culture back to the district. The Commanders belong in DC, and DC residents and fans are ready to welcome them home. Let's make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Markoff.
Councilmember Henderson, Councilmember Pinto, and other members of the committee and committee staff, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Shira Markoff, and I'm Director of Economic Policy at DC Fiscal Policy Institute, a nonprofit organization that shapes racially just tax, budget, and policy decisions by centering Black and Brown communities in our research, partnership, and advocacy efforts to advance an anti-racist, equitable future. Many residents want to see the Commanders return to DC, but residents deserve a better deal. The billionaire owner and wealthy co-owners of the Commanders are set to get subsidies and tax breaks worth billions. Meanwhile, the budget the council passed yesterday cut 28,000 people off health insurance, cut rental assistance, and eliminated the child tax credit and other vital programs. Cuts that will hit Black and Brown residents and immigrants the hardest. The contrast couldn't be sharper. The council must push back harder and get more for residents in this deal, especially for those in Ward 7. Several issues of concern remain in the agreement, but for time's sake, I'll focus on 2 and refer you to my written testimony for the rest. First, the subsidies and tax breaks to the Commanders are too high. The $856 million for the stadium and parking garage construction are $200 million higher than the average public subsidy for NFL stadiums in the last decade. Plus, the Commanders get virtually free land for the stadium and parking garages and property tax breaks worth over $1.3 billion. All this despite the fact that research overwhelmingly shows that stadiums don't drive significant local economic growth, meaning that these high costs are not worth the limited benefits. Second, the Commanders shouldn't be given virtually free development rights for the lands around the stadium, estimated to be worth $6 billion over 90 years. The renegotiated deal does have some deadlines for building phases of the mixed-use district, which is an improvement over the original deal. But the penalty, which is basically faster phase-in of rent payments that the team should have been paying in the first place, is not sufficient to safeguard the district's investment. And the timeline in the 2040s is way too long to wait. Moreover, this plan sidelines community input and puts a football team in charge of making land use decisions for the community. Here are several ways the council should improve upon the deal. minimize the contributions to the stadium and parking facilities, and use the savings for direct investments that create quality jobs and improve the health and financial well-being of residents in Ward 7 and other low-income communities. Retain development rights around the stadium and launch a competitive bidding process for the land with the requirement that buyers pay market rate leases and a legally binding requirement to build affordable housing. Include a community benefits agreement worth more than a paltry $50 million and make sure it's legally enforceable, not just a series of promises with clawbacks if the commanders fail to meet commitments. End all tax exemptions and ensure all revenue goes into the general fund, and ensure all construction is covered by a project labor agreement. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Madison?
Good afternoon. My name is Madison Crum. I'm a Ward 2 resident and a member of the District of Columbia Poor People's Campaign. Maryland billionaire Josh Harris and the Commanders are using fandom to create support for their district taxpayer subsidies. The 2023 census showed almost 20% of children and seniors living in poverty here in the district. Corporate subsidies don't help these groups. We continue to see extreme levels of income and wealth inequality here in DC. The agreement as written isn't community first. It's more disproven trickle-down economics that have made the rich richer and poor poorer. We shouldn't be members of the command force as we negotiate public land. The government is required to promote the general welfare, excuse me, and shouldn't be concerned with representing the interests of the commanders or any other private for-profit business. Additional affordable housing guarantees must be made, given this is the largest developable public land in the entire District of Columbia. It must serve public good by providing mixed income housing, living wage jobs, grocery store, free recreation activities, and more. Enhanced guaranteed workers' rights and laborers' rights must be included in the agreement. At a time when we're seeing increasingly extreme weather, we shouldn't be scaling back climate standards and initiatives. We must demand environmental justice in the agreement. Rules and requirements promoting clean air, water, and energy. Low-income residents will continue to carry a disproportionate weight from the impacts of climate change otherwise. It's great to see the Commanders return to RFK Stadium, but their homecoming must not come at the expense of our communities. In a time of shortfalls and cuts, we must maximize public return and limit taxpayer subsidies for private profits. So much more should be expected from these wealthy enterprises and an out-of-town billionaire. The fight for DC should be about strengthening our communities and bringing Ward 7 and east of the river residents what they're asking for, not straining resources or causing further harm to those in need. We can bring the commanders home, but must ensure that the deal is moral and meets the critical needs of our residents, particularly children and seniors in poverty. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you to this panel of witnesses. We've been rejoined by Councilmember Robert White and Councilmember Brooke Pinto. Councilmember Pinto is going to be taking over the chairing of this hearing. And I'll be back for my next round. I don't think either of you were here for, but I'll give you the opportunity if you have any questions for these panel of witnesses. Y'all good? Oh, Councilmember White, go ahead.
Thank you. I apparently walked in at the right time. One of the, for Frank Mahoney, one of the concerns I've heard around this project, most of us are concerned about having DC residents. And there's been some conflict when I bring up the concept of a project labor agreement, where folks suggest that we won't get DC residents on the project if there's a project labor agreement in place. Is that accurate? And if not, how could labor guarantee that for the PLAs, we will get DC residents working on this project?
Thank you for that question. I will also add that when it comes to that kind of a question, I have to start by saying that many of the folks in the room here that are joining me from the Carpenters Union have dedicated their entire careers and lives to putting DC residents and local community members to work. So I'll start with just by saying that. Additionally, I must also add that right now we are so committed to that initiative that we are running a 10-week pre-apprenticeship program for specifically DC residents to get them skilled and trained in all aspects of carpentry. So I think that is the standard that we should be held to, but I also think that's the standard that everybody should be held to when it comes to a project like this. Show the numbers, show the real effort that's being put forth. We are completely dedicated to it, and we're already running pre-apprenticeship programs to make sure that folks are dedicated and are interested in a career like this. It's an incredible career. It's one that I think so many people are oftentimes not given a chance. We are completely committed to giving people a chance to that, and that's why we're running these programs ahead of projects like this, so that way the excuses are eliminated entirely, that people don't believe that DC residents don't have the talent or the skills or the desire to work on these projects. Nothing could be further from the truth, and that's how committed we are to making sure that DC residents are on this job.
One of the things I don't want to hear from anybody, regardless of what this project looks like, is, well, we would have hired DC residents, but we couldn't find them. What do we need to be doing right now to ensure that we don't get to a place a year from now, 2 years from now, and 3 years from now where we don't have residents with the skills and experience?
I think your best friend on that is pre-apprenticeship. I think that that is something that has to be talked about at the outset, because I think a lot of people think that these are kind of jobs where you can just kind of walk onto a job site and get going. And that's just not the reality. There are barriers and hurdles for people to be able to do this kind of work, but pre-apprenticeship, which is something that can be talked about right now in the process, I think that's your best friend in being able to make sure that the hurdles and barriers are eliminated for a project like this. Additionally, we have already started reaching out to the vocational schools that are surrounding the campus where this development will be taking place, and already curating a list of students that are interested in this kind of work, many of whom have already applied for the pre-apprenticeship that we just started.
I appreciate it. The pre-apprenticeship is particularly important. When we did the ballpark, I believe we had what was called the Step Up program. You can come in with no skills and experience, and look, if you can cut it, then you move up. And by the time this large project ends, you've got a skill and you've got a career in front of you. If we're not doing that on this project, then none of this makes sense to me. And so whether it's labor or non-labor, that has to be the understanding for this. Thank you very much, and thank you to everyone who testified on this panel.
Oh, sorry, I have a question. Thank you. Don't go anywhere yet. I just wanted to follow up on this point. One of the things that I'm working on with the team now is to develop job training and set asides for our returning citizens. 1 in 7 district residents have a record. And so one of the ways that we're working with them now is to start the training early while people are in DC jail or at the Ready Center. But as we think about the pre-apprenticeship opportunities for all district residents, what are some of the other locations that we should be thinking of targeting to do some of this job training so that they're ready to go, whether it's for construction jobs or the other jobs associated with operating a stadium, like concessions or sales or entertainment or other hospitality management jobs?
Thank you for the question. Additionally, well, I've been very grateful for your passion about this. We've actually spoken about this before in the past, but we're actually meeting on Thursday with the DC Department of Corrections to have this exact conversation, actually around giving returning citizens a chance to come into the construction field. Our mentality is that this is a career for everybody, and so everybody should have a chance to do this kind of work. Regarding where to look for people that are interested in this kind of work, the best opportunities that we've had have been the vocational schools. It has been church groups, community groups. I believe my colleague Kunta Bedney is in the room, but he's been to probably every single one of these groups with me. But that, I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to the ground game. And it's going to come down to having, I would say, probably monthly or bi-monthly check-ins around where the trades are in terms of their recruitment. And I think that's something that people would be happy to commit to.
Wonderful. And that rounds us out for our sports analogy of the panel with the ground game. Thank you all very much for your testimony. Appreciate it. We're going to call our next panel Kristen Barden, Ann Corbett. Okay, Kristen was online. Oh, Kristen, Ann. Great. Chris Furnish, Nicholas Schiller, Michael Jackson. I'm sorry, would you mind, just so I can help keep track, would you sit the first person call an order on my right? What is your name? You're Kristen Barden? Oh, Chris Furnish. Okay, so Ann Corbett, if you can sit here. And then Chris Furnish here. Nicholas Schiller is online. Okay, Michael Jackson. Adam Eidinger. So here. Michael Godek. Mark Rotifer. All right, we will begin with Ann Corbett, Executive Director of GoPlay.
Thank you to the council for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Ann Corbett, and I'm a resident of Ward 6, a DCPS parent, a Little League mom of 5 boys. I'm also an urban planner who moved to Northeast DC in 1997 when I was attending the University of Maryland. Oddly, employed to support the citizens of Palmer Park, Maryland, who were then trying to hold their ground against Jack Kent Cooke, negotiating to build his football stadium in their neighborhood. Fast forward, I am the executive director of GoPlay. Started in 2001, a group of parents who saw the need for more high quality playing fields on the east side of the district. Since then, we've grown into an exemplary recreation facility operator and an advocacy group working to turn underutilized spaces into playing fields. As a result of our founders' efforts, Events DC, not DPR or the executive branch, created the fields at RFK and hired our nonprofit in 2019 to manage it with a firm eye toward inclusivity and accessibility. The facility is 27 acres with 3 multi-purpose fields, a pavilion, a playground, and a surface parking lot. We are open 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. most days, about 100 hours a week. We serve 10,000 people a week, and 6 different sports are played, even though the perception is that they're soccer fields. We put lacrosse, rugby, field hockey, baseball, ultimate frisbee, flag football, and even Quidditch. This operating model is unlike any of the 116 fields that DPR operates. One example, we run a concession stand where all proceeds support our Youth Sports for All program that enables GoPlay to enroll hundreds of young people ages 4 to 14 in sports programs, summer camp, after school, including full scholarships, cleats, personal equipment, and assistance to parents. Any family who asks is eligible, and we are recruiting for the fall. We're at 95% of capacity. So, on behalf of 40 DC sports organizations, GoPlay proposes a vision for what we call the Fields 2.0. Because what is the Sportsplex? No one knows. The culmination of a 5-year research and community engagement process, our vision proposes a 50-acre, best-in-region, primarily outdoor sports and recreation facility with multi-purpose playing fields, courts, a field house, and other support buildings.
Thank you very much. Chris Furnish, Prosper Homes Not Stadium.
Hi, good afternoon, council members. My name is Chris Furnish. I'm a Ward 3 resident, and I'm here today to express my dissatisfaction with the current deal because it all comes down to priorities. Are we going to put people first or billionaires? This deal before you puts billionaires first. And let's start with where DC stands today. The district is in a housing crisis, according to the National Low Income Housing Coalition and the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. DC faces a shortage of over 37,000 affordable homes for extremely low income residents. That means for every 100 households who still need an affordable home, only 32 units exist. The deal as it stands only calls for around 15 to 1,800 affordable housing units with no timeline, and it's not enough. This isn't just a statistic. It means that families in Ward 7 and 8, families who've lived here for generations, are being displaced because rent eats up most of their paycheck. Nearly 27,000 households in the city spend over half of their income on rent just to stay housed. That's what cost burden means. It means moms choosing rent and groceries, seniors skipping prescriptions to keep a roof over their heads. It's like asking a single mother to pay for Jeff Bezos' third yacht. And the problem is getting worse. In just the past 3 years, DC has lost more than 5,000 low-cost rental units. Affordable apartments are vanishing while luxury development soars. Now let's talk about the budget reality. DC faces a projected $1 billion shortfall over the next 4 years, and we're already planning severe cuts. $300 million from our schools, $67 million from public safety, and the elimination of up to 200 school positions, including librarians, art teachers, and mental health professionals. And I got this information from the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. These cuts will land hardest on wards 5, 7, and 8, where 96% of schools are facing staffing reductions. Violence prevention programs are on the chopping block. Services that hold our communities together are hanging by a thread. And at this moment, when we're cutting teachers, firefighters, and housing programs, the council is considering giving away 174 acres of public land for free to build a football stadium for a billionaire team owner. Let me say that again. Free public land worth hundreds of millions in exchange for what? A promise of economic development that every independent study shows will not materialize. The DC chief financial officer has confirmed what dozens of national studies have shown. Stadiums do not pay for themselves. The tax revenue they generate doesn't come close to covering the cost. We're still paying for the national stadium, and that was 20 years ago. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Nicholas Schiller.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, council members, for holding today's hearing. My name is Nicholas Schiller, and I am not a native Washingtonian. I grew up in St. Louis, Missouri, and moved to DC in 1999. I played football in high school. I was a running back and a safety. I know football. So let me tell you a short story that highlights why this is a bad deal. In 1987, the St. Louis lost their football teams when the Cardinals moved to Arizona. Shortly thereafter, the city and county of St. Louis and the state of Missouri issued bonds to build a brand new stadium to lure the Rams football team from Los Angeles. In 1997, they were successful. But fast forward 22 years. The Rams left St. Louis in 2016 to go back to their spiritual home of Los Angeles. This move left the city, county, and the state with $118 million left to pay the bonds that were issued for the stadium that now has no professional football team. The Rams moved to SoFi Stadium, which is the most expensive stadium ever built, but it was built with zero taxpayer dollars. I share the story because this is an awful deal. It's sports welfare, plain and simple. Not corporate welfare, sports welfare. The consortium of billionaires who own the Washington Commanders can pay for everything themselves. They do not need a dime from DC taxpayers, period. And it's not just Josh Harris, it's Magic Johnson, the former CEO of Google, Eric Schmidt, the Santo Domingo family, which is one of the wealthiest families in the entire country of Colombia, and David Blitzer, who with Harris owns the 76ers and the New Jersey Devils. The current owners already raised $6 billion to buy the team, and they can pay for everything related to the stadium without a dime from DC taxpayer dollars. Worse, you are operating under a false emergency. The Commanders say they want the Super Bowl in 2030, so you must make a deal now. What would happen if the Super Bowl is in 2031, 2032? Does it really matter to DC taxpayers? It doesn't. It matters to the owners because they want to make more money on the backs of DC taxpayers. But the arbitrary event is being used to rush an awful deal negotiated first by the mayor and now by the chairman. The stadium project all started over a year ago on April 16, 2024. The Washington Commanders poached Senator Hickenlooper's chief of staff. He was hired as the Washington Commanders' chief lobbyist with the solitary mission of securing the RFK campus for the Washington Commanders. His work on the Hill was successful and wrestled the RFK campus from the federal government, and that's why we are here today. The point is the stadium at the RFK campus was always the plan. The only roadblocks are you, council members, and the citizens wise enough to see that the bread and circus of professional sports has a long exploitative history. You have the power to negotiate a good deal, one that doesn't cost DC taxpayers a dollar. The council budget office already said building homes, not stadiums, is better for DC. In summary, don't give the Commanders a dime. They don't need it. But if you're convinced sports welfare is needed, be bold. Demand low-income housing be built concurrently with the stadium. Demand apartments be 75% affordable. Make the Commanders pay a market rate for the land. Make them pay for a new metro station. Make them pay off the bonds if they want to move to another city before they're paid off. Ensure there's a PLA, quadruple the community benefits agreement, and ensure there are caps on any cost overruns to ensure billionaires do not get another bailout. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Adam Eidinger, public witness.
Thank you for having me here today. This is a classic jocks versus nerds debate, okay? And I think the jocks might just win it because this council doesn't have a spine. It's immoral to transfer wealth like this to billionaires. Immoral, okay? And then we're not transferring wealth for some great public good. We're transferring wealth to support gladiatorial combat. We're transferring wealth to the most violent sport in America. I'm going to read you the New York Times headline from today. Former football players with CTE have turned to violence. The gunman in the Manhattan office shooting said in a note that he believed he had CTE, a degenerative disease linked to studies to repeated hits to the head. You've only had one person besides me bring this up in this hearing so far. And I'm bringing it up because this is something we should not be subsidizing. It's one thing, I'm a business owner. It's one thing to have a fair chance to create a business in the District of Columbia. And I never got a dime for creating my business. And 99.9% of the businesses in the District of Columbia didn't get a dime from anybody. But you're about to give away over $1 billion of public money, $8 billion over the life of the deal to a sport that is violent and deadly. I'm going to also read something else from the Daily Mail. In the 3-page note outlined by the shooter in New York City, the shooter went to the NFL headquarters. He says in the note, Terry Long football gave me CTE and it caused me to drink a gallon of antifreeze, Tomorrow wrote, according to CNN. The shooter was referring to the former Pittsburgh Steeler. And by the way, I was born in Pittsburgh and I know what it's like to support a hometown team and to be kind of mesmerized by that. But anyway, Terry Long committed suicide after drinking antifreeze in 2006, suffering from CTE. The shooter in New York said, study my brain, please. I'm sorry. Tell Rick I'm sorry for everything. I was a friend of his. You know, we need to stop this train right now, okay? The Nationals deal took almost a year to work out. We're being told, take it or leave it right now. This is ridiculous. The team is not even willing to be headquartered here. I mean, they really are coming home? Are they really coming home? I don't think so. And, I've been, we're doing this Homes Not Stadiums campaign. We're trying to put this on the ballot, okay? We're trying to give the voters a say, which would be the fairest way to do this because none of you were elected campaigning on giving away $1 billion to the Commanders. Nobody here got elected in the last election. So this should be pushed off until after the next election. And I urge you to make it a referendum. If you really want to give away this money, let the voters have the final say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eidinger. Mark Rodifer, public witness.
Hi, thank you, Councilmember Pinto and Councilmember White. My name is Mark Rodifer. I'm with the Sierra Club DC chapter, though I'm not testifying for the Sierra Club. Larry Martin is doing that a little later. But I'm going to touch on some of the things that are in the Sierra Club testimony. The DC Council has passed laws requiring that DC achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. that the DC government eliminate climate pollution in its own operations by 2040, and that all newly constructed buildings not include fossil fuels starting in 2027. My question for Chairman Mendelson, who's not here, is whether he will stand by these laws that he voted for and that I believe both of you voted for, or whether they're just words on a piece of paper about which he is not serious. Now, despite these laws, DC still includes fossil fuels in new buildings that the DC government helps develop. Both Walter Reed and St. Elizabeth include combined heat and power plants. Now, some fossil fuel interests call these dirty plants microgrids, but they're really just small local power plants that spew pollutants like nitrogen oxides, particulate matter, and carbon monoxide while harming public health. It's time to stop repeating the mistakes of the past. I ask that Chairman Mendelson ensure that any RFK legislation mandates, without exception or any exemption process, that all development at the RFK site be energy efficient and not burn fossil fuels on site. And I'm not talking about stadium or no stadium. I'm saying no fossil fuels on the site should be mandated in law without a process for Mayor Bowser to give them exemptions like she did when we gave $500 million to Ted Leonsis. Sorry, I lost my place. The RFK legislation should state that any party developing buildings at the site construct those buildings to burn no fossil fuels, and that if that requirement is violated, the party automatically relinquishes its right to the land. The prohibition on fossil fuels on RFK must be ironclad with no exemption process. Already this year, we gave $500 million to Ted Leonsis for fossil fuels on Capital One, as I already touched on. I'm asking council members to oppose Chairman Mendelson's legislation if he fails to ensure that all buildings on the site are energy efficient, they maximize renewable energy generation, and they burn no fossil fuels. The RFK site deploys heat pumps to the maximum extent possible. Fossil fuel and combustion heat and power systems are prohibited by law without exception. Now, DC residents need time to review this legislation and to see whether it ensures that all development on RFK forgoes fossil fuels and maximizes energy efficiency and renewables. I ask that the council not vote on the RFK legislation before its summer recess. If the district is serious about its clean energy commitments, then it must back them with enforceable laws starting at RFK. No loopholes, no carve-outs, no fossil fuels, and full transparency. Anything less undermines public trust in the DC Council and its chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rotifer. And I actually have a question for you. How do you think that we as a broader community should be using this moment to leverage more efforts to clean up the Anacostia River?
Well, I would say the person who I mentioned who's testifying for the Sierra Club, Larry Martin, is the chairman of our water committee, and it's not an area that I focus on. But yeah, I absolutely think we should make sure that we continue to clean up the Anacostia River and make it swimmable and fishable, and that we make sure that we don't have runoff from the RFK site, and that the development in RFK makes sure that we are protecting the river and protecting water quality. But as I said, Larry Martin, not myself, is really the Sierra Club's expert on that.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember White?
No questions. I very much appreciate your testimonies.
Thank you all very much. I'm going to call our next panel, Daryl Simpson. Barbara Briggs. Andre Green. Reverend Dr. Lewis Tate Jr. Clifton Kellogg. Kevin Coleman. Randall Kiesler. Randall. Edna Timonier. Cassandra White. Dan Bond. Shelley Rep. And Dan Bond. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll come to you next panel. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. Can you all just remind me your names so we have this here? Barbara Briggs, okay? Okay, and Dan Bond. Okay, great. All right, we will begin with Barbara Briggs, the WIN coordinator, Friends Meeting of Washington.
Yes, thank you. And I will be focusing on one aspect of our concerns on this project. Friends Meeting of Washington, our Quaker meeting, is a member of the Washington Interfaith Network and collaborates closely with the Beyond Gas initiative to accelerate DC's transition off fossil fuels in a way that's equitable and beneficial for DC's lower income families and all of us. In this year, when we're seeing our laws, regulatory frameworks, and social agreements shredded, I think it's something that everyone in this chamber can agree with, that that the rule of law is really important. And I'm here to admonish that DC Council defend and press for compliance with both the letter and the spirit of the legislation that we have worked for and that you have passed over the last years as you consider the deal that will govern how the RFK site is developed. In 2021, Council passed the Climate Commitment Act that enshrined DC's net zero carbon emissions commitment in law and moved the deadline for 50% emissions reduction to 2030. It's well understood that DC cannot achieve the emissions reduction target to which it's legally bound now without eliminating combustion in our buildings. Please ensure that the new RFK development is built in alignment with DC law, including our emissions reduction commitments. In 2022, Council passed the Greener Government Buildings Amendment Act, which requires that new or substantially improved buildings that the district owns or finances adhere to net zero energy standards and not incorporate fossil fuel consumption. Given that DC government and taxpayers will be making a huge investment, including lands and public financing in new construction at the RFK Stadium, there could be no more fitting case for the application of the Greener Government Building Act's no fossil fuels requirement. Please follow the spirit of these laws and help ensure that DC meets its climate commitments by including in the RFK Campus Redevelopment Act a binding requirement that with no provision for exemptions, stipulating that no buildings on the RFK site may burn fossil fuels. While retrofitting existing structures can be challenging, designing new construction for energy efficient electric heating and cooling is easier and now more economic than combustion-based heating. We join with the Washington Interfaith Network, Sierra Club, and other partners in demanding that the RFK development agreement include legally binding sustainability standards and no fossil fuels. Let's please make this a development that we can be proud of.
Thank you very much. Andre Green. Reverend Dr. Lewis Tate Jr.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for having me and allowing me to testify. My name is Reverend Dr. Lewis Tate Jr. I am a Washingtonian. I live in Ward 5, and my church is in Ward 7. And I'm part of the Washington Interfaith Network. And I'm a resident who loves this community deeply, like many of us do, and a voice committed to justice for those who've been marginalized and unheard. There's a text in the scripture, Jeremiah 29:7 says, seek the welfare of the city where I have sent you, and pray to the Lord on its behalf. For its welfare, you will find your welfare. And so for decades, Ward 7 in particular, and Ward 8 probably too as well, sought real investment, but mostly received disinvestment in economic apartheid. Residents of Ward 7 have lived with disparities in income, healthcare, education, access to resources. Their families work hard, yet have been historically overlooked in the city's economic development. The RFK Campus Redevelopment presents a once-in-a-generation opportunity to reverse that trend, if it's done with justice at its core. The efforts by the council, and particularly Councilman Felder, to put together CBA after having several listening sessions are to be commended, and also Chairman Mendelson's report. But it doesn't go far enough. They have good intentions, but must be matched with enforceable commitments. We cannot allow this project to become another broken promise to Ward 7 and the residents of the District of Columbia. To truly protect this community and ensure shared prosperity, this deal must be improved in the following ways. Make commitments that are legally binding, such as the CBA must be codified in the district law, written into final contracts so there can be no backtracking. Strengthen housing protections. Housing impact analysis must be led to binding commitments. 30, at least 30% of units or at least 50% of AMI long-term affordability covenants. Also, the $10 million housing fund should grow with rising property values and displacement risk. Expand the community benefits fund. It is too low, and ensure small business ownership, not just participation. And guarantee long-term job creation. And empower oversight and real authority. So when things don't get done, there's a mechanism the council can use to stop the project and to hold the people accountable. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I hope and pray that we look at this deal a little harder. Thank you.
Thank you. Clifton Kellogg.
Thank you, members of the DC Council, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Cliff Kellogg, and I'm testifying strongly in favor of the redevelopment of RFK Stadium under the financial terms announced by the mayor and improved with the items negotiated by Chairman Mendelson. I am a proud native Washingtonian, and my wife and I have lived in Ward 4 for more than 20 years. I'm in favor of bringing the commanders back to DC because it is wise both financially and for uplifting the spirit of the entire DMV region. The transaction will catalyze major private investment that simply would not happen otherwise. The redevelopment will bring new private investment, new housing, and youth sports facilities for DC citizens. The Nats baseball stadium and Audi Field soccer stadium are examples of how sports facilities can trigger successful economic revitalization. The team's new ownership has demonstrated a high level of professionalism. DC's football team is a source of great civic pride. Long-term fans remember cheering for great Washington football heroes and role models, such as Larry Brown, Charlie Taylor, Art Monk, John Riggins, Billy Kilmer, Sonny Jurgensen. Now is the time for the city to seize the opportunity to rekindle that kind of pride with appropriate measures that support local businesses and ensure that the project builds up on the soul of District of Columbia. While many constructive suggestions have been offered to improve the financial terms of the deal, I feel it's crucial that these negotiations not destabilize the delicate balancing of interests. As the mayor has commented, public transactions have a window during which elements can come together. I hope that the council and the mayor will work together to take advantage of the time window that is now open but may soon close. I urge the council to approve the RFK Campus Redevelopment Act of 2025 promptly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Kevin Coleman. Randall Kiesler.
My name is Randall Kiesler, and I have lived in the District of Columbia for over 45 years and currently reside in Brooklyn in Ward 5. I attend Holy Redeemer Catholic Church in Ward 6, which is a member of Washington Interfaith Network. I'm a member of the WINS citywide strategy team, and I participated in WINS campaigns to rebuild Temple Courts and to ensure that Reservation 13 be developed with a significant amount of affordable housing. I'm also the president of the Kennesaw Phoenix Housing Cooperative, the first cooperative in the district to utilize our TOPA law. Speaking as a member of WIN, we are pleased to see that the council chair and the commanders took the time to improve upon the initial deal, which the mayor negotiated with the commanders. We encourage the rest of the council to dig deeper and see if further enhancements can be made to the legislation. I've been in DC long enough to remember what it was like to have a winning football team and appreciate the longing of many to resurrect that feeling of civic pride which accompanies a Super Bowl victory. I share a bit of that longing, but I have also been in the district long enough to have seen many thousands of families displaced from their homes and apartments by gentrification and by the rising cost of housing in our city. I have a stronger longing to see our city government find new and innovative ways to assist low-income DC residents to remain in their homes and for young families to be able to purchase homes in the district, to be able to develop generational wealth. Too many young people lack the skills to obtain good-paying jobs they will need to pay for housing and health care. The development of the stadium campus could provide both affordable housing opportunities, jobs, and job training. The new deal lacks specificity on what the income levels will be for the 500 to 6,000 housing units to be built. Could we have a third low income, very low income, a third workforce housing, and a third market rate, as we did at Reservation 13? The CBA, which includes $50 million, has no ongoing source of revenue. Could a revenue stream be found which could replenish this fund? Further, as I understand that the RFK site cannot be used to develop home ownership housing. Reservation 13, which is in Ward 7, immediately adjacent to the RFK campus and controlled by the district, would be an ideal location to build starter homes for families. The cost of housing is great, and $50 million will only go so far given the numerous other issues being raised in the CBA discussions in Ward 7. Having a way to replenish the CBA fund would increase its long-term viability. Thank you.
Thank you. Edna Tieminer? Am I pronouncing that correctly?
You did. Good afternoon. My name is Edna Boone Teminer. I'm a Ward 6 resident and a volunteer with WIN. And although talking about this football team, bringing it back to RFK has been going on for years, this particular discussion has been 90 days. So I really look at the much needed details that have been arriving daily and ask that you slow down and look at them. I appreciate the chairman's efforts to get more out of the deal, but we're still giving away too much for too little. We need transparency on the balance sheet along with the assumptions used to create it for the next 5, 10, 15, 25 years. Have not seen those balance sheets publicly made available. The commanders are making community transformation development promises with few implementation details and little accountability for these promises. We ask that you slow down as it has ramifications for generations and decades to come. Specifically, we ask you to do your due diligence and look at the unbiased reports and analysis that are coming in to shield us and you from the risks by having enforceable accountability mechanisms on every aspect of the deal, including timelines for building affordable housing. To ensure the deal uses local labor and provides living wage jobs and benefits, and to provide displacement protections for low-income households living in the stadium area. Additionally, to secure revenue for Ward 7 to support needs such as a grocery store and a trauma center, and to protect our environment through green infrastructure using renewable energy with DC's net zero clean energy commitments. And lastly, to give the parking situation the time and attention it deserves. The DC budget report, your own report, says that the amount of land dedicated to parking does not generate sizable revenues. Has anyone seen a 3D mock-up, including parking garages? I have not seen a single 3D markup of this site. Why? because I think it will look quite ugly and it will be massive. I ask each of you to visit the National Airport. Go in a van, have a city council meeting, and go over in a van before the vote on Friday and take a look at the National Airport's Lot B parking structure, which houses 4,600 spots, and imagine what 2 of those would look like on this land. It's the entire length of National Airport for 1 parking garage. We ask you to prioritize the creation of a report for public transportation alternatives, and the term sheet must be updated for allowing these alternatives and not building all 8,000 spots. We thank you for your attention, and remember that public land must be used for public good.
Thank you. Cassandra White. Ms. White, you're muted still. Are you on a cell phone?
Okay, here I am. Sorry about that.
There we go. No problem. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Cassandra Wasify in support of the RFK Stadium to bring our Washington football team home again. I live in Ward 7 that my team plays in Maryland. When they are in Virginia built, because the promise the mayor and the commander's team has made to the Ward 7 residents is a state-of-the-art gymnasium, which is greatly needed here. I can attest to that as a boxing promoter, and the fact that I have a boxing gym located on Nanny Helen Burroughs Avenue Northeast with a program named Boxing Not Bullets. It would be extremely beneficial to me to be able to access and utilize that gym to host international boxing events, as well as optimism for Ward 7, which can be a tax revenue for the city and money generated in the nearby. Again for giving me this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. White. We're having a little bit trouble hearing you on the text, so just make sure you submit your testimony for the record.
Okay, I will. Thanks.
Thank you. Dan Bond.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Dan Bond, President and CEO of Associated Builders and Contractors of Metro Washington, which our members contribute more than $8 billion to the district's economy each year. I'm pleased to present ABC's views on the RFK redevelopment project. This project can be a major driver of opportunity for DC construction firms, workers, and residents. The project is estimated to bring 14,000 new jobs, 6,500 new housing units, and nearly 2,000 affordable housing units to the benefit of district residents. That is, unless the council expands the project labor agreement, or PLA, to the whole RFK campus, as some council members have suggested. A PLA will mean fewer district firms and residents working on the project, and importantly, nearly 400 fewer affordable housing units built. We urge the council not to let expanded PLA squander this valuable opportunity for district businesses and residents. ABC of Metro Washington imposes mandated PLAs in all forms because they stifle bid competition up and down the contracting chain. This lack of genuine bid competition dramatically increases project costs. Claims to the contrary are not based on sound science. Independent peer-reviewed research on this issue supports the conclusion that PLAs significantly increased project costs, period. As an example, 2 recent studies by RAND, Center on Housing and Homelessness, found that the PLA mandated by the LA City Council on Proposition HHH, the city's plan to spend $1 billion to build 10,000 units of affordable housing, increased costs by 21% and added 27% to the time it took to build. The author of these seminal studies put it bluntly when he said, quote, "A simple rule of thumb is that the use of a PLA incurs a cost of 1 of every 5 affordable housing units that can be produced through the funding program without a PLA. 20% fewer housing units for the same price. And to be clear, these extra costs have nothing to do with worker pay and benefits, which under the federal Davis-Bacon law are the same with or without a PLA. Nearly all local businesses, including certified business enterprises or CBEs, will not bid on a project if it requires signing a PLA. History is proof of this. Ask yourself, why have recent PLAs contained a limited exemption for CBE firms? The answer is obvious. Without these limited exemptions, there would have been no CBE participation due to the PLA requirements. These exemptions, however, only apply to the project's smallest dollar contracts. As such, DC's public policy is to effectively consign DC businesses to the smallest contracts on large-scale district projects. We believe that CBEs deserve better. RFK is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to bring thousands of jobs to district workers and build thousands more new and affordable housing units. But this will not happen if the council expands the PLA to the entire 174-acre campus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for your testimony. All right, I don't see other. We are going to move to our next panel. Thank you. Shelley Rapp. Come back. Thank you for your patience. Latisse Earls. Melissa Hopmeyer. Tony Duggar. David Wyman. Rosalind Stiles. Anthony Squila. Joaquin Duff. Vonetta Dumas Jennings. Audrey Miller Hallett. Oh. Audrey. Okay. Great. All right. Shelley Rapp, Chair, Committee of 100 of the Federal City.
Good afternoon, Councilwoman Pinto. My name is Shelley Rapp, and I am Chair of the Committee of 100. The transfer of the RFK site to the district provides a once-in-the-generation opportunity to provide significant benefits to the city and the neighboring communities. While the revised terms outlined by Chairman Mendelson are an improvement over the initial terms, there are still gaps in this multifaceted arrangement that need to be filled so that the arrangement with the commanders better serves the district residents and taxpayers. While we can support the construction of a football stadium for the commanders, the deal needs to be restructured so that the city receives a larger share in the revenue generated by the stadium and the site's commercial development. There also is a need for a comprehensive master plan as well as for the concrete commitments for transportation improvements, affordable housing, accessible space, open space, and community benefits. Recommended changes in these areas will be covered by other Committee of 100 members later today. During the remainder of my time, I will focus on the financial aspects of the deal. What does DC receive for the $1.1 billion it is paying for construction of the stadium and the parking garages? Under the revised deal, the city will receive taxes due on food and beverages, merchandise, and parking, and be able to deposit these monies in the general fund. However, the council should also make personal seat licenses subject to the sales tax. We previously asked that DC receive at least a share of the parking revenue from the garages it is paying for. The revised deal provides that DC receives parking revenues from non-stadium event days. Given that the team says it will use the stadium 200 days per year, that means the only revenue DC will receive from parking will be that paid by residents and commuters on the 165 days the stadium is not in use. The day's parking revenue will be the lowest. If any parking revenue must be allocated to the team, it should only be that part attributable to the 10 days or so the football team actually holds games at the site. The commanders are being given valuable development rights on the most desirable parcels surrounding the stadium. designated for mixed-use development, basically for nothing and possibly free from property taxes. We accept that the elimination of land acquisition costs will facilitate construction of affordable housing. However, it should be made clear that all land, including that all land is subject to the property tax. Development of the commercial parcels is the part of this deal that has received the littlest attention. In summary, while the modified deal negotiated with the council is an improvement, the financial terms need to be strengthened further. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa Hopmeyer.
Thank you. Members of the council, my name is Melissa Hopmeyer, and I've lived in DC since 2002 and in Ward 7 since 2010. I'm here today to express my strong opposition to the current proposal to build a new Commander Stadium on the RFK site. This deal was rushed, it lacks transparency, and does not deliver the tangible or lasting benefits to the residents of DC, and specifically to the Ward 7 residents. I was a prosecutor in Prince George's County for 15 years, and I saw how stadium events led to spikes in crime. Everything from theft to disorderly conduct. Stadiums draw large crowds and often have minimal planning for public safety beyond game day policing. After that, the neighborhoods are there to bear the brunt of impaired driving. And in DC, where we have children who walk and bike throughout Ward 7, this greatly concerns me. And there are strained police resources already in Ward 7. The current stadium deal has no comprehensive or accountable public safety plan to address these risks. Additionally, the Community Benefits Agreement claims to offer jobs and housing, but those promises are vague. They are limited in scope and they are unenforceable as currently written. As a Ward 7 resident, I want to see investments that actually serve our community, quality schools, safe streets, sustainable jobs, affordable housing, and green space for our children. A real community benefits agreement would spell all of these things out clearly and be legally enforceable. This deal does not do that. There is also no clear plan on how the city will manage the impact of local infrastructure, particularly traffic and public transit. We already experience congestion and limited transit options in Ward 7. A stadium will only make those problems worse, especially if there's no investment made in the roads, metro access, or pedestrian safety. We have been promised economic revitalization before, and we have been promised it in this deal. Those promises have benefited the developers and out-of-town interests, not the people who actually live in the city or the people who live in the ward. As someone who has served the public and continues to do so, I care deeply about this city, and I urge the council to reject this deal until it gets better, and until and truly a community-centered, transparent, and accountable plan is presented. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Just confirming Tony Duggar is not here and Latisse Earls. David Wyman, public witness.
Chair, council member, staff, thank you for creating the opportunity to weigh in on this deal. My name is David Wyman. I'm a Ward 7 resident. My wife and I live in our forever home in Hill East alongside this development. I was born and raised an enthusiastic Washington football fan, enjoying days of bouncing stands at RFK. Many have noted that the stadium is the fastest way to develop DC's next best neighborhood. I agree, however, I'm concerned that the proposal in front of us will build a neighborhood of the past, not one of the future. I want to live in a neighborhood anchored by a stadium, but which is not dependent on the stadium for year-round success. I believe the biggest threat to developing a thriving year-round world-class neighborhood is surrendering the precious land we have on the banks of the Anacostia to 8,000 parking spaces. These parking garages would be a neighborhood killer. Many of you and your colleagues have cited the success of other stadium-centric developments in Chinatown, Navy Yard, Buzzard Point, add the Wharf to the list. One key decision you and your colleagues have made in those deals was to prioritize people over parking. You ensured high-density development of housing, grocery, retail, commercial around these deals was not divided up at the expense of above-ground parking garages, creating neighborhoods that look like Swiss cheese. You have a unique opportunity to build on those successes and to continue showing the world how to use stadiums to benefit inner city development around transit, not parking garages. I ask you to, one, prioritize proactive steps to build an infill metro station now. NOMA's metro station led development. It did not follow it. Two, require the team to have extensive, convenient bike parking facilities that improve upon the successful ones at the baseball and soccer stadiums. Take advantage of the beautiful Riverwalk Trail and the extensive bike lane network you all helped build around the stadium. Three, create permanent pedestrian plazas that connect both metro stations to the stadium, making it easier to use metro. And three, commit to no more than 2,000 parking spots. Confine them immediately adjacent to the stadium, in the stadium district owned by the team, like Nats Park, or restrict them to discrete fringes of the neighborhood away from existing communities, preserving community connectivity to the river, and require car commuters to walk, not drive, through the world-class neighborhood we are building and the businesses at the heart of it. Less parking is a cure-all to much of what we've heard today and in the days leading up to this. Environment, traffic, pedestrian safety, public space, and critically, housing. The deal negotiated by the chair and you all is an improvement in bringing more revenue to the city. Significant thanks for making that improvement. I also know that there are many other levers that can bring city revenue in this deal, and I implore all of you, do not approve a deal that prioritizes parking revenue and parking over people. We can and must do better. Your legacies depend not only on whether you bring the team back, but on how the campus develops over the next generation. Thank you for your time, and thank you for considering a vision that will lead to a world-class neighborhood in our world-class city. Our city deserves it. Our people deserve it.
Thank you. Anthony Squila. Okay. Gerald Queen Duff.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Joaquin Duff. I am a native Washingtonian, born and raised here in this nation's capital. And I serve as a council representative for the Carpenters Union, proudly representing the dedicated DC carpenters who help bring events to life at the Washington, D.C. Convention Center. Our partnership with Events DC stands as a national model for how labor and business community can work hand in hand to create world-class events and industry-leading trade shows. It is a relationship built on mutual respect, shared goals, and a commitment to excellence. As we look towards the redevelopment of the RFK Stadium site, we see a major opportunity, not only for careers in general construction, but for a wide range of lasting careers in event management, facilities operations, and the vibrant trade show industry. This project has the potential to serve as an economic engine for the entire community. To meet the growing demands for the skilled workers in this area, our union, in partnership with Events DC, has launched a 10-week pre-apprenticeship program specifically designed to train DC residents for careers in trade show carpentry. This program is already creating pathways into one of the best industries in one of the world's best cities, our nation's capital. This is exactly the kind of partnership we need for a project of this magnitude. A true investment in the district's workforce. We need a firm commitment to connect local residents to pre-apprenticeship programs and ensure that union careers are not just possible, but prioritized. Our relationship with Events DC remains strong, and together we are committed to build the next generation of carpenters right here in Washington, D.C. The RFK redevelopment is not just a construction project, it's an opportunity to empower the community and shape the city's future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duff. Audrey Miller Hallett, Washington Interfaith Network.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Audrey Miller Hallett. I'm a 20-year district resident, reside in Ward 6, and volunteer with the Washington Interfaith Network. I know my neighbors in Ward 7 have waited far too long for the RFK campus to be reimagined. While I support a negotiated agreement, significant gaps in the legislation undermine community trust. The terms favor the stadium district with more generous provisions, with mixed-use development appearing overlooked. I ask, is this a 60-year RFK campus agreement or a 30-year NFL deal? The council's votes must ensure a balance of clear obligations and mutual benefits for the entire RFK campus. I urge the following changes. Per the Budget Director's Office, a mixed-use development could generate $1.4 billion more in GDP by 2060 than a stadium surrounded by mixed use. This opportunity cost should be leveraged to fund community benefits. Most of the revenue and tax proceeds from the stadium favor the Commanders. We must seize the chance now to make stronger commitments to benefit residents. The current plan allows my friends in Kingman Park to have a scenic view of parking garages. I instead allocate Metro funding for an infill station and reduce the garage footprint. Progress has been made on affordable housing targets and a 2040 deadline, but the bill should clarify timelines for all housing districts to ensure fair distribution, establish clear MFI standards, and as an alternative to uncertain penalty enforcement, increase the $1 market rate to expedite the development of subsidized housing. The energy plans lack firm commitments, as has been stated before. We need to guarantee net zero development, include solar power and green roofs. Newer stadiums use renewables. We should mandate it here. The focus on job creation should be stronger. PLAs are vital tools for project delivery and should be used throughout the campus. We also must emphasize workforce development, for example, in careers related to sports technology and residential development. I ask the council to act on the collective feedback received today and work with the developer to find a balance between warmly welcoming the team and addressing community needs for a vibrant neighborhood that just happens to include a stadium as its neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor White, do you have any questions for this panel?
No questions for this panel. Thank you all for being with us.
Okay, great. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your testimony. And thank you to everybody who's been testifying today. I'm going to turn over to my colleague, Councilmember White, who's going to be chairing this hearing for the next segment. Yeah, I don't look meta. Start with Vanetta here. Yeah, okay.
Right. Everybody awake? Good, good, good. All right. Vilma Beverly, Vanetta Dumas Jennings. Perfect. All right. Robert Murphy.
He's online.
Excellent. Give a second. Michael Letterman. Dr. Franklin Malone. Frank Malone. Reverend William Lamar the fourth. Don't see. Laura Richards. Tinny Lewis. Chris Weiss. Nina Dodge. Matthew Gravatt. Don't see. Larry Martin. Excellent. All right. Here we are. All right. Vilma Beverly, welcome. And if you would hit the button on your microphone.
Thank you. I'm glad that I waited up to this point
Me too.
to get you.
There we go. Move the mic a little closer to you. I want to make sure we hear you well.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I am a native Washingtonian, born on purpose here. I have loved my city all my life, as well as my children being born in hospitals in Washington, D.C. I am a senior citizen. I live in a senior building, and we, the people of Washington, D.C., want our team, thank you, want our team back in D.C. where it belongs. I think this will promote more activities for the youth, more jobs for the members of the community, and provide more revenue just for Washington, but for the entire DMV. I really did not know what to say. Then it dawned on me, bring back our team back to DC ASAP. We need the youth off the streets. We need more positive activities in Washington. I feel that people in the city would be happier. I'm concerned about lives lost, but we can't save everyone. However, this is a step in the right direction. Businesses will be booming and it will be more prosperous for everybody. I was born Washington, my children again, as I'll say, Washington, since the burgundy/gold was introduced to me at an early age by my father. I have been in love with them ever since. I don't want to babble on and on, but to listen how other Washingtons feel about the new venture besides myself and how this would benefit everyone around.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your testimony. Vanetta Dumas Jennings.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to be before you. My name is Vanetta Dumas Jennings, and I live 1.8 miles from the RFK site. I'm a homeowner, small business owner, and a former ANC commissioner and president of DC Federation of Democratic Women, who has spent the last 15 years building both legacy leadership in the district. I've served this city, not just in title, but in action. I've supported residents, helped to shape policy, and advocated for equity. And I'm here because at this moment, RFK Stadium is about more than football. It's about restoration, opportunity, and vision. As former ANC commissioner, I've backed bold, yes, controversial investments in Union Market and Ivy City. I also served in Trinidad, where we achieved one of the largest reductions in crime in the city during that time, because investment finally flowed where it was long overdue. I didn't rush policy. I organized a career fair and spoke directly to returning citizens who said that they just didn't have options. And that's who this project must also include. That's who equity is for. I've also run a salon on U Street for 14 years, watching how revitalization have done right, have created businesses in safety and pride, and have seen over 60 businesses lost during the time of my being there. But RFK can do the same, but so much better. The concern is that it's too expensive for taxpayers. And yes, the city is making a significant investment, just over $1 billion, but the commanders are bringing more than 3 times the amount in private capital. That's public and private partnership with leverage not lost. The city expects to recoup hundreds of millions in tax revenue over time, and we spent more on projects that delivered far less. This one brings return, jobs, contracts, community use, and long-term growth. The concern, stadiums don't benefit communities, only if we demand that they do. This proposal includes affordable housing, green space, community use, facilities, and over 200 days of events. We've seen this model work in Union Market and Ivy City now, including affordable housing and community amenities, because people like me stayed at the table. RFK can even be better. It's the start if we start now. The process feels rushed. This has been a negotiation for over a year, and the council has the tools to strengthen, but every delay increases the risk and opens the door for speculation, gentrification, and lost momentum. So let's be clear. RFK is one of DC large-scale sites where we can still build it right from the start. And I'm almost done. We can deliver jobs, culture, housing, and belonging in one space for our people. This isn't about football. It's about economic dignity, second chances, and legacy that reflects us all.
All right, I don't want to cut anybody off, but I got to cut everybody off. Otherwise, I'm going to be in trouble for the people that are 500. Thank you so much. We will get your written testimony. Robert Murphy.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White, members of the council, and distinguished guests. First of all, I apologize for doing this from my car, but I was waiting in the office for a long time and had to scramble. My name is Bob Murphy, managing principal of MRP Realty, a DC-based real estate operating investment company, and I'm here today as a testament to the transformative power of strategic development in our great city. I joined Trammell Crow Company over 35 years ago in 1988, spending almost 18 years there before founding MRP in 2005. For decades, I've had the privilege of witnessing firsthand how visionary projects can breathe new life into dormant areas, creating vibrant communities and robust economic engines. I vividly recall the landscape of downtown Washington in the late 1980s. And when we were building Market Square, which was around 1990, just 7 blocks from the White House and the Capitol, that part of town immediately to the north, as we all know back then, was blighted. It was felt abandoned and severely unutilized. It was hard to imagine the bustling heart it would become. Then came the MCI Center, now Capital One Arena, completed late 1997. Almost immediately, you could feel a shift. More activity, more energy. That initial spark was followed by Gallery Place, Convention Center, and then City Center. And the transformation of the entire area was nothing short of amazing. It became a beacon of urban revitalization around the country. I also remember back to 2002 when I toured the area that would eventually become the ballpark district. It was also blighted. It was a wasteland of vacant properties, empty lots, nothing much substance there, nothing really contributing to the economic health of our citizenry and our government. But with the arrival of the baseball stadium in 2008, the change over the next 15 years was phenomenal. Billions of dollars in investment flowed in, and over 15,000 residential units have been built, all driven by the incredible activity and economic ripple effect created by that single stadium. We saw a similar story, are seeing it right now, unfold at Buzzard Point with the delivery of Audi Field in 2018. Before that, there's nothing virtually there. We also saw the giant parking lot that was the power plant, but that was about it in that southern part. And today, thanks to that catalyst, over 2,500 residential units have been built, with many more on the way, demonstrating yet again the power of anchoring development with a major attraction. This brings me to the RFK Redevelopment Act of 2025. This legislation offers us an unprecedented opportunity to redevelop the RFK Stadium into a dynamic, mixed-use community and entertainment, recreational, and living destination. Based on my decades of experience observing and participating in DC's urban renaissance, I can say with certainty that this redevelopment will not just encourage economic development, it will accelerate by decades for that entire area. It will create jobs, generate tax revenue, and provide much-needed housing and amenities for our residents. This isn't just about building structures. It's about building a future for our city, unlocking the potential of another underutilized asset, and extending the vibrant pulse of Washington, D.C. further east. I urge the council to support the RFK Redevelopment Act of 2025. Let's seize this opportunity to transform another vital part of our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, Dr. Malone, Laura Richards.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Laura Richards, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Committee of 100 regarding easements and public access. Nancy McWood, who was going to testify on housing issues, is unable to appear, so I will be summarizing her testimony as well. The Stadium Redevelopment Authority bill authorizes the mayor with no limits to grant easements over the entire RFK campus to such persons as the mayor determines appropriate. This broad power applies to the entire site, the Congress transferred to the district, including those areas designated as district parcels. It lets the mayor and team owners restrict access to certain portions when and as they like. Residents should not be faced with transit or pedestrian barriers, burdensome security conditions, or other impediments. Free access becomes increasingly important when the promised affordable housing is constructed and the potential arises for income-based discriminatory access. Any easement authority granted in this bill must be restricted to purposes that facilitate the physical or mechanical functioning of the campus, such as utilities, loading and delivery, and landscape design. Additionally, we note that the term sheet, but not the congressional transfer law, states that at least 30% of the stadium parcel shall count toward the mandatory 30% park set aside. The team said it intends to use the stadium for up to 200 events a year. The stadium parcel thus will not be available for public park and recreation use and should not be included in the park space requirement. Including it is simply a backdoor way of further restricting public access to and use of the campus. The stadium parcel is a private for-profit entertainment venue and cannot double dip as a public benefit. And I now turn to a summary of Ms. McWood's housing comments. The Committee of 100 is concerned that DC may never see the housing that DC residents want and expect at RFK. Turning control of housing development over to the commanders is a mistake. With no land acquisition cost, DC can maximize the production of affordable units and provide a variety of housing types. This could include family housing, homeownership units, and DC residents should, of course, receive a preference, of course. Current DC law requires that 30% of new housing on free public land must be affordable. If we want more, and we should, we must maintain control over the Kingman Park and Riverfront districts. The commanders need a stadium. They don't need to brand and profit from the entire site. The council must do more to ensure that we don't squander the opportunity to achieve housing goals for generations of Washingtonians. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Teeny Lewis.
Good day, council members. My name is Tanae Lewis. I'm a Ward 7 resident, DC native, CEO of Warriors Empowering District Communities, also known as We DC. I'm an active member of both the Environmental Justice Coalition and the Campaign to Reduce Lead Exposure and Asthma. My daughter led Eastern High School girls flag football team to a 2024 championship and played in the Washington Commanders All-Star game. So I'm also a proud sports mom. But like many others, I see some benefits with the Commanders returning to RFK, like being able to walk, bike, or take Metro to a game in my own neighborhood. But as a single mother on a fixed income and in this current political climate, just enjoying the benefits of this deal isn't guaranteed for me or for many long-time residents. That's why I'm not here to oppose the RFK deal, but I'm here to insist that it include real benefits for Ward 7. Working with a few local leaders and community organizations, I contributed to the Ward 7 CBA, Community Benefits Agreement, that outlines top priorities to make this redevelopment sustainable, equitable, responsive to the needs of residents, and ensure the terms in the CBA are protected and enforced. I will submit my contribution with my testimony, but I want to mention the top priorities. Does include air quality protections, lead-free water filters, or funding for lead-free water filters, may I say, environmental monitoring, dedicated community investment funding, mental health and trauma support, a sustainability fund commitment, which with annual contributions beginning at $50,000 per year and adjusted for inflation over 25-year term. An oversight committee, a joint task force, which is a joint task force including community representatives with autonomy, sustainability experts, and others. This deal is about more than football. It's about protecting and uplifting the people who lived here for generations like myself. Many of us don't oppose redevelopment. We oppose being left behind again and want to ensure that significant investment will benefit DC residents, including the residents over at DC Jail and CTF. Thank you for your time and taking seriously the solutions we've offered in the CBA. Ward 7 is standing up for justice, health, and a future where we don't just survive, but we thrive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Chris Weiss.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White, and all these great panelists. I'm a big fan of today. My name is Chris Weiss, and I direct the activities of the DC Environmental Network. I'm here to testify on the RFK proposal, what could be, if not done right, one of the biggest economic development mistakes the district may ever make. It is hard to understand how our mayor would, with all the amazing talent and creativity we have in the district, choose such an ancient, old, failed economic development model of building a throne to sports billionaires, ignoring economists, hurting taxpayers, hurting poor district residents, and likely devastating neighborhoods and our environment. And gosh, this is expensive. The full cost of the mayor's stadium deal is somewhere around $8.4 billion, $7.4 billion with the chairman's deal in direct subsidies, tax breaks, and land giveaways. I have not heard the word boondoggle used yet, but it sure fits the definition of a wasteful or impractical project, often involving public funds that is considered a waste of time and money. But there is a better way. SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California, home to the LA Chargers and the LA Rams, took 4 years and an estimated $6 billion to build and was entirely privately funded. We're getting disrespectfully scammed by the sports billionaires. I recently asked Chairman Mendelson if during his negotiations with the commanders were environmental concerns raised. He said it did not come up. Well, I know a number of folks who testified before me and will be testifying after me who are very concerned about making sure if this project goes through that we do no harm to our air, our parks, our trees, our rivers, and our historic neighborhoods. And any stadium development needs to be responsive to the threats of the climate crisis. The Commanders Stadium in Landover, Maryland is an environmental disaster, and it is scary to think that our RFK neighborhoods will have anything close to that type of development dumped into the center of our nation's capital. We can do better than that. The DC Environmental Network strongly supports Councilmember Allen's 3-point plan on how to improve RFK even more. Invest in Metro, not parking lots. The redevelopment of the RFK site must be about the future and not the past. We need to reduce car congestion and increase transit, whether for major events or to support thousands of new residents. Build more housing. Let's create 6,000 new homes for 20,000 residents in a mixed-use, transit-oriented development and with a diversity of housing options. And lastly, lead in sustainable net zero development to lower cost. The transformation of such a large area must be planned for sustainable development and built for our future. With record public taxpayer subsidy, and stadium must be constructed as a model net zero energy use. The district should mandate green space, river rehabilitation, and solar and geothermal energy requirements on the team as the master developer of this large site. Too little time, but thank you.
Thank you very much. Nina Dodge.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, council members, visible and invisible. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Nina Dodge. I'm co-chair of DC Climate Action, local civic group, lived in the district for 38 years in Ward 4. I'm also a member of the DC Environmental Justice Coalition. I'm here to talk about energy and the energy risks of the stadium complex, as well as some opportunities, mitigation of the risks and some opportunities. Sports arenas are a big drag on electric grids, with NFL stadiums pulling as much as 10 to 20 megawatts of electricity every game. You have my written testimony, and it goes into some details I'm not going to address here. The proposed 65,000-seat RFK stadium complex could create new electricity demand peaks during its major events, so game days, requiring electric grid upgrades that would further raise already skyrocketing electric rates for DC residents and the energy burden on low-income households. Rate increases could result from potential added capacity procurement costs, as well as the electric infrastructure build out by PEPCO to build out infrastructure to meet new peaks. To cut these well-known electricity costs, NFL stadiums have adopted high energy efficiency design and construction standards over many years, and large megawatt generation of on-site renewable energy for over a decade. The current stadium proposal does not address energy cost cutting design, doesn't address energy risk either, does not address cost-cutting design, thus does not meet NFL energy cost mitigation standards. The RFK Stadium proposal must include stadium designs and plans to meet the highest LEED energy efficiency for sports stadiums and capitalize on lower cost and far more efficient solar panels to provide at least 7 to 8 megawatts of solar generation plus battery storage. The benefits of solar plus battery are 3. 1, solar renewable energy credits are extremely valued in the district. And we're looking at maybe $2.5 million of solar energy credits a year generated by such 7 to 8 megawatts on the stadium. That money needs to come to the district, either directly or indirectly. 2, the solar stadium could be a solar for all stadium. 7 to 8 megs of electricity could help 1,200 households or more, low income, defray about $800 a year from their electric costs. We have a well-established solar for all program. And third, we could have a stadium that serves as a emergency resiliency hub during disasters and prolonged electric outages. The details are in my written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally for this panel, Larry Martin.
Afternoon, Councilmember White. Thanks for this opportunity to present comments on the RFK redevelopment. My name is Larry Martin, and I am the Water and Natural Places Committee Chair of Sierra Club DC chapter. In DC, we represent about 7,000 residents across all 8 wards. The RFK parcel is of ecological importance to our city. It's directly adjacent to the Anacostia River and the district's sole state conservation area and critical wildlife area at Kingman Park. Development on the site must embody best practices for sustainable development. Mayor Bowser's introduction to the Sustainable DC Plan stated, sustainability is about balancing the environmental, economic, and social needs of the District of Columbia. We present to the council a set of environmental sustainability standards that should be incorporated into the RFK legislation. Development on the RFK site must protect the Anacostia River water quality. All stormwater runoff must be managed on site, implementing low impact development, including natural buffers along the riverbanks of no less than 60 feet. The RFK site should be powered by clean energy. The RFK legislation needs to legally mandate all development at RFK be energy efficient, powered by 100% clean energy, and burn no fossil fuels on site. All new buildings at the site must comply with DC's clean energy commitments, and specifically should ensure that heat pumps are used to maximum extent possible and electricity needs are powered by solar energy. The RFK site should be designed to enhance the district's capacity for flood control. Climate change is already resulting in heavier rainfalls and increased flooding. To manage extreme storm events, there should be no residential or commercial structures built within the 100-year floodplain. The Anacostia River corridor is important for wildlife habitat, and these natural areas should be protected and restored. All buildings on the RFK site should be designed to prevent bird death. A buffer along the edge of the river must be maintained for local wildlife habitat consistent with the district's wildlife action plan. The development of the RFK site should be a model of zero waste practices. Cut plastic pollution by requiring drinks be sold in reusable cups and providing water bottle refill stations, reduce food waste through recovery and composting programs. Transportation design for RFK should limit parking and prioritize safe, equitable transit, cycling, and pedestrian access.
Sierra Club remains opposed to the proposed 8,000 parking spaces. On-site parking should be minimal and comply with the requirements for EV spaces. Site design should prioritize metro rail service, bicycle infrastructure, and be pedestrian friendly. Development at RFK should prioritize services to residents of the surrounding Hill East and Kingman Park neighborhoods, and their input to the site design should be accorded great weight. If the RFK legislation does not include provisions for sustainable development on the site, the Sierra Club will urge council members to vote no. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much to this panel. I want to thank you all for being with us today. Thank you. We will move to our next panel of public witnesses, Claire Mills. Pat Garofalo. There we are. John Mozina. Eleanor Hart. Keonti Silver. Sarah Miller. Laura Nunn. Alexis Pazmino. All right. Blair Mills, you can begin. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. My name is Claire Mills. I'm a tenant in Ward 1 and a DC resident of 7 years. Today, I'm testifying on behalf of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network. At CCAN, our mission is to drive bold climate action across the region. And today, I urge the council to demand a better, greener future for the RFK Stadium site and to take the time needed to develop a deal with DC residents, not just the team owners. In the proposed RFK campus deal, there is no mention of environmental standards. It does not guarantee that the stadium will comply with DC green building codes, protect the Anacostia River and natural land, or provide nearly enough guaranteed community benefits to Ward 7 residents nearby. Taxpayers are paying billions for this stadium, so DC needs to demand more from any deal to ensure that what gets built fits the needs of working residents and families. This deal is an opportunity to reflect DC's values of sustainability, environmental justice, and climate resilience, and make RFK an environmental model for net zero energy use. The RFK site should be a state-of-the-art, forward-looking model of green infrastructure that is fully aligned with DC's clean energy commitments and union built and run by DC residents for DC residents. Therefore, I urge the council to require contractual commitments that the entire RFK site, including the stadium, be developed to the highest environmental standards and sustainability measures and make community-focused investments, including complying with all DC energy efficiency standards and green building laws without exceptions, make contractual commitments to the entire site being net zero energy and burning no fossil fuels on site, ensuring that buildings are constructed as flood-smart structures that are resilient to climate change, prioritizing stormwater management to protect the Anacostia River from runoff pollution from the site, reducing parking requirements and investing in walkability and metro accessibility instead of the current excessive parking in the deal, include innovative provisions that solar energy credits generated at the stadium be distributed to new affordable housing residents to lower their energy and utility costs, require project labor agreements and labor peace agreements, and include an enforceable community benefits agreement for residents in Ward 7 and 8. DC has been a leader on climate before, and this is an opportunity to do it again. Let us not settle for less in a project of such a large scale. Instead, let us build for the future of every DC resident with an RFK site that actually serves all Washingtonians today, tomorrow, and in 100 years when what is built at the site is still standing. Let us not just be proud of bringing the commanders home, but to be proud of the development that we build for all of us. I urge you to strengthen the deal to enhance our city and make RFK an achievement in sustainability, equity, and environmental stewardship that Ward 7 neighbors and the entire DC community can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat Garofalo.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Pat Garofalo, and I'm the Director of State and Local Policy at the American Economic Liberties Project, an organization that works to reduce the power dominant corporations wield over our economy and democracy. I'm also the author of a book, The Billionaire Boondoggle, that examined economic development failures across the country, including those involving publicly funded professional sports facilities. Finally, I'm a proud Ward 5 resident and DC sports fan. You are hopefully familiar at this point with the fact that the economic evidence overwhelmingly shows that professional sports stadiums are not effective economic development tools. You should also, though, be skeptical that the specific benefits council has supposedly negotiated will ever materialize. There is a history of sports franchise owners, once they've received their publicly funded stadiums, dragging their feet or outright ignoring promises made to the community. For example, in New York City, the developers of the area around the Barclays Center have failed for years to hit their affordable housing mandates, despite an extremely expansive definition of affordable. In Detroit, promised housing and redevelopment around Caesars Arena is years behind schedule, and the fines imposed under that development agreement have been treated as simply the cost of doing business. In Nashville, a supposedly historic CBA between the city and its MLS soccer team was so weak and technically unenforceable that local nonprofits are having to pursue enforcement themselves, straining their resources as they battle well-funded lawyers and lobbyists. There is little in the revised agreement the chair has announced that makes me confident DC will experience anything different. And the penalty for the commander's ownership for failing to reach the deal's redevelopment benchmarks is having to pay rent, something any other business would have to do simply as a matter of course. As someone who has analyzed and reported on many of these deals all across the country, I am struck by how both the mayor and the chair, respectfully, have failed to utilize their leverage at every turn. A new modern stadium on prime real estate in the district, as opposed to an older facility out in the suburbs disconnected from public transit, is a major asset for the commander's ownership. It will increase the value and profitability of the franchise by a significant amount the moment it opens. The NFL generally and the commander specifically clearly value being in the district and want out of FedEx Field. And there is no competing offer on the table for Maryland or Virginia, nor could they hope to match the appeal of the RFK site, even if there were. In short, the team needs us more than we need it, and the council is in the driver's seat. But you're not acting like it. We are the 9th largest economy and the 6th largest media market in the country, and yet this deal would have us surrender more in public benefits than recent stadium agreements in Buffalo, Salt Lake City, and Nashville, which isn't to demean any of those cities, but none of them are the nation's capital, with our proven track record as a location in which professional sports can and will thrive. I urge you to slow this process down, craft an agreement that truly benefits the city in the way it deserves, and ensure that this is not the deal that future advocates point to as a warning to others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. John Mazzina. Please refrain from whatever the chairman says usually when people clap. No clapping. John Mazzina.
Thank you. Feel free to clap for me. Thank you. My name is John Mazzina, and I'm the president of the Center for Economic Accountability. We are a nonpartisan and independent 501c3 that works for transparency, accountability, and market-based reforms for state and local economic development programs across America. You may know us for our Pay for Your Own Damn Stadium campaign, which is conveniently also our position on this proposed deal. I am here to make a very simple and important point, which is that stadiums suck at economic development. We think of them as these being vibrant, busy places because that's what they're like when we go there for a game or concert or something else. But in reality, these buildings spend almost their entire lives dark, empty, and silent. They come to life for a few hours for games or concerts, and they go back to being economic black holes in the middle of a community. One simple way to understand this is just to look at how many customers stadiums serve compared to other kinds of businesses. An NFL team like the Commanders might host 690,000 fans in a season. That sounds like a lot. That's good attendance in the NFL, but it's as many customers as a single American supermarket serves in a year. So sure, and a supermarket's a great addition to a community, but you wouldn't be giving a supermarket billions of dollars in subsidies. This is not a controversial thing. Pretty much every economist who isn't being paid to think otherwise agrees that these deals make no economic sense for local governments to make. For instance, in 2017, University of Chicago asked a panel of some of the most high-profile and respected economists in the country whether these kinds of deals were a good fiscal idea. It was a blowout. A confidence-adjusted 83% said, no, they are bad deals. 11% weren't sure, and just 4%, one person, was in favor. The votes against the subsidies included multiple Nobel Prize winners in economics, and the one supporter was reportedly a Cubs fan whose team had just won the World Series for the first time in more than a century. Similarly, a recent research survey by 3 former presidents of the North American Association of Sports Economists concluded that economists could actually just stop studying the stadium subsidy question altogether because, quote, additional studies are unlikely to have further influence beyond confirming what is already known to researchers in the field, unquote. So yes, we can say with certainty that this will be a bad deal for you, and it will be intentionally bad. Be intentionally bad because Congress built fiscal pain into it with the Tax Reform Act of 1986, where the late Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, in his words, intended to eliminate the issuance of tax-exempt bonds to finance professional sports facilities by limiting local governments' abilities to use stadium revenues. You're being intentionally forced to increase burdens on other taxpayers or strip money from other parts of the budget. That's the point. Congress created a poison pill for these deals 40 years ago, and yet here we are. The choice before you today is whether to swallow that pill or to make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eleanor Hart. Oh yeah, I think she's not with, oh, there you are. Yes, online.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. My name is Eleanor Hart, and I am a member of the No Billionaires Playground Coalition and DC for Democracy, and I live in Ward 1. The RFK campus is a wonderful asset for DC, and it should be developed in the way that best meets the city's needs. Determining the development that can best meet our needs is proving to be a challenging process, and it should not be rushed. The hearings today and tomorrow, and the chairman's follow-up negotiations will no doubt come up with the best possible deal the city can make with the commanders. Before this deal becomes final, it should be widely publicized, and it should be analyzed by the council's budget office. Deciding the future of the RFK campus is too important to our city to be rushed. The council needs to carefully consider whether development dominated by a football stadium that is usually empty will do the best possible job of meeting the city's needs. Housing is one of the city's most urgent needs. In 2024, the Washington Post projected that the DMV needs to add at least 320,000 units by 2030 just to keep pace with demand. According to the recent analysis provided by the council's budget office, the RFK site without a stadium can provide 5,000 more housing units than the site with a stadium. The economic analysis also projects that the RFK site without a stadium will earn approximately $3 billion more in tax revenue than the RFK site with a stadium. Please do not rush to judgment on August 1st. Whatever your decision, it will disappoint many residents. But everyone in the city can respect the decision if it is not made in haste.
Did you conclude or did you pause?
I concluded.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for being with us. Laura Nunn.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Laura Nunn, and I'm one of the founding board members of the Friends of Kingman and Heritage Islands. I'm also a DC native and Ward 7 resident and the mom of 3. I am testifying to advocate for a better deal, not just for my family or my community, but for all DC residents. And I appreciate all the speakers who've testified before me about the details of how this deal should be made better. In 2017, neighbors created the Friends of Kingman and Heritage Islands because of the uncertain future of the RFK campus adjacent to our beloved natural resources of Kingman and Heritage Islands and the Anacostia River. We wanted to empower the communities surrounding Kingman and Heritage Islands to advocate for the health, protection, and accessibility of this treasured green space. The community was elated in February 2018 when Mayor Bowser announced significant conservation and investment commitments for Kingman and Heritage Islands and directed DOEE to designate portions of both islands as state conservation areas and the southern area of Kingman Island as a critical wildlife area. I wear many hats in the community. I'm a Kingman Park resident that served on the Kingman Park Friends of Kingman Park Civic Association Board. I also serve on the PTOs of one of our neighborhood elementary schools and the Elliott Hine Middle School that sits directly across from the campus. Through these various roles, I've had the opportunity to serve with and for a wide variety of folks in our communities for over a decade. Many of us, many of us have been actively advocating for years for improvements not only to the campus, but the surrounding watershed while we waited for the city to regain control of the site. We have attended countless Events DC quarterly meetings, DDOT meetings, and neighborhood meetings about potential plans. The community has greatly appreciated the amenities of the fields, Maloof Skate Park, and the pole vaulting facility, and all the beautiful green space, especially spaces along Oklahoma Avenue and the rest of the surrounding campus. During the pandemic, Kingman Island served as a critical open space for residents and has seen record numbers of visits from families who walk, bike, and metro to the campus. Our students rely on this site for all types of educational and recreational opportunities. This is already a vibrant location that draws people from around the region without a stadium. But we also share environmental concerns as residents of a heat island living in a floodplain. And we continue to struggle to have even our simplest needs met, like maintaining access to our trails. The city's commitment to the sportsplex, like the islands, predated the stadium deal. I battle every year just so that eager volunteers are allowed to pick up trash along the campus. The promises made to the community to help create areas to deter dogs from our conservation areas and high school fields have already been broken. I'm speaking to you because the community needs our council to respect the investments that the community has already been making for years by demanding a better deal that guarantees a sustainable plan that benefits the residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alexis Pesmino.
Hello, my name is Alexis Pesmino, and I have lived in DC for 18 years. I'm a resident of Kingman Park in Ward 7 and a member of the Friends of Kingman Park Civic Association. I urge you to improve the RFK Stadium deal for all of DC, but especially for our community. I'm asking the council for the following community priorities. 1, clear and ongoing oversight of the project. 2, maintain publicly accessible green space. 3, commitment to public transit over cars. 4, ensure the safety of the surrounding community. And 5, benchmarks for housing, retail, and mixed-use development. Vague promises lead to failed projects, and the public hasn't even been able to see the updated term sheet. Any final agreement must include clear deadlines, measurable outcomes, and enforcement provisions so the community is not left behind. I'm deeply concerned that my green, walkable, vibrant community will turn into a soulless expanse of parking garages with no economic benefit for the city. I object to a deal with no mandate of publicly accessible, open green space. The developers could pour concrete over every acre of grass and call it open space toward their minimum. Chairman Mendelson, wherever you are, I walk my little dog, Platano, on the green space on Oklahoma Avenue every day when the weather's nice. And sometimes, because she's a little stinker, instead of walking, she makes me carry her. The proposed plan includes 2 huge parking decks towering over this green space that would cut off my community from our lush views across the river and alienate us from the natural benefits that make Kingman Park so beautiful. DC should invest in a metro infill station at Oklahoma Ave and Benning Road and reduce parking to no more than 2,000 spaces. Again, Chairman Mendelson, wherever you are, I want a deal that ensures actual economic development, actual economic growth for our community. Eliminating parking from the Kingman Park district will both recover significant capital funds that can be redirected to transit, and it'll free up land for more valuable tax-generating mixed-use space that are activated 365 days a year. If the appeal of a stadium is that it'll accelerate economic development, then the team should have an accelerated deadline of creating specific mixed-use development sites with harsh penalties if those deadlines are missed. And while I appreciate the community fund, it's truly a pittance compared to what the commanders are getting from taxpayers. I have worked with others in our community to draft a CBA that is comprehensive and benefits Ward 7 and Ward 8 in perpetuity, not a one-time payout. Your offices have each received a copy wherever you are. I want a balanced stadium deal that benefits the district financially and guarantees benefits for district residents. The current plan does neither. Listen to the legitimate concerns of those of us testifying today, and please do not rush this council into an August 1st vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you all being with us today. We will move to our next panel of public witnesses. John Capozzi, Gail Sonneman, Ann DeBise, Carlos Benitez, Sarah Durr, would you? Oh, okay. Joseph Van Dyke, David Facio, who I believe is with us online, Sean Towson, who I believe is with us online, Zachary Hoffman, Jeffrey Shapiro, Mashi Pasternak, Herbert Harris Jr., Paula Edwards, Ralph Tobin, James Smales is online, Nathan Harrington, Barbara Jones, don't see, Risha Williams, Ann Common online, Sherry Tingy or Tenji, Grace Klanoski, Aaron Molinoff online, Dorothy Elliott, Troy Thomas, Christina Hansen, Kevin Eastman, all right, let's go there. Let's see. All right, back to John Capozzi. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman White and council members. My name is John Capozzi, proud resident of Ward 7. I live in the Hillcrest neighborhood, and I'm here to testify in opposition to using public funds to build a new stadium and parking garages as part of the RFK development. For far too long, Ward 7 has been left out of major city investments, and residents have repeatedly asked for more schools, housing, healthcare access, and green space, not another stadium. While the RFK site does present a real opportunity for positive change, allocating billions of dollars in taxpayer funds and the value of the free land and parking garages does not reflect the priorities or needs of our community. And not that I'm not a sports fan. Actually, I have season tickets to the Nationals, DC United, Washington Spirit, and the Go-Go. So clearly I'm a sports fan, but I thought that's what my tickets that I buy and my season tickets pay for are stadiums. And this particular one is particularly expensive. And by not holding a competitive process where everyone, including the commanders, could submit a proposal to develop the land is a violation of the government being a fair and impartial arbiter. When only one party may compete to use the land, you have a monopoly, in essence, a billionaire's playground. And as a member of the Billionaires Playground Coalition, I want to thank Councilmember Felder and our community leaders for involving residents in the process. Unfortunately, a football stadium with 10 games a year is not going to improve what is already a desirable neighborhood. I've heard the neighborhood called blighted today, but the area is actually a flourishing neighborhood where families and older residents live and desire to live. So I want to say that as a resident, I'm concerned that this public funding for a stadium could divert critical resources, both time and money, away from essential investments in our neighborhood. Now, support for areas in Ward 7 that desperately need help are projects like the Capitol Gateway project, Benning Road and Minnesota Avenue and Pennsylvania Avenue, and Deanwood. That's where we should be putting our time and effort. I'd like to see on this site affordable housing, job training for local residents, recreational facilities for youth, including new fields. 170 acres, not one new field. The 3 fields that are there, they're in use constantly. So clearly there's a need for that. And that's something that we need to look at. Now, support for local small businesses and green space and sustainable development. And there's just no reason we can't have solar on this site as a commitment to sustainable development. Now, these community benefits should be prioritized, and a publicly funded stadium does not meet these needs. It's primarily benefiting private interests, suburban fans, wealthy team owners, not families that live in Ward 7. I urge the council to reject any use of public dollars for the new stadium and parking structures for RFK. Why can't we be like Los Angeles? They didn't pay 1 penny for their stadium, no tax dollars whatsoever. And parking garages that encourage people to drive into the city, I thought the whole goal was to reduce the amount of cars that we wanted into driving the city. But an 8,200 parking garage is going to be a magnet, which is something that we need to just kill that idea. It's really not helping us. So in terms of this, the value that they talk about, it's probably about $8 billion we're giving to the team. And it's saying that it's going to generate only $43 million a year in tax revenue. Well, you had a budget gap yesterday of $30-some million. This really isn't going to do much, is it? So clearly, we need to focus on a better deal. And when you look at Union Market, Navy Yard, and other developments in the city, there wasn't a stadium. They didn't need that for an anchor. They just needed comprehensive and reasonable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gail Sonneman. Ann DeBise.
Councilmember White, I offer my sincere thanks to the council for your diligent efforts to get the best deal possible for DC and its taxpayers. I know you will keep working. My name is Ann DeBise, and my testimony focuses on the risk of insuring structures built within the 100 and 500-year floodplains at the RFK Stadium campus. This transformational project assumes complete development of the site, but over 103 acres, referred to as prime real estate, lie within the floodplain. The term 100-year floodplain implies that a flood might happen once in a century when the actual likelihood is 26% over 30 years. The 500-year floodplain is now the criterion used by civil engineers in calculating structural loads to withstand flood events. Factor in the high water table at the site and the planned urbanization will higher storm surges and increased precipitation intensity. Flood risk escalates over the term of the agreement and its extensions. The RFK Stadium site is likely to experience all 3 types of flooding: flash floods, riverine flooding, and tidal inundation. The floodplain overlaps large portions of the proposed riverfront, DPR, and Kingman Park districts. The National Park Service, the National Capital Planning Commission, and the DOEE have recognized the floodplain as a constraint on residential and commercial development at RFK. Yet the mayor and DEMPED are silent on the topic. Even with sophisticated and expensive adaptation strategies, such as elevating the entire construction site above floodplain level, flood insurance can still be required by lenders. Private insurers are already pulling out of high-risk markets affected by the impacts of climate change. FEMA's ability to insure flood insurance policies could be drastically cut back by this federal administration and flood disaster recovery left up to the states, as we see next door in Maryland. In conclusion, I present this testimony recognizing the critical need for more housing in the district, particularly affordable housing. 6,000 residential units are promised at RFK. My questions to the council are: what methods will the city use to address flood risk for structures within the Kingman Park district and for the Sportsplex? I know you can't see this chart. It will be with my testimony. This is a FEMA map. Are there areas within the non-stadium parcels that should not be built on because of potential future uninsurability due to flood risk? If the above is true, then what will the impact be on the number of housing units, constructed and on the tax revenues that the city anticipates from the project.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Boyce. Sarah Durr. I think you're here. John Fusio online. David Fusio, you are raising your hand. I'm sorry, it is David Fusio. I'm looking right at your name. It is you. Hopefully you are able to unmute and turn your mic on. 1 second.
Apologies for that.
All right, no problem. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. Thank you for your time today. My name is David Fucillo, and I'm a resident of Adams Morgan, serving as an ANC for 1C08. You've heard from experts about the reality of stadium subsidies and economic impact. You've heard from residents of Ward 7 about what they so badly need and deserve. I co-sign on the need for anchor businesses in Ward 7 to get critical economic development. The reason I'm here today is to ask that the city do what it has already shown it can accomplish: negotiate a better deal. I appreciate that Chairman Mendelson came back with a better deal than what Mayor Bowser presented. The bar was low given the quality of Mayor Bowser's deal, so don't expect much in the way of backpatting. However, the council's ability to negotiate improvements to the deal makes it clear the commanders realize they are not in a position to issue ultimatums. So why would the city rush through this deal without getting anything remotely close to good market value for the RFK campus? Governor Moore and Maryland appear to be already moving on from the team, and Glenn Youngkin has shown he can't do much of anything in Virginia. Josh Harris is asking DC to jump, and some of you all think the response should be how high. My ask of the city council is to do real due diligence on the land. If you want to take seriously the idea of maximizing what we can do with the land, shop this kind of sweetheart deal to potential anchor businesses that can drive real economic growth. You might be surprised the kinds of major players this kind of deal on beautiful riverfront property will attract. But if proven facts about the economic viability of a stadium can't convince you to consider something other than the stadium, at least negotiate better terms. Pull out the non-stadium land giveaway for separate consideration. Include PSL taxes and make sure the ticket sales tax is not simply reinvested into the stadium. The more you give up to Josh Harris and the Commanders, the greater the future consequences to DC residents when the other professional teams want more money. The city already caved to Ted Leonsis, so let's not do it again with Josh Harris. Council members, there are so many things that can be improved in this deal, and we've seen the Commanders can be brought to the table. Don't rush this through later this week. Let's show the country how to negotiate a deal that maximizes benefits to the city rather than the team. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Sean Towson with us online.
Thank you. Good evening, good afternoon, Councilmember White. My name is Sean Townsend. I serve as President and CEO of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan Washington and a proud DC resident. I'm here today to express strong support for this bill and the opportunity it presents to bring real investment, energy, and equity to Ward 7. This isn't just a stadium deal, it's a city building moment, one that creates jobs, draws foot traffic, supports small businesses, and brings long overdue economic activity to part of the city that's been asking for it. We represent hundreds of restaurants across the district and throughout the region, many of which are ready to grow alongside this project. The development plan includes new retail, restaurants, housing, parks, and entertainment venues that can truly transform the RFK site into a year-round destination. We especially see this as a chance to invest in our people. Every year, RMW supports over 300 DC-based culinary students through our ProStart program, young people who are training for careers in hospitality. A revitalized RFK campus can be a place where those students find internships, apprenticeships, and first jobs, especially in Ward 7. That's how we build local workforce pipelines and create long-term opportunities. We also know that successful development requires intention. That means prioritizing local hiring, ensuring small and minority-owned businesses are part of the build-out, and holding developers accountable to timelines and community commitments. Ward 7 has waited long enough and they deserve follow through. As Mayor Bowser has said, this project is about more than football. It's about activating 180 acres of land that's been underutilized for decades and delivering real benefits to residents. It's about leveraging historical private investment without pulling from the city's operating budget to build a space that works for residents year round. And I want to be clear, we can't have it both ways. The council's voting at the beginning of the week to give workers more stability and assurances. Then you have to vote on Friday to bring home the kind of investment that makes those promises real. You can't say you support workers, small businesses in Ward 7 and then reject the very project that will bring jobs, growth, and momentum to the community that needs it the most. RMW stands ready to be a partner in this work, in workforce development, in restaurant expansion, and in making sure this redevelopment reflects the city we are and the city we want to become. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mashi Pasternak with us online.
Hello, I'm here. Thank you, Councilmember White, for the opportunity, and members of the council for the opportunity to testify. My name is Mo Pasternak. I live in Ward 2. I'm a member of the No Billionaires Playground Coalition, and today I'm testifying because, while I think the chair improved the deal negotiated by the mayor and other members, this is still a bad deal for DC. One frustrating element of this process is that the chair has already announced his intention to vote on a deal this week. It is impossible to imagine the council digest, let alone acting on, the hundreds of testimonies delivered today in just 3 days. It was a mistake when the mayor presented the deal as complete and created an artificial timeline, and now those mistakes are being made again. Unfortunately, the negotiations were skewed toward the commanders from the beginning because district leadership never seemed willing to walk away. This imbalance helped create a deal that is flawed on multiple levels. The timeline of this process means that the council and the public cannot consider new information. Last week, news broke that the NFL distributed $432.6 million in revenue sharing to each team, more than a $30 million increase from last year and a new record. Perhaps we should have asked for more than $1 in rent from the commanders, but thankfully, this is not yet final. I urge the council to make whatever changes it can this Friday and to use the period between the first and second votes to do the real work to continue improving the deal. I've spent lots of time this budget season asking you to raise my taxes to invest in communities and neighbors in need. Josh Harris is worth $10.6 billion, and yet this deal would allow the commanders to pay $0 in property tax. $1 in rent, no property taxes, and massive parking garages are part of the reason why the council's own economic analysis found that a mixed-use development would create more revenue than the current deal. The council should change that calculus by cutting the massive subsidy, collecting more tax revenue, and charging a rational amount for rent of land that is right on the Anacostia River. Supporters of this deal are casting it as a matter of economic necessity, but the main engine of the assumed economic growth is the housing and the people who will actually live nearby, since the district cannot tax Jaden Daniels or other NFL players unless they choose to live in DC. The final deal should include real accountability for the timing of housing construction with financial penalties for any delay. And lastly, I'm disappointed that the deal does not do more to advance transportation options for fans and future residents of the neighborhood, and especially the lack of a new metro rail station. I hope the council reviews Nick Sementelli's excellent blog post for Greater Washington on this topic, and like I said, continue working to improve the deal for residents of DC. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for being with us. Herbert Harris Jr.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I've submitted my full and lengthy testimony for the record, and I'll just paraphrase some of the more important and salient points. My testimony today will focus on a single safety and transportation component that must be included in the planning for this project, rail safety. I'm a 31-year rail professional and an officer of the oldest existing rail labor union in the Western Hemisphere, the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, founded in 1863. The proposed redevelopment of the RFK Stadium and construction of a new Commanders Stadium is the intersection of critical infrastructure and mass gatherings adjacent to a major freight rail corridor. The RFK Stadium campus and site of the proposed Commander Stadium sits adjacent to the CSX Landover and Alexandria subdivision and the only freight rail terminal in the District of Columbia at Benning Yard. The rail corridor is a vital component for movement of goods, including hazardous material, mixed freight, container cargo, and other commodities. An estimated 44% of the population of the District of Columbia live or work adjacent to our rail corridors. The population density and residential and commercial footprint proposed for the new stadium places both new and old communities in the rail footprint in the event of an incident. The juxtaposition of a crowded sports venue and a freight rail corridor in the nation's capital increases the attractiveness of both as potential targets for terrorism and sabotage. In 2023 alone, 34,564 hazardous material transporting cars passed through the District of Columbia and the metropolitan Washington region. An attack on either of these complexes or facilities will have consequences for the adjoining neighborhood and the Anacostia River. Hazardous material on freight trains bound for urban areas pose special challenges for existing areas. This body has available to it an entity that could help it address some of these challenges in the Rail Advisory Board. Unfortunately, the administration never constituted the Rail Advisory Board and should be charged to do so. The other concern we have is that in the event that freight materials are diverted from the Ward 6 and 7 line adjacent to RFK Stadium, it will increase the freight traffic in both Wards 4 and 5, which are the western fronts of our community. In my closing comments, I have a couple of recommendations that I'd like to outline as part of it to improve this agreement. One, there should be formalized partnerships and memorandums of understanding on public safety and rail safety with the commanders, rail carriers, ACEMA, and the other appropriate executive agencies. Two, a requirement for comprehensive-based scenario-specific emergency action plans, including rail emergencies, should be a condition of the operating permit for the stadium.
I gotta cut you off because I cut everybody off.
Okay, I got one more thing, and I'm gonna let you go. The other issue is
It's
that
gotta be
as part of the transportation funding for this project, increase should be extended to the DOEE, Department of Energy and Environment, to increase its rail safety and emergency response division and the staffing and ability to monitor our rail network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paula Edwards, who is online.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, Ms. Edwards, you can proceed.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Paula Edwards, a native Washingtonian, commissioner of SMD 4A01. RFK has been used to make a hard deal before. George Preston Marshall, the team owner, was so racist that he refused to hire Black players, and the team was the last all-white NFL team in the country. When the federal government decided to build the stadium, President Kennedy told Marshall that if he did not integrate the team, they would never play there. Marshall folded and hired Ernie Davis. That deal broke segregation in the NFL, and the stadium deal making should continue to be used for good. In 2005, MLB was seeking to sell the Montreal Expos for $250 million, a 100% plus profit over the $120 million they paid for the team in 2002. After DC signed the deal for National Stadium, MLB sold the team for $450 million to the Learners. If the Commanders get a similar bump in valuation after an affirmative council vote on Friday evening, the team could be worth $13 billion, although the post-bump valuation will probably be closer to $7 billion. Any benefit from that will accrue to Maryland because the team is a Maryland corporation. In 2018, CM Jack Evans convinced the DC Council to support an emergency sports betting bill with little discussion or due diligence, so DC could be first over Maryland and Virginia and, quote, make a lot of money. That bill resulted in the least profitable sports book in the country, and I think the worst since Caligula. The only reason Caligula's was worse was that he killed people when he lost. 6 years later, DC is still struggling to dig out from under that disaster, while Virginia and Maryland are cashing their sports betting checks every month. Every current member of the DC Council who served in 2019 voted for that bill, with the exception of Councilmember Nadeau. My point is that the council does not make good decisions when rushed. The team's creation of a false emergency is a means to enable them to privatize gain and socialize risk by pushing as many costs as possible from their side to the public sector. The more ambiguous the agreement, the more we are going to wind up paying. Perform due diligence, listen to the labor, environmental, financial, and risk experts to make a good decision. Do not saddle us with another intralot. My specifics are: number one, the team must locate its tax home in DC. Unlike other jurisdictions, DC does not have taxation at the source. We can't even get a job tax like every other jurisdiction in the country. In closing, President Trump told the team to negotiate hard. I think we should take his advice. If team owners want to go to Virginia, they can ask Mr. Leonsis about that fun experience. If they wanted to stay in Maryland, they would have. If they want a direct transfer from the federal government, they will have President Trump and Congress as their landlords. Due diligence and sweetening a deal involve a lot more than reprogramming revenues. Thank you very much, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you very much. No clapping in the audience, please. James Smales, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Jim Smales, and I'm testifying today as chair of the Transportation Subcommittee of the Committee of 100. As a professional transportation engineer, I would like to stress the special attention that should be paid to the transportation network as part of the comprehensive master plan that is needed for the entire site. This will not only support Commanders fans and special events, it will serve those living in the new neighborhood and using commercial development and green space contemplated in the deal. The first task should be to evaluate the capacity of the Stadium Armory Metro Station to meet demand on game days. The current capacity of the 3 lines serving the stadium is adequate for most days. However, the current capacity is not expected to be adequate to handle game day crowds. The recent proposal to redirect $600 million from the sports facility fee to a transportation improvement fund for Metro is welcome news. Ways to evaluate and maximize capacity that we should look at include minimizing train headways to maximize moving people from the platform, exploring infill Metro Rail station that can also serve the Kingman Park neighborhood. Express buses from Union Station could bring fans from the Red Line or other neighborhoods directly to the RFK site. Shuttle service should be free and provided by paid for by the Commanders. Bus service to the stadium should also be increased on game days. Metrobus could provide additional service beyond the 3 routes that currently serve the stadium, and they should consider using other routes, rerouting them on game days or for special events. Parking overall should be reduced. The parking garages should be removed from the Kingman Park district, and parking closer to the stadium should be increased. The 2 huge garages and the new roadways to service them that are in Kingman Park would use more than half the land available in that space. The garages in the Plaza district should be enlarged. This would provide premium parking and direct access to multiple levels in the stadium. The garages could also be used by Metrorail commuters during the week. By removing the Kingman Park garages and using those savings to enlarge those garages near the stadium, it would reduce the overall parking cost from the estimate of $352 million now. In conclusion, with a Metrorail and bus system designed to bring people from all corners of the region into the city, it's the ideal way to get people to the stadium safely. Public transit should be the primary transportation mode for the stadium, and investment in above-ground parking garages should be limited and located adjacent to the stadium. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nathan Harrington, who is online.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, council members and fellow Washingtonians. I'm a Ward 8 resident for the last 16 years, and I'm here to speak loud and clear against what I view as a shameful giveaway of our precious public land and the hard-earned tax dollars of Washingtonians for a project that will primarily benefit a billionaire white man and his billionaire associates. This is quite simply a reverse Robin Hood move that takes from the poor while giving to the rich. The choice here is stark. This council just got finished with massive cuts to environmental programs and programs benefiting low-income Washingtonians. With the money that would go into this stadium deal, we could build thousands of units of deeply permanently affordable housing. We could create thousands of dream jobs, restoring our rivers and our forests and transitioning to 100% clean energy. We could pay our childhood educators what they deserve and provide healthcare for everyone. But instead, this council is ready to give in and cave to Trump's intimidation and subsidize what will be a glamorous vanity project, one that will put us on national television, maybe a few times a year, but will have no real benefit for the ordinary Washingtonians who are struggling to survive and will be empty upwards of 350 days a year. The overwhelming consensus among economists on the left and the right is that sports venues are not a good driver of economic development. And NFL venues are the worst of the worst because they take up more space, they're larger, more expensive to build, and they are used far less. Compare Nationals Park, it hosts more than 80 home games a year. When an Animal Stadium, you have 8 home games a year. That's 1/10 the amount of use, but for a much larger investment. We need to be building things that will be vibrant 365 days a year, like homes, schools, and parks. If you want to see the real impact of NFL venues, take East Capitol Street out a couple miles to Landover. Look at FedEx Field, Northwest Stadium, whatever they call it now. It was built less than 30 years ago, and it long since became a white elephant. Where's the housing and redevelopment that was supposed to come along with that? It never happened. Where are the good jobs? There are none because 8 home games a year for a couple hours are not career grade jobs. Why do we keep repeating the mistakes of the past? The rush to ram this deal through without deliberation, has all the hallmarks of a scam. The confidence man always says, we're going to give you a great deal, but you got to do it right now. If you wait till tomorrow, it'll be too late. That's how you get taken advantage of. That's how you get had, and we're about to be had if this council doesn't wise up. Progressives in this city, those of us who believe in putting people and planet over profit, are not going to forget this. This is a red letter day, and we're going to vote out those who fall for this scam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ann Conman.
Media is everywhere. Mostly we experience it from.
Thank you. My name's Ann Coleman. I've been a district resident for almost 40 years, mainly in Ward 3, where I live now. I have many concerns about the stadium deal. The new deal is a slight improvement over the, can you see me, by the way? Because I can barely see myself.
Yes, we are lucky enough to be able to see you.
Actually, you can see me. No?
No, you're just fine. You're just fine.
Okay. The new deal is slightly better than the mayor's deal, but it still has multiple deficiencies. I especially want to thank Councilmember Allen for his comments, which express most of my concerns. I particularly endorse his comments on the need for environmental sustainability. I also endorse the testimony of Ed Lazaire, all testimony on the need for binding environmental sustainable and environmental justice provisions, and the testimony of others who've expressed a variety of concerns. My major concern is that the deal is silent about environmental issues. The legislation must create legally binding environmental commitments with no exception or exemption. It is especially important that all construction be built to net zero standards with absolutely no fossil fuel combustion any place on the entire 174-acre campus. LEED Gold or LEED Platinum isn't good enough. There must be no fossil fuel. The RFK campus should be a model of green infrastructure that aligns with the district's clean energy commitments. And I want to note that the mayor just cut budget money from environmental projects that train DC residents for good construction jobs. To me, climate's an existential danger. I'm 78. I'm not going to be around to see it, but I worry about my son and other younger people. We've seen flooding in DC. We've seen increasing excessive life and health endangering heat. Even worse, we recently saw horrific flooding in Texas and a horrendous destructive fire in LA. I have friends and family in LA, and I was terrified until I knew they were safe. I am also concerned that there be legally binding commitments for community benefits for Ward 7 residents, and these benefits must include at least one serious grocery store east of the river, and other benefits that Ward 7 residents want, not that others decide for them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Aaron Malinoff, who's with us online. Your hand is raised. Aaron, are you not able to come on? You may see a button that says accept promotion.
Hi, can you see me now? Hear me now?
Yes, you can begin. Thanks.
Thank you. Members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Aaron Malinoff, and I'm a resident of the Tacoma neighborhood in Ward 4. I'm raising a family in DC, and the decision that the council makes on this issue matters deeply to me. I am not against development of the RFK campus, but I am strongly opposed to the agreement in the term sheet negotiated by Mayor Bowser and the agreement recently announced by Chairman Mendelson. I take no pleasure in saying this, but it is a sad commentary on the values of our elected officials that at the same time—
Would you speak up a bit, please? We're having a little trouble hearing you on our end.
Oh, can you hear me now?
We can hear you. I just might need you to speak a little bit louder.
Oh, okay. It is a sad commentary on the values of our elected officials that at the same time DC is cutting essential services for residents like rental assistance and healthcare, the mayor and several members of the council seem ready to pay more than $1 billion in public money so that a powerful and connected football franchise can build a stadium and develop prime real estate where it already makes financial sense to do so without government assistance. The DC CFO and council budget director have analyzed this deal and concluded in relevant part that this proposal would spend around $1.1 billion taxpayer dollars on a development that will generate $1 billion less for the district than a development without a stadium, all while giving the commanders tax abatements worth another $1.4 billion that the CFO has determined the commanders don't need. This deal simply does not add up. Aside from not making financial sense for the district and DC taxpayers, I want to highlight two other deficiencies with this deal. One, there is an insufficient amount of housing, and in particular, affordable housing guaranteed in the deal. And two, there is a concerning lack of clarity regarding accountability and enforcement mechanisms in place to ensure that the commanders meet development milestones and supply all of the benefits negotiated for. The housing contemplated in the agreement is plainly insufficient to address the shortage of affordable housing that DC is currently experiencing and that is only going to get worse. Without a stadium, the council's budget director estimates that roughly twice as much housing could be constructed compared to what the commanders are offering to build. I like football as much as the next person, but I care more about people being able to live here in dignity and with financial security. Finally, any deal to develop the RFK campus must have detailed, quantified benefits for DC, defined milestones for development of housing and other amenities, independent oversight and monitoring of compliance with community benefits and affordable housing production provisions, and automatically enforceable penalties for noncompliance. Historically, the executive has had a poor track record of ensuring that developers comply with community benefits and other requirements that must be met to receive financial incentives. And given this mayor's eagerness to get this deal done, I have little confidence that the mayor will be diligent about enforcing the terms of any agreement to develop RFK on which tax and other incentives are conditioned. So that falls to you all to guarantee. The council should not rush to approve a stadium deal that provides unnecessary and costly incentives, does not guarantee benefits to the district that are commensurate with what the team will receive, and fails to address DC's long-term affordable housing shortage. I urge the council to do its due diligence and negotiate a deal that is worthy of our city, not a giveaway to a multi-billion-dollar enterprise that leaves the rest of us in the lurch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Cora Masters Berry, welcome. You have to unmute. Should be maybe on your bottom left. Hmm. Oh, let's see. Hmm. Do you happen to see that red red microphone?
Okay.
There we are.
I was pushing the red microphone. I do it every day, a council
I
member.
know
I
it.
don't know what happened with today's unmute, but I almost broke the iPad trying to unmute it. But thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry for the technical difficulties that I've experienced. That has nothing to do with my ability to handle technology, in case anybody's out there saying it. It's just something went wrong. But I'm
It's
glad
on the
to
record.
be here. Huh?
I said it's on the record now.
Okay, great. So can you see me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I can see you. Well, good to see you. My name is Cora Masters Berry. I am a civic leader, the founder of the Southeast Tennyson Learning Center, and the widow of the Mayor for Life, Marion Berry. So good morning or good afternoon now, because I started this about 10 o'clock this morning, to members of the council and yourself. And I stand before you not only as a proud Washingtonian, but also as a civic leader. As the founder of the Southeast Tennyson Learning Center in Ward 8. Today, I return to reiterate my full support of the team coming back to Washington, D.C., where it belongs. I have heard a lot of the commentary, especially those right before me, and why I respect and appreciate their concern. It always bothers me a little bit when people want to know more about what is good for us in our community and on our side of town than what is good for them. But that being said, like most people are testifying today, I've had countless memories of the RFK site. Of course, as First Lady, I was with my husband as we entertained many of the national leaders, which is a really good opportunity to do that, Vice President Gore and others at the games. We enjoyed the concerts, and there will be concerts and other events, by the way, in the stadium. It's not just going to be 8 football games. It wasn't that before. I went to several boxing matches in RFK. I went to many concerts at RFK, and I don't see why we would not be doing that again. So I think that's a non-starter, and I need people to stop saying that. But with that being said, I built the Southeast Tennyson Learning Center 25 years ago with a mission to uplift youth, invest in families, and build a pipeline of excellence. That single facility has empowered thousands. It has empowered the community. I've had many buildings that have been built. The art got built as a result of the Southeast Tennyson Learning Center. It has produced scholars, athletes, leaders, and entrepreneurs. That is the power of purpose-built spaces like RFK. The mayor's plan for the historic RFK site is no different. It is a chance to diverse our city's revenue and ignite Ward 7, the place where we all live on this side of town, with opportunities. It's a plan grounded in equity, inspired by legacy, and fueled by love for our city and its people. Bringing the commanders home is more than a headline. It's a homecoming. It's economic development and investment in neighborhoods that deserve more than promises, and do-gooders who call themselves progressive, who progressively know more for us than we know for ourselves. You need to stop it. And you're not the only one who votes. We vote too. And we deserve the results of a good team coming back. It builds families. It's not just a football game, as one of your people said. It is a family event, and it'll be in our city. And as Marion, my husband, always said, if you take care of the people, the politics will take care of itself. Mayor Bowser is doing just that. And I believe that this council is going to do the same thing. It has its opportunities. I'm a political scientist. I understand the pull and the tug between the legislative and the executive. It is what happens. That's how this government was built. It was structured for that. It's called balance of power. But there are times when we have bigger fish to fry and people are looking at us, and we have to make a decision among ourselves before it is made force, because the bottom line is it's going to happen.
Ms. Berry, I'm gonna have to cut you
I know,
off
I'm
almost a
almost
minute
finished.
over.
I'm just going to end by saying it's going to happen. If you don't vote for it, it's going to happen anyway. So let's all make it our project. Let's lead, let's act, let's bring our team and our vision home. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this entire panel for being with us. We're going to keep moving through our public witnesses so everybody can be heard. Next public witnesses, next panel, Lawrence Stevens.
Thank you, Councilmember. You're our last chance. Thank you.
Lawrence Stevens, Amy Kasperi. Gus West. Lynn Burke. Kimako Jones. Ashley Richardson. Marie Gibson. Maria Peace. Are you Maria Peace? Thank you. Excellent. Joe Bishop Hinchman. Excellent. Zachary Israel. It's not here. Okay. It's online. John Cheeks. I know he was here earlier. Gloria Evans. Mr. R. Amon George. Cassandra Kingsbury.
I'm Gloria Evans. I'm here.
Gloria Evans, got you. Cassandra Kingsbury. Marcus Scott. Ashley Ruff was here. Anthony Bowling. Not seen. Donnie Lee. Richard Mason. Fraser Walton. May I ask, what's your name, sir? Excellent. Right. Ashley Ruff. There we are. All right. Maria Peace, you can begin your testimony.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Maria Peace. I'm a DC native. I come before you not just as a Ward 7 resident of the district, but as someone deeply invested in the future and prosperity of our communities, especially in Ward 7 and 8. My husband and I own and run a construction company called PMGL Development. We strongly support moving forward with making RFK the new home of the Washington Commanders. This is more than just a stadium. It's a catalyst for economic opportunity. It's a chance to bring jobs, investments, and hope to communities that have historically been left out. Imagine the thousands of construction jobs, operation roles, and vendor opportunities that will become available, many of which can and should go directly to DC residents. Imagine the local businesses that will flourish from game day traffic and year-round activity, from food vendors to maintenance crews to hospitality services. This project has the power to transform lives. Ward 7 and 8 are filled with skilled, hardworking individuals who are ready to work. They're ready to contribute. They're ready to grow. This stadium gives them a seat at the table and a stake in the future of our city. I urge this council to seize this moment, to invest in our people, to strengthen our communities, and to bring the Commanders home to the RFK. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe Bishop Henchman.
Thank you, Councilmember White, Councilmember Felder. The process seems to matter except when it doesn't. The proposal before you is actually two completely different ideas that are being conflated together. The first is to welcome back the commanders to Washington, D.C. Very little legislation is required to accomplish this, as I think Councilmember Nadeau has pointed out. The second idea is to award what amounts to a no-bid contract worth about $4 billion to Mr. Harris, who I hear is worth $10 billion, and his partners together are worth about $100 billion, to develop the site. It's a sweetheart deal. No rent, no waived property taxes. We build the 3 parking garages, and he keeps the revenue on non-event days, whatever that means. That's a huge loophole that he'll take advantage of. And we also throw in $500 million in cash to build what he wants. Process seems to matter, except when it doesn't. If we followed the rules everyone else has to follow, DC would put out a request for proposals, there'd be competitive bids, public comment. Maybe Mr. Harris would win, maybe he wouldn't. The council's analysis of the deal suggests maybe he wouldn't, and that Chairman Mendelson was able to wring out $700 million in concessions after looking at it for 2 weeks suggests maybe we have more negotiating leverage than we think. We just don't know because we're skipping the process. Normally, the process is after a bid is accepted, there's public comment, and then legislation is framed, and then the mayor can sign it into law and announce it. Here, first, the mayor announced it. Second, we finalized the details of the deal, and then now last, we're doing public comment. It's completely backwards. The process matters except when it doesn't. I've seen a lot of pitch decks over the years and seen a lot of people promise a lot of things. If you just sign on the dotted line today, most don't come true. We usually end up regretting the no-bid sweetheart deals of the past. I hope we don't regret this one. I hope every promise and glowing projection in the pitch deck proves to be true. I hope we build a metro infill station instead of 3 parking garages. I hope the community gets the sportsplex and the parks and Councilmember Felder's community benefits he's identified. I hope Councilmember Allen gets his environmental remediation and Councilmember Parker his parks. I hope our publicly subsidized stadium produces benefits that didn't materialize at any of the other publicly subsidized stadiums. And I hope we all get the community togetherness and investment that are being promised today. I hope you get it all in writing because promises that are in writing don't seem to ever happen. And if they don't happen, I hope you make them pay it all back. The process matters except when it doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Zachary Israel, who's with us online.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. Good to see you. My name is Zach Israel. I am a proud resident of Ward 4 and a former advisory neighborhood commissioner. And I just want to say from the outset, my disappointment in the process, legislatively speaking here. This public hearing is ostensibly about the Robert F. Kennedy Campus Redevelopment Act of 2025, or Bill 26-288. Which we have bill text for, but for all intents and purposes, the version of the bill the council will consider this Friday, August 1st, will be a completely revised version that the chairman unilaterally is putting together that the public and the 11 other DC council members will only get to see starting this Thursday afternoon in just under 48 hours from now. So about, several hundred Washingtonians spent time today to testify on a bill that the public won't get to see until a couple of days from now. That's wrong. That shouldn't have been the case. And then secondarily, I would just note that as the previous witness said, the collective wealth of the ownership team that controls and owns Washington Commanders is $100 billion. And so I just want folks to keep that in mind, the context here of all of the benefits the district is proposing to give potentially to that team and the extraordinary amount of wealth that they have. That $100 billion number needs to be said over and over and over again. In the brief time I have left, I just want to highlight some information from a poll that was just commissioned by Greater Washington, the results of which came out publicly a few hours ago, and it was conducted by Tavern Research. This is a poll that was done over the last 3 days from 838 DC residents, has a polling margin of error of about 4.1%. But here's some really interesting top line numbers from the poll about the RFK deal that Chairman Mendelson released just the details of a couple of days ago. 60% of DC residents want the council to continue negotiations with the commanders to get a better deal for DC taxpayers. Just 26% want the council to approve the proposed deal as is with no amendments or negotiation. So a clear majority of residents want the council to change this. 65% of respondents oppose exempting the commanders from paying property taxes for 30 years. 62% oppose exempting the commanders from paying sales tax on the sale of personal seat licenses. 54% oppose giving the commanders exclusive rights to develop housing and retail. 63% believe the district should instead hold a competitive bidding process to assign development rights to the land around the stadium, and 61% believe the council should eliminate some of the 8,000 parking spots and instead pay for a new Metro rail station. I firmly believe in all of that, and we need to get that in writing and committed by the commanders before the council votes to approve any deal. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Gloria Evans, who's with us online, I believe. Gloria Evans, if you're with us, you may have to accept promotion. Okay. All right, if you rejoin Gloria Evans, we will let you back in. Amon George.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to testify today. I know my lights are out. It's not an error or a mistake. Over the course of a year, the proposed RFK Stadium will also have its lights out most of the time. The mayor's own generous assumptions are that out of 365 days a year, there may be 29 days where the stadium is actually in use for a sports game or a concert. If I'm generous, and I assume that those events are 5 hours long, that means the stadium will be in use about 1.65% of the year. The other 98% of the year, it will just be a gigantic empty hole in our city. So I'm going to turn my lights on for 1.65% of my testimony, about 3 seconds. For the other 177 seconds, I'll speak in the dark about the absurdity of what the council is about to do. There are buildings in this world that get used more than 1.65% of the year. They're called houses. While my lights are off, I want folks to sit with what you're considering here. Over the course of a year, all of this time that RFK's lights are out is time that thousands of people could be doing laundry, cooking dinner, watching Netflix, or tucking in kids in new homes at the RFK site. That's what you all will be voting against in order to build the biggest, emptiest stadium in DC. The district has a housing crisis. There isn't enough of it. We aren't building fast enough. The fastest way to build new homes for our residents is to turn unused and underutilized land into homes for Washingtonians. The problem is there are very few opportunities in the city left to do that sort of transformational construction. The RFK campus is one of a very small number. Land in DC is a precious resource, and we have to be really focused on how we use it. If we built homes, offices, restaurants, and retail for year-round use, it would cost the district less money, generate more revenue, provide more people with a place to live, and make more space available for parks and other amenities. You don't have to take my word for it. The council's own commissioned report on a proposed RFK deal says the exact same thing. You all know this is a bad deal, and we know that you know this is a bad deal. You have been chosen to be stewards of the district's resources, including its precious land. Choosing to push ahead with a gigantic empty stadium and thousands of parking spots is unconscionable. I hope that some of you have the courage to take a step back and show some leadership. I know the Commanders deal is popular with some sports fans, but your responsibility is to the future of the district. Publicly financed NFL stadiums are notorious boondoggles. There's no debate about this anymore. Every single one of them shows itself to be an act of management malfeasance. Don't pour our money and our land into this black hole. Please act as if the costs and benefits actually matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ashley Ruff, welcome. Would you hit the button again? Thank you.
There we go. Good afternoon, Councilman White. Good afternoon, Councilman Felder and the rest of the staff. So I have a written testimony, but I think I'm just going to paraphrase from it. But I do want to say for the record, as a commissioner of ANC 7F02, that I find it kind of funny that a lot of people have come into this room today, even before this conversation, and they have not even thought about 7. Yes, Went has different neighboring wards. But just to see a plethora of people come in and have their hand out, the same people that don't even want to come to Ward 7, that don't even want to deal with us, but now you want your hands in on this stadium. but nobody said, hey, let's think about Ward 7, specifically 7F, 7E, and 7D, who are highly affected. Our water is not clean down there. We have a hard time attracting economical development. And so I am for the stadium. I do want to see them come. But at the same time, I want to make sure that east of the river is not forgotten about. My grandparents were season ticket holders. I live down the street. I can look out my window and actually see the stadium all the way to the National Monument. And so again, like I said, when I think about these things, these people that have their hands out now and they never want to visit our neighborhood or always have something negative to say about it, this is our time. Let us get what we need for our community so that our kids can furthermore advance in their careers later on. So that way they can stay in their communities. They don't have to be shifted around through gerrymandering, redlining, and gentrification. And with that being said, I am a first Washingtonian, a first generation Washingtonian. As I said before, my grandparents had season tickets. They always went to go see the Commanders, well, the Redskins at the time, and Dallas play out of town, all of that. And I know that that was a very vibrant time for me. That was family time for me. That was a time for my family to sit out and tailgate or watch TV together or have everyone over for those games. And so I know my time is almost up. So what I'm asking for my community, what my community has asked for, is community engagement, mentorship in Ward 7 schools, support for Benning Starters youth football program, and year-round investment in local rec centers, community drives, and youth sports. We definitely need our grocery stores. Food equity is a #1 key. I need at least 3 grocery stores with this new development coming. Literacy and education. Early literacy funding in DC has dropped by $2 million. I need that $2 million back. I need for the Redskins Commanders to promise that they will put into that program, because it is no way that we are going to give them jobs, great jobs over at the stadium in management and everything else, and they can't read or write. If your child cannot read by 3rd grade, it is a hard time. I'm an IEP mother, so I can tell you. Housing and ownership. Housing ownership is important. The credit score needs to be changed because every POC person over there cannot afford to stay there. Most of the people that stay there are people that have owned their homes way before now. And I just need like 30 seconds, Councilman.
You 15, please.
I need economical development. I need youth programs, football-led programs, camps, community ticket access programs, HBC activations such as my councilman asked for. Infrastructure and equity. I need ADA accessibility. I need programs for returning citizens and public safety. With that being said, bring the stadium back to the people, our people, so that RFK can thrive and that our people can thrive east of the river. And as I said before, keep your hands off east of the river. You don't want to come over there and visit, so all these other wards shouldn't have their hands out.
Thank you, Commissioner. Fraser Walton, welcome.
Yes, thank you. My name is Fraser Walton, and I'm president of the Kingman Park Civic Association since 1928. And I'm a little hoarse because I've been sitting here all day. But I'd first like to say to you that, again, Kingman Park since 1928. In 1937, the United States Congress passed a bill for the construction of RFK Stadium. The stadium was built from 1957 to 1960. First came 1960. We've come full circle. Again, it's not the council, it's not the mayor, it's the United States Congress that has mandated the construction of this stadium. We know that, everybody knows it. So, including the White House. So with that said, we've got to get the best deal that we can out of this. What we object to in Kingman Park, and we are the most adversely affected community, is the elimination of car garages. We don't need those. We sued the District of Columbia years ago, 1990s, for the cleanup of the Anacostia River because RFK Stadium polluted the river because of 50,000 toilets flushing after every game. So now we're back to that same going backwards again, as Mr. Trump likes to say, let's take it back. Well, that's what we're doing. We're taking it back. The construction of these garages will do nothing but pollute the river, but most of all, the main source of carbon monoxide poisoning is automobiles. Automobiles are the main problem. We don't want these automobiles. We want a metro station built at Benning and Oklahoma Avenue. That's what we need, not car garages. Secondly, we'd like to see With the sports facility, no one is mentioning it. We want an Olympic-sized swimming pool for our children. I ran track. We're tired of the same old basketball, football track. The new sport that these children need for their safety, as well as scholarships and advancement, is swimming. Put that into the sports complex. And finally, I want to say that housing, while we build housing, we have to be very careful because housing also pollutes the river. And we have to protect the Anacostia River. We must control the amount of construction of housing in Kingman Park. We cannot make it a densely populated community. We want to keep it known as Kingman Park, a park, and preserve our parklands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this panel. Councilmember Felder, do you have any questions for this panel?
Thank you, Councilmember White. I have a couple questions, so I want folks to move fast. First of all, thank all of the panelists. Ms. Peace, you can kick us off. You mentioned that you are a small business owner in Ward 7. Could you speak to how important it is for this project to include opportunities for small business owners who live in Ward 7 who want to do business in Ward 7?
This is extremely important to myself and my company as a DC resident in Ward 7, who not only lives in Ward 7, but my actual business is in Ward 7. And what we have seen is that several of the businesses that do have businesses in my ward are not residents. So I'm going back and forth trying to do the best thing in my community and support the construction side, but it's kind of hard when you have all of the other wards or people that are not even from the district getting most of the business. So it's very concerning, and something like this, I think, would open an opportunity for a small business like my husband and I with the construction side to be able to provide for our family as well as help the community with several jobs and opportunities.
I appreciate you. Mr. Walton, you're a Kingman Park resident. You've been there for some time. You were there when before the stadium originally closed. My question to you is, could you speak to the community benefits that you would like to see alongside the stadium?
Sure, thank you, Councilman Felder. And by the way, I was there before they built the first stadium.
Oh, wow.
It was woods. We used to play there.
Oh, wow.
But many of the benefits, as you have indicated, we have a historic district there. And it's called the Kingman Park Historic District. You always see Kingman Park, but you don't see Kingman Park Historic District. That's very important because we are protected by the DC Historic Preservation Protection Act, as well as the DC Environmental Policy Act. The aesthetic views, I think someone has mentioned that, came out in the hearings that I attended and you conducted along with the mayor at St. Coletta. We thought it was very good to have that. That was very important. So many of the benefits, as you have said, that will endure to the community will be construction along and development along Billings Road. That's very important. Chuck Hennon, who played for the Washington Senators, I used to go watch him all the time, had an insurance company on 8th Street. He opened an insurance company, and it was very successful. These are the type of things that will return to the neighborhood. Lee Mitchell and Charlie Taylor both had interest in the Chopacabana nightclub on Billings Road. So we're talking about development in that community. People don't want to see billionaires. I want to see billionaires because they will come in and they will help develop the community.
Thank you for that. And Commissioner Ruff, you can end out this panel with my final question. I've been unapologetic as it relates to the way I've been speaking up. When we look at communities across the district and we've seen investment in a variety of economic development projects, how those economic development projects have immensely transformed their communities. With that being said, you spoke specifically about east of the river. Could you speak to what message would this project say about the city's commitment to investing in communities east of the river should this council move forward with this deal?
It was
Can I
sent
turn the
a
mic?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm so used to talking without it.
It's okay.
I feel like it would send a message that we care about east of the river. We love east of the river. How many times have the commanders came down and spent time with us? They supported my peace jam. So I know that they have it in them. I want to just make sure that when they are there, that they are showing that we are one community. How do I say it all the time online? We're 7 stronger together. And that's what I want to see. That's what I want to hear. And it just speaks volumes and level, especially when it comes to economical development, beautification, our kids being able to bike and walk, me having a 12-year-old that wants to thrive in that community. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Councilmember White.
Thank you very much to this panel. I'm going to turn the chair over to Councilmember Felder.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Thank you, panelists. Next, I'm going to call Veronica Ragland. Alex Baker. Okay. Will Murrayfield. Farrah Fawcett. Christopher Baker. Nathan Marion. Gregory Leaks. Gary Leaks. Jerry Brown. Salika Irvin. Aretha Black. Emma P. Ward. Lisa Banner. Surfield Benet. Patrice Evans. Dale Brown. Bernie Martin. Pardon me, Benny Martin. John Waysworth. Okay. Matthew Coulson. Christy Respress. Nkosi Bradley. Mhm. Okay. I think he did. Okay, with that, we'll get started with Mr. Brown. I'm sorry, Mr. Wadsworth. Thank you. Whenever you are ready.
Thank you. Members of the council, my name is John Wadsworth, and I'm a lifelong DC resident, born and raised. I'm a father, a youth sports coach, and a businessman. And there's an old saying in business, if someone is rushing you, it's not a deal, it's a trap. And this deal has been rushed. The mayor rushed you, Congress rushed you, the commanders rushed you, and why? Because they didn't want you looking too closely. This is a seller's market. Maryland doesn't want the commanders. Virginia doesn't want the commanders. And the commanders don't want Maryland or Virginia. That's why they're leaving 14,000 extra paid parking spaces to come here. You have all the leverage. And yet, what have we gotten? A couple of garages and a parking tax on our citizens when the team isn't here, but not on the people coming into town to watch games. And we're told that we should celebrate that our fields won't be given away. Fields that we worked for years to get built, and the mayor was ready to just hand them over. And yet she asked us to celebrate when it was announced she wouldn't give our kids' playground to a billionaire. This is not a $2.7 billion investment in a city. It's their investment in themselves. The Commanders are a business. They earned $432 million just from revenue sharing last year, not counting their local business. They're going to top $500 million next year. They're not here out of the goodness of their hearts. They're here to make a profit, and that's their job. But DC isn't their home or even their spiritual home. It's a place to do business. And what we need from you is to extract every single dime you can out of them for the privilege of being here. They want to be here because we're centrally located, and if they pick Virginia or Maryland, they piss off the other side. We have the leverage. The mayor's pitch was laughable. It was either stunningly inept or blatantly corrupt. Either way, that was the tip-off. The mayor oversold or outright lied about the number and type of events to be expected at this new stadium. That's why a new poll says 60% of residents want you to slow down and get this right and keep negotiating. We need a better deal. $50 million for this community is a pittance. There are no guarantees that they'll follow through on what they're supposed to be doing. We desperately need more field space in this city. We're stacked up like firewood. We need you to get this right so that this sportsplex isn't just a vague idea. The mayor said the team's return is a source of civic pride, but nostalgia can't dictate business. We ask you to slow this down and get it right. Mr. Felder, don't be a cheap date. Don't take their first offer.
Thank you. Mr. Bradley?
Councilmember Felder, members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Nkosi Bradley. I'm a 10-plus year resident of the Hill East neighborhood and serve as chair of the Ward 7 RFK Stadium Community Benefits Advisory Board. The advisory board was formed by you, Councilmember Felder, whose leadership ensured that this process was grounded in transparency, inclusion, and the voices of the community. I want to thank my colleagues on the board for their extraordinary commitment. I especially acknowledge Vice Chair Kia Daniels, Secretary Graham McLaughlin, and our parliamentarian, former Ward 7 Councilmember Yvette Alexander for their leadership. Also, Attorney Warner Session, whose years of civic service and expertise were invaluable as our advisor. I also extend my sincere thanks to the entire advisory board whose names are submitted with my written testimony for their tremendous contributions to this effort. The board's work was not an isolated exercise, but part of a broader effort to gather extensive community input and align it with national best practices for stadium CBAs, including successful examples here in the district. You, Councilmember Felder, organized and led 3 large town hall meetings attended by over 1,000 participants, 2 community surveys that reached nearly 1,800 district residents, with more than 1,000 responses from Ward 7 residents alone, 5 fireside chats, and 6 listening sessions with community stakeholders. Members of the advisory board actively participated to gain an in-depth understanding of community priorities and needs that directly informed our work. In so doing, we also examined agreements struck with the Tennessee Titans, Buffalo Bills, Kansas City Chiefs, and Las Vegas Raiders, as well as here at home with DC United, Capital One Arena, and the DC Sports and Entertainment Arena at St. Elizabeth's. This gave us a clear picture of the universe of expectations for projects of this scale. I suspect that the stadium deals we examined did not undergo the intense time pressures currently experienced by all parties working to advance this project, and those constraints are appreciated. That said, those pressures should not relieve the council of its responsibility, at minimum, to establish baseline pillars of community engagement and benefit that reflect the well-stated and reasonable wishes of district residents, particularly those most impacted by the development. In that light, while the commander's stated intention around youth sports and education program is important and welcome, when taken alone, it fails short when measured against every stadium project examined by the CAB. What is perhaps most remarkable about the public discourse is that much of what is being advocated for by today's public witnesses is in line with standard national practice and is reflected in the advisory board's recommendations. A document that captures much of the expressly stated wishes of the community residents, no matter where they fall in the spectrum of support or opposition to the stadium.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley.
If I can.
You get 30 more seconds.
Thank you. Again, the benefits that we recommend cover baseline essentials like commitments to public safety and neighborhood protections, environmental safeguards and sustainable design, fairness in business and hiring opportunities, transportation access for youth, housing protections that guard against displacement and health and wellness. I don't suspect that any of the board would come before you in opposition to this project. On the contrary, our job was one intended to support the return of the commanders and the transformative potential of RFK development. But for it to succeed, as a true community asset, the commitments must form a community benefits framework that secures health, safety, economic opportunity, and fairness for Ward 7 and the district as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. We're going to transition to our online panel witnesses, starting with Alex Baker.
Good evening. My name is Alex Baca, and I am testifying on behalf of Greater Washington, where I serve as the DC Policy Director. GGWash advocates for more housing, more affordable housing, frequent and reliable public transportation, and fair land use practices. Football stadiums are an inefficient use of land. Publicly subsidized ones waste taxpayer dollars, and so we have vociferously opposed the deals to build one at RFK. The things people are rightfully asking for today, more housing, more affordable housing, better jobs, a stable economy, have never, ever been effectively facilitated at scale by a sports facility, even if having a team in town feels like an upswing. A football stadium, particularly a subsidized one, is a slowly unwinding long-term threat to the district's already shaky economic health that will not deliver on the many promises some council members and Mayor Muriel Bowser have been making on its behalf. A fiscally responsible council, which I watched this body tie itself into knots yesterday to attempt to be, would not sign off on a $6.6 billion cost. That's the amount that the Council Budget Office determined we will forgo if we do that. That shakes out to about $13,000 per household, which is a rather insane number for which to put taxpayers on the hook. We know we're in the minority on our stance, despite the 4 decades of empirical evidence behind it. That's because we polled over 830 DC residents over the weekend to see where they're at on a stadium, a subsidized stadium, and some of the components of Council Chair Phil Mendelson's most recent negotiations with the commanders. And 56% of respondents support building a football stadium at RFK, even with taxpayer subsidies. Football, if an unwise enterprise that causes massive brain damage, is popular, and poll respondents, unlike council members, do not have to steward the district's budget. Neither do public witnesses, including myself, thankfully. That said, a majority of DC residents share a distaste for the details. After respondents were given more information on the deal, that 56% fell to 47%, with large majorities supporting significant amendments. Only 30% of respondents support giving the commanders exclusive rights to develop housing and retail for $1 a year, and only 22% think that the DC Council should preserve all 8,000 proposed parking spots. 65% oppose exempting the commanders from paying property taxes. As a taxpayer in the District of Columbia, so do I. We appreciate that the council chair has saved taxpayers more than $677 million more than the mayor managed to, but that's not sufficient. Good thing this body has plenty of power to leverage the team further. You've heard from other witnesses about why that's possible. They want a DC address. We should use it. This isn't about economic development. I think you all know that. But we don't need to give away the house under the guise of civic pride or to protect home rule. We and the majority of district residents would like council members to introduce amendments to retain, in particular, the district's development rights. There should not be a stadium at RFK. If there is, it shouldn't be publicly subsidized. I'm going to keep going past the clock. Only 26% of district residents want the council to approve this deal as is, with no amendments or negotiation. That majority finding holds across demographic lines in all 8 wards, including 58% of Ward 7 residents, Councilmember Felder. We expect you to do better. If you'd like to ignore us and ignore the district government's economic analyses, perhaps you can at least listen to a statistically valid sampling of your constituents, the majority of whom will not make an appearance in front of you. Thank you.
Next, we're going to go to Beatrice Evans.
Hello?
Yes,
Can
Ms.
you hear
Evans,
me?
we can hear you. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, great. Good afternoon, Councilman Felder and council persons. My name is Beatrice Evans. I'm a Washingtonian, and I live here in Ward 7. I'm the first exit right off the south side of East Capitol Street, the senior building. I'm also the president of our Tenant Association here, and I live in public housing, and I'm really concerned about the enforcement of the community benefits agreement. And I just want to echo what Commissioner Ashley Ruff has said. And I also heard someone talking about the chance for how I want to see local vendors like my family. How do we get the contract? I want that information passed on to us. Include us. Don't forget us again. And I'm just speaking for my seniors here and folks who are not aware of what's coming, but who definitely are going to be affected, who are my neighbors. We are entitled to those jobs, the stores, and I know you're gonna get us the best deal you can, and you're gonna fight harder for us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Next, we're going to turn to Dale Brown.
Hello, can everybody hear me? I'm
Yes.
Dale Brown. I'm an active Washington, D.C. citizen. I'm trying to make this city all it can be for everybody who lives here. And I know some of you guys. So the main reason I'm here is to say, please utilize and continue your fiduciary responsibilities. You have a responsibility to make this the best deal possible. And I think you've heard from almost all of us who have been speaking that people don't like it. As a matter of fact, Zachary Israel said that only 26, according to a very good poll, that 26% of the people didn't want the deal. And you can hear in the testimony that very few people testified for it. You've heard from many citizens and organizations who are not quite up to the halfway point. So I'm going to try and be as brief as I can. Number one, the stadium is too expensive. It doesn't give us enough revenue. My main issue, however, is the environment. I agree with the Sierra Club. I also agree, by the way, the Committee of 100, Homes Not Stadiums, No Billionaires Playground Coalition, etc. But I did want to comment on 8,000 parking spaces. 8,000 parking spaces? That's nuts. I would like to see a metro station if you have the deal. I'd like to see bike infrastructure. I'd like to see pedestrian infrastructure, because every time someone takes an unnecessary auto trip, it adds to climate change. This is a hot summer, very hot, and it's going to get hotter with the way this deal is. So I want to encourage a better deal. I want to encourage public transit. And I have many unpleasant memories, frankly, of deals that you haven't thought through very well. And I hope you think through this one better. Please, a good deal or no deal.
Well, I just want to thank each of the panelists for testifying. I did have a couple questions, starting with you, John, which I've never been called the cheap date, so that's that's new. You mentioned in your testimony ways to improve the deal. Could you briefly speak to if there's room to improve the deal? What are some of the things you're looking for?
You've heard it 100 times today. Let's get rid of that parking that you want us to pay for. You know, and on days that it's not being used, which will be most of it, if we go down to use the fields there, are we going to have to pay $30-40 an hour to park there? What are the guarantees that the commanders are actually going to build this housing? What guarantees are Ward 7 going to get to truly benefit from this? You know, are they going to only care about the Ward 7 part that's west of the river? Nothing that is not written down, you cannot depend on. This has to be locked in. Other stadiums have gotten by without massive parking. Detroit is the first one I think of. But if you build up just a massive amount of parking garages and no guarantees for housing, we'll never see any benefits from them whatsoever. They're not doing this just to be nice to the city. They're doing this to make money. So let's treat this like a business and let's make sure that we get the best deal possible.
Thank you for that. Nkosi Bradley, first of all, I appreciate your leadership with leading the Community Benefits Agreement Task Force. I know you guys put a lot of time into producing a document. You've been listening all day from neighbors across Ward 7 and across the district. in terms of some of the things that they would like to see within the community benefits agreement. During your testimony, you mentioned that the community benefits agreement pretty much covered everything. Could you speak to anything that was mentioned today that was not included in the community benefits agreement that neighbors from Ward 7 put together?
So thank you, council member. I think as mentioned in my testimony, and I actually edited the testimony as I was watching today's proceedings. And again, what really struck me is the fact that virtually, wherever you fall on the spectrum, folks on both sides of the issue really want the same things, right? We want to make sure that to the degree that anything is built there, that it protects the environment. We want to make sure that young people and returning citizens and the like have job opportunities and are actually put into a continuum that allows them to be educated, to be employed, to be housed. And so thematically, again, whether or not you want the stadium, I think we are all unified in that we want the same positive outcomes for our community. And that's really what we heard from the tremendous public outreach that you facilitated.
Thank you, Mr. Bradley. I have no further questions for this panel. Thank you all. Next, I'm going to call Adam Mayer, Ikea Walker, Gail Leleve, Obi English, oh, he's right. Okay. John Wilmot, Max Broad, Nancy Mackwood, Anthony Lorenzo Green, Katie Lane, Tracy Lucas, Jane Stewart, Jane Stewart, Mary Allison Levine, Malcolm Fox, Deidre Brown. Okay. Excuse me. Vic Conclave, Tanya Martin, and Valerio Johnson. Okay. He's in. Ms. Gail, you can kick us off when you're ready.
Thank you. Hi, council members. My name is Gail Lelyveld. I live in Ward 3. I am concerned about inequality. In terms of the football stadium, I'm concerned about the ambiance around RFK Stadium. Is there a chance that Kingman Park could be dug up to make one or more parking lots? Do you really need to ruin it by making it look like cement? Kingman Park Green put up a new metro station. Of course, you need housing around the stadium. Please think of low-cost housing. Do not forget that a beautiful park and an interesting building could provide inspiration to a person who wants more. Okay, make sure there are jobs for people in the neighborhood. You've been invited to be in Ward 7. Be magnanimous. Give them employment, lots of employment. Finally, I want to see that roughly 100 acres is built to net zero standards. I want no fossil fuel combustion anywhere on the site, not just in the stadium. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you. You done, Ms. Gill?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay.
Sorry.
You can go next. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon again, Councilmember Felder, and good afternoon, staff. My name is Jean Stewart, and I'm a 55-year resident of Ward 1 and a fan of the Burgundy and Gold for almost as long. I'm excited about the prospect of the Commanders having a new home here in DC, but I'm also a big fan of this city and want this huge project now being planned to be the best possible multi-use development for all of my neighbors here in Washington. I believe the current plans fall far short of what could be a shining example of growth benefiting neighboring communities, and the city as a whole. On behalf of my many friends in Ward 7, I ask that this project substantially benefit the residents east of the river, so often left behind in big money developments. My focus today is on the environmental aspects of the project, since it will have an enormous impact on the site and the city for generations. The council should ensure that it will be based on clean and sustainable energy sources from the outset. The climate crisis is here and the changes are accelerating. This is the best reason I can think of to include legally binding sustainability standards as an integral part of the planning and construction. We should not lock in environmental and other harms for decades to come. Seattle's new stadium is net zero, and so should all of the construction on this project should be net zero. There should be no fossil fuel combustion allowed for any purpose. LEED Platinum standard is insufficient as it allows for combustion of methane gas. Gas is a powerful greenhouse gas, and when combusted, produces several pollutants that pose health risks. Gas not only increases the pace and intensity of heat waves and flooding, but contributes to the air pollution that especially harms the health of nearby communities. As an older resident, I am personally concerned with the health effects of excessive heat and of increasing levels of airborne toxins that contribute to many diseases. And as a taxpayer, I want to see from the get-go buildings with efficient energy like solar power that have much lower operating costs instead of locking in a dirty fossil fuel-based infrastructure increasingly expensive to maintain. For the sake of all of us who live here, pay taxes, and breathe the air, this project needs to be based on the energy sources of the future, not those of the past. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Valerio Johnson.
Do I get 3 or 5 minutes? Either way, I will make
3
it work
minutes.
for you.
Three
Okay, all right,
minutes.
thank you. So you all have 2 documents up there, it's 3 pages. One is a short outline of where we're going to go today with the perspective from the Hillcrest community. My name is Valerio Johnson. the president of the Hillcrest Community Civic Association. Our position is that RFK Stadium redevelopment is a go. It is a great opportunity to bring catalytic transformative change to Ward 7, especially that corridor, and work backwards from Benning Road to Pennsylvania Avenue. Our organization has 30 plus years, almost 40 plus years of experience with transformative development, i.e. the Skyland Development Town Center, Good Hope Marketplace, where we've seen transformation improve the quality of lives. Our mission is to enhance the quality of life and prosperity of our members and our residents, and we are a 200 plus member organization. Why we support the development. We believe that the $3.7 billion of investment will be tremendously beneficial to that area as well as all of Ward 7. We also look at the opportunity for 6,000 houses, new housing units, a third, which should be affordable, the $600 million in infrastructure that would be beneficial to changing 295, enhancing Pennsylvania Avenue. We also want to see the smart transportation relief that is a possibility here, re-engineering 295 to change the impact of the traffic on Pennsylvania Avenue. We also would like to see the opportunity to expand the back of RFK to push traffic in and out outside of the neighborhood so it won't be as impactful to communities as it was in the past. We see this as another opportunity to do more around jobs. This is very important to us because the Skyland Development Project, we were able to see 1,000 residents, of which 20% were from Ward 7. But what we failed to do in that project was do a longitudinal study or track to see how those jobs impacted those people and where did those people land. With the RFK Stadium project, we have an opportunity with 14,000 temporary jobs, possibly 2,000 permanent jobs, to see how residents will really benefit, how these jobs will send them into the middle class, where they go, where they live, what they buy as a result of this project. So we want to lend our experience to you, council member, to others to make sure that this is not just a pipe dream or a promise of potential, but it does something to change the lives of people for generations to come.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. We're going to transition to our online panelists, or I'm sorry, our online public witnesses, starting with Adam Mayers.
Good afternoon, council members and council staff. My name is Adam Mayer. I am a Ward 6 75-year-old native Washingtonian, a member of the district's Commission on Human Rights, the Director of Housing Partnerships at Pathways to Housing DC, a board member of the Coalition, a member of the Way Home Campaign Steering Committee, member of the Committee of 100, and a member of the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity. And in a prior life, I was a member of the council staff. Today, I'm testifying as a Ward 6 resident. I want to begin by thanking the mayor for her successful negotiation for this land from the feds. That was astonishing work and well done. I also want to thank her for bringing this proposal to the council. I don't believe in criticism, which is fruitless, but I do believe in presenting creative options. We have heard some fruitful recommendations concerning affordable housing, how to improve the use of public financing, how to address environmental issues. I fully support affordable housing. And one reason that I support this proposal is that moving forward with the commanders returning to DC can generate thousands of affordable units, both in DC and at the site they are leaving in Prince George's County. We need additional affordable housing throughout the region, not only in our city. In addition to affordable housing, DC nonprofits need affordable office space. Nonprofits are being priced out of DC. Pathways has had to move twice in the past 7 years. Philadelphia allows nonprofits to be sited in government buildings at an affordable rents. To do so with the development of the RFK site, require office space be provided for nonprofits. Many today have discussed parking. I agree that parking should be minimal, but I believe that the parking that is provided should be made available for free during the week. Providing free parking would encourage commuters to leave their cars at RFK and take the metro downtown. You may wish to consider ending downtown traffic congestion by providing this free parking, or consider banning vehicles downtown since parking will be free at RFK. The ball is in your court. A proposal is on the table. As a child, I saw the Senators play at Griffith Stadium. It took years for RFK to be approved and Howard University's hospital to be built. The McMillan Reservoir has been in the planning stages for decades. I attended many of those meetings. The baseball stadium was opposed, yet now the ballpark and the surrounding land, the waterfront, is a huge attraction in our city. Let's improve this proposal, demand, require that
Mr.
the
Maddox.
deal is a good steward of public financing and do so quickly.
Mr.
I
Adams,
thank you for this opportunity.
thank you. Next, we're going to go to OB English.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear.
All right, yes, sir. Thank you for the opportunity, Council. Again, my name is Obi English. I'm a native Washingtonian, originally from the Langdon Park community in Northeast Ward 5. I'm a proud Commanders fan. My entire life, I've been a Redskin fan, being loyal to what represents me in my hometown. Along with the rest of the fan base, we've embraced the name change along with the rest of the city with nothing but pride. I've been representing Burgundy and Gold as long as I can remember. At Langdon Elementary School, that was my first school colors. My first sports accomplishment was a medallion with a warrior face on it and a Burgundy and Gold lanyard. I loved it, and it made me feel that much more connected to my Redskins. I even wore it to my first game at RFK Stadium as a child. I sincerely look forward to creating more memories at RFK Stadium. I now live in Ward 7 and have done so for many years. Every day I walk outside my home, I can literally look outside my window and see the stadium and witnessing what has become an eyesore, I would say, and also a representation of what once was. I've hoped and prayed for the day it'll be restored, and I feel like we're finally on the cusp of the restoration. I'm with the team regardless. I'm a season ticket holder. There's been a sense of pride that we've missed out on by us not playing in the city limits that the team represents. Like many other professional sports teams are able to do so throughout the country. I feel like we're the nation's capital and we set standards all across the board. So why stop here? Thankfully, it's been something that's been recognized by the city and city council that this is an area of improvement for us. And I've been eager for its conception. We here now, so I say full speed ahead. Let's make it happen. And in doing so, if there's a possible way that we can also negotiate, because in this moment, it seems as if we have leverage. If there's a possibility we can renegotiate some things and revise what's been offered to us thus far that could benefit the city as a whole, I'm in favor of that as well. I mean, I'm with the team regardless. Just like I represent my council member, I represent everything that represents me. I've noticed in the midst of hearing the testimonies here today, it's been a sense or a lack of hometown pride. Of course, we are hit with a slew of residents who are not necessarily from DC. We welcome our neighbors, but it's also a sense of hometown pride that comes along with this deal here that everyone seems to be missing. I myself feel as if like this is an opportunity for to restore that very same hometown pride and bringing the team back to the city, but also a sense of belonging, fellowship that we're missing as native Washingtonians. I mean, we're starting to get pushed out the city and we're now residing outside the district limits. This is something that makes us feel united and united all together. And I feel as if the fan base, this is something that we also hold near and dear to us as a representation of what once was, right? We're still here. We're still proud. That's just something that maybe not everyone understands, but I also respect the decisions by the city council. But let's take this in consideration that we are to represent what represents you guys, and that's the natives. Thank you for your
Thank
time.
you. Thank you, Mr. English. Next, we're going to go to Max Broad.
Hello, Councilmember Felder. Thank you for having me here. My name is Max Broad. I'm a proud DC resident. I'm here today to, one, raise the ways that a stadium can prevent rats and protect wildlife, and two, preempt the failure we saw with the Capital One Arena. So first of all, with Capital One Arena, I hope that DC Council prevents the Commanders from humiliating our city the way that Monumental Sports did with the district's investments in Capital One Arena. As a refresher, on January 26, 2025, Capital One Arena was exempted from net zero energy requirements established under the Greener Government Buildings Amendment Act of 2022. Buildings are by far our largest cause of carbon emissions, measuring 72% of the city's scope 1 and 2 emissions. It is shameful that Monumental Sports decided they were above DC law after our city invested $515 million in the site. It is counterproductive to have our tax dollars undermine our priorities. We should not have those who we send our tax dollars to simultaneously pressure our city to rewrite laws to cater to their cute and well-financed interests. We got played, Councilmember. Instead, the chair and DC Council can turn the tide with the Commanders. If we are to redevelop RFK, use the voter vested power in you to require that it is a fully fossil-free stadium. And DC is already a LEED certified city, which is fantastic, but we must go further to be fully fossil-free, to be concurrent with the times, making the stadium a shining beacon of renewable energy and environmental stewardship, making it a stadium that treasures Hill East and Kingman Park neighborhoods and ecosystems around it, that it protects our waterways, and that it helps DC be a more just and livable city. Secondly, a topic that I don't believe has been discussed today is rats. As a member of the newly launched DC Responsible Rat Management, I would like to raise a few ways that the deal can prevent rats and protect wildlife. Our coalition formed to abate the impacts that rodents are having on children, wildlife, and pets who ingest these poisons on a regular basis. Stadiums are naturally an attractive site for rats because, one, the storage, preparation, and distribution of food. Two, food waste is often discarded on the grounds rather than in receptacles. And three, there's abundant refuge for rats to dwell in building structure and surrounding grounds. The stadium can commit to an integrated pest management plan, institute secure composting and food recovery to prevent rats from being drawn to stadium waste, and as the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim did, have staff clean up after each game rather than the next morning after the stadium received dozens of citations for evidence of rats. Thank you so much, Councilmember Felder.
No, thank you. Next, we're going to go to Murray Levine.
Hello, my name is Mary Alice Levine. I'm a 40-year resident of DC. I am testifying on my own behalf in opposition to the current proposal for the transformation of the RFK Stadium campus. There is little justification for the demolition of RFK Stadium during this era of pollution, waste, and global warming. Those who fight against further damage to the environment and try to reverse damage already done urge all to reduce, reuse, and recycle. Yet the stadium itself is made primarily of reinforced concrete, a material notorious for both its carbon production and the difficulty of recycling or reusing it after demolition. But concrete is also known for its long lifespan. So RFK Stadium can be renovated and used again for football or something else. But once demolished, with pollutants dispersed and concrete wasted, There should be no new stadium constructed and scheduled for abandonment in 30 years. In addition, the building of 5 parking structures with no limits on height will bring heavy automobile traffic and pollution to parkland. In the 40 years I have lived in DC, the Mayor's Office of Planning has encouraged only minimal parking in the city. But 8,000 parking spaces with attendant roadways are now being planned on the banks of the Anacostia River, which the DC government is otherwise trying to keep clean. Clearly, all visitors and residents of the RFK campus should be encouraged to use public transportation, which is already abundant and can be increased on game days. In addition, if a Kingman Park metro station is built, the need for parking will dwindle appreciably. I'll mention another environmental concern, out of the many. I visited the fields at RFK one day last week. I noticed that all these fields were covered with artificial turf. On this hot day, I watched small boys in the Washington Nationals summer baseball camp practice on a field made hotter by plastic grass with rubberized dirt underneath. Carcinogenic poison was likely radiating from this turf while summer storms were carrying the poison to the Anacostia. In conclusion, I echo others in calling for the planning of this campus by the DC government, not the commanders, before any demolition or construction start. I ask that zoning constraints be incorporated into DC's agreement with the commanders. I ask that DC remove the parking garages in the Kingman Park District from the stadium agreement and consider building a new metro stop. I further ask that the calculation of the 30% requirement for parkland not include any sports fields with synthetic turf or any roadways designed
Ms.
solely
Levine.
to access parking structures. And finally, if the council decides to demolish RFK and or build a replacement stadium, I urge council to insist on a large enough share of stadium revenue to reverse the environmental damage these activities will cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levine. Just moving forward, I do want to be mindful of folks' time, and we're halfway through a list of 500 panelists. So I strongly encourage panelists and public witnesses to stick with the timeline. Thank you. Next, we're going to go with Deidre Brown.
Good evening, council member. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
I'm a third-generation Washingtonian. I'm testifying today on behalf of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. The council has worked hard to renegotiate this deal to increase public benefit. But just as important as the deal's terms is the district's role as a public partner, and that means planning for the future of the RFK site. To be clear, this testimony is not in opposition to RFK development. Our position is that we must begin with a comprehensive master plan to ensure that the community gets what it deserves. The comprehensive plan requires focused study of the full site. These studies should begin in fiscal year 2026. They will not delay the stadium's 2030 opening because the stadium is exempt from zoning, but the rest of the site is not. Thoughtful site planning will guide the zoning process, inform future capital budget, and help turn public goals into reality. A proper master plan must address 3 critical areas. 1, recreation and open space. The RFK site represents one of the district's largest opportunities to expand recreational facilities, especially for Capitol Hill East and Ward 7 residents. This includes planning for a long overdue sportsplex. Without a master plan, we risk squandering the chance to create recreational facilities that serve thousands of families for generations. This planning must be explicitly authorized by the council and embedded in legislation, not left to a term sheet, because planning is not a matter of negotiation with a team. It is a legislative responsibility. 2, housing. This is a once-in-a-decade opportunity to build affordable housing without the burden of land acquisition cost. A master plan would allow us to fully leverage that advantage to produce truly affordable units with a minimum of 33% dedicated to households earning below 80% of median family income. The commanders are not housing developers. Housing production should be city-led, not packaged as a private profit opportunity. The council must retain control over the riverfront and Kingman Park districts to ensure housing that serves our residents, not outside interests. 3, transportation. A master plan would create an integrated transportation network that supports both game day crowds and daily neighborhood needs. This includes maximizing metro service, potentially adding a new infill station, and ensuring robust bus connections. We must also dramatically reduce the parking currently proposed. The plan to devote more than half of the Kingman Park district to parking garages burdens an existing residential neighborhood and contradicts DC's policies aimed at reducing car dependency. We need world-class public transit for a world-class stadium. The current approach puts the cart before the horse. Without comprehensive planning, we cannot ensure recreation, housing, and transportation work together equitably. Hill East and Kingman Park communities deserve real influence in shaping this transformative site. Council members, you have the power to get this right, require the planning studies, engage the community. Let's start with thoughtful, inclusive planning to build a truly integrated world-class development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Victor Goncalves.
Hi, my name is Vic, not Victor. I have been a DC, oh, I've been a DC resident for 13 years. I've worked the majority of that time in affordable housing. I want to talk about a couple of issues. So first, just on principle, we cannot afford to give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. There's absolutely no reason to exempt the Commanders, the NFL, or any stadium developer from property taxes or any taxes otherwise. We have dozens of homeless residents dying on the streets every single year. We have an opportunity to create transformative housing at this site. I believe that the housing at this site should not be limited to just a couple of inclusionary zoning units for 80% AMI residents. We need deeply affordable housing, specifically for residents making 30% of AMI and below. That should be the population of residents that should be prioritized in this deal. That's the population of residents that needs the housing the most. Over half of DC residents are rent burdened. So when we talk about, developers say that they are experiencing high delinquencies, that, people aren't paying rent. People are not paying rent because they cannot afford the rent. The city needs to invest in deeply affordable housing. The number 500 million has been thrown around as how much the city might be putting into the stadium. I work for an affordable housing developer. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, but I know the math here. $500 million could build or preserve over 2,600 units of deeply affordable housing for people at 30% AMI. That is what we should be focusing on here. In addition to housing, there need to be robust community benefits, including grocery stores, including free youth programs for youth in the community. And we also need to ensure that the stadium does not get to ignore our environmental protection laws. Those laws have been written for a reason. This site is very critically located very close to the Anacostia River. We need to make sure that this doesn't contribute to the pollution in the Anacostia River that as a community we've been trying to mitigate for the past decades. I was reviewing the real estate analysis provided to the council, and many of the things that I'm talking about are included in there, specifically the need for housing, the need for environmental assessments and environmental mitigation. We also need to make sure that there's a public safety plan, that this will not result in the over-policing of Black and Brown communities because they are closer to such a public site, but that there is a public safety plan for the large crowds that this will draw. I'll end my testimony there, just really emphasizing that we need deep affordable housing, not just IZ, deep affordable housing.
Thank you, Vic. I called on a couple of individuals that were here. I want to call Tanya Martin to testify, and then Malcolm Fox, and then I'll proceed with a couple questions. Yes, that's fine. You can sit next to Mr. Johnson. Yes, and Malcolm, if you can pull up a chair, that will be good. And Ms. Martin, you can proceed when you're ready.
Me.
Loud and clear.
Hi, I'm Tanya Martin, and I'm from Ward 4, born Washingtonian, and I'm here today to support the Washington Commanders Stadium. And when they talk about affordable housing, we have housing all over Washington, D.C., and people came to D.C. to get jobs. And so when you talk about affordable housing, I don't know what they consider as affordable housing, because you're never going to be able to get affordable housing in DC unless you're going to create housing with cheap supplies. DC is a place where people come here from other states and cities to get jobs, good paying jobs. So we will never have what you consider affordable housing in Washington, DC. It's just not going to happen. The Washington team and their finance team came here with a plan to give us some revenue. We have lost a lot of money, if you know, in what it is. People have lost jobs. So people come to DC for jobs. So we're having a lot of people who are leaving DC because they lost their jobs. So you're going to take that property over there and create more house, and half of the housing over there will be vacant, where we have a team that's come in who knows how to make money. And that's where they come in. So we need to come to the table, and they're given a plan. They're gonna have housing there. They're gonna have a store, a gym, playground. They're giving us what they want. These are businessmen who know how to make money. You have to have a business degree. You have to have a finance degree. Everybody in the council, most of y'all are lawyers. Y'all ain't take business. I'm a businesswoman. So if you don't come to the table with this plan, they're gonna take that plan somewhere else. And I would take it to another city, and I would rename the team, and then I'll make money somewhere else. So if you don't come to the table on Friday with a plan, they're not playing. Take it somewhere else, sell a team. Come bring that team back home. I'm a season ticket holder. Bring it back. It doesn't feel right to go somewhere else. So bring that team back home. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Mr. Fox.
Good evening, Councilmember Felder, other council members. My name is Malcolm Fox, and I serve as the Executive Director of Opportunity DC. We are a coalition of DC employers and residents dedicated to fostering a vibrant, diverse economy, making government more efficient and effective, and lowering the cost of living for district residents. The coalition strongly supports transforming the vacant RFK site into a community-serving development that will bring professional football and large-scale entertainment events back to Washington, D.C. Over the last 20 years, D.C. has proven how strategic public investments alongside private funding can catalyze economic development and enhance neighborhoods. Just as Capital One Arena, Nats Park, and Audi Field have done, this project offers the same promise for the Hill East area, turning a valuable but largely underused site near public transit into a powerful economic anchor. I would also note some of the same voices saying this is a bad deal told us 20 years ago that Nats Park was a bad investment. Nats Park has paid off its loan years ahead of schedule, and Navy Yard generates hundreds of millions of dollars in tax revenue every year to fund essential social services we all want to see paid. I really appreciate Chairman Mendelson's engagement and advocacy on this project, along with the contributions of council members and the leadership of Mayor Bowser. This result is a thoughtful, public-private partnership structured to deliver significant community benefits without unduly burdening DC taxpayers. While I'm excited to bring our Commanders home to DC, this deal is about so much more than just football. This development will be a powerful new economic engine for the District of Columbia at a moment when we must diversify our local economy beyond the federal government. It is projected to create more than 14,000 jobs, spur year-round entrepreneurial opportunities for district residents, and include a state-of-the-art sports complex for district kids. And it's not just a sports entertainment project. This plan includes 6,000 units of new housing, with at least 30% designated at deeply affordable and affordable housing levels. There is no other football stadium deal in the country that includes affordable housing commitments at this scale. Recent polling confirms widespread public support for this vision. 65% of district voters support building a new modern football stadium, and that support only grows once they learn about the other benefits in the project. Given the compelling economic, social, and community benefits and strong public backing, we urge you to approve this deal on Friday without further delay and get this much-needed project underway. Please do not fumble this once-in-a-generation opportunity for district residents.
Thank you. I'll jump off my questions. Obi English, are you still on the line?
Yes, sir.
As a fan of the Washington Commanders, could you speak to what it would mean for you to have the team return back home and have the team in your backyard?
All right. Again, I spoke earlier about a sense of like hometown pride, and I spoke about there've been many things to separate us here in the district. Being a fan of the Redskins for our entire lifetime, this is one thing we all got in common. It's something that unites us, it bonds us, it builds us, it gives us a sense of community, a sense of union. It's like more so like family. I just recently went to a funeral for another fan, and that family went all out. They actually had a full-fledged Commanders themed funeral, and I swear the colors pattern of the funeral was just burgundy and gold, and it looked as if it was a Redskins convention. And even though we were celebrating a life, that community and that communion we all had together, it brought everyone together. That it was so we were celebrating a life, but it seemed as if like we were all sharing good times, the seasons past, experiences, just the whole process of going to games, fellowshipping. It's something that I feel as if there's so many things that divide us here in the city, especially growing up Washingtonian. There's many things that are dividing us. That's something that always bothered us. It didn't matter what part of the city you was from, what neighborhood you was from. Everyone came together during football season. So I looked forward to like even strifes you may have with people gets ironed out during football. It's just one thing we all got in common. It's something that unites us. So I've always looked forward to that part of being a Redskins fan my entire life, because that's something that all good times will always follow during football season. By me being a Ward 7 resident now and just having many experiences just watching RFK Stadium throughout the years, it was always like a far-fetched notion to see the Skins coming back home. So for it to be like us be on the cusp of it right now, it's like dangling a dream come true in front of our eyes. And for many of us that have stayed near and dear and do not want to be pushed out, do not want to leave the city, we love our city, we want to stay here. That's one thing that makes us hold on to our heritage.
Thank you, Mr. English. I appreciate that. Mr. Fox, you talked about other economic development projects across the city. Could you speak to how this project could support economic growth and economic recovery in the city?
Absolutely. I mean, we have a lot of jobs that we need to replace. There are federal jobs that we've lost. As I said in my testimony, this deal includes 14,000 jobs and an additional 2,000 permanent jobs on top of that, beyond just the construction jobs. Additionally, with a project of this scale, we're talking about the type of economic anchor that especially Ward 7 has not been able to have in the past to bring new entrepreneurial opportunities to Ward 7. So this is the type of economic anchor that's going to really drive growth and change the economy moving forward, which is something the district really needs.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. And my last question will be geared to Mr. Valerio Johnson. Mr. Johnson, as a long-time Ward 7 resident, East of the River resident, could you speak to how, in the event this project does not move forward, how that will Impact Award?
So I don't have a vision for it not moving forward because I don't think any one of you all want to be on that side of history to fumble this football. I think this is a once in a lifetime generational opportunity to change communities, to change lives, to put money in people's pocket, to create entrepreneurs. We have seen nothing but success over the years with stadiums and sports investments. Nats Park, Audi Field is being transformed as we speak in Buzzard Point. We have downtown, we have the convention center, we have the Wizards, we have the ESA. It doesn't make any sense not to approve this deal. Look, everybody has some deep-rooted values on how money should be spent, how people's money should be spent. But let's be honest here, you got to let people who make money, and we got to create opportunities to do so. So what we want to be able to do is not, I'll say it this way, and I'll end it. The grass suffers when elephants fight. And so what we want to be able to do is to get this project in and working so that many residents can benefit from the endless possibilities and opportunities. And we've seen this before over and over again.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I see it's worth to know that we have been joined by my Ward 4 Council colleague, Janice Lewis-George. Councilwoman Lewis-George, do you have any questions for this panel? And if not, then I'll let you chair the next panel the next group of panelists.
Awesome. Thank you so much as panel witnesses. I don't have questions. Chairman Mendelson told me keep this train going today, so I'm going to keep going. But thank you all for your testimony today.
Thank you for having us. Thank you.
No, thank you. Councilwoman
Thank you.
George, you have the.
Thank you, Councilmember Felder. We are going to get started on our next panel of witnesses, starting with 247. Nathan Herner, Emily Owens. Okay. Lakeisha Spencer, Rod Adele, Karen Caston. Okay. Christopher Williams, Elizabeth Eddings, Rayshawn Scott. Wonderful. Joseph Dunbar, Douglas Foster, okay. Lolita Butler, Buck McDonald, Vilma Beverly, Christopher Dutro, Tanya Wise, Rachel Ramon Donlin, Karen Hughes, David Crutchfield, Jackie Wright, Alyssa Hackerson, keep going. Yeah.
We'll go down the hall.
Okay. Harold Connolly and Rob Hoffman. Karen Caston's first in my book.
Yes, indeed.
All right. We're going to start with Karen Caston. Hi,
Thank
Karen,
you.
I see you online. Oh, there you go.
Thank you very much, council members and Councilmember Lewis George. I'm Karen Caston. I'm associated with the Wardman Hotel Strategy Team, which some of you are familiar with from many emails that I've sent to you, as well as the campaign for mixed income housing at the Hotel Harrington downtown. Chair Mendelson's revised RFK Development Act says, quote, the project will create approximately 6,000 housing units, 1,800 being affordable. Who will create the housing? On what timeline? And affordable to whom? Even if housing is made available to those making 60% AMI, a typical affordable housing floor in DC, 60%, few DC residents make enough money to benefit. In Washington, D.C., the 60% area median income for a family of four is approximately $132,400 in 2025. Imagine that qualifies you to be considered in the lower income bracket for affordable housing programs in the area. Very few DC residents have that income. Why shouldn't they too be included in housing at the stadium? Affordable housing should begin with 30% AMI and below, up to market rate, in a mixed income affordable residential community along the lines of social housing, as Councilmember Louis George has proposed in the Green New Deal for housing. Social housing models are sustainable, mixed income, publicly owned, and permanently affordable. DC should be in control of developing the housing at the stadium site and collecting the rents. One obstacle that's prevented the social housing model from coming to fruition has been the extraordinarily high cost of land in DC. But now the social housing model is financially viable. The land doesn't need to be paid for. The land already belongs to the city. Now's the time to create a national model for affordable housing here in DC. Let's hold an international housing design competition to create the most sustainable, climate resilient, family friendly, beautiful small city in the country, with a full service shopping market and new schools to meet the needs of these residents. As Council Member Allen tweeted, let's build a new small city from the ground up. And I will just very quickly say that while we're at it, let's build more than the scant 6,000 housing units in the most recent draft. Let's think in terms of 20,000 or 30,000 affordable units spread across the income range, all living together.
Thank you so much.
Just one other thing. How many residents know that no matter how much they love the Commanders, few will be able to afford to attend the games? People must buy seat licenses in order to buy tickets for games.
Thank you. We appreciate
Eliminate
you.
the requirement.
We got to move on to our next witness. Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Christopher Williams.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify as we move into the swing shift of this long council hearing. I appreciate it. My name is Chris Williams. I'm the president and CEO of the Anacostia Watershed Society. Our position is that whatever redevelopment happens at the RFK site, it must result in a net benefit for the Anacostia River, not just obey all existing environmental laws, but be an actual net benefit for the Anacostia River and for the local communities that enjoy the river. The district residents have spent billions of dollars to restore the Anacostia River and millions more to ensure access to the river for recreation, for its aesthetic benefits, for its economic benefits. This RFK project It needs to build on those investments. It needs to be done in the context of those investments. It needs to build on them, not undermine them. How are the ways it could do that? With state-of-the-art stormwater management to preserve the water quality of the river, minimal energy and carbon footprint, as minimal as modern technology and facilities management will allow. Control the trash that the stadium and the development produces, including by limiting the use of single-use plastic containers, particularly plastic bottles, which are a major Anacostia pollutant. Investments in wetlands protection and restoration, including a buffer between the stadium and the river to fully protect the river from the effects of the stadium. A transportation plan that emphasizes public transit. There's been a lot of discussion about a new metro station rather than an 8,000 space parking behemoth. And a plan to ensure that the benefits of the development, the benefits of the river, and the benefits of Kingman and Heritage Islands natural areas, which have been a big investment for the district for many years, that access to those amenities are enhanced. I understand that there's a lot of things that need to be considered as the development of the RFK site moves forward. I just want the city and the commanders to ensure that the river, the health of the river, is one of those considerations and enjoys the same level of protection, enjoys the same level of investment that a lot of these amenities that are being discussed. We've talked a lot about a community benefit plan and an enforceable community benefit plan, which I fully support. But we ought to also think about an environmental benefit plan, again, to make sure that as the development of the stadium and the entire campus goes forward, that environmental benefits are considered and invested in by the district and by the commanders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Elizabeth Eddings. Rajan Scott.
Thank you. To the esteemed reviewing authority, my name is Rajan Sanjay Scott. I am a native Washingtonian in the Washington, D.C. area, but I'm writing as both an advocate for the historical architecture of the design and fabrication of the RFK multi-sports and entertainment venue, and also as a property owner and a National Football League licensee. I've been a licensee with the National Football League for 18 years, so I do understand the employment possibilities. So when we get ready to employ people, I want them to be ready and certified. I want them to go to DC's Small Business Association and understand what licensing means, what your corporation means, what type of businesses you want to have. Because to do business with them, which you will have time to get your business together, you need to be solid within 3 years. And you have to show that. So that's one thing I wanted to say from listening to all this. So I went offline on what I was saying. But the RFK Stadium offers the iconic backdrop and stands as a historic venue for anybody who wants to come here. With the visibility between the monument and the Capitol is already a money move. So to delay this process, I understand, I hear you about housing, I hear you about, now the parking lot thing, new to me. But because DC also have to worry about, as well as the NFL, as well as the stadium, the parking lot is very valuable due to the fact that it's always a risk. You have to have a certain area to do and develop, which DC is letting you do now, is train on how to, with the Department of Health, how to make a pod, which means an outdoor part using those parking lots. If we didn't learn one thing from COVID, you needed that outer space. So they take it in consideration because we have been hit with anthrax. We have been hit with these other things. So they take into consideration that part. That's why the NFL has partnered with FEMA. But also, not only that, we also have what is called the NFL Inspired Change. I hear you talking about reform. That program has been in existence since 2017. But I also know DC was the only city in the world that has the lead certification. I understand about the other things you say because they can try to bypass it, but one thing, the criteria is to have that green. So we will have that. I also know with the NFL Play 60, with the Pop Warner Institute, the children will be taken care of, especially you worry about the women. Look at me, I'm a woman in football, I know, but one thing, we have what is called science cheerleaders. So everybody is involved in the environment of the NFL. Thank you, because I know my time is up.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Douglas Foster.
Good evening, council member. My name is Douglas Foster. I'm a third generation Washingtonian, a proud Ward 5 resident.
I think you went on mute. There you go.
Good evening, council member. My name is Douglas Foster. I'm a third generation Washingtonian and a proud Ward 5 resident. I've spent 50 years building businesses right here in my hometown, including a weekly flea market located on RFK parking lot. I've sent my elderly children to River Terrace Elementary School in Ward 7, and I personally witnessed our city grow, evolve, and transform. Today, I speak just as a businessman, but as a host for today's senior living on 1450 AM and 95.9 FM. A voice for thousands of savvy senior citizens who helped shape the very fabric of this great city. I echo my voice as a strong supporter bringing the Washington Commandos home to DC where they belong, where they started. Now, I'm old enough to remember when Sunday games at RFK brought a whole city together. Blacks, whites, rich, poor. We were united. Those games were not just about football, they were about family, community, and pride. Bringing Commandos back is not just a nostalgia, it's about revitalization, economic impact. Bringing back Commandos is a commitment to bringing jobs, small business contracts, and deeper sense of belonging to a part of the city that was waited too long enough. As seniors, not only do we want to age in place, but we also want to see our city invest in legacy. We want our grandchildren to grow in a city that believes in homegrown opportunities. And that means to having the Commandos play on DC soil in a new stadium of the art and a business-based business for residents. That means 6,000 new homes for natives and new residents that will attract who understands what it's mean to live, work, and raise a family in the nation's capital. Yes,
Thank you
Mayor
so much,
Bowles'
Mr. Foster.
visions were
Thank-
bold and it's right. And I urge you, this council, to do the right thing. Let's bring the team back, let's bring pride back, let's bring the community back. Thank you for your time and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you so much. Next, we will hear from Lolita Butler.
Hi.
Hi.
So hello, council members and fellow fans and fellow residents. My name is Lolita Butler. Most people know me as Miss Cookie. I'm a proud DC native, or as I like to coin it, DC Tonian. I'm a mother of 3. school teacher, Christ-centered woman, and more than anything today, I'm a lifelong Washington Commanders fan. In fact, my 6-year-old daughter is a part of the Washington Commanders Junior Force cheerleader team, who's right here with me. This experience has brought her so much joy and confidence, but right now, traveling to games and events isn't always easy for us as a family. Bringing the team back to DC will give families like mine the access and opportunity to show up more often, especially for the games she performs in. It will also open up doors for more families in the city who haven't had the same opportunities due to distance or affordability. That kind of local connection matters, not just for fans, but for the next generation growing up in the city. That's why I'm so excited about the possibility of bringing the Commanders back home to the historic RFK site. This land is more than just a plot of space. It's where our legacy was built, where memories live, and where future generations should get to experience the same hometown pride we grew up with. This stadium isn't just about football, it's about family, tradition, identity, and restoring a sense of community. I'm sorry, someone's volume is up. I support this project not only as a fan, but as a mother who wants her children to grow up in a DC that invests in places that bring us together safely, proudly, and with purpose. But it also has to be a place that feels safe. We need to make sure that the space around the stadium, from the parking lots to the parks, is secure for everyone with proper planning to prevent violence, crime, or any unsafe conditions, big or small. A stadium is only as strong as the safety and peace it provides to the people around it. That said, I also believe we have a once in a generation opportunity to do this the right way. I want to see the stadium spark opportunity beyond the end zone. Let's make better affordable housing real so families like mine don't get pushed out of the city we've always called home. Let's commit to local hiring so the people building this future are the same ones who live here and love this city, especially in Ward 7. And let's invest in surrounding services like grocery stores, open parks, and learning centers to make this development something that truly serves the whole community, not just football fans. But as a football fan, I say it is time. It's time to bring our team home to the city that stood by them, rooted for them, and never gave up on them. And for the team that brought us home 3 rings, it's only right that we welcome them back where they belong. And as a parent and a resident, I say let's build it right. Let's do this in a way that makes every DC Tonian proud, whether they're sitting in the stands or living down the street. Thank you, and HTTR and HTTC. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Rachel Ramon Donlin.
Hi, good evening. I'm Rachel, and I'm a proud Washingtonian, and I love the district very much. This deal is a disgrace. The stadium proposal moves too fast, it's behind closed doors, and it's without any respect for the people. The mayor doesn't seem to understand that the district has the upper hand. Instead, she flatters the powerful like a sycophant. The council needs to stop this embarrassing deal. So, if you all need pressure from the public, here it is. We don't need more overpriced stores and rents. We already have enough of that mess. People are hungry, unhoused, and out in the colds in the winter, are out in this heat, and our children are in crumbling schools. Our mental health is ignored, and our budgets are tight. Yet the mayor wants to hand public lands and so much money to a billionaire? It's just a big old handout for public funds that don't belong to a private stadium. The Commanders owner has about $11 billion. That's $1 million per day for 30 years. So he can afford to pay for his own stadium. Meanwhile, many of us still can't even afford lunch. You know, this is permanent. Once the land's gone and the money's spent, it's never, ever coming back. And do you really believe that these deals create good jobs and lasting jobs? Even the Brookings Institute studies say that stadiums don't lead to real growth. In fact, a real neighborhood would bring in more money than a stadium when it's all said and done. It's all just a smoke screen, a scam, a lie, because most jobs are temporary or part-time and seasonal. And that's just not enough. Because stadiums leave debt and they don't create stronger neighborhoods. There is no hope in this deal. Traffic, parking, the environmental impact, crime, and safety concerns. It all sounds like a complete disaster. So I wonder, where are your priorities? Why not choose the public? Choose housing and choose schools and hospitals. Choose to care for the people of DC. Studies show that you could do all the good stuff that everyone wants without giving away all that money. So make it happen. You've all heard the criticism. Sometimes it seems like Democrats might as well be MAGA. They often fail, even when they have no opposition. Taking from the poor to give to the rich is shameful. And that's what this plan is. It's a shame. But this is our chance to stand up against the elite. The people want change. And with all due respect, I want you to do something different. Reject this disastrous deal. I want to know, what's the rush? Why not build some houses instead? And I'm not talking about another bunch of ticky-tacky uniform and bland, overpriced luxury condos above a shopping center with no personality. We want real houses, real homes for real families in DC. Have some pride in yourself and in your work. Invest in the people and make it equitable. This is your chance to really make a world-class difference in the lives of families in DC. So what's in a name? That which we call a stadium deal by any other name would still stink and only serve the very, very successful. This deal is literally paving paradise to
I'm
clean
so
up the
sorry.
parking
Thank
lot.
you. Your time is elapsed. I'm so sorry.
Thank you. And of course, stop promoting brain damage. Everyone knows football is barbaric. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Karen Hughes,
Hi, thank you so much.
ANC 6B.
Yes, hi. Thank you so much, council member. My name is Karen Hughes, ANC Commissioner for 6B09, which is home to Potomac Ave Metro, the Roost, and Congressional Cemetery. I'm also the Vice Chair of ANC 6B and offer testimony on behalf of our entire community, which stretches from the Capitol campus to the Anacostia River, and will be directly impacted as a neighbor to this project. Many of our residents are excited by the idea of the Commanders returning to DC. We also appreciate the recent updates to the deal that boost general revenue. We urge the City Council to take seriously the thoughtful feedback that has been offered today. And for our part, I will highlight 3 areas for further negotiation before you vote on this deal. Number 1, less parking. Number 2, more housing. And number 3, year-round stadium activation. First, the current plan is far too car-centric. The 3 large parking garages would funnel thousands of cars through our neighborhoods, bringing noise, traffic, and pollution. They would take up space that could go to homes or community amenities, and they'd sit empty most of the year. DC has excellent public transit and walkable infrastructure. Let's invest in passenger capacity at Stadium Armory and build that Oklahoma Avenue infill station. This location is also critical for connecting the east and west sides of the river. The infrastructure at East Capitol poses barriers to pedestrians currently, and a reimagining of the RFK parcel as a cross-river connector is a huge opportunity for walkability we shouldn't miss. Second, the housing plan falls short. We urge the council to go beyond the proposed 6,000 units. This is one of the city's best opportunities to create more homes and more affordable housing. We ask for clear, binding targets and timelines for affordable and deeply affordable units, and for creative strategies to increase housing, like replacing a parking garage or 2. More housing means more neighbors, stronger local businesses, and represents a win-win for all of us. Third, please make sure that this stadium is a true year-round community hub. If we look to Soldier Field in Chicago and Allegiant Stadium in Las Vegas, we see examples of sports facilities that are designed at the outset with features like retractable turf, climate control, integrated retail, and open community spaces. This allows the facility to be quickly turned over between event types, smoothing the way for concerts, festivals, cultural events, public gatherings. This creates jobs and economic activity year-round. This negotiation is a chance to deliver on the hopes of many Washingtonians that the Commanders return. The RFK site is also public land and should reflect the values and priorities of DC residents, which include inclusivity, affordability, high environmental standards, and community-centered design. Don't settle for a deal that gives away too much, and please do not let our neighbors across the river be left behind once again. In closing, our priorities are less parking, more housing, and year-round stadium activation. Most of all, we don't want to see the city sign a deal that leaves us with no leverage if the Commanders don't come through on their promises. Thank you for your time and for your service to our city.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next, we will hear from Jackie Wright, Social Justice Program Manager, Foundry UMC.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Wright. I'm the Social Justice Programs Manager at Foundry and also a member of the Washington Interfaith Network. Thank you very much, Councilmember Louis George. I'm here today because I'm deeply concerned about getting a better stadium deal for the district. Right now, it appears we have our priorities upside down. In a very difficult budget season, it is painful to hear that taxpayers will be responsible for close to $2 billion from this proposed deal. In a season when we are cutting food assistance, housing programs, environmental programs, and programs that support our youth, what does it say about our city that we're more interested in supporting billionaire owners than our own residents? We have our priorities upside down. Every Wednesday at Foundry, more than 40 people line up outside our doors before we open to get help acquiring their vital documents. That's over 2,000 people a year, 2,000 people that cannot even afford the $20 it costs to get an ID. We are terribly short-sighted when we do not invest in our most vulnerable. If we want to make our city safer, we need to invest in the people, not in franchises. We have our priorities upside down. Economic research consistently shows that public funding for sports stadiums does not create significant economic gains for cities and often results in net financial loss for taxpayers. Let me say that again. Economic research consistently shows that public funding for sports stadiums does not create significant economic gains and often results in net financial loss for taxpayers. The Commanders coming back to DC should strengthen our communities, not strain resources or displace longtime residents. We have our priorities upside down. Specifically as regards to housing, we need a timeline. Right now, the Commanders can wait until 2040 to start building without penalty. Why is there so much leeway given for the ultra-rich when people in DC need homes right now? We need a third deeply affordable, a third working class, and a third market rate. Let's show the world that we have our priorities straight. We also need to insist that this development is sustainable. We need to protect the Anacostia River from stormwater runoff and pollution from building materials. We need to protect wildlife. The natural areas along the river's edge must be maintained by the managers of the site in conjunction with DC's Department of Energy and Environment as habitat for wildlife consistent with the district's own wildlife action plan. And the RFK site should be state-of-the-art, forward-looking model of green infrastructure that is fully aligned. I know they say that there'll be LEED Platinum, but that's not good enough. We need net zero. Show the world we have our priorities straight. Let's make this legacy project reflect our values and build a stronger, more equitable District of Columbia for generations to come. Be bold, Council. Thank you. Show the world we have our priorities straight.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Rob Hoffman.
Give me a second here. Hello. Just a second here. Sorry. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Rob Hoffman. I am delivering testimony today to oppose the current deal for RFK Stadium and want to push for DC to adequately invest in substantially more affordable housing. I currently live in Mount Pleasant in Ward 1. Before this, I lived for 3 years in Trinidad and regularly spent weekends walking and biking across the Anacostia River Trail. I can see the potential that exists at the RFK Stadium lot, and I believe all of DC would benefit from a plan to actually expand housing in DC. Housing in DC is very much too expensive, and despite the council's work on this crisis, DC is not doing enough on this issue. Under the updated plan, we would still have billions in public tax dollars going to a non-resident billionaire while the current DC budget is cutting things like TOPA, eviction prevention, healthcare, childcare, and support for teachers, but we're not going to cut some of our stadium giveaways. I believe we need to build substantially more housing in this area to make it so DC is actually affordable. I was disappointed to hear one of the supporters of the stadium deal on this call saying you will never be able to get affordable housing unless you make affordable housing with cheap supplies in DC, and that housing or affordable housing will be difficult to attain because people from different states move here to advance our economic or in order to advance their economic opportunity. But I don't think it is the case that we should be making it so that DC is unaffordable to live in. I don't think that someone who works here, for example, as a janitor, should need to work 50 hours a week and live in Wheaton 2 bus transfers away in order to survive. I don't think that's right. I have lived here in DC for 6 years. I love DC. I am proud to live in DC. It is hard trying to find a job in DC right now, but I will stay here until my landlord drags me out. So I think it is important for us to, I think the current deal in terms of the stadium is better than it was before. But that being said, I think that we need to prioritize housing first and recreation second, because if someone is homeless, they're not going to be able, or probably shouldn't be going to a Commanders game at that point. So that is my that's my take at the moment.
Thank you. Rob Adele.
Hello, hi, council and neighbors. I live in 7B, basically the backyard of RFK. And one of the things, you know, being about 10 blocks away from RFK, I realize it's a 45-minute walk to get there, 2 buses, a bus and a train. So hopefully there's some connectivity that is achieved through this deal, particularly east of the river. The other thing is the stability. I think, you know, the one thing about Millionaires and the Wharf and City Center, there needs to be public safety there. And sometimes they have to do it on their own. They have to do private security. We're going to have to figure out how to achieve economic stability along with public safety. And that's one thing I deal with every day, crossing the river, going up and down Minnesota to Benning to Pennsylvania. The other thing that, as far as the infrastructure goes, we need to eliminate, you know, forcing people to cross highways to get west of the river. There's 3 highway on and off ramps on Pennsylvania. Benning Road Bridge is one sidewalk, 5 feet wide, and then you have to cross a highway. So those are the types of things. If nothing else, I'm concerned about the connectivity of DC from east to west. And one other thing, I think one person that I think would be great to talk to, Kathy Lanier, former police chief. Now I believe who works for the NFL. She would probably have some good insight into what's happening in DC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you to this panel of witnesses. I do not have any questions, and we will be moving on to the next panel. We have Scott Drummond, president and founder of Emmy Elevators, Noakes County Public Art. Great. Marie Cohen, Brian Young, Diamond Milner Allen, David Silbert, Jackie Lieberman, John E. Hill, William Sisolak, Brian Ball, Nate Robinson, Susan Score, Dr. Bill Hassan. Is that her? Kimberly and Frederick Lockett. They're in person. All right, we will begin with Scott Drummond.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Scott W. Drummond. I am the founder and president of Emmy's Elevator, a federally recognized 170B1A6 public charity that is the majority owner of Noakes Mountain Benefit Corporation Group that is structured entirely around public purpose. I'm here today to present what we believe is a singular solution to many of the structural problems plaguing Washington, D.C. infrastructure and systems of investment. We like to call it the Gaga Initiative, Get America Going Again, but in this case, we'll call it Get DC Going Again. I believe we can all agree that America is always going somewhere. It has been 4 years of building and vetting this system. It is a public benefit 3P structure that joins nonprofit mission with business capability and government responsibility. Why this makes a difference is our public charity holds a majority ownership stake in a registered benefit corporation group, codifying a structure that reinvests a minimum of 51% of net profits directly into community benefit, housing, and infrastructure upgrades. Our Noakes Mountain Benefit Corporations operate as a delivery engine, built to do work with integrity, efficiency, and public purpose at its core. We will be utilizing 2 benefit corporations, one dedicated to elevator infrastructure and one focused on consulting, compliance, and integrated facility upgrades and maintenance. Our model is managed by a true public benefit, public-private partnership that is now codified in the new 3B TAC regulations, the FAR and OMB rules, along with being exactly aligned with the Virginia Public Procurement Act, all of which allows localities to fund nonprofits that deliver essential public services. Our structure solves multiple longstanding issues. It addresses life safety conditions. It creates skilled jobs, in particular for residents of Ward 7 in this case, along with housing. It centers on workforce equity, welcoming SWAM business and jobs, and along with veterans and formerly incarcerated into the fold. It meets federal and state procurement standards, reducing risk of protest and noncompliance, and most importantly, it keeps public dollars serving the public alongside business considerations. Altogether, this forms a modular, scalable, lawful system of infrastructure delivery that's ready for RFK and the people of Washington, D.C. to utilize today. We are asking for simple action today. As the RFK development process moves forward, we ask that you adopt this model as a tool grounded in life safety and equality. Let D.C. lead the nation and continue to innovate economic development to truly benefit everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Brian Young, who's online, the Vice President of Sports Fans Coalition.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Brian Young and I'm the Vice President of the Sports Fans Coalition, the nation's leading advocacy group for fans where public policy impacts the games we love. And most importantly, I'm a proud resident and constituent of Ward 4. We love the idea of the Commanders coming to DC. What we don't love is that the homecoming is being funded by taxpayers and fans without critical consumer protections. We owe it to taxpayers and fans to make sure the stadium deal is built on fairness, access, and fiscal responsibility, not overly optimistic economic projections. The proposal asks district residents to fund one of the most expensive stadium subsidies in American history. It also equals about 50% of the total number of sports stadium subsidies our city has given out since 1996. That alone should be a deal breaker for our council. Decades of economic consensus have proven how stadium subsidies do far more harm than good for cities, particularly at a time where our district is facing massive financial difficulties. I will not spend my time going into detail about how deals like this make for bad economics, though I encourage you to read our written testimony for additional details. Instead, I'd like to use my time to express ways that the city could make this deal serve fans more than the billionaires on the receiving end of the subsidy. DC has the opportunity to set a new national standard for what a truly community-first stadium deal would look like. First, it starts with affordability. Let's tie food and drink prices in the stadium to real-world benchmarks. No more $15 hot dogs for fans that are getting gouged at the stadium they helped pay for. Next, we need to improve fan access. 10% of all home game tickets should go to low and middle income DC residents at a fair, affordable discount, with seats in every section, not just the nosebleeds. This proposal alone would turn an otherwise venue built for the elites into a shared civic space that we all can enjoy as Washingtonians. Third, we need to fix the ticketing system. We need to end the monopolies and shady fees that are affecting fans, and fans deserve transferable tickets, upfront pricing, and multiple vendors to choose from, just like any other competitive market we'd want to do business with. Too often, when stadiums are built with our tax dollars, the taxpayers get left outside the venue they paid for due to higher and higher ticket prices. Taxpayers should always get to see the game and other events that are held at the stadium they paid for. Every event held within this new stadium should be accessible via free local broadcast, streaming, and even Channel 13. If we paid for it, at a minimum, we should be able to see it. Finally, we need to make this an investment, not just a handout. If DC taxpayers are footing the bill, they should get a real stake in our team, a public ownership share tied to our investment, complete with voting rights and a seat at the table. Taken together, these proposals will write a new playbook, one where fans and the city and the team can all win. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will hear from Jackie Lieberman.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for this hearing. My name is Jackie Lieberman, and I'm a 30-year resident of DC. Chairman Mendelson's alternate stadium plan should be applauded, but the changes still leave residents with a money-losing and unbalanced deal. Most importantly for me, the deal doesn't guarantee environmental protections for the Anacostia River, which DC has worked so hard and for so long to clean up, and not to mention the money spent. Additionally, it doesn't ensure the stadium won't use fossil fuels or enforce zero waste measures. With the federal government cutting support for environmental and climate change measures, this deal needs to ensure DC is serious about addressing these issues. Additionally, with $1 per year rent on parcels beyond the stadium, the team has little incentive to develop there, creating delays that everyone said a stadium would avoid. Charging a fair market rent will prod the team to develop the land quickly. And given the proposed $856 million in direct subsidies, among the highest in US history, and giveaways of land parcels beyond the stadium, something not found in any modern stadium deal and worth $6 billion, the lack of incentives to develop the parcels beyond the stadium cannot be justified. Related to the above, the target deadline for housing development should remain at 2036, not in the 2040s, as the chairman's deadline proposes. Housing subsidies are critical, but offering $1 per year rents in order to subsidize affordable housing on the site and allowing the team to receive additional money from the Housing Production Trust Fund to subsidize the same thing should not be permitted. A better deal needs to forbid this and require the team to fund affordable housing using the rent subsidies they will get. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now hear from William Sisolak.
Councilmember Lewis George and Councilmember Bonds. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about the proposed RFK Stadium. My name is Bill Sisolak. My wife and I have lived on Capitol Hill for over 50 years. I'm a former ANC 6C commissioner. I oppose a football stadium at RFK for many reasons, but I'll focus on just a couple of these. First, this massive stadium will cause a traffic and parking nightmare. Some fans will take Metro, but many of them will drive. The local roads cannot support this traffic regardless of whatever minor improvements are made. We all know what traffic on 295 is like right now. It backs up for miles during rush hour. During games, cars will flood 295 and the local streets on Capitol Hill, causing dangerous driving and pedestrian conditions. Cars will get to the two garages in the Kingman Park district from either Benning Road or Oklahoma Avenue. Imagine several thousand cars on those roads trying to get to the garages. It will take over an hour to get in and out. Fans will park on the streets in Kingman Park free of charge. The mayor was at a recent meeting at Eastern High School about RFK. I told her that signs saying no parking during RFK events except Ward 6 are still up on Capitol Hill from the old stadium. The audience laughed because they knew that was never enforced. The mayor promised that the city would do so with a new stadium, including ticketing and towing. The council must include language in this legislation that mandates a no parking rule in the local neighborhoods be enforced and provide money to DDOT to do so. Under this proposal, the stadium will be built first, followed by housing and retail. The existing surface lots will still be there, possibly for years. This legislation must require that these lots cannot be used for parking. Finally, the mayor said that she would not stand up to President Trump if he forces the team's name back to Redskins. No football team is worth selling your souls to this racist word that came from white Europeans in the 18th century to demean indigenous people. The same white Europeans who brought slaves to this country from Africa. Those slaves that are the ancestors of some of you on this council and in this room. The team's owners have said they will not go back to Redskins. But if Trump follows through on his threat, they may cave to him. You have the chance to do the right thing, putting words in this legislation that say never again to Redskins. Unlike the mayor, you have the moral courage to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Shore.
Chairman Mendelson, Councilmember Lewis George, and Councilmember Bonds. My name is Susan Shore. I'm the chair of the Zero Waste Committee of the Sierra Club DC chapter, which works to hold the district accountable for achieving its longstanding goal to divert 80% of its waste from landfill and incineration. I'm delivering the zero waste portion of the chapter's testimony. We call for council to include a set of legally binding sustainability standards, including waste prevention measures, in any deal to develop the RFK site. Without these measures, we will pollute the Kingman Park neighborhood and the Anacostia River. Did you know that the average NFL game generates 80,000 pounds of trash, much of it single-use plastic and food waste? That's 40 tons per game, the weight of a fully loaded semi-tractor trailer. Between games and concerts, a newly built RFK stadium would generate enough plastic cup waste to fill 2.5 football fields with plastic cups each and every year, not to mention several million pounds of food waste. A new RFK stadium has been billed as a once-in-a-generation opportunity. If council does not act to require enforceable waste prevention measures so that the RFK site is a state-of-the-art model of zero waste practices aligned with our existing zero waste goals, we're going to give rise to a veritable pipeline of trash being dumped in the Kingman Park neighborhood and the Anacostia River. This pipeline will not dump trash just once in a generation. It will produce trash at every game and concert. Neighbors are rightly concerned about Kingman Park becoming Kingman Parking. Let's ensure it also doesn't become the Kingman trash dump. Council must act to ensure that the RFK site adopts enforceable waste prevention and reduction measures, including by requiring drinks to be sold in reusable cups, allowing refillable water bottles on site, and providing water bottle refill stations. Minimizing food waste through a food recovery and composting program, and prioritizing recycled and recyclable building materials for new construction. The chapter's testimony includes examples from other sports venues, including by members of the Green Sports Alliance, Coors Field in Denver, Colorado, which sells beverages in reusable cups, supplied by the same company that already provides reusable reusable cups at 4 district music venues, and the Atlanta Mercedes-Benz Stadium, which is certified to achieve 90% waste diversion through measures including composting and food donation. A point on LEED standards and the Atlanta Stadium. They're examples that these sports venues can implement zero waste measures, but we need to do better than LEED standards, both in energy and in zero waste. So we ask you to please require these enforceable measures for our fellow citizens who live in Kingman Park and along the Anacostia River. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bill Hassan.
Chairman Mendelson, Council Lady Lewis George, and Council Lady Anita Bonds. You have been in 19 hours of my life, from yesterday all day into the night, and another 9 hours today. And I'm fully convinced that the decisions that you have made, I support, and having received my testimony, you will have an opportunity to see what I'm going to talk about will work in this going forward. As a trained historian, I have to be concerned with the past, the present, and into the future. And I've heard very little talk about the children, the students in the schools of projects that I did some years ago. And those monuments are here today, 2 of which I will mention will be the Emory Recreation Center, built on the same grounds of the Civil War President Lincoln, the building of the King Greenleaf Recreation Center next to Amadon School, which moved a civil rights case to be argued in that respect. And I think that this project of the RFK Stadium and the grounds on it is excellent for us using this generation of students to see what's happening now, be involved in it, and will be good for the future of being able to go back and look at these monuments as some of my students did some 20 years ago in high schools in Washington, D.C. And now they're architects, lawyers, name it. I'll just read a brief part in the next minute of that program that worked and can still work now. First, many myths had to be explained about the industry as a whole. Some viewed construction as a job involving bricks and mortar. They were able to get the intricacies of decision-making, the organizational structures of trades, the multiplicities of materials used, the impact that weather played on baselines, and above all, the understanding of how important it was to observe safety rules. Students kept logs of information given at presentations and information from guest speakers. They also played roles, many of the individuals who were actually involved in the construction. They made models using some of the materials that they had gathered in a controlled environment. Even during the summer months when school was closed, they made trips to the sites to keep in continuity with the work as it progressed. This is an excellent project. I hope that those council members who do oversight make sure that our children now that are in school will be a part of this, and also when they grow up can look forward to it in the future. Thank you very much. No clapping. It was good.
Thank you so much. Can I, Drummond, can I get you to switch seats because I would like Miss Kimberly and Frederick Lockett to be able to testify. Thank you so much. Thank you. Microphone.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Lockett, and this is my special needs brother, Freddie Lockett. He was born with a special obsession with all things burgundy and gold. We were born in the Walter Reed Hospital in the Ward 4 section of Washington, D.C. We are native Washingtonians and lifelong fans. We look forward to every Sunday during football season. We often prepare food and fellowship with family, friends, and neighbors with one purpose, and that is to root for the Commanders. A new stadium will restore the Commanders to their DC roots and foster a sense of community pride. Besides the fun, we also believe a new stadium will be a great economic boom for the community. The new stadium will be a catalyst for economic development and revitalization while creating jobs and boosting civic pride. We believe the areas east of the river, including Kingman Park, Barney Circle, and other adjacent areas, will greatly benefit new affordable housing, mixed-use development, retail, and other amenities. This will transform the area from being underutilized and run down to a vibrant community hub. The estimated 4,000 construction jobs will be a game changer for many individuals and families, many who are currently unemployed. In addition, it is estimated that there will be approximately 1,000 permanent jobs associated with the stadium and the amenities. This will not only provide employment for the workers and their families, but also increase the revenue, which is much needed in DC. And fans attending games and events along with stadium employees will contribute to increased spending in the local economy, creating new jobs and tax revenue. A new stadium will also undoubtedly attract tourists and potentially new businesses to the area, further boosting the local economy. And children east of the river deserve new amenities as well. A modern stadium with a retractable roof could host concerts and other events, further enriching the cultural landscape. And our local vendors, including restaurants, bars, and transportation specialists, will also benefit. The use of public funds for the new stadium is necessary. We understand we cannot get something for nothing. We are willing to incur the cost because the long-term benefits outweigh the short-term costs. We ask that you bring our team back home where they belong. And the last thing I want to say, I'm going to go off my testimony a little bit. Everybody keeps talking about affordable housing, but I never hear anybody talk about is low-income housing. If, in fact, you want fair and equitable housing for everyone, low-income housing needs to be a topic on the table as well. And lastly, I want to say thank you for the opportunity. And my brother wants to say,
go Commander and go JT and go Terry McCorn and hail to the Commanders.
go Commanders. Thank you.
And I want the Super Bowl.
Thank you so much to this panel of witnesses. I only had 2 questions. Mr. Young, you had some really great ideas of sort of how to center fans, and I just wanted to know, you talked about the affordable concessions, the ticket discounts for taxpayers, and protecting fans from ticket abuses particularly, and free access to stadium events for taxpayers were some of the things you highlighted. With the ticket discounts, affordable concessions, do you know, are there any other stadiums, do you know, who have been able to do these things or have done them that we as the council can look to as we continue to have conversations?
Yeah, that's a great question. I believe there are some examples. I don't want to get ahead of my skis, so to speak, but I'll send those to your office
Okay.
after this.
If you could, thank you. I appreciate that. And then Ms. Shore, thank you for your testimony around the Zero Waste Committee. Are there any other stadium deals we can look to, especially regarding single-use plastic bans or limitations that we can look to as the council is deliberating?
Thank you for the question.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe there are a couple of stadiums. I believe in New York City, there have been requirements to limit or to require reusable cups to be used, and also to allow fans to bring their own reusable water bottles and then to also provide refill stations for those water bottles. And I have included it in past testimony. I can find those and send those to you as well.
Great. If you could send that, we appreciate
Thank you.
it. Thank you so much. I don't have any further questions. I will be passing the baton back to Chairman Mendelson. And also, please stay here because Councilmember Bonds, I wanted to ask, Councilmember Bonds, do you have any questions for this panel of witnesses?
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Shore. I really wanted to ask about when you say 40 tons, I can feel the weight, okay? And 40 tons is a lot, and I'm just wondering, to be assured that reusable, I'll say gizmos are available, should there be a process where at least every other game or frequently that these devices are sort of like handouts as a way to motivate the public to take it with you when you leave so we don't have to pick up all this weight when you leave?
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds, for the question. In fact, we don't want people to take these reusable cups home. There are a couple of service providers, turnkey providers that offer these services. One of them is called Our World, and it's already doing business in the district. You can see their operations at the 930 Club, the Anthem, et cetera. They have purposely designed what they call ugly cups because they didn't want to create souvenir cups. People take those home and that doesn't reduce the waste. It just moves it to people's homes and then it winds up getting thrown out there. They want to recover the cups. They want to bring them back to their wash hub. They want to wash and sanitize them and then redeliver them back to the stadium.
Okay.
And that's the model that we're looking for.
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting model, and I'm looking forward to seeing that happen.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. And thank you to the other witnesses. I really appreciate hearing from you. And I know that one of the sticking points that we've had at the council is to make sure that our young people are very much incorporated into this plan. And so Frederick, when you were young, you were all in it. And so I want you to know that those that are coming behind you, it is our goal that they also have a very involved process that is supported through the team's effort if we do this deal. So I want to say that to you. Thank you. Of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you.
Thank you, each of
Chairman.
you, for your testimony. Afeni Evans, Justin Fanning, Omar Castillo, Dan Shimura, Michael Aguilar, Alex Schuster, Joshua Boxerman, Charlie Biggs, Cesar Toledo, Aiden Jacoby, Lorenzo Stewart, Jen Kaufman, Eugene Kinlow, Randy Sibold, William Jordan, Renee Bowser, Yolanda Queen, Brian McNamee, Christopher Dunham, Marquis Gudger, Sydney McDonald, Lonard Jackson, Stephanie Reed. I think I'll stop there. It looks like I've got 4 people who are online. Afeni Evans.
Good evening, DC City Council. My name is Afeni Evans. I'm a community organizer of Fair Budget Coalition. And yesterday we heard members of the council repeatedly state that this budget is about hard choices. They made a choice well, y'all made a choice not to fund the child tax credit. Y'all made a choice to pass language that would make it easier for people to be evicted while ERAP has been rendered inefficient. Y'all also made a choice to kick off 28,000 people from their healthcare because you refused to fund Alliance. Because a budget is a series of choices and it reflects the priority of the powerful.
Here. They're right here.
It is a choice to give almost $2.2 billion in value to a stadium deal while people struggle to afford housing in DC. We can call it low-income housing, we can call it affordable housing, whatever you want to call it. We need housing that people can actually pay for with their salaries and with their wages. This deal is a series of choices that will lead to further displacement of district residents. Okay? There have been plenty of examples of this all throughout history, but let's just talk about one. When the Dodger Stadium was built in Chavez Ravine, this building of the stadium led to a bunch of changes of the population of the people who actually ended up living in that area. Because building this stadium will absolutely lead to further gentrification. Gentrification is a process whereby the character of a poor urban area is changed by wealthier people moving in, changing housing, and attracting new businesses, typically displacing the current inhabitants in the process. Gentrification, now this is from a study that was done about the Dodger Stadium. But in this study, DC was already listed as one of the top 5 places that are impacted by gentrification. During the time of this study, 20,000 Black residents were displaced. So at the end of the day, this is a choice that y'all are making to intentionally mislead and misinform residents about seasonal jobs that are not well paying, that do not have very many benefits, to manufacture consent for a deal that the council budget office says is not a good deal for DC. It is a choice to bend to the will of the commander's owner, Josh Harris, who is worth $10.6 billion. $10.6 billion. It is a choice to anticipatorily comply with the fascist party that is controlling our federal government just because they're threatening your seat of power if you do not actually push this deal through with this sense of urgency. A budget is a series of choices, and it is reflective of the priorities of the powerful. So if our families have to wait for relief, if workers have to wait for fair wages, if all of us have to wait for social safety nets, then why can't this billionaire wait for his stadium? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Justin Fanning.
Thank you to the council for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Justin Fanning, and I am one of the owners of Golden and Stafford, a Ward 5 CBE excavation company that has been in business for over 32 years. We currently employ 22 district residents, which makes up 30% of our workforce, ranging from skilled laborers, apprentices, operators, and superintendents, some of which have been with the company for the entire 32 years and have built incredible careers. We take great pride in our apprenticeship program and the training that it has provided for many under and unemployed DC residents. We provide our employees with above average wages, benefits, and advancement opportunities because we care about them and want to see them succeed. The council has publicly promised that their focus is to make the best deal possible for district residents. We understand a project labor agreement, or a PLA, already exists on the stadium and the parking garages. If the goal is truly to benefit the people of DC, then I strongly encourage you to not expand the PLA to the remaining redevelopment at the RFK site. Historically, PLAs do not support local businesses or its residents. Only one Ward 8 person was hired to work on the Frederick Douglass Memorial Bridge, a $450 million project in Ward 8 of a PLA. A report showed that the restrictions within the PLA itself prevented the project from meeting its local hiring goals. Although there has not been a study or report issued yet, many expect that the Cap One Arena project will end in a similar fashion. PLAs exclude CBEs, do not meet the thresholds for hiring district residents, do not support local economy, and cost taxpayers and developers at least 10% more in building costs. These are some of the reasons why over 90% of the construction projects in the district do not operate under a PLA. The argument that they create better jobs has been consistently proven false, especially here where Davis-Bacon wage laws level the playing field for wages and benefits. The risk of wage theft is also eliminated as all of these projects require certified payroll and verification of wages paid. I strongly urge the council to keep their promise to do what is best for the people of this city and its businesses. Local companies who pay DC taxes have worked alongside DOES to meet first source requirements to hire and train district residents should not be excluded from this work because of a mandated PLA. Allow everyone the opportunity, including union contractors, to bid on and win the work based on merit and value. Let's be inclusive and work together during this generational development. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fanning. Omar Castillo, I believe, is not here. Dan Shimura.
Yes, good evening. Thank you, Chairman. My name is Dan Camaro. It's Carmen Cal. I'm a lifelong DC area resident, homeowner in Ward 6, seasoned commercial banker, and father of these two boys, who I am looking forward to enjoying many events with for years to come at the new stadium. Thank you for the time to voice my support of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the city to partner with a highly respected ownership group with deep ties to the city and spur development, which will have multi-generational positive impacts in a part of the city which desperately needs it. I appreciate Chairman Mendelson's efforts to negotiate with the team on behalf of the taxpayers, and it seems like some good progress was made over the last couple of weeks. I do think we have a little more leverage now than we did a few years ago. The council should take caution with pushing too hard, however, and inviting competition from other parts of the region. I don't think it's pushing too hard, though, to try to negotiate a reasonable ground rent amount for the entirety of the project, increase sources of sales tax revenue, seek development milestones, and put protections in place for cost overruns. Should the council seek to include tax on PSLs, perhaps an exemption for DC residents would be an appropriate benefit for those fans shouldering the financing. Trust the council is exploring all options to maximize transportation efficiency, which will undoubtedly be a significant factor in folks from outside the neighborhood coming to the stadium, and spending money throughout the planned development. A mix of both parking options and investment in metro seems to be the obvious route to take. The opportunity for residents and fans to congregate before and after events is of great importance to many of the stakeholders. I go into this knowing the economics will likely end up in the red for the district and hope we can get the deal to a point where the deficit is narrowed, and hoping the intangible benefits can make up that gap. I grew up at a time when people wouldn't even have to ask what your plans were on Sunday afternoons in the fall. And although I don't expect an exact return to the glory days, I do expect the sense of pride to return when our football team comes home. The only other request I have is for team ownership, and that is to correct one of the most significant of Dan Snyder's many mistakes and bring back the name we all rallied around for decades. Thank you very much, and hail to the Redskins.
Thank you very much. Michael Aguilar, I believe, is not here. Alex Schuster, I think, is not here. Joshua Boxerman.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Josh Boxerman. I'm a DMV native, DC sports fan since childhood, and longtime Ward 1 resident. I'm sorry to say that this stadium is just a bad deal for DC. A massive handout to a corporation owned by a billionaire is just not the way to go. The RFK site is extraordinarily valuable and well situated on its own. We could simply build a new neighborhood, housing many more people than envisioned in this proposal, and integrate it into the fabric of our city. Those residents would generate much more economic activity and social vibrance than a stadium used for a handful of events per year. The fact is, we would be better off financially and economically without a stadium, even a stadium paid for with private funds. This is well documented by many who testified today. And let's also remember, the original RFK Stadium hosted NFL games for about 30 years. FedEx Field lasted about the same amount of time. Without a doubt, this corporation will be back in just a couple decades or even sooner, demanding yet another handout. We saw what happened with Capital One Arena just last year. By hinging the neighborhood on a stadium, we put it at the whim of a corporation that can and will and has played jurisdictions against each other. What happens to the neighborhood in 30 years if the Commanders decide to once again abandon the city? We'll be right back where we started, but we'll be billions in the hole with nothing to show for it. Building the stadium isn't doing the sure thing. It's taking a huge, long-term, multi-billion-dollar risk, and it's up to our representatives to be careful and think past 2030 to 2060 and beyond for the long-term health of the city. Despite all this, it may be that the mayor and the council are determined to make a stadium happen. But the fact that we don't need one means that the council can and must drive a hard bargain and ensure that the result is a decent deal for our financial health and our built environment. So the council must do more, much more, to shift the cost of this project onto the multi-billion-dollar for-profit corporation and shift the benefits back to DC residents and taxpayers. Particularly, I want to highlight the importance of demanding and locking in funding for a new metro station and drastically reducing the planned parking to integrate the stadium into a walkable, bikeable, transit-oriented neighborhood. It's up to the council now to strike a fair deal for DC. Please take your time, advocate for us, and if you're going to do this thing, please do it in a way that brings the most positives and the fewest negatives. We can afford to hold out, but what we can't afford is to rush into a bad deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boxerman. Charlie Biggs, Cesar Toledo, I believe are not here. Aiden Yuckaby, Lorenzo Stewart, I believe are not here. Jen Kaufman, Eugene Kinlow, Randy Sibold, I believe are not here. William Jordan.
Good evening, council members, fellow residents. The current deal is poorly structured and will simply continue to perpetuate the racial inequities of the last 25 years, which have resulted in stagnant income growth and wealth growth for DC's Black families. Further, the structure fails to learn from past mega vanity deals, which has simply fueled land speculation and later public bailouts. I urge the mayor and the council to move away from the usual ahistoric posture, false assumptions, and moral hazards which underlie the current deal structure. Below, I overview some of my recommendations. First of all, we just need to acknowledge the assumptions that we're making really don't hold water. That the district government is a good steward of equitable development, housing affordability, therefore negotiates in the public good. It's just false. We've been doing the same thing for 25 years. If these things worked, then the National Stadium would pay for this stadium. But the National Stadium won't pay for this because the National Stadium didn't really generate economic opportunity. So it's false. All we have to do is look at the Rental Act, right? And acting on behalf that we're national policy now is to act on behalf of multinational investors. That's what the Rental Act said. We need more investors. We need to take away rights and make way for investors. That's the new public good. And it's just wrong. Past vanity projects have been drivers of economic development and growth, housing affordability. False. Think about the museum, shut down. The wharf, developer took the money and ran. Gallery Place, we're bailing it out again. So I want to quickly jump to how I think we can fix this. One, we need to revisit either the Anacostia waterfront or NCRC model, so that entity receives all the public land and was given a mission to achieve the spin-off things that we want. That entity then leverages, and that entity is publicly owned, actually as a stock corporation, but so that residents are responsible for the board is responsible for executing on behalf of the residents. So that's what we need to do. We need a corporation a development corporation. DMPED does not act on behalf of residents, it acts on behalf of the deal. You need some entity that acts on behalf of residents and the public good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Ms. Bowser, Renee Bowser.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and all members. and staff.
Microphone,
Pardon me?
microphone. You want us to hear you?
Okay. Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and all members and staff of the Committee of the Whole and fellow residents. I'm Renee Bowser, a trade unionist, labor lawyer, and longtime Ward 4 resident. I'm testifying today against B 26-0288. Three reasons why I oppose the bill are the giveaway of public property valued at more than $600 million through lease agreements with the commanders, not only for the stadium for $1 per year, but also for the commercial parcels, the Plaza and Riverfront districts for an additional $1 a year for 30 and 28 years respectively. So a total of $2 a year for the next 28 years. Secondly, the term sheet in the proposed legislation placed the authority in the hands of the commander's billionaire owner Josh Harris to determine what will be built on the commercial properties. And there's nothing in the term sheet or the proposed legislation that mandates the building of any housing, let alone affordable housing for DC's low-income residents on the commercial parcels. And three, the term sheet in the proposed legislation failed to require employers to agree to a peace agreement whereby employers operating businesses on publicly owned land at the stadium and the commercial parcels have to agree to maintain their neutrality if workers decide to organize to form one or more unions. And there's no requirement for a community workforce agreement that requires employers to pay living wages to workers at businesses operating on the publicly owned property. I'm not going to read this because I'll never get done, but the deal gives the billionaire owner Josh Harris the air rights. And we know that the air rights for property is much more valuable than just the land, because they can build up, and particularly in dense urban areas, air rights have become more and more expensive, but we get little in return. And so I think the deal should be rejected for that unless we get a lot more economic return than what is being given. Second, the term sheet and proposed legislation obligate the billionaire Harris to build housing on the commercial properties at Plaza and Riverfront districts. And he retains the right to decide what goes on there. And I see nothing in the term sheet or the legislation that mandates the building of housing. And in fact, Robert Bob saw the same thing in his report, the RFK Campus Real Estate Investment Development Evaluation Final Report of July 25th, July 15th, 2025, because he recommends that the District Program Management Administration execute a parallel real estate development agreement that sets enforceable public benefit minimums, for example, the percentage of affordable units and open space standards.
Ms. Bowser, I'm going to have to thank you.
Can I just say my last?
We have another 300 witnesses, so I'm going to say no, but thank you. We do have your statement, correct?
You do.
Thank you. Yolanda Queen, I believe, is not here. Brian McNamee, Christopher Dunham, Marquis Gudger, Sydney McDonald, Lana Jackson, and Stephanie Reed. I believe none of them are here. I don't have questions for you all. I do want to thank you for your testimony. Councilmember Bonds, do you have any questions? And let me just check. I don't believe any council members are online. Thank you so much. And thank you for being here in person. I prefer people in person. Alma Williams, I'm at witness number 305. Alma Williams, Thomas Niblett, Demarcus Hutchison, Eve Hamilton, Averill Crooks, Mark Dixon, Latarsha Kelly, Aaron Shapiro, Rebecca Nelson, John Brault, I believe is online, Sachin Kajura, Jim Doherty. Believe he's online. Tudor Stensu. Believe online. Kathy Hum. Michael Benjamin. Tim Shy. Corey Bailey. Derek Greenfield. Vanessa Hannibal. Tiffany Montgomery. Ruth Latoyson Eiffel. Neil Stablo. Daniel Flores. I believe Mr. Flores is with the Greater Washington Board of Trade. I'm going to go back to the top, repeat some names. Alma Williams, Thomas Niblett, DeMark Hughes Hutchison, Eve Hamilton, Averill Crooks, Mark Dixon, Latarsha Kelly, Aaron Shapiro, Rebecca Nelson, Sean Brault,
Yes, Brayo.
and you're on.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson, Chairperson McDuffie, and members of the council. My name is John Brayo, Vice President of Public Policy at the National Consumers League, a DC-based nonprofit that has advocated for consumer fairness in the marketplace since 1899. I'm here today to urge the council to pause before voting on the Robert F. Kennedy Campus Redevelopment Act. A deal of this magnitude, potentially the largest public subsidy for a professional sports team in DC history, deserves full transparency, independent analysis, and robust public input. That hasn't happened yet. Let's be clear, NFL stadiums do not need public subsidies to be profitable. We've seen this in cities like Los Angeles, New York, and San Francisco, where stadiums were built entirely with private financing. Washington, D.C. should not settle for less. Yet the proposed deal with the Commanders would give away the RFK site for virtually nothing, $1 per year in rent for 30 years, and it exempts key revenue streams like parking and seat licenses from local taxes. At a time when residents are being squeezed by high rents and underfunded services, this giveaway is hard to justify. And even if you accept the premise that some public support is warranted, this deal is egregiously one-sided. And more importantly, the economic evidence is overwhelmingly clear. Publicly funded stadiums do not pay for themselves. Study after study, peer-reviewed, independent, and decades-long, show that stadium subsidies are poor investments. They displace existing local spending, burden taxpayers, and fail to deliver on economic development promises. This is not just about football. It's about the responsible stewardship of public funds. If the district invests in a new stadium, we owe it to residents to demand a real return, not just for billionaires, but for the community. I urge you to reject the false urgency and give this proposal the scrutiny it deserves. The people of DC deserves a deal that puts their interests, not the NFL's or Josh Harris's or the Commanders, first. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Sachin Kajura, Jim Doherty. I'm told Jim Doherty has not accepted. In other words, he's somewhere in the Zoom land. Please accept. Tudor Stensui, I so messed up your name, but you're there.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for the opportunity to testify today. It's quite all right. Dear members of the council, my name is Tudor Stanciu, and I serve as the Director of Soccer Operations for Washington Capital United, a nonprofit youth soccer organization proudly rooted in Capitol Hill since 2007. I live in Ward 5, and both my children grew up in DC. Over the past 18 years, Washington Capital United has worked with more than 6,000 young athletes across the greater Washington metropolitan area. Our mission is clear: to develop players and build futures. Through high-quality coaching, mentorship, and deep passion for the game, we aim to foster physical, mental, and emotional growth, in every child we serve. Many of our players have gone out to play collegiate soccer, but our greater success lies in the confident, disciplined, and resilient individuals they become on and off the field. Today, we serve about 260 families, and 95 of whom resides in Ward 5, 6, 7, and 8. We are deeply committed to equity in youth sports and currently provide financial assistance to 10% of our players, ensuring the cost is never a barrier to participation. Access to the fields at RFK campus is critical to our work. These fields are not just a space to play, they are an essential part of our daily operations. Proximity matters. These fields allow our players to train close to home, keep siblings engaged across different sports, and give families the comfort of safe, centralized athletic environment. The fields at RFK promote health, community, and opportunity, particularly in neighborhoods where such resources are limited. We are grateful to be included in this important conversation. Nonprofit youth sports organizations like ours play a vital role in engaging district youth and building community. As the council moves forward with the RFK Redevelopment Act of 2025, we respectfully ask that the fields at RFK remain open and accessible during redevelopment. And two, permanent, well-maintained athletic fields remain part of the long-term vision for the campus. Youth sports matter. These fields matter. Let's ensure that the future RFK continues to include a space where young Washingtonians can grow, play, and thrive. Thank you for your time and your commitment to the youth of our city.
Thank you, Mr. Sanchu. Kathy Hum.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Kathy Hum, and I'm the founder of Notice to Proceed with HR Solutions, NTP HR, a woman-owned small business assisting construction firms with their HR needs. I am testifying today in support of the Project Labor Agreements Amendment Act of 2025, pushing required PLAs to 2032 on the stadium and garages, and the opposition of PLAs on construction development surrounding the stadium. I work with construction firms daily, and I can confidently say that no construction company I know would willingly sign a PLA for several reasons. Number one, financial risks. PLAs expose contractors to significant financial liabilities. They require payments into underfunded union pensions, and contractors face a withdrawal liability, potentially costing hundreds of thousands of dollars. No job is worth this financial risk. Number two, operational challenges. On PLA jobs, contractors must use workers assigned by a union hiring hall. This can lead to operational and safety risk and increase the chances of defaulting on subcontracts. This also means that local residents may not have the opportunity to work on these jobs. Number three, increased costs. PLAs often lead to contracts being awarded to a few unionized firms, reducing competition and raising public costs. Independent studies show that less competition means higher costs and fewer benefits, regardless of industry-funded studies you might encounter. After listening to the testimonies today, I'd like to build on the points made by the woman from Ward 7 who owns a construction company. She is optimistic that the RFK Stadium will create opportunities for her business. However, due to the financial risks, operational challenges, and increased costs associated with project labor agreements, construction companies like hers, along with DC residents and workers, will find it very difficult to participate in the RFK projects. Open and fair construction procurements benefit everyone, particularly the DC-based businesses and their workers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hum. Michael Benjamin, Tim Shy, Corey Bailey, I believe are not here. Derek Greenfield, Vanessa Hannibal, Tiffany Montgomery, I believe are not here. Ruth Latoyson Eiffel, Neil Stablo, I believe is not here. Daniel Flores.
Right here, sir. Well, good evening, Chairman Mendelson, members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Greater Washington Board of Trade. As many of you might know, we were founded in 1889. Our nonpartisan organization represents hundreds of employees across Greater Washington region, spanning industries from nonprofits, universities, and government agencies. We're committed to advancing inclusive economic growth and strengthening the city's competitive position. My name is Daniel Flores, and I'm here to express our strong support for the mayor's proposal to bring the Washington Commanders back to the district through a new stadium and mixed-use development at the old RFK Stadium site. Now, this moment is about far more than building a stadium. It's about unlocking the full potential of a high-impact site to become a bold mixed-use destination that embodies the future of urban development. With smart, forward-looking planning, this space can be transformed into a thriving hub for housing, small businesses, transit, recreation, and cultural activity. As the district stands at a critical crossroads, we must pursue ambitious solutions that don't just maintain the status quo, but reshape it. This is once in a generation opportunity to catalyze long-term prosperity, create new jobs, and strengthen our city's position as vibrant, resilient, and equitable capital for decades to come. With a record $2.7 billion private investment, the largest in DC's history, augmented by thoughtfully designed public infrastructure, this project can definitely support over 30,000 jobs and generate $4 billion in new tax revenue and unlock billions more in direct spending. Now, revitalize the RFK Stadium with new housing, including 5,000 to 6,000 new homes for more than 10,000 residents across the campus, with at least 30% affordable, maintaining the fields at RFK and investing $89 million to construct a new state-of-the-art youth sport complex, new parks, retail, recreation, hospitality, and more. To generate long-term economic diversification through the development of an inclusive, vibrant neighborhood that serves expanded opportunities for residents, supports small businesses, and boosts regional tourism. Time, however, is not on our side. Delays in legislative action or infrastructure investment threatens to derail the project timeline. Missing critical benchmarks this year could push back the stadium opening beyond the 2030 NFL season. And with delay, the district could forfeit an estimated $750 million in lost economic impact for major events like the 2031 FIFA Women's World Cup, the Rugby World Cup, a full season of Commanders home games, and large-scale concerts.
Mr. Flores, I'm going to have to cut you off. You're over your time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, though, very much.
Thank
see
you.
Let me see if Councilmember Bonds has any questions. She does not. I don't have questions for any of you, but thank you, each of you, for your testimony. It's been a long hearing, so I appreciate your patience. You all are excused. I'm going to keep moving.
Thank you.
Kimon Freeman. Ronald Williams. Francis Campbell. Elaf Ai. That last name is spelled A-Y-Y. Mike Litt. Meg McGuire. So you are Meg McGuire, Lauren Rosenbaum. You are Peter Weiss, Pfeiffer Turner, Larry Murphy, Amanda Broadnax, Monroe Hall, David Searles, Skip Strobel, sir, you are, I'm going to keep going until I get another, no, please sit down. I don't have room for a fifth person, but I'm going to keep going in case you're online. Dibby Bertrand Echo, Lisa Biancalana, Charles Boston, Idris Abdullah. I'm going to call him anyway. Binta Robinson, Christopher Peterson, Dane Bell, Robert Gregg, David McGarry. All right, we're going to start. You are, I have a seat, you'll be next. Thank you. All right, Mr. Freeman, good to see you.
Always a pleasure, Chairman. MLK said that we need a revolution of values. The RFK deal as it currently stands is not an equitable deal at all and does not value the residents surrounding the stadium who are against the parking arrangements, nor the citywide taxpayers who are expected to pay housing costs in one of the most expensive cities in America, but are being burdened with giving billionaires free rent, giving them the sole rights to the land surrounding the campus stadium to develop for $1, only to accelerate gentrification and displacement. This would be one of the largest public subsidies in NFL history, and none of the revenue would be shared with the city. Make it make sense because the math ain't mathing. MLK also said that we have socialism for the rich and capitalism for the poor. No taxpayers' money should go to the Washington Commanders' new football stadium in one of the poorest wards in the nation's capital without addressing major inequities that exist. Ward 3 has 15 grocery stores and Ward 7 has only 3, despite having a larger population than Ward 3. If an undeveloped mind is devoid of key nutrients, they are prone to violent behavior, and most of the children in DC live east of the river in areas known as food deserts. DC has over 40 bookstores, and for over 25 years, no bookstores east of the river. Ward 8 now has 2, and Ward 7 is now the only ward in the nation's capital without a bookstore. Despite the fact that there's a direct link between crime, violence, and illiteracy, DC has 2 times the national illiteracy rate. This rush deal for the RFK Stadium with public funds is projected to break ground and be completed by 2030. Yet DC Water has been changing the goalposts on the deadline to replace lead pipes in this city and now currently has set it at 2037. Let's be clear. We all know where the last of those lead pipes are. We all know who are most likely not to have water filters in their homes. But know this, lead pipes not only are detrimental to the cognitive development of children, it also contributes to violent behavior. So the city has determined that they can secure a deal and build a new stadium at least 7 years before it can even provide clean and safe drinking water to all of its residents. We truly need a revolution of values. I have listened to countless testimonies today wanting to see the NFL return to DC, but this is not a tailgate party. Most of them have not even read the details of this deal. They are distracted by the bread and circus nostalgia of football. But just like Councilmember Kenya McDuffie said, this is bigger than football. This is about the best equitable deal for all DC residents. If the NFL wants to play, they need to pay. In order to achieve that, a racial equity lens needs to be applied. The Office of Racial Equity should be consulted in this deal. 50% of the RFK campus development should go to the Douglas Community Land Trust to ensure that true affordable housing at 30% of residents' income is delivered now and not just promised by 2040. We should cut at least 50% of the planned parking development and subject the designs to the approval of those surrounding residents. We should instead invest in WMATA and who should be included to increase metro access to alleviate traffic and pollution to the area. Socialism for the rich and capitalism for the poor is not the recipe for community development when you are transferring the collective wealth of working class residents to billionaires. Stan Mays, a longtime DC resident and business owner, owns 2 homes in DC and was struck with vacant property taxes on his second home under renovation, ultimately amounted to $100,000. To pay this sum, he took from his wife's him and his wife's retirement fund so he could preserve their dream. Nevertheless, the oppressive tax assessment reoccurred again, costing his family another $100,000 with more penalties to come. The notion that this DC resident, who has risk of losing his second home due to punitive property taxes, will pay more than billionaire Commanders owner Josh Harris, who is not only exempt from property taxes, but will receive billions from taxpayers, and is both immoral and insane. Just like Dan Snyder, who said, now we have to erase his name. Just 2 seconds. We've changed the name. He said he would not change the name, and you can put it in all caps. And we know what happened. I'm here today to say that change may be inevitable, but simply continue to go through the
Ronald Williams, Francis Campbell, Elaf Ai, Mike Litt.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Mike Litt. I'm a car-free renter in Ward 6, chair of the Sierra Club DC chapter, and chair of our Sustainable Transportation Committee. My colleague Larry Martin submitted our official testimony urging the inclusion of legally binding sustainability standards in any RFK development deal, including net zero standards that go beyond LEED. I'll focus on transportation and the need to limit parking while prioritizing safe, equitable access for transit, cyclists, and pedestrians. Transportation is the district's second largest source of greenhouse gas emissions, responsible for 21%. Achieving our legally mandated climate goals, improving air quality, and protecting public health will require shifting more trips away from single occupancy vehicles and ensuring that vehicle travel, including transit, is powered by clean energy. All development in the district, especially one as consequential as RFK, must reflect these priorities. Unfortunately, the original stadium deal proposed wasteful spending of taxpayer funds on parking with no parking fees or tax revenue returning to the district and no investments in Metro. We recognize that some parking will be necessary, and the recently updated deal includes some improvements, but these changes still fall far short, and the bill is not yet ready for Friday's rushed vote. We remain especially concerned about the proposed 8,000 parking spaces. Excess parking encourages driving, which worsens traffic congestion, air pollution, and climate emissions. The deal should reflect the following specifics. Minimize on-site parking. The new deal includes investments in Metro, but over 30 years. Investments must ensure Metro can fully serve the entire site before opening day and meet the needs of future residents, visitors, and businesses. Equip Metro Rail to move the majority of event attendees, including those parking at other stations and transferring to Metro, potentially by adding a new station. Promote non-car travel with public education campaigns and consider and study incentives like free Metro or bike share rides with ticket purchases. Plan for frequent electrified transit to replace the DC streetcar. Apply complete streets design principles to improve bicycle and pedestrian safety. Provide ample bike racks, bike valets, and bike share stations. Ensure all parking complies with requirements for EV installed and EV ready spaces as outlined in the recently enacted EV charging law. And finally, in addition to sales tax, collect parking fee revenue at all times, not just on non-stadium event days, and reinvest them in transit, bike, and pedestrian infrastructure. We look forward to working with the council to ensure a more sustainable RFK development for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Litt. Meg McGuire, I believe, is not here. Lauren Rosenbaum.
Members of the council present and absent. My name is Lauren Rosenbaum. I am a resident of the Kingman Park neighborhood of Ward 7, which neighbors the RFK site. I'm also a member owner of the Community Grocery Cooperative, which is organizing to build a community-owned grocery store east of the river. Kingman Park is the first neighborhood in DC to be recognized as a historic district, specifically for its Black history. At the time of its founding in the 1930s, Kingman Park was the only neighborhood in DC that didn't have any racially restrictive covenants. This enabled Black DC residents to build wealth and community at a time of institutionalized segregation. Many of our Kingman Park elders grew up in the neighborhood, and their parents were among the first neighborhood homeowners. They embody a spirit of service and commitment to our community that is emblematic of our neighborhood to this day. While the NFL and the mayor may frame this decision as black and white, stadium or no stadium, development or blight, we believe, neighbors believe, And we hope that members of the council also believe that this is a more complicated decision. We want progress and development in our neighborhood. We also want to make sure that that development benefits DC residents, including residents like us who live steps away from the stadium, not just billionaire sports owners and fans commuting in from the suburbs. Chair Mendelson, by scheduling a vote on August 1st and refusing to extend this hearing beyond a day despite more than 500 residents registering to testify, you are signaling to DC voters that you simply do not care about our input. The deal that you announced on July 24th made marginal improvements to the initial proposal, totaling $674 million over 30 years. This is a drop in the bucket compared to the $2.2 billion in direct construction subsidies and tax breaks that the team would be getting over that period of time. Even more concerning, the deal would still give the Commanders master developer rights to parcels beyond the stadium for $1 a year. With the land it does control, DC plans to build massive parking garages for more than 8,000 cars, which by the Council Budget Office's own economic impact analysis would yield minimal economic benefits compared to other uses such as housing. This is far from addressing district residents' concerns or ensuring that DC maximizes the benefits of this development. We need better use of land controlled by the district that prioritizes housing, transit, and green space over parking garages. Kingman Park residents are ready and willing to help you get to a better deal. We may not be offering to pick up the tab at Cafe Milano, but we will keep showing up to these conversations and sharing solutions. The proposal up for a vote on August 1st is not the deal that we deserve, and I sincerely hope that you will work with us to improve it.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenbaum. Peter Weiss.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and other council members. There are many voices in this discussion about bringing the Commanders back to DC. Many people long for the old DC days of the team and the sense of community and pride that was so strong back then. Others are relishing the prospects for greater jobs and prosperity this deal might bring. The team's new owner businessmen seem eager to fill that empty spot in the hearts of DC fans and fill their pockets with subsidies. Meanwhile, many people are also raising concerns about how well this deal would fulfill the goals of the city and benefit the well-being of DC inhabitants into the future. As a homeowner in Ward 4, who's lived in DC for 27 years, that's where I fit in. I want the residents who yearn for a hometown team or hope for better jobs or other possible benefits from the deal will get what they want, but not at too steep a cost to this town, and certainly not by the DC government playing unnecessarily nice with billionaires who are not the city's friends and shouldn't be expected to be. This is business, after all. On one side of the table are a handful of fabulously wealthy people. On the other side are hundreds of thousands of our neighbors, many of whom are struggling to get by financially, especially now that our nation's safety net and federal government are being dismantled to give money to people who don't need it. People just like those team owners on the other side of the negotiating table. In gathering information about this deal, I've been finding out that many well-informed people, including at least a few council members, see this newest version of the RFK deal to be lacking due consideration of possible overlooked gains or eventual harms to DC in this current plan in areas such as housing development, excessive construction of parking structures, environmental impacts, and potential financial woes. I've been hearing widespread concern that the deal to date lacks needed benchmarks and safeguards, in other words, teeth, written into the agreement to make certain that team owners fulfill their commitments to city goals so far that they've only given lip service to. For example, actually building sufficient affordable housing and supporting public transit and sustainability in how fans get to and from stadium events. Although I'm neither a businessman nor knowledgeable about urban development, my common sense tells me that you in this council and any other DC leaders cannot claim to be standing up for the city you govern if you don't at least press for fair market rent from the city for the city land that they would build upon or use. It seems to me like one of the most basic and universal principles of any business deal. If you use someone else's property to make money, you purchase or rent that property. and charging the team rent will ensure both a city revenue stream, no matter what may happen in the future, and a powerful tool with which to keep the city's new business partners on the up and up. Please push for a better crafted deal that includes more leverage for the city, trust that DC has enough appeal to clinch a truly good deal, and stand firm when the team bluffs that it will back out if the city doesn't surrender what it needs. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Pfeiffer Turner, Larry Murphy, Amanda Broadnax, I believe are not here. Monroe Hall, I think is not here. David Sears, please proceed.
Good evening, Chairman and council members and DC residents abroad. My name is David Searles. I'm a native Washingtonian, fifth generation Washingtonian, name is Searles. And I've been a taxpayer since the age of 13. Glad to say all the summer youth jobs that was provided through DC government. It's a wonderful thing. And I've experienced a lot of gratitude, a lot of fortitude by working with sports, entertainment in particular. I had the advantage of accumulating 6 houses through working through sports and entertainment. I am a proud owner of multiple entities at my expense through savings and through earnings through media and also through sports entertainment. One says that the stadium is only going to be limited seasonal. Well, there's many other organizations here that provide sports and entertainment that I had thrived through my career, from one season to another, to another, to another, and coming back full circle again. So the opportunities do provide themselves. You just have to apply yourself. Now, if you want to do the right thing, you got to trust the process. When you think about all the things that the city has provided and continue to provide daily, even through the process when we went through COVID, who saved us a bunch? It was Dr. Nesbitt, Mary Bowser, Dr. Fauci, DC City Council. I mean, they were very strong and very deliberate into the promise, and they kept us safe. You think about all the social changes that's coming around through the city. I mean, the process is here. You just got to trust it. You got to have faith in it and abide by it, and pull yourself up by the bootstraps. And don't stop waiting for handouts, and just make everything go for yourself as well. So that is my take, and I appreciate your time, and thank you for yours.
Thank you very much. Larry Murphy, are you here? I am told you need to accept.
Yes, sir.
I heard a voice.
I'm trying to figure out how to get this working on my, okay.
I can hear you. Why don't you proceed?
Yes, sir. I just want to say thank you to the council and you and the mayor and staff.
Mr. Murphy, we're having problems with your audio. I could hear you when you first started, but
Hello?
Mr. Murphy, we can't hear you clearly.
Yes, sir. Okay, sorry about that. I'll try to
Well, now I can hear you fine.
Basically, I was just saying that a lot of times these situations that the it doesn't trickle down to the Marshall Heights or to the people that really matters. It's less than 3% African American engineers, and my company is one that don't get the chance. It's always the Clark Constructions or the James Long or LaSalle's, and it's no disrespect. They're great companies in themselves. I'm not here to bash, but just as all the other companies have it, my grandfather and being a
Now we've lost you again. All right, I'm going to keep moving on to the other witnesses. Mr. Murphy, we can't hear you any longer, so I'm going to move on to the other witnesses. Skip Strobel, Dibby Bertrand Echo, Lisa Biancalana, Charles Boston, Idris Abdullah, Binta Robinson, Christopher Peterson, Dane Bell, and Robert Gregg. I believe none of them are here. All right, that's going to conclude this group. I want to thank each of you for your testimony. Before you get up, let me just check. Councilmember Bonds, do you have any questions?
No, thank you. Thank you. And thank you all for being here. But it did involve some thoughts about what we're trying to do and why we're trying to do it. So I appreciate it very much.
The
Thank you.
August 1st vote seems performative. Please delay it.
Thank you, each of you. David McGarry. Matthew Giardi. Michael Coche or Cosi, C-O-C-C-E. Aiden Moore. Kyle Chance. Marilyn Markowitz. Karen Pence. Seamus Kane. Karen, what your name is? Seamus Kane, Lara Levison. Is she online? Yeah, actually, she's not online. Is she is? Oh, there she is. Okay. Malika Jackson. Cody Austin. James Shabazz. Gladale Reese. Mushin Umar. Vilma Beverly. Evan Raskin. Salim Adolfo. Cynthia Singiser. Neil DeMoss. Jeff Lavore. Zachary Ragone. Is that you, Mr. Ragone? Excellent. That's the end of the page. Mr. Girardi, I believe, is online. Let's go with Matthew Girardi and then I'll go to you.
Absolutely.
Mr. Girardi?
Thank you, Chairman Mendelson. Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to meet with you today. ATU Local 689 represents 15,000 transit workers and retirees across this region, including the dedicated workers that run WMATA, Metro Access, and DC Streetcar. To begin my testimony, I must start by saying the union is grateful to see terms moving in the right direction in the updated terms between the council and the commanders. The inclusion of a $20 million annual transportation improvement fund is necessary for a modern urban stadium to work. While the details are not entirely clear now, the union implores the council to ensure that these terms are tight and particularly go towards needed transit investments, especially into Metro. The current stadium armory infrastructure is not likely going to be able to handle the traffic either for a major event like an NFL stadium would bring, nor for the residents of an entire new neighborhood of thousands. Upgrading the infrastructure there and creating an infill station akin to what was done at NOMA around Oklahoma Ave just makes sense. To add, if massive stadium parking lots are paid for by taxpayers, they should see full returns. This means splitting the revenue of major events as well as channeling it back into district transit projects. Altogether, this would follow the successful model of development pursued around Nats Park, which yielded significant results for residents, tourists, businesses, and workers alike. To use the football term, let's not throw out a playbook that works for our team. Furthermore, the union is determined to avoid the mistakes of DC Circulator at Streetcar in preserving east-west connections that are critical to ensuring the communities east of the Anacostia are able to access the city as much as folks west of the river. To be clear, the streetcar currently serves communities and areas along the H Street corridor that would be surely impacted by increased traffic in the case of a new stadium at RFK. Eliminating transit options by shutting down the streetcar, nixing bus lanes, and prioritizing parking is not fair to residents, commuters, or workers. Sadly, already our members have been told by RATP Dev and DDOT that streetcar would be closing down next year, even before the council had passed the FY 2026 budget yesterday. Let me be clear. There must be a clear plan in place or else no wind down should occur. The executive already raided the Circulator Relief Fund. Council must not allow this kind of transition to happen again at the streetcar. To the union, this means any next generation streetcar should be properly transitioned into WMATA and transitioned into plans for east-west connectivity serving the RFK redevelopment. This means the hardworking employees of the DC streetcar would have their user service cross-honored in the new system. To conclude, Local 689 says loudly and clearly that while these terms are better, without further safeguards, we are not supportive of a deal with the commanders for RFK. Thank you for your time and consideration of our views on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Girardi. David McGarry.
Chairman Mendelson, thank you. And thank you and Councilmember Bonds for enduring with us to this late hour. My name is David McGarry. I am the research director at the Taxpayers Protection Alliance. And I will urge you this evening to reject the proposal to provide public funding for a new RFK stadium. But I would like to begin with something of a statement against interest. I am a lifelong sports fan. And as such, if I were to find a magic public policy genie, I would wish to relocate 2 or 3 teams from every major sports league and a couple of the minor ones to the district. However, the question considered today does not primarily concern my entertainment preferences or those of any other DC sports fan. No, the question is whether it is right to demand that taxpayers bear the cost of subsidization and whether those costs will be accompanied by sufficient economic benefits. Today, we have heard much hopeful testimony describing the great economic benefits that are supposed to result from the redevelopment plan. There's nothing I would like better than for these benefits to materialize and for these neighborhoods to be revitalized, but I fear that they are nothing more than a mirage. Economists enjoy disagreeing with one another, and they find very little to find consensus about. And yet, economists widely agree on this fact. Publicly funded stadiums rarely provide the economic bursts that stadium advocates promise. This is well documented in various cities nationwide that have invested in sports stadiums, only to suffer disappointment after those investments do not yield the projected results. In fact, new stadiums merely relocate economic activity. They do not increase it. This means that businesses located far from new stadiums are likely to lose customers, while those located in stadium districts benefit. And if I may, I will quote from a 2016 study from Brookings. Quote, any economic activity generated while attending a game will largely, if not entirely, be offset by reduced spending on other leisure activities. All too often, I fear, the only analysis that finds great economic benefits from stadium subsidization is generated by interested parties that have been commissioned to find just those benefits. Unfortunately, while new stadiums will not meaningfully increase economic activity, they have been found to increase other things. These include noise, traffic, and the inconveniences attached to public parking. Also, and I would like to emphasize this point, the data show that sports stadiums and the crowds they attract tend to increase crime, not to decrease crime. I will submit that it is not right to remove money from the pockets of the district's working class taxpayers and to siphon it into a sports franchise whose owner's net worth eclipses $10 billion. Subsidizing a stadium is not a voluntary crowdfunding endeavor. Instead, it asks all taxpayers, irrespective of their interest in sports or attentions to attend games, to donate to fund the operations of a private business. I thank you for my time, and I would be happy to answer any questions or provide you and your staffs with additional information.
Thank you very much. And the council's undertaken an economic impact analysis, which should be available online, that speaks to the economic impact. Michael Kochi, Aidan Moore, Kyle Chance, Marilyn Markowitz. I believe none are here. Karen Pence.
Good evening and thank you, members of the council. I'm Karen Pence. I'm not the former second lady, although I will pretend to be if you give my testimony more weight as a result. I am a lifelong Washingtonian and a third generation Washingtonian. I thought that was impressive until the earlier panel. I'm a Capitol Hill resident. I'm a DCPS graduate. I'm the parent of a DCPS student. I love this city. I'm also the chair of the Capitol Hill Cluster Local School Advisory Team and see every day how hard our teachers and staff work in the face of incredible obstacles, including the 45% of students in this city that are at risk. The DC I believe in centers on kids, the vulnerable, and the environment, and it seems like every year we struggle to find enough money for that. Last year, Chair Mendelson, thank God you restored some of the money cut from the Stewart-Hobson budget. We were going to lose 6 teachers at a Title I school. It would have been catastrophic. I'm deeply grateful you were able to restore some of those funds, but I emphasize some. From my perspective, given the need of our schools, it's not enough. This year, I understand the budget being advanced is going to cut programs to the environment. I understand that some 27,000 adults are going to lose their health coverage. I understand another 25,000 are going to have some cuts. That's 1 in 12 DC residents. And I'd understand that. You know, the logic, I guess, is we're facing a budget deficit. We got to invest in growth. This will cause more revenues. But you look at the stadium plan and the council's own analysis that you just referenced, Chair Mendelson, it shows this plan does not make nearly as much money as the alternatives. It doesn't help us generate the revenues for these other priorities. Instead, and I very, very much appreciate that you've made the deal better, Chair Mendelson, we're still in the hole billions and billions of dollars, which just seems unconscionable in the face of the need. Let me just finish with the story. So as I said, I grew up in DC, and like earlier testifiers, I have those same wonderful memories of the Commanders as a kid. The years they won the Super Bowl, amazing. It would be great to have them come back. And I remember my DC public high school, there were no doors on the bathroom stalls. And if you can imagine how humiliating that is to be an adolescent using those bathrooms, and every time I thought, this is so symbolic of how I feel like the leaders of this city don't care about me. And that's what I just ask you to do. When you're putting this budget together, when you're making this decision, please remember the kids. Please stay centered in those values of the kids, the vulnerable, the environment, not the billionaires. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pence. Seamus Kane, Laura Levinson, who I believe is online.
Yes, thank you. Apologies, I'm in a car. Good evening. My name is Laura Levison. I am testifying. Actually, I'm just going to turn off my video. Thank you. I'm testifying as an individual, a DC taxpayer, a long-term resident of Ward 6, and a Sierra Club member. I live a little over a mile from the RFK Stadium. Although I'm not a for the spring. But as a taxpayer, I strongly object to the massive public subsidies that the mayor wants to give to the billionaire owners of the Commanders. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that you have improved the deal, but more improvement is needed to protect us taxpayers and ensure that DC's sustainability policies are incorporated in the package. And I am very disappointed that you have negotiated a deal before this public hearing, essentially dismissing the views of DC neighbors and citizens. As a member of the Sierra Club, I endorse our RFK sustainability platform, which is attached to my testimony. The platform calls for legally binding sustainability requirements in the RFK deal to align with DC's laws and policies. Here are a few points I want to emphasize. Regarding energy, all buildings on the site should align with DC commitments. No, we are not asking for net zero energy. But there should be no fossil fuel combustion on the site, no gas boilers, no gas water heaters, no gas microgrids. I understand the commander Regarding transportation should be limited. Safe, equitable transit, cycling, and pedestrian access should be prioritized. Seriously, folks, Route 295 is already a logjam under normal driving conditions. How the heck are all those cars going to get to the proposed stadium parking lots? Regarding zero waste, the stadium and all aspects of the development should be a model of zero waste practices. Also, glass windows in the stadium and other buildings on the site should be friendly to birds to prevent bird collision deaths. More than 1 billion birds die in the US every year by colliding with glass windows. And my final point, there should be no buildings in the floodplain. Most of this site at RFK is only a few feet above the water level of the Anacostia River at high tide. This summer, we've seen how rainfall is increasing in intensity and quantity, causing dangerous flash floods. We saw it most tragically in Texas, but we experienced dangerous flash floods here in DC just a few days ago. This is happening because the atmosphere is warming and warmer air holds more water. We must recognize that current flood maps for the RFK site are not an accurate guide to future flooding, and beware of building any permanent structures in the floodplain. Thank you so much for the opportunity to express my views, and apologies that I had to be off camera. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members.
Thank you, Ms. Levison. Cody Austin.
Yes, thank you. Hello, my name is Cody Austin. I am a Ward 3 resident, renter, user of the DC transit system, and today I come as an environmental advocate with the Sierra Club. I urge the DC Council to include legally binding sustainability standards as part of the redevelopment of RFK to ensure the project is as sustainable as possible. My testimony focuses on two main areas: water quality and waste. Concerning water quality, the Anacostia River has made substantial progress towards becoming swimmable and fishable, even enduring unprecedented wet seasons that exacerbate water pollution. However, stormwater runoff continues to hinder the river's progress, and the proposed development would substantially degrade the river's water quality, reversing years of progress. Billions of dollars would be committed to sprawling construction, which would create more impervious surfaces, which would mobilize pollutants via runoff and into the Anacostia River. The best approach for protecting the river, the Anacostia River, is to focus on preserving the floodplain. But if the act is enacted, if the RFK Stadium Act is enacted, stormwater management must be prioritized for development. This should include using only permeable surfaces for pavement, removing the existing impermeable surfaces, implementing low-impact development best practices, and finally, using only non-toxic building materials. Now, point 2, regarding waste, the RFK development site should be a state-of-the-art model of zero waste practices. Development on the site should be aligned with DC's zero waste, sustainable DC, and carbon-free DC plans. Without enforceable zero waste measures, development of RFK will lead to massive waste generation on the order of 80,000 pounds of trash per game, creating a virtual pipeline of needless trash polluting and littering local neighborhoods and the Anacostia River. Expect enough single-use plastic cups to fill 2.5 football stadiums. Nobody wants that. The development should cut toxic plastic pollution by requiring drinks be sold in reusable cups, allowing refillable water bottles on site, and providing water bottle refill stations, minimizing food waste through a food recovery and composting program, and prioritizing recycled and recyclable building materials for new construction on the RFK site. I thank the council for their time and their consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Malika Jackson, James Shabazz, Gladale Reese, I believe are not here. Mushin Umar, Vilma Beverly, Evan Raskin, Salim Adolfo, I believe are not here. Cynthia Singeiser.
Yep, that's correct.
Please
Yes.
proceed.
Thank you. Thank you to the council for having us all here today and tonight. My name is Cynthia Singeiser, and I'm a proud resident of Capitol Hill in Ward 6. I live just 7 blocks from the edge of the RFK Stadium site, and I'm also a first-time testifier. So here we go. Like so many others here today, I am also a lifelong sports fan. I love cheering our DC teams on, but loving our team shouldn't mean giving away over $1 billion in public investment without a clear return. We shouldn't subsidize a private NFL franchise just because we're fans, especially when we haven't been given the full picture of what's at stake or what's possible. In many discussions previously, Mayor Bowser said anything is possible for the use of this site. And yet, until just a few days ago, no public analysis compared the stadium proposal to alternative land uses. That changed last week when the Office of the Budget Director released a report showing a mixed-use development without a stadium would generate more long-term revenue than the stadium plan. That's critical information, and yet it arrived just days before the council is expected to vote. As a neighbor, I know this area's potential. The RFK site could be a vibrant neighborhood with affordable housing, schools, libraries, green spaces, local businesses, and more. Comparing an NFL stadium on the RFK campus to the Capital One Arena or Nats Park is like comparing apples to lychees. NFL stadiums sit empty and unused most days of the year. We're talking about almost 180 acres in the heart of Capitol Hill that would serve residents every day, not just 20 days for games and events. We deserve a plan that serves residents 365 days a year. Revitalization could mean more than hype. It should mean equitable economic growth. That's why I'm asking the council, please don't rush this. This initial proposal arrived in April and the vote is scheduled for August 1st. That's less than 3 months for the public and the council to evaluate one of the largest land use and budget decisions in recent history. We have one chance to get this right for the people who live here now. We need more time. Let's make this about smart investments and putting DC residents first. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Neil DeMoss, I believe, is online.
I am. Good evening. My name is Neil DeMoss, and I'm co-author of the book and website Field of Schemes, which investigates how public money is used to fund private sports stadiums. I've been studying this issue nationwide for 3 decades, and I feel safe in saying that the proposed Commander's Stadium bill would be not merely a bad deal for DC, but one of the most wasteful uses of taxpayer dollars on a private sports facility in U.S. history. This isn't a matter of believing that any subsidy is unacceptable, or that it wouldn't be nice to have the Commanders back in DC at a reasonable price. But, according to the best estimates of experts in tax expenditures, the total cost of the district's cash expenses, tax breaks, and land discounts to Josh Harris would add up to, at minimum, $7 billion, money the district would never get back. Even restoring the handful of tax revenues that proposed in the revised deal proposed last week, revenues that any other business in DC would pay as a matter of course, mind you, would still leave taxpayers holding the bag for well over $6 billion. That's more than quadruple the most expensive public cost to date. It wouldn't just break the record for the largest subsidy for a U.S. sports stadium, it would completely shatter it. Now, one common theme I found in my research is that city officials almost never realize the degree to which they have leverage in negotiating stadium deals. All too often, the approach is to look at talks from the vantage point of, what's the team owner asking for and how can we make it not quite as bad? Right now, though, neither Maryland nor Virginia nor any other local government has offered Josh Harris anything, let alone the billions of dollars DC is proposing to provide. The district is quite simply bidding against itself, which is a great way to end up needlessly giving away the store. Unfortunately, too many cities do this all the time. Not because sports fans want them to sign a blank check to team owners. As a sports fan myself, I know well that fans hate the idea of handing over their money once at the ticket window and then again on tax day. And I know that elected officials can't truly believe that new stadiums are an economic boon when 40 years of economic research shows they create very few jobs and very little new tax revenue relative to their massive cost. But I also know it can be hard to say no when the other public needs that the money could be spent on can't afford lobbyists like wealthy sports owners do. There are still ways the council can improve this deal, as numerous witnesses have testified today. At the very least, the council should demand that Josh Harris come up with a competitive offer with fair rent and sharing of revenues from the stadium, parking garages, and surrounding development that matches what DC could get for a mixed-use development on the open market. To vote for the bill as it stands currently would just be taking public money that could otherwise be used on city services for all residents and handing it over to a single billionaire. And no one, no matter how much they love their NFL team, should want that. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Lavore.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman Middleton and the DC Council. Appreciate the time. My name is Jeff Lavore, and I'm with a CPA firm in the DC region called Lanigan Ryan. We've been around for 35 years. My testimony is basically to oppose the expansion of the project labor agreement to the whole project at the RFK campus. Our firm represents hundreds of merit shop contractors that either both and or are located in DC or do work in DC. And we're talking every single trade you can possibly think of, to general contractors, specialty contractors, drywall, electrical, plumbing, everything. I would say that in the overwhelmingly, sorry, it's late at night, majority of these contractors are not union contractors. I can barely count on my hand the number of our clients that are union contractors. To put a PLA on this whole entire project, this whole entire campus, would basically, they would not bid on this contract. You would have out-of-town contractors doing the work, hiring out-of-town residents doing the work. You would be excluding DC companies and DC residents from doing work on this project, which is a great opportunity for local contractors and residents. A great project to work on. They would love the opportunity to work on it. So I'm testifying basically to oppose that. Furthermore, Dan Bond from Associated Builders and Contractors spoke about the increased cost of PLAs. If one of these contractors were to try to dip their toe into this project, join the union, join the PLA, the risk of doing that might very well put them out of business, just because of the increased liability for union pension costs, for example. Construction is the second riskiest business in the country next to restaurants. Margins are tight, competition is tight. I don't think they want to take that risk, so they would back off from that. Another point I want to bring up: some friends from the union earlier today were talking about their pride in their apprenticeship training. Our firm and many of our clients are members of ABC Metro, and ABC Metro has a world-class training facility at their headquarters, and they do craft training in all the trades. So we definitely have strength in that area as well, not just the unions. Like I said, I'm all in favor for bringing it back, but not with the expanded PLA to the whole entire campus there at RFK.
Thank you, Mr. Lavore. Thank you for your testimony. Zachary Ragone.
Chairman Mendelson and members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Zachary Ragone, and I serve as the policy director for the National Reentry Network for Returning Citizens. We're not here to take a position on whether the stadium deal should ultimately pass. We're here to make one thing clear. If this landmark project moves forward, it must be a platform for justice, opportunity, and real community investment. If we're going to celebrate the Commanders' homecoming, then let's also create a true homecoming for our neighbors. Each year, roughly 2,500 Washingtonians return from incarceration, many returning to Ward 7, and their successful reintegration is essential to our collective safety and prosperity. Let's start with housing, the foundation of any successful reentry. The plan for 1,800 affordable units is a welcome gesture, but affordable often doesn't mean accessible, especially for those facing the steepest barriers. Formerly incarcerated people are nearly 10 times more likely to experience homelessness than the general public. Without a stable place to live, everything else, employment, healthcare, reconnecting with loved ones, becomes exponentially harder. Providing stable housing has a dramatic and immediate impact on public safety. This deal must include a clear, substantial set-aside of units specifically for returning citizens. Next, employment, the path to dignity and stability. The project is expected to create thousands of jobs. Those jobs must be open to people who need them most. In DC, 71% of returning citizens are unemployed at the start of community supervision. That's not a statistic, it's an opportunity. That's because hiring returning citizens isn't an act of charity, it's a smart business decision. Studies show that employees with criminal records are loyal, motivated, and often have lower turnover rates than their peers. We're calling for two clear commitments: a guaranteed share of jobs for returning citizens and a real investment in job training programs. Finally, we need partnership and trust. The commanders can't just be a tenant, they must be a neighbor. We ask that you urge the team to commit to four things: invest and partner with returning citizen-led organizations, help create a reentry service center within the new development, adopt fair hiring practices within the commander's organization structure, and appoint a returning citizen to lead their community-focused efforts. These requests are even more critical because of recent damage done to the trust between this government and our community. The decision to restructure the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs into the Office of the Executive, the Mayor's Office of Executive, sent a clear and painful message. It told our community that their specific needs were no longer a priority and that their voices were being diluted. The stadium deal is a chance to start making that right. By embedding serious, measurable commitments to returning citizens, the council can show this community that they have not been forgotten. So if this team is coming home, if this is really about new beginnings, then I hope to hear this team, this council, and the city saying HTTR. Help them to reenter, help them to rebound, and help them to rise. Because when our justice-impacted neighbors rise, all of DC rises with them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ragone. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony, especially those of you who are here in person. I don't have any questions for you. Councilmember Bonds, do you have any questions?
No, I do not, Chairman, but I do really thank you for your testimony and again, for being here with us at this wonderful hour. Thank you.
I was there in person for the record earlier today.
Thank you.
Long
Thank
day.
you very much.
Long.
All right, I'm turning to witness number 3. I don't under. So the first two people I'm going to call apparently are taking the place of Gloria Hightower, but within the 3 minutes. So that would be 90 seconds each. And that would be Isaac Smith and Valencia Mohammed, if they're here online. Kai Hall, Michael Lee, Michael Campbell, Robert Warren, Diana Weston. You are, sir. Got it. Yes. Where was I? Robert Warren, Diana Weston, Paul Thaler, and you are, sir. Diana Weston, Paul Thaler, Daniel Cruz, Mike Holmes, Miss Kim Harrison, Shane Sullivan, Max Broad, Lindsay Webb, Iris Roberts, Larry Meinert, Michael Starnes, Nina Abelson, Amber Jones, Trisha Kinch, Okay, I'm going to stop as soon as we get to another person, if they're here in person. Jennifer McLaughlin, Martin Phillips. Oop. Nope, there's no seat for you, so you'll be next. So we'll stop at 391. I'm going to be relieved in a minute, and so I'm going to first start with Aidan Moore, but before you speak, he's number 353. Then we will have Isaac Smith, Valencia Mohammed, I'm told 90 seconds each.
90
Kai
seconds.
Hall, who's online, that's number 373. Michael Campbell is in person. Robert Warren is online. And then I think the next person who's here is number 386, Larry Meinert. Online, Michael Stearns, online. Nina Abelson is in person. Amber Jones is online. Tricia Kinch is in person. And Jennifer McLaughlin is online. I hope my colleagues got all that. Mr. Moore, you're first.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I don't need to tell the members of this council just how difficult it can be to have DC control its own destiny and build a better city on its own land by and for its own residents. But in January of this year, the district was provided a unique and rare opportunity to do just that when President Biden signed into law the rights of the city to redevelop the RFK site. Now, in a time where nearly half of all DC residents are rent burdened, over 1 in 10 households struggle with hunger, threats from Congress to strip funding, and underfunded schools, we're sitting here and talking about handing over $1 billion in taxpayer money and over $6 billion in taxpayer money over the life of this project to back a stadium proposal brought forward by a billionaire owner. With the very few details that we know about this deal, I am worried about the things that I'm hearing on this council. I've heard multiple members make contradictory statements in their own opening statements here. We've heard of the stadium hosting up to and over 200 events annually. Meanwhile, larger cities with central and covered stadiums fail to crack even 50. And even more so, this bill has been forced and rushed at every step of the way. Meanwhile, the residents of DC, those this project will impact the most, have been asked to close their eyes and trust. We've heard that it is this or nothing, we've heard that it is this or nothing. We can't fumble this opportunity. Yet, according to a report commissioned by this council's own Office of Budget Director, redeveloping the RFK site for mixed use without a stadium would net a higher return and undoubtedly with more housing, quality housing, low-income housing, and affordable housing. Those seeking to rush through this deal are doing so knowing that it denies the ability of DC residents to analyze and sit with the gravity of this deal. A transformative project, which I believe, Mr. McDuffie, you called it, should take thought and consideration by your city's residents. Now, I don't live in Ward 7. I am not a native DC resident. I've heard the voices of those who do live in Ward 7, who did grow up in the city, express their hopes and dreams to bring back their team. I want this for them, and I want this for this city, a city I now belong to. There's no doubt that bringing back this team with how the deal is currently written will have its benefits. However, I know that these benefits will by and large go to wealthier DC residents who do not live in Ward 7, to wealthy people who will move here to those new luxury apartments, and by billionaires who will step foot in the city a few days out of the year at best. We look at other stadium projects in DC from the past with a smile because those deals included protections, took time and seriously considered the input from concerned citizens. It is unconscionable to tell working class Washingtonians to go without while we provide generous subsidies to billionaires with no strings attached. I implore the council to use their leverage and to use their common sense to listen to DC residents and to rethink this deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Isaac Smith for 90 seconds.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you, members of DC Council, for having me. I am here on behalf of Gloria Hightower, who is the president of the Friends of the Carter Barron Amphitheater Foundation. The Carter Barron Amphitheater is a historic amphitheater. It was donated by President Harry Truman to commemorate 150 years of the founding of the District of Columbia. It is located in Ward 4. It is a large outdoor venue, and we were hoping that some of the redevelopment funds could go to reopening that historic venue. with what's going on the federal level, DC has always relied on federal workers. But the fact is that now we're learning that we can't rely on federal workers. Cutbacks do sometimes come to Washington, and that means diversifying our economy, particularly investing in our tourism sector, which is our second largest sector after government. And so I encourage you to look at this proposal, consider including a small provision for the Carter Barron Amphitheater while we are redeveloping and trying to rebuild here in Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Valencia Muhammad.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. I come before this council to justify why and how the Friends Group, under the auspices of Gloria Hightower, must be allocated no less than $3 million of this community benefit funding after a memorandum of agreement is authorized between the DC government, both legislative and executive. This will ensure that the reopening support materializes, as $2 million is dedicated for revitalizing the efforts of the Carter Barron Amphitheater, and $1 million is granted for a national televised telethon to raise the majority of funding at the BET Soundstage. The telethon will encompass the profound competencies of TV One, Kathy Hughes, the Office of Cable Television, Film, Media, and Entertainment, and the Friends Group. Under this overdue memorandum of understanding, the doors can open, offering annual summer employment for students and adults. Ward 7 in particular, because of its association with the funding, will get 50% of those employment opportunities. Ward 4, 30% because of where the Carter Barron is located, and the remaining 20% will go citywide. These employment areas will entail ticket operations, maintenance inside and outside the theater, stage production, lighting, ushers, concessions, parking attendants, and security. Thank you very much. And Ms. Hightower has submitted volumes of information to the council. We ask you please to read that information. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Muhammad. Kai Hall, who's online.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Mendelson and members of the council. My name is Kai Hall, and I'm the coordinator of the DC Transportation Equity Network. The district should not invest public funds to support the construction of a new stadium at the RFK campus. However, if the council insists on moving forward with a stadium deal, it should ensure that its investments improve non-car modes of transportation in the area and mitigate the danger that dramatic increases in car traffic poses for the safety and well-being of district residents. We believe your proposal improves upon the mayor's giveaway deal, but still not sufficient. We would like you to specify the types of transportation the $600 million Transportation Improvement Fund would support, and to specifically exclude the widening of roads like I-295 that many people driving to the stadium would no doubt use. Residents who live near the RFK campus, especially in wards 5 and 7, already face disproportionate effects of autocentric infrastructure, from poor air quality, higher asthma rates, higher traffic crashes, and higher traffic fatalities. Inducing greater demand for driving by subsidizing parking and not adequately investing in convenient, reliable transit options will only exacerbate existing health inequities. The stadium deal should reduce transportation inequities, especially if we expect to create a new neighborhood with thousands of new residents. Specifically, the council should work with the executive and WMATA to explore the creation of center-running, physically separated east-west bus lanes to support rapid service that would reduce the transportation time tax for all road users. A rapid east-west bus route will fill existing gaps in the transportation network, especially for residents who live east of the Anacostia River along Benning Road who were long promised an extension of the streetcar line. As current DC streetcar employees are being told that streetcar service will shut down next year, contrary to the 2-year timeline outlined by the mayor has demonstrated that she has not given much thought to transit in the area around the stadium. A rapid east-west bus service could connect key destinations that the original Georgetown to Benning Road streetcar line was proposed to serve. This is the next generation streetcar the district needs. Furthermore, regardless of whether a stadium is built, the district should fund the construction of an infill metro rail station at Oklahoma Avenue and Benning Road. Neighborhoods to the north and west of Stadium Armory are metro rail deserts, and residents of a future waterfront neighborhood should have access to rail transit. The district should not use public funds to construct parking structures for the commanders. According to a recent poll commissioned by Gigi Wash, 61% of respondents said the DC Council should eliminate some stadium parking spots to pay for a new metro rail station. The mayor's proposed $356 million for parking should instead be invested to move people in ways that are beneficial for district residents and stadium adjacent neighborhoods, including rail, bus, capital bike share, and improved pedestrian access. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate it. I think next who we have on our list is Michael Campbell. Good evening to you. Thanks for your patience. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, council members. And thank you for everyone that came. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and especially want to thank my council member, Wendell Felder, for his tireless work and unwavering commitment to the people of Ward 7. Your leadership matters, bro. I rise in support of moving forward with the RFK Campus Redevelopment Act of 2025, not just as a fan of the game, but as someone who believes in the power of smart development to change lives, if it's done with equity and accountability at its core. This project isn't just about a team or a building. It's about jobs, investment, hope, and long-term opportunity. For a ward like ours, which has often been overlooked, this is a chance to bring major resources east of the river and finally create the economic engine we've long deserved. But let me be clear, any stadium plan must be paired with a strong and enforceable community benefits agreement. As a pastor and Marshall Heights Civic Association executive board member who actively largely serves Ward 7 and 8, I believe that includes prioritizing local hiring from Ward 7 for both construction and permanent jobs, supporting small, local, and minority-owned businesses as vendors and partners, creating opportunities for our youth through internships, workforce training, and community programming. And we absolutely must get serious about prioritizing bringing a grocery store to Ward 7 that is much better than that Safeway on Minnesota Avenue. We also must create a pathway for bike accessibility. We've seen what's possible. I grew up and I'm from Potomac Gardens, and I saw how Nationals Park created jobs for folks in my hood. I know people whose lives were changed, who were addicted to drugs, who couldn't keep a schedule, who couldn't keep a job, and how all of this collectively works to decrease crime in those same hoods is a no-brainer. Let's do it again, but better and bolder for our ward. Yes, there are real concerns, but they're not deal breakers. They're opportunities to plan wisely. Traffic can be managed through improved parking. Traffic can be managed through improved transit, parking solutions, and coordinated city planning. Rising housing costs and displacement can be addressed with stronger protections, rent stabilization, and deep investments in deeply affordable housing around the site. We can have progress without pushing people out. In Jeremiah 29:7, we are reminded, seek the peace and prosperity of the city. Pray to the Lord, for it is because if it prospers, you too will prosper. This is our chance to build something that prospers with the people, not over them. Make no mistake about this. The mayor made a horrible deal, but our council has truly worked hard to make that much better, and I truly appreciate that. Thank you for your time.
Robert Warren, thank you for your testimony this evening. We're going to turn, Michael Campbell, thank you for your testimony. We're turning next to Robert Warren, who actually is joining us virtually. If you want to turn on your camera, unmute yourself, you can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I'm sorry about my camera, but it's not. I can't turn it on right this minute. But thank you, Councilmember McDuffie, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren. I am a lifelong DC resident and a member of the organization People Fairness Coalition. We're a grassroots organization, and basically we advocate on behalf of a universal voucher system here in the District of Columbia for individuals on fixed incomes over the age of 55 on fixed incomes within the continuum of care here in the District of Columbia. And we've been doing that for 17 years. And so we hear a lot of discussion about the stadium, about, building affordable housing and how it's going to benefit communities. And, I'm like being a lifelong DC resident, I know of a lot of these projects, where they had, agreements and, where they come in and tell community members that how much is going to benefit us and community members. And I think along the lines of City Center, which right now, you can walk past there and there's stores and buildings that, I can't afford to go in. And I know that no district residents can, the majority of district residents can't afford to live in. And I would think, that with this project that we're talking about with the stadium, that would be the same in a lot of respects. And, through the testimonies we listened to tonight, I believe in this evening and this morning, I believe that, that's been made apparently clear. And I would hope that the most important piece is that, this council and the mayor created office on racial equity, the council's office on racial equity, and the mayor's office on racial equity. And before the council and the mayor put forth these legislation and these bills, these two offices are supposed to be able to weigh in on them, so the community and the council can be informed about how they're moving forward with legislation. And once again, this council and this mayor has bypassed that process, which we've actually created these offices to check boxes and continue discriminatory practices against long-term district residents when it comes to our ability to not be economically discriminated against in the District of Columbia. And that's the reason why we advocate for this universal voucher system, because when we continue to say that we're going to build affordable housing, affordable to who? Because there are currently been reported 17,000 vacant Class A units in the District of Columbia. And so when we have like the Rentals Act and things that the mayor put forth to continue to undermine district residents, and pass and put forth legislation and bills that district residents don't have a chance
Robert
to weigh
Warren, your time has expired. Thank you very much for your testimony. We're going to turn next to Larry Minert, who's also joining us virtually. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, Council. My name is Larry Minert. I'm a resident of Ward 6, Capitol Hill, and I just have one main comment to make. This is a very complex bill, and I understand there's many different points of view. My main concern is about transportation. This seems like if the stadium is going to go forward, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to improve the connection with the metro system. To not use funding that could be available from any source to put a metro station that would serve this area is just a lost opportunity. And so my one plea to the council, in addition to taking the time to think about all this, is that this stadium should not go forward without a clear connection to the metro, bus, and other transportation systems. And to do that would obviate much of the need for the large parking garages. So the funding that is being earmarked for parking garages should be redirected to getting public access to this area, not only for people coming for events, but for the residents in this part of DC who are not nearly as well served as they should be. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for your time and patience. We're going to turn next to Michael Starnes, who's also joining us virtually. I see you've already turned on your camera. You can unmute yourself and begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Mendelson and council members. My name is Michael Starnes, and I come today to testify against the proposed RFK Stadium and against the use of public dollars for this cause. For context of myself, I'm a public policy analyst and a pro-housing activist. Let's be clear. The decision to subsidize a sports stadium is not a generational opportunity, but bread and circuses. This deal rejects funding for grocery stores, but funds touchdown replays. It refuses to put public dollars towards AC in schools, but instead misdirects public funds towards the investments of billionaires. Does anyone truly believe that a $1 rent for the Commanders is a fair price for the RFK Stadium site? Moreover, here are 3 reasons why public funds should be rejected by council. Stadiums don't pay off. Economic research shows that average personal income in states that publicly fund stadiums grew about the same amount as states that chose not to fund a stadium. In short, stadiums don't raise wages or increase tax revenues. Secondly, adding a stadium will reduce the usage of Northwest and Landover. Rather than having one giant stadium for the region, we'll potentially have 2 large stadiums, both of which have worse financials. We shouldn't jeopardize the economics of either potential stadium by creating a situation where a stadium can't even supply itself with private funding on an ongoing basis. Thirdly, public funds are displacing private funds in this deal. The owner of the Commanders, Josh Harris, has a net worth of over $10 billion, and the investors as a whole have net worths of over $100 billion. If they have the money, why aren't they putting it on the line? In short, the request to make DC taxpayers pay for a business venture instead of the actual owner of the business is unfair. Taxpayers will perpetually be on the line for stadium improvements and to keep the team in the city, and council will face decades of continued requests for funding, even as the owner's team already have the funds to support the stadium. I'm not inherently against football or the idea of a stadium, but we should reject the idea that public funds are needed or that it will generate significant employment. If you want to donate public dollars to a billionaire stadium, please make that case. Considering that the stadium will not generate significant employment and will reduce the size of the economic growth in the area by more than $1 billion in the next 10 years in terms of tax revenue, it will be sucking money out of public priorities such as housing, healthcare, and rapid rehousing. This project represents the kind of everyday poor policymaking that invests in white elephants and low ROI projects that municipalities repeatedly make the mistake of doing. Just because a project can be done doesn't mean it will pay off. There's nothing diverse or equitable about spending more than $500 million of taxpayer funds to subsidize a billionaire having to invest in their own business. It's not too late. There's a strong consensus around building a predominantly residential area with fewer car parks than the proposed stadium. That is what we should be fighting for, not publicly funded stadiums. And the total cost for taxpayers will be more like 8 billion, 7 billion. So it's something we should think about. Thank you.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness is joining us in person here at the John A. Wilson Building, Nina Abelson. Good evening to you. You can begin your testimony.
Hi, good evening. So I'm a resident of Ward 6, right on the cusp of 7, and I have been teaching in DC for 14 years. And I'm speaking for myself and also from what students of mine have voiced about their opinion on the pros and cons of bringing the Commanders to RFK. So I wanted to start off by saying that the council, the mayor, and certainly the billionaire owner and investors of the Commanders are well aware that the investment will not be making the payments, that it will be, while they will be becoming financially beneficial, but it will be on the taxpayers' shoulders. So I'm not going to reiterate the problems, but I hope to improve with this deal. And I want to logically review what has been beneficial in and around the district regarding similar issues in the past. And first, I want to look at how Nationals Park splits the proceeds from the 1,250 parking spaces from the garages with the district. So just like with RFK, there's a Metro stop right at Nats Park, and it didn't need to overbuild parking lots. We know how much Metro ridership has decreased in the last few years since COVID, and how at this point there's a projected $750 million gap for this upcoming year. And this gives us a huge opportunity to increase people taking public transit versus driving. The 2 entrances are right in front of RFK, not like the 1-mile walk from Morgan Boulevard stop to the FedEx Northwest Stadium. So it'll bring fans in from all over the DMV. We don't need multiple garages for 8,000 spaces. I'm happy it appears as though we're having funds go into the Metro, but I don't want it to be added to the $1.2 billion that taxpayers will be paying over the next few years. skipping ahead for time with. I want to note that I was originally very much against the Commanders coming to RFK. I wanted to have a hospital built on the property. But now that it seems like a given that the team is returning, I want to be part of it for civic pride and for revenue from fandom. But since this is not a nonprofit establishment like a public hospital, there should not be the tax exemptions. If a student asked me why the Commanders would not have to pay the taxes, I would not know what an answer should be. If there is a rent or property tax, it should not solely be for the expansion of the stadium and campus, because that's still for the investors' benefit.
And thank you for your testimony. We really appreciate your recommendations. Our next witness is joining us virtually, Amber Jones. Thank you for your patience, and you can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Amber Jones. I've been a resident of Hill East for 22 years. I am disappointed with both the mayor's plan and the city council's revised plan because of all the reasons you've been hearing tonight. I would just like to repeat 2 of those. I oppose subsidies and I oppose parking lots and garages. Point 1, subsidies. If football returns to RFK, I believe it is irresponsible for DC public officials to allow billions of dollars of city taxes to flow to a sports team that is owned by billionaires and pays its players millions of dollars per year. I want billions of dollars to flow the other way, from the team to DC. First, I want the $1 billion in initial subsidies omitted from the 2026 DC's budget and applied to public services, not private businesses. Second, I want the team to pay rent at normal commercial market rates. Third, I want the team to return all sales tax revenue to the city. Let the team and its owners fund the improvements to the stadium. We are not going to benefit. The projected 900 or so million in revenue is a drop in the bucket compared to what DC will be paying out over that same time period. The $1 billion currently approved for the DC budget is only the beginning. Point 2, parking lots and garages. I'd be very happy if football does not return to RFK because the traffic is horrendous on game days already for baseball, soccer, and hockey. I live in the center of all of those. It takes hours to get back into the city on those days. Parking is also affected in my neighborhood on baseball days, even though I'm a mile from the stadium, because parking is free in my neighborhood. And there are popular restaurants and bars on Barracks Row, right next to my house. If we add traffic and parking for football, I might be very tempted to move to a small town in West Virginia to get away from the traffic. If football returns to RFK, I want to see a vast reduction in parking lots, not an increase. I want to see extra metro trains and buses on game days and a massive subsidy immediately flowing from the team to metro. In short, I oppose using public funds for subsidizing a private business, and I oppose increased parking lots and garages and favor public transportation. Thank you for holding public hearings and for making this a mixed virtual and in-person hearing.
You bet. And thank you for taking the time to provide that feedback and testimony. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Trisha Kinch, who's joined us here in person at the Wilson Building. Thank you very much for being with us. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Trisha Kinch. I am the CEO of a nonprofit organization named Building Cooperative Communities. We are taking the experiences and resources of 16 plus limited equity cooperatives to provide a network to support and sustain home ownership for low and moderate income DC residents. Our associate, Linda Leaks, was honored by the National Cooperative Hall of Fame for her work helping DC residents create affordable homeownership opportunities. Ms. Leaks, myself, many housing organizers and nonprofits have spent over 40 years working with DC government, DC nonprofit developers to create more affordable housing and home ownership opportunities for DC residents. We are encouraging the DC Council and the Mayor to use the redevelopment of RFK to address the critical affordable housing needs of low and moderate income DC residents. We are asking the council to also reduce parking to no more than 2,000 spaces, to keep parking out of Kingman Park, and to invest in a new metro station. We support the goals of the No Billionaires Playground Coalition to get a balanced stadium deal that benefits the district financially and guarantees benefits for DC, the residents of the district. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening, and thank you for being here to listen.
Absolutely, and thank you for taking the time to join us in person and your patience for being with us as we get through the witness list. I want to turn next to Jennifer McLaughlin, who is joining us virtually. You can unmute yourself, turn on your video, and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Jennifer McLaughlin. I am an independent journalist with Street Six Media. I am a formerly homeless person, and this is the end of my journey. I work at the RFK Stadium Armory on early Saturday mornings. I have received a lot of assistance and programs through DC, but the stadium might be closed because of the deal with RFK. My dream is to become an entrepreneur and to buy my own table and set it up at the stadium. If DC closed the stadium armory, unfortunately, the market will permanently be displaced to the state of Maryland. I thank you for the opportunity to testify. I look forward for any questions you may have for me.
And thank you so much for your testimony tonight. Jennifer McLaughlin, we really appreciate you taking the time to add your voice to this hearing. Our next witness and final witness for this panel is joining us in person, Martin Phillips. No? What's your name, sir? Got it. I got you. Okay. And Aiden is already testified. You're the first one to testify on this panel, which means we're at the end of this panel. And I want to thank you each for providing testimony tonight. I want to turn to my colleagues to see if they have any questions for this panel, both the folks who have joined us in person, as well as those who have testified virtually. I'll start with Councilmember Bonds.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I don't think I have any questions. I'm pretty much hearing the same theme, and I am concerned as to how we as a body, the council, have been updating the community on the negotiations that we've been engaged in. And as I was talking to my staffer, it sounds like we haven't done a very good job of telling you about some of the things that we have negotiated that are right up the alley of your areas of concern. And that's very unfortunate. Because while you had the mayor's old term sheet to look at, you haven't had what we have been pushing and getting on behalf of the entire city. And so we hope to give you something in writing that you can see that many of your concerns are being addressed. So I just wanted to put that on the record. So I won't bore you with questions tonight. I know that you're very sincere in what you have presented to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Bonds. Councilmember Robert White.
And Tricia.
Thank you to this panel. I've been following between meetings, and I don't have any questions. I know there are a lot of people who want us to get to them, so I don't have any questions. But to our last panelist who was here earlier, I just want to let you know I do have my Street Sense copy for this week. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember White. I want to turn next to Councilmember Henderson, who's with us virtually. See if you have any questions for this panel. Okay, we're going to go to our next panel. We're going to start that, and I want to thank you. You all are excused. Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next panel is going to begin with Martin Phillips, Meg McGuire, Hannah Powell. Is Hannah Powell here? Jeremy Stetson. Jeremy Stetson. Hermes Lar. Are you? Oh, sure. You're next. You anticipated my next. Nisha Petruni. All right. Claire Pavlovic. Claire Pavlovic. Okay, perfect. Molly Hackley. Molly Hackley. Deidre Hamilton. Deidre Hamilton is present on Zoom. William Igo. William Igo. Magali Nars. Magali Nars. Hayden Daly. Hayden Daly. Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson. Troy Rogers. Troy Rogers. Van Dyke Jackson. Van Dyke Jackson. Javier Roman. Javier Roman is not with us. Oye Owolawa. Not with us. Julia Fiedler. Julia Fiedler. Cedric Brown. Any luck with Cedric Brown? William Wright. We want to see if we can get these 4 chairs occupied. William Wright is not here. Monique Drayton Ridley. Going once, going twice. Richard Hayner. Richard Hayner doesn't appear to be with us. Alfonso Hayes. Alfonso Hayes. Christopher Lawler. Christopher Lawler, present or virtual. Wayne Council with 2 L's. Wayne Council. Michael Hoven III. Michael Hoven III is not with us. Rondell Carroll. Rondell Carroll. Jerome McKelly. McKely. I do not see. Christian Michael. Christian Michael. Cheyenne Eid or Ide, E-Y-D-E. All righty. Kenneth Busick, B-U-S-I-K. Anybody here or virtual? Apparently not. Sophia Bosch Shady. Last name Boshadi. How about Gregory Nassif? Nasif. John Dodge. John Dodge, Chris Brooks. Maybe mispronouncing that in case you're here and don't recognize. Oh, here on Zoom. Okay, we got somebody on Zoom. Francine Shepard. Present or virtual. Lynn Rame, Rhem. Lynn Rame. Robert Escobar. Robert Escobar. Buddy Ashwool. I'm going to spell that because I may be mispronouncing it. It's spelled Askwule. Whule. Okay. Buddy's not here. Shelley Martin. Shelley Martin. I don't have that. Oh, next. Yeah. Melissa Bondi. Yes, is here. All right, that's 3. Omar Arnold. Omar Arnold. Devin Martin. Devin Martin. I'm going a little quicker now. Melinda Roth. Melinda Roth. David Linehan. David Epstein. 2 Davids in a row. David Epstein? Nope. Jeanette Hubbard. Is she there? All right, virtual. Chase Savia. Michelle Williams. Joanne Belton. Brian Roman. Jamila White. Candace Gordon. Sharice Muhammad. Steve Ortman. Don Armstrong. Arlene O'Neill. Elizabeth Falcon. Deborah Shore. Do not see. Jean Salmon. Dieter Lehman Morales. Venus Williams. I would love for you to testify. No diet, right? Guess not. Miss you at the Mubala City Open too. Katie Murphy. Daniel Cruz. Jocelyn Johnson. Claire Hacker. Amanda Leal. Tyrell Holcomb. Saba, I'm going to spell this. Tshontikidis. Virtual? Okay, virtual. Thank you. We're going to get going soon. Karen Gwynn, if we can get this last seat filled. Sophia Ross, because there are a number of people who are here. We want to get you up. Sophia Ross is not here in person or on Zoom. Cody Mosby. Cody Mosby. Romulo Richardson. Elizabeth Drewby.
I'm here.
Virtually, perfect. Give us just a moment, Elizabeth.
Jocelyn Johnson is
Elizabeth?
here.
That's Jocelyn? Did we already?
Virtual. Okay, virtual.
Okay, we'll call on you in a little bit. Thank you for joining us. Anders Peterson. Man. Bridget Rousseau. My neighbor in Stronghold. No. Leanne Garner Holden. Alex Howard. Perfect. Alex is here. All right, we can get going. It's on virtual? You see him on there? Okay. All right, Commissioner, we're going to make sure we get to you in order. And I want to note that we've been joined by Ward 4 Councilmember Janice Lewis George, and Ward 7 Councilmember Wendell Felder has rejoined us as well. Thank you, colleagues, for being with us. Now I have to figure out what is your name, sir? All right, let's begin with you, Martin Phillips, number 392. Thank you for your patience. You begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
I'd like to start by thanking Mr. McDuffie and the DC Council for the opportunity to weigh in on the Robert F. Kennedy Campus Redevelopment Act of 2025. My name is Martin Phillips. I am a resident of DC in Ward 8, a taxpayer, a union official, and a federal employee, speaking today on my own time in my personal capacity. I am here today to register my opposition to public funding of a new stadium. I am all in favor of bringing the Commanders back to DC and building a stadium. I am just against public funding for the stadium itself. If Josh Harris and his business partners want a stadium, they should pay for it themselves. Since January, thousands of federal workers in the Ronald Reagan Building and International Trade Center working for USAID and the EPA, just right next door to where we're sitting right now, lost their jobs with no notice or took one of the several deferred resignation offers. With the Supreme Court's recent shadow docket ruling allowing reductions in force or RIFs to move forward, we can anticipate tens of thousands of additional federal workers to lose their jobs in the coming months. As the federal government's budget shrinks, this will have effects on government contractors and eventually on the local DC economy. In conjunction with federal downsizing, there is also now a concerted push to relocate agencies and their workers outside of the district. The U.S. Department of Agriculture is one of the first, but will not be the last. The DC Council is, of course, familiar with the emerging anti-district sentiment in our nation's ruling class. Congress still has not approved the district's budget for this fiscal year with just 2 months to go. Why are we considering this stadium project right now? The DC Council needs to take a step back and assess their financial reality. The stadium is going to cost us billions, but the shrinkage of the federal workforce, cancellation of grants and contracts, early retirement of workers, often with concomitant migration to lower tax states like Florida or the Carolinas, and economic run-on effects are going to cost the district a lot of money. It will cut into income and sales tax receipts, lead to economic stagnation, and increase costs for unemployment insurance and Medicaid programs. Have you accounted for all of that? Has the council developed any economic projections associated with executive branch restructuring? Of course, building the stadium will create jobs. Spending $1 billion will always create jobs. The question isn't, should this money be spent on economic development? It is, should this money be spent on a privately owned stadium or on something else? Study after study shows that return on investment for publicly funded stadiums is much lower than for other development projects of similar size. I don't have much hope that my comments will change the course you all are on. The mayor has already made comments that she considers the stadium projects one of her signature achievements. The council is touting the positive effects on employment and infrastructure the stadium will have. But you don't need public money going to the stadium. That can be funded by private investors. Let the multi-billionaires who will reap the greatest benefit be the ones that shoulder the costs. The council needs to focus on residents, workers, and take care of its own finances. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Martin Phillips. We appreciate it. Our next witness is joining us here in person, Nisha Petroni. You begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
My name is Nisha Petruni, and I have lived in DC for 16 years. I've called Kingman Park in Ward 7 my home for the last 10 years. I'm a former vice president of the Friends of Kingman Park Civic Association and also represented Ward 7 during redistricting. I'm deeply invested in my community, Ward 7, and Kingman Park. I'm here testifying on behalf of the RFK Future Task Force, which includes neighbors from Kingman Park and Rosedale. We urge you to pause this vote and support amendments that center the community, engagement, environment, and equity for those living in Ward 7 and east of the Anacostia. Councilmember McDuffie, it is insulting that you negotiated a deal before hearing the public testimony today. Residents of DC deserve a better deal, and we deserve a fair and transparent process. We're invested in our community for the long term, not just a political term. That's why the RFK Future Task Force started over 2 years ago, originating from our civic association. Unlike the council, our task force has been transparent and open with neighbors. Also unlike the council, Our task force, myself and other members, have been here at today's hearing since 9 a.m. in the room listening to testimony for over 12 hours. Our task force conducted surveys, held open public meetings where we invited the mayor and the council, and we partnered with other civic associations to develop the demands that we believe represent our communities. We demand more environmental protections in the term sheet. Kingman Park is considered a heat island with less tree coverage and green space, which leads to higher temperatures. When neighborhoods like ours have more buildings, sidewalks, vehicles, and roadways, they absorb heat rather than reflect it, leading to temperatures that can rise up to 10 degrees higher than other areas with more tree coverage. Our children and elderly neighbors are already at risk, and you're advocating to replace that green space with parking. We demand more transparency around the transit commitments. Will you share the specific details about how the Metro funding will be used and commit to a Metro infill station? We demand firm deadlines and enforcement in the CBA. Our civic association drafted a CBA of our own, which has been sent to all your offices and is an appendix in my written testimony. While the council CBA includes an oversight body, we don't feel it goes far enough to hold the team and developer accountable. And to end my testimony, I want to share a personal story. My family lost our childhood home when I was young because of financial hardship. I chose to lay down roots in Kingman Park because of its history and diversity, and was able to become a homeowner through a first-time home buying program. Kingman Park is a historic district rooted in Black homeownership, and it remains a vibrant and diverse community. We should be doing everything we can to uplift the residents that live there and prevent displacing generations of
Nisha
residents who
Cherney,
have lived there for over 100
thank
years.
you for your testimony. We appreciate it. And thank you for sharing the personal story. Our next witness is joining us virtually, Meg McGuire. Good evening to you. You begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I am Meg McGuire, a member of the Committee of 100, and I wholeheartedly support all of my colleagues' prior testimonies. I will add another issue not yet covered in this hearing, the threat of digital billboards outside the stadium. As a former president of Scenic America for 9 years, I dealt with the visual damage perpetrated by the electronic billboard industry in countless cities and towns across the country. And make no mistake about it, billboard companies are hard at work at this very moment figuring out how to play this council and the mayor to approve gigantic jumbotrons at the new stadium. Our message is this: keep digital billboards inside the stadium. Say no to digital billboards on the exterior of the stadium. Americans hate barrage advertising. Millions of people are paying extra fees for ad-free phones and televisions. Billboards are entirely unnecessary for entertainment or for information, and they cheapen rather than animate places. The public will gain nothing and lose many important community values. Only the digital billboard industry and the stadium owners will profit from jumbotron advertising outside the stadium. Digital billboards harm the environment in many ways. Giant LED machines up to 1,200 square feet in size, such as those at the Verizon Center, churn out unwanted light and in-your-face ads that no one can turn off. And they consume huge amounts of energy in thousands of LED bulbs. Digital billboards would disrupt and degrade new and established residential neighborhoods surrounding the stadium, just as they have at Gallery Place, by flashing unwanted light into thousands of new and existing homes and hotels, bouncing light from windows facing the signs onto the windows across the street, obscuring visibility of the night sky. Digital billboards would compromise the view from all sides of what must be an architecturally beautiful new structure in our nation's capital. Instead, the Commanders should celebrate their DC heritage and location by uplighting the stadium building to enhance the monumental character and iconic view sheds of our city. This city is a work of art, but its beauty is fragile. We are not Times Square or Las Vegas or Shanghai. Digital billboards outside the stadium would serve no public purpose and should be prohibited
in the legislation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Meg McGuire. Our next witness is joining us virtually, Claire Pavlovic. Thanks for joining us. You can begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair McDuffie and other members of the DC Council. Thank you for the chance to speak today. My name is Claire Pavlovic, and I have been a resident of the Hill East neighborhood in Ward 6 for 11 years. I am also the parent of 2 DCPS students. I am testifying today because I am outraged at how historically bad this stadium deal is for DC residents. The current proposal is a betrayal of public trust. It gives away vast amounts of taxpayer resources for far, far too little in return, all while the city is facing huge cuts to essential programs. Moreover, it's been rushed with insufficient exploration of the environmental and structural impacts surrounding area and communities, and insufficient residential input. DC is in a budget crisis, facing cuts to essential services for our most vulnerable residents, including our children. As a DCPS parent, I see firsthand how critical our schools are for our most at-risk kids, and also just how much we fail them. For example, 2024 standardized testing showed that 66.8% of DC high school students are below grade level for English and language arts, and 88.8% are below grade level in math. That is shocking, and it is shameful. My 9-year-old and I spent days this March visiting Senate and House offices, begging Congress not to cut DC's budget. We told countless staffers that DC children could not afford to lose a single dollar. But just months later, while we are told to engage in collective sacrifice and subjected to austerity measures, you want to enter into one of the most expensive and lopsided deals in history. Stadium deals in history. I feel betrayed. Up front, the city will pay $856 million in direct subsidies for a stadium and 3 massive parking garages that will sit empty roughly 339 days a year, threaten the Anacostia River, and disrupt a vibrant, historically Black neighborhood, instead of desperately needed housing, public transportation, and tax revenue. And that $856 million is just the tip of the iceberg. The Council Budget Office analysis shows that the true cost of the mayor's plan is $8.4 billion in subsidies, tax breaks, and land development rights. While the chairman's proposal reduces that, it only does so to $7.4 billion. No amount of magical thinking about speculative future economic activity counterbalances these costs, and we have only one chance to get it right. But you are rushing ahead without an environmental impact study, without a comprehensive traffic study, and most outrageously, without sufficient community input. Chair Duffy, it is outrageous that you would announce a deal before hearing from residents. It is also outrageous to expect 500 people to be meaningfully heard in a single marathon hearing. That is not democracy. The council needs to do better. This land does not belong to the mayor.
Pavlovic, your time has expired. Our next witness is also joining us virtually, Deidre Hamilton. Good evening to you. You begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes. Deidre Hamilton, are you still with us? We can't hear you. We're going to give you a moment to unmute, and we'll follow up in just a moment. We're going to go next to Melissa Bondi, who's joining us in the Wilson Building. You can begin your testimony. Good evening to you. Thanks for joining us.
Good evening to you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Melissa Bondi, Mid-Atlantic Senior Director for Enterprise Community Partners. Our written testimony is longer and has been submitted online. We urge the council to establish a clear, self-directed timeline to tie negotiated benefits to demonstrated community priorities and determine the highest and best uses of capital, land, private investment, and philanthropic contributions available to address them. In particular, we suggest the council fully consider the results of the Robert Bob Group report, the tax abatement analysis, and the economic impact assessment, and how those results inform any considerations on any final stadium package. We recommend looking closely at other multifunction sports arenas in our market and the lessons learned on their direct impact, cost-benefit analysis, and longer-term impacts on community stability and economic health. Reviewing the materials provided with the proposal before today's hearing, we have a few questions and request clarity from the council on these items. Which of the recommendations in the Bob Group report were not incorporated into the proposed agreement, and why? Which results of the tax abatement and economic impact analysis informed any of the New Deal proposed terms, and how? Were any results not factored into the New Deal terms, and if so, why not? What is the timeline for receipt of and designated uses for the identified $50 million in community benefits funding? Our written testimony outlines in detail specific recommendations organized by people, place, and process, relating largely to resident stability, housing affordability, and community benefits capital to respond to support residents and mitigate, the negative and unintended impacts of a stadium complex. Some highlights from our recommendations include that the District of Columbia retain its master development control of all development parcels on the site. To negotiate as a first priority, before the stadium is complete, implementation of housing development, subsidies, and programs designed to decrease displacement, increase equity, supply and affordability, and to support other identified residential needs. This prioritization is necessary to remain ahead of the inevitable market pressures, to improve conditions on existing parcels near the stadium site, and to encourage additional economic investment from other organizations and entities, not just the team. To estimate the total tax revenues generated by the stadium and the share of future revenues to be paid by the team, and to request upfront contributions to establish early a special purpose fund to support community needs near the site. Funding could also be used to develop a joint financing pool for housing preservation, which is outlined more explicitly in our testimony in writing. It could also support other related financing, plus grants for community-serving organizations near the stadium. We also request a requirement of the total investment value of any CBAs to be indexed to the total projected team revenue over the life of the stadium deal, including appreciation of the team's value over 30 years. Finally, we would request ensuring that all CBAs include ironclad commitments and clear expectations while the district has its maximum leverage before a deal is approved. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share our views. We'd be happy to speak more about the details in our testimony at your convenience.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We're going to try Deidre Hamilton again. Are you able to?
Hi, yes.
Perfect. We can hear you.
Sorry, I had to change devices and I had to activate the microphone.
No apologies necessary. No apologies necessary. You be in your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Deirdre Hamilton. I live in Kingman Park and I serve as a board member for our Civic Association, the Friends of Kingman Park. I'm testifying in my personal capacity as a neighbor about ways I hope you can improve the stadium deal. I think the deal currently under consideration needs to be greatly improved. I appreciate the revised plan brings modest improvements, but I don't think it goes far enough. We should not be subsidizing billionaires to build this stadium, particularly when our city is facing so many budgetary challenges. Owning an NFL team is an extremely profitable endeavor. With no competing offers from Virginia and Maryland, there's nowhere else for the Commanders to go. The council should push for a better deal, one that benefits district residents, particularly Ward 7. I support the goals of the No Billionaires Playground Coalition to get a deal that benefits the district financially and guarantees benefits for DC residents. I urge the council to consider the community benefit agreements proposed by the Kingman Park RFK Future Task Force and the one proposed by Councilman Felder. Do not rush this process. Get a better deal. I know that supporters of the stadium deal anticipate employment opportunities and economic development, and I share those dreams. Ward 7 absolutely deserves world-class development, but we need an agreement with teeth, with enforceable commitments in place to ensure these benefits actually come to pass. Kingman Park is very concerned about traffic and parking, as you've heard today. There are a lot of young children in our community. We need to improve safety on our roads. Parking structures and the expanded roads necessary to serve them would only make our roads more dangerous. Please don't build those proposed structures along Oklahoma Avenue, and please direct traffic away from the residential neighborhoods. Discourage driving to the game and build a metro station at Benning Road. One of the assets of our neighborhood is its accessibility to the fields, the pavilion, the playground, the Anacostia River Trail, and Kingman Island. The proposed structures impede our access to that area. Those structures will not be a place where fans can tailgate and socialize, and the local community will be blocked from coming together in existing community spaces. The parking structures also present crime risks requiring 24/7 security. There are several schools nearby, including a high school and a middle school, and we've been dealing with youth crime issues in the neighborhood. I'm concerned that these structures will present isolated spaces where youth can congregate and get in trouble. This stretch of the Anacostia on both sides of the river is very green and beautiful. It provides relief from heat, parks, playgrounds, and space for recreation that's enjoyed by residents on both sides of the river. If we must build an NFL stadium, I urge that it be done in an environmentally sustainable manner that enhances rather than destroys the natural beauty of the area. Build a stadium that enhances our community. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Deirdre Hamilton. Our next witness is Chris Bruce, who's joining us virtually. You can unmute yourself and begin your testimony. You'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Chair McDuffie and distinguished members of the council. My name is Chris Brew. I'm CEO of the Donahoe Companies. Donahoe has been managing, developing, and building commercial real estate in the DMV for over 140 years. If the proposal before you were to simply build another stadium surrounded by acres of asphalt, essentially what's been there for 64 years, I would not be in support of this bill. However, what is before you is a project of a scope and magnitude that most legislators never see in their careers. This is about much more than a new stadium, which will occupy only 11% of the land area. The proposed 180-acre redevelopment includes a covered stadium that can be used year-round, parks, green space, retail, hotels, and housing. Most importantly, thousands of affordable units. This is a transformational opportunity with citywide benefits. Much like what the MCI Center did to revitalize Penn Quarter and Chinatown in 1979, and what Nationals Park did to revitalize the Navy Yard in Southwest in 2008. The RFK project will do the same for Ward 6 and 7. Because of the MCI Center and Nats Park projects, we chose to develop and build hotels near these venues. We would like to do the same near a new RFK stadium. Our hotels not only created construction jobs for DC residents, but more importantly, they provide careers for many DC residents that still work in those same hotels today. Please support the RFK Campus Redevelopment Act, and thank you for your service.
Thank you for your testimony, Chris Brew. We appreciate it. Our next witness is Melinda Roth, who's joining us virtually. You can unmute yourself, begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening. I'm going to veer from my original speech because it actually said good morning. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I've been here the whole time since 10 a.m. I was actually on a drive, so I just got back to DC at 9:30, just in time to be able to not testify from the road. So let me introduce myself. My name is Melinda Roth. I am a law professor, and it makes me uniquely qualified to comment on this, which I've done on, I think, for the last year on some of the local news stations, because I teach business associations, corporate finance, and also sports law. So I know a little bit about what is happening. Having listened to all of the testimony, I'm going to try not to be redundant and make 2 important comments. One is you hear a constant reference to the billionaire owners and the billionaire ownership, how much they're worth, etc. And I think that it's certainly a true point, but if we do want RFK to be developed and we do want the commanders here, then it is very likely that public funds are necessary. I'm just going to give everyone a little sense of what's happening around the league. Nashville, which is building a new stadium, public money of $1.26 billion. That's 60% of the cost. Cleveland, building a new stadium out in the suburbs. We know how that went for Washington. They're going to have public funds of $600 million. Jacksonville, Cincinnati, and Charlotte all are doing renovations, with Jacksonville contributing $775 million. That's 55% of the renovation cost. Cincinnati, $350 million. That's 42% of the renovation cost. And Charlotte, finally, which is $650 million, or 80% of the renovation costs. So we've heard some references that neither Maryland nor Virginia have stepped up with an offer, but I can promise you that Wes Moore, a former collegiate football player, and Glenn Youngkin are salivating at the possibility of the council not doing this deal. The second point I'm going to quickly make is that there's been a lot of incorrect data about the return on investments of stadiums. And while it is true that stadiums are historically not great investments, most of that data focuses on stadiums that are built in the same city, so that you're just transferring from one part of town development in another part of town. And here, not to be rude to any Marylanders, but we are bringing it to DC and not transferring it within DC. Thank you very much.
And thank you for carving out time to make your voice heard on the record. We really appreciate it. As I plan to do at the end of the panel, I encourage everybody to submit written testimony particularly if you didn't get a chance to finish your testimony. We want to make sure it's incorporated into the record. Our next witness is David Epstein, who's joining us virtually. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to announce that we've been rejoined by Ward 6 Councilmember Charles Allen, who's here with us in person. And then we're going to turn to David Epstein, who's joining us virtually. You can unmute yourself, begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, council members. I'm David Epstein. I'm a Ward 3 resident, a longtime Ward 3 resident, a business owner, and as of recently was a board member at an early childhood education center that served underprivileged students. I was also for 7 years a senior writer at Sports Illustrated magazine. I was a senior writer and senior investigative reporter there, where I was known for authoring some of the magazine's most high-profile stories, like the revelation that Yankees third baseman Alex Rodriguez had used steroids. I went from Sports Illustrated to ProPublica, where I continued my work as a sports investigative reporter, including investigating public stadium financing, and was stunned by what I learned. President Harry Truman once joked that he wanted a one-handed economist because every economist hedges on the one hand on the other hand. Stadium subsidies are the lone issue where economists need only one hand. They are always a bad idea. As a fervent sports fan, I initially resisted this conclusion for years, but eventually, after interviewing dozens of experts, immersing myself in the academic literature, I was a scientist before I was a sports writer, I realized that to continue to deny the weight of the evidence would be intellectually akin to denying the overwhelming conclusion of research on climate change, in which I was a graduate student. The facts are indisputable. The economic impact of a professional sports stadium is typically on par with a single medium-sized grocery store. But the stadium takes up a lot more space, provides a lot fewer services, and we don't give out enormous public subsidies for individual medium-sized grocery stores. This isn't to say that stadiums lack economic impact entirely. They do have economic impact, of course, as does literally any business. But the figures that are typically cited by teams ignore what economists themselves voted as the most overlooked concept in all of economics, opportunity cost. Public money is far better spent elsewhere. As one economist told me back when I was reporting on this issue, the only thing open for business less than an NFL stadium is a graveyard. And even the most exceptional NFL stadiums have managed to be open for 30 days a year at best. And those are exceptional cases. That economist was commenting on a proposed publicly financed New York Jets stadium in New York City. The city wisely declined that project in the end, and the site now features the incredibly vibrant mixed-use Hudson Yards development. So it didn't languish, it thrived when they replaced it. I'm a massive sports fan. I was a Division I college athlete. Nobody who was a senior writer for Sports Illustrated could possibly be otherwise. And yet, after years of research that I initially resisted, I came to the disappointing conclusion that public financing for stadiums is essentially always a bad deal for the public doing the financing. And then NFL stadiums are by far the worst deals of all. The fact that many other cities make these deals does not, in fact, make a better bad deal a good deal. It just makes it a better bad deal. I hope you'll keep this in mind as you make your decision. Again, the upper limit that any NFL stadium has ever managed to be open during the year is 30 to 40 days, and that's an upper limit. and doesn't even occur in most years. This was, for me, a very difficult personal conclusion to come to because it's not the answer that I wanted, but it is the one that I now accept. Thank you very much, council members.
And thank you very much for your testimony. Tonight, we're going to turn to our next witness, Jeanette Hubbard, who's joining us virtually. Good night to you. You can begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Councilmember McDuffie, Chairman Mendelson, and Committee of the Whole members and committee staff. My name is Jeanette Hubbard, and I serve as President and CEO of the DC Chamber of Commerce, a proud native Washingtonian and DCPS parent. On behalf of the Chamber Board and 1,000 members across all 8 wards, employers large and small, we thank you for the opportunity to testify on the RFK Stadium Redevelopment Act of 2025. I offer the Chamber's strong support, which authorizes Mayor Bowser to finalize the lease with the Washington Commanders for the RFK Stadium site, part of a broad mixed-use development plan that will be transformational for our city. This project represents a $2.7 billion in private investment, the largest in the district's history, including the creation of 6,500 housing units with 30% affordability requirements, as well as athletic facilities for our youth parks and retail. We believe this proposal, anchored by the return of the Commanders to the district, offers a once-in-a-generational opportunity to transform 174 acres of underutilized land into a thriving, equitable neighborhood, bringing jobs, revenue, and amenities to all DC residents. This proposal delivers numerous benefits to our city, but one I wish to highlight that addresses a critical need and priority for our chamber members: the substantial local job creation opportunities, particularly for residents east of the river. The RFK redevelopment is projected to generate up to 8,000 construction jobs, benefiting local contractors and suppliers, as 5,000 permitted jobs in stadium operations, retail and restaurants, facility management, hospitality, and civic services. These sectors reflect specific opportunities for our small businesses, and the Commander's leadership team has committed to CBE participation with a minimum of 35% of all contracting opportunities awarded to DC-based firms. Additionally, the project advances workforce development and establishes clear pathways into skilled trades through apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship programs developed in partnership with the Department of Employment Services and DC Infrastructure Academy. The proposed outline supports for career track employment, not just temporary jobs for our youth and underemployed residents, but so the district can begin to retain more of its talent. Finally, this project will grow the district's commercial tax base, revitalizing a sector of our local economy that has endured major challenges, first through the pandemic and now the projected exodus of thousands of district-based federal government office jobs. The Chamber is committed to help revitalize our local economy, beginning with a section of our city that deserves to share in the economic prosperity that has transformed other district neighborhoods. This project will strengthen our tax base and attract other regional and national events that drive foot traffic and sales, while positioning DC as a vibrant hub for sports, entertainment, and mixed-use development. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome your questions.
And thank you for your testimony. Our next witness was virtual, Tyrell Holcomb, but I see he's joined us in the chamber, so you'll be on our next panel once we transition to the next panel. We're going to call now Jocelyn Johnson, who's joining us via Zoom. You can unmute yourself and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes. If you're having trouble unmuting.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Next witness was virtual. Tyrell joined us in the chamber. Jocelyn Johnson, if you were testifying, we didn't hear you, so I'm going to give you a moment to restate. Call now Jocelyn Johnson, who's joining us via Zoom. You can unmute yourself and begin your testimony. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity to speak. I just have some comments to make. I was particularly impressed with the remarks that Councilmember Robert White made last night. Someone sent me.
Trouble unmuting.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome your questions.
It'd be great if you could turn down the council hearing that you have going on in the background.
Johnson, if you were testifying, we didn't hear you, so I'm gonna give you.
You've got a lag on your, I should probably stop talking and just let you.
To read this.
Johnson, you're gonna have to turn down the volume on your computer or monitor, whatever is, has the council hearing going on, because we hear the feedback and it's not working out well. So are you able to do that? Okay, Sava, okay, now you can unmute yourself and we'll get you going.
Good evening.
Nope,
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
I can hear Jocelyn Johnson.
hear
We're
me
gonna go with
now?
Jocelyn Johnson, and Sava, you'll be next. Jocelyn Johnson, please, you'll have 3 minutes.
Johnson, you're gonna have to turn down.
I did.
The volume on your computer or monitor, whatever is, as the council. To Sean,
Okay, Jocelyn, we're gonna come back to you in a few minutes. We're gonna turn.
Can you hear me now? Is this better?
to Sean, Okay, Jocelyn, we're gonna come back to you in a few minutes. We're gonna turn to our 400.
Councilmember McDuffie, if you can hear me, the chamber is mute, so we can't hear you guys on the Zoom.